When he closed his eyes, another world opened before him. It was a peaceful life, where a black-haired girl rode a donkey through golden rice fields, and majestic mountains stretched far and wide. A tranquil scene, filled with the breath of nature. But that peace was only one side. This world also harbored fierce battles, where valiant warriors confronted ferocious black dragons, and brilliant spells tore through the darkness. Blood, fire, and power clashed incessantly. Then, the harsh reality pulled him back. A familiar convenience store, dazzling daylight, simple tables and chairs arranged on the sidewalk. Everyday life, ordinary to the point of dullness. The young man, Kang Seol, 25, was working at the counter. He handed the item to the customer, his face pensive, his eyes seemingly holding a sky full of thoughts. $15, his voice rang out steadily. As an orphan with no outstanding talents, Kang Seol had been stuck with this part-time job for several years. Day after day, he quietly served customers, his life passing in repetition. "So, are you dating anyone these days?" a customer teased, a meaningful smirk on his face. Kang Seol could only respond awkwardly. "What are you talking about?" Being naturally quiet and often silent, Kang Seol's days passed, repeating like an inescapable loop. He lived an ordinary life, without any changes. However, there was something special about him. Every day, Kang Seol fell into the same dream, a dream that had lasted for over 17 long years. A deep mystery within his soul. Living the same dream for 17 years. It sounded terrifying, but for Kang Seol, as soon as his shift ended, he collapsed onto his bed, sighing in relief. Phew, finally done with work. For someone living a poor life, in a cramped rented room and with a monotonous job, that dream was the only thing that brought a difference. His real life was simply too dull. He let out a soft sigh. Phew. Amidst the starry night, Kang Seol realized that the dream was his only refuge, a gateway to escape from harsh reality. The first time this strange dream appeared was when he was a child at the orphanage. A lonely boy sat amidst a vast, starry space, not knowing where he was. What? The boy looked around, bewildered. Where am I? Amidst the layers of clouds in the starry sky, a mystical spiral gradually appeared. In the dream, the boy Kang Seol was taken to a strange place, where there was an enormous, unbelievably magnificent structure. A castle floating amidst the galaxy, radiant with light. As if hypnotized, the boy approached. A colossal golden gate, intricately carved, opened to a mysterious path. The boy stood there, tiny amidst the grandeur of the dream. And then, a mysterious woman appeared. She wore a white fox mask, smiled gently, and invited, "Are you new here? Please come this way." A fated encounter. Following the fox woman, a splendid banquet hall appeared. Here, everyone concealed their identities behind mysterious masks, and a bird-beaked masked figure spoke in a deep, muffled voice, declaring, "All right, it's time to roll the dice. We're playing a strange game." The skull mask figure sneered. "Ha-ha! This is my favorite part." Another voice urged, "Everyone, choose your pieces." Around the glowing round table, the masked figures took turns choosing their pieces. "I'm still the Scarlet Butcher. Then I'll be the Wind Archer." Kang Seol, now a girl, spoke up. "Excuse me, there's a newcomer." In the dream, he found himself grown up, wearing strange attire and his own mask. "Why am I dressed like this? My voice and body are like an adult's too." The lightning-masked figure waved. "Oh, a new friend. Come sit here." Although it was a dream, the feeling was strangely real, as if he were conversing in real life. The fox woman looked directly at Kang Seol, who now wore a snowman mask. "All right, so what should we call you?" Everything was too surreal, so he decided to give himself a nickname, Snowman. From that day on, he was officially Snowman. The fox woman smiled. "Snowman? That's a good name. All right, Snowman. Please choose the piece you will control." "What? I have to participate in this game too?" Snowman was astonished, a feeling of surprise washing over him. A character selection screen appeared, divided into class and attribute. Do I just need to choose the character that will become my piece? It's just a dream anyway, so I'll give it a try. He decided to choose Mage and Ice. A blue-robed mage character appeared. Character created? The lightning-masked figure looked at Snowman, a small flame dancing in his hand. "You're bold for a first-timer. I like it. All right then, let's begin." A hand swung up, and the magical dice were immediately rolled, determining the fate of the game. That was his first day participating in the game. The other masked figures seemed already too familiar, enjoying every moment. Before long, the game reached its final stage. "Damn it, if this keeps up, we're screwed," the clown-masked figure yelled. "Hey, Snowman, it's your turn. Roll the dice." Snowman gripped the dice, thinking to himself, "I just need to roll the dice and choose, right?" Before Snowman's eyes, an ancient scroll appeared with 4 life or death choices. The countdown continued relentlessly, with only 39 seconds remaining to decide their fate. Without hesitation, he made his decision. His gloved finger pointed directly at the third option. Use ice magic to bind Pointy Thorn. In the dream world, the ice mage raised his staff high. The blue crystal at its tip glowed brightly, summoning elemental power. A resounding clang echoed as the staff plunged into the ground. Ice energy erupted, shattering everything around with terrifying power. The mage stood amidst a towering ice forest, enveloped in mystical blue light, a majestic, chilling sight. The colossal monster, Pointy Thorn Chieftain, was tightly bound by ice chains, growling helplessly. "Excellent choice, Snowman," the others exclaimed. "Magic truly is top tier." It was his turn to act. The long-beaked, hawk-masked man tossed an 8-sided die into the air. "Leave the rest to me." The skull-masked figure, transformed into the Scarlet Butcher, charged forward. His blazing sword slashed down, confronting the ferocious black dragon monster in the final battle. After the fatal blow, the colossal monster collapsed. Its spiky body lay motionless, marking the end of a grueling battle. The scroll reappeared, declaring, "Pointy Thorn Chieftain has been defeated. The adventure ends." Cheers echoed loudly. "We won." The fox-masked woman sat on her throne, declaring the end of the adventure. Did everyone enjoy the eternal world? Kang Seol thought to himself. The eternal world? He was amazed by the game's realism. It's incredible. Luck, strategy, countless choices. This is the first time I've played a game like this. The bird-masked figure laughed loudly. This is just the beta version, and it's already this fun. The lightning-masked figure invited. "Snowman, will you team up with us again tomorrow?" He smiled. "It's just a dream anyway. Why overthink it?" "Absolutely. It's too much fun," he accepted, immersed in an indescribable joy. And so, every night, he immersed himself in the eternal world with the mysterious strangers. But harsh reality struck. "Kang Seol, are you crazy?" Outside the orphanage, a voice questioned. "You dream the same dream every day? Playing games with them? Does that make sense?" The children at the orphanage looked at the black-haired boy with suspicious eyes. "He's got problems in his head," one blurted out. "Hey, don't play with Kang Seol," another warned. Although he had told his friends about the dream, but no one believed him. The boy's innocent eyes were filled with hurt, as his words about the fantastical world were met only with cold skepticism. It was obvious. A quiet, introverted child like him, telling such wild stories, was bound to be shunned as a liar. Yet, despite being isolated, those dreams continued, ceaselessly. Time passed. Kang Seol grew up, but the burdens of life still weighed heavily. He lay sprawled on his bed, too exhausted to even get up. "I need to shower, but I'm too tired to move." Whether reality doubted or denied, it no longer mattered. In his mind, there was only one question. Are they there yet? Because that mystical world was his only refuge. And then, like an unavoidable destiny, tonight he once again plunged into the familiar dream. The magnificent castle, floating amidst the nebula, reappeared, welcoming the solitary traveler. Amidst the mystical space, his masked friends appeared. "Oh, Snowman, you're here. We've been waiting for you." The fox-masked girl and the bird-masked man greeted him in unison, their voices full of excitement. He sat down at the round table, listening to the lively chatter. "Snowman, didn't you say you'd play with us today?" "No, he said he'd play the last day with us." He knew this was where he belonged. For 17 years, he had been curious about these masked figures, even thinking they were deities. But he feared that if he knew their secret, the dream would vanish. Now, whether they were gods, demons, or monsters, it no longer mattered. Amidst the noisy arguments, he simply smiled. "Snowman will play with us." "No, I won't give up, Snowman. You two be quiet." He just needed to meet, laugh, and roll the dice. This world, even if only a dream, had become everything. The bird-masked man and the lightning-masked man stood side by side. Today, Snowman will embark on a solo adventure for the great sage's final adventure. A meaningful declaration, signaling something momentous. The masked figures looked at him expectantly. "That's right. So today, you'll go all the way? Even if the other pieces are great, nothing compares to Ascension. Just go straight to the end." Ascension, true to its name, it was the path to climb to the sky, the final adventure of the eternal world, and also the end of this game. For 17 years immersed in the eternal world, he had created countless legendary characters. Thanks to this, Snowman, who had reached the pinnacle, was revered by them as an idol, an immortal symbol. A shocking announcement rang out. The beta version of the eternal world would end today. They said there would be an official version, but did that mean he would never dream this dream again? He knew that his masked friends also understood the true meaning of the announcement. "Snowman, since it's the last day, let's conquer Ascension together." The call echoed, filled with both regret and determination. He had immersed himself in this game like a madman, knowing every rule by heart. Unfortunately, time was running out. Otherwise, he would have created the ultimate piece of his life. That final piece should have been the culmination of 17 years of training, the synthesis of all strategies and development paths he had painstakingly honed. Amidst the mystical space, a lone pawn glowed, symbolizing the desire to rise, for boundless potential waiting to be unleashed. "Don't be too sad that the beta is ending," the fox-masked woman said. "The official version will be released tomorrow, and then our dream will come true." The long-beaked bird-masked man added, "It's been too long. Isn't it time to reclaim our divinity and take revenge on the insects that pushed us into this situation?" The lightning-masked man chuckled. "Haha, perhaps we're focusing too much on the latter part." Kang Seol, in his snowman guise, was momentarily confused. Divinity? Insects? He thought to himself, they occasionally say strange things. But what does it all mean? Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Kang Seol clenched his fist, a light flashing. Never mind that. Now, I must focus on this final ascension. Over the past 17 years, among the 30 pieces he had created, only 9 were strong enough to challenge this path of ascension. Now, a solitary figure was stepping onto the stairs of light. This would be his last chance. A multifaceted die spun rapidly in the air. "All bets are on this roll. Please," he prayed. But then, fate played a cruel trick. The die stopped, clearly showing the grim number 1. A cry of astonishment and despair echoed in his mind. An ancient scroll appeared, bearing a grim verdict. Mana flowed backward during ascension. Due to mana backlash, Milan suffered a great shock. On the stairs of ascension, Milan's figure swayed, engulfed by a torrent of dark backlash energy. Like a cruel curse, his steps faltered, sliding down the stone steps, signaling an unavoidable failure. His staff flew from his hand. Milan's body fell freely, swallowed by darkness. A desperate scream tore through the space. "No!" Before a gloomy coffin, the long-beaked, bird-masked man sighed. "What a pity, Snowman." The fox-masked woman added, "This is the 10th attempt, but the outcome is still nothing." "It's truly a shame, Snowman." Kang Seol, in his snowman guise, looked dazed. Again, he whispered, and then a notification appeared. "Do you want to abandon Milan's adventure?" He knew the path of ascension was never easy for mortals. Milan, the game character, failed in his attempt to ascend, his body disintegrating in midair. Kang Seol, as Snowman, stared at the parchment where Milan's fate was decided. A gloved hand pointed to the yes or no option. He knew that despite his utmost efforts, he still couldn't ascend. The ancient parchment declared, "Adventurer Milan will continue to shape their destiny. Even if the adventure ends, their will persists." The fox-masked woman and the long-beaked, bird-masked man comforted him. "Don't worry, you did your best. Reaching the threshold of the Ascension Challenge is already extraordinary." "That's right, Snowman. Only you could do that." He regretted. "I thought I could do it, at least at the very end." The game, Eternal World, which he had been dedicated to for 17 years, thus ended. But deep in his mind, a no echoed. He couldn't accept it. A dazzling light exploded, piercing straight through the night. Kang Seol's eyes suddenly widened, filled with astonishment. He woke up, sitting amidst a starry space, bewildered. "Huh?" From above, a voice echoed. "Ah, the protagonist has arrived." Kang Seol looked up, his eyes suspicious and wary. He stood up, looking towards a brilliant golden gate, where a group of mysterious people were waiting. One of them, the lightning-masked man, exclaimed, "Those insects deceived us and pretended to be gods." The whole group exuded a terrifying aura. He wondered, didn't Eternal World end its beta test yesterday? Why am I dreaming this dream again? Why am I here? Another voice rang out, full of excitement. "Oh, so the protagonist has finally arrived!" Kang Seol stared at the masked figures, a sense of unease welling up. The lightning-masked man roared, "Seize him!" A brilliant golden energy chain suddenly wrapped around Kang Seol's neck, stunning him. What? Kang Seol was being tightly bound by the energy chains, his body trembling, his mouth wide open, screaming in pain. Brilliant golden light erupted around him, engulfing the space in chaos. His throat constricted. Kang Seol gasped for breath, sweat pouring out. He felt as if his neck was about to burn, the bone-deep pain making him unable to resist. The masked figures around him relentlessly hurled harsh words. "How dare you insult the gods, you wicked mortal?" Another snarled, "Disgusting! I can't believe I spoke to you! What the hell did you all do while this filthy insect defiled heaven?" Another voice rang out, full of rage. "This human deceived the gods. We must kill him." Kang Seol was stunned, his eyes wide open. Wait, what did he just say? The heavy accusations left him utterly bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The energy chains tightened further, lifting Kang Seol into the air. He struggled in vain, his eyes horrified as he looked towards the one controlling that power. The lightning-masked man raised his hand, brilliant golden light pouring from his palm. "You will die here." His voice was cold, emotionless, pronouncing a death sentence for Kang Seol. Kang Seol despaired, tears streaming down. I'm going to die like this?" He was unwilling, but there seemed to be no escape. Suddenly, a voice rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere. "I disagree." All eyes turned towards a figure approaching. A silver-haired man, wearing a white mask, stepped into the circle. He was calm and composed, as if completely unaffected by the surrounding chaos. The lightning-masked man angrily turned. "What are you saying, Kodan?" He couldn't believe his ears, that someone dared to obstruct his intentions. "This damn insect deceived us." The lightning-masked man remained stubborn, but Kodan raised his hand, signaling, Wait, I think we're getting a bit carried away." Kodan calmly looked at everyone. "Let's calm down first." His voice was steady, carrying a strange, calming power. Kang Seol was astonished. "Kodan?" he recalled. "He was always by our side when we played Eternal World." A glimmer of hope sparked. "Is he here to help me?" Kang Seol thought to himself. "He's one of the most influential people here, so perhaps." Kodan continued. "How can we shed a human's blood in this heaven?" Kodan continued. "It's like throwing trash onto your own bed." He turned to the others. "So, why not send him back to where he belongs?" The lightning-masked man and the bird-masked man angrily protested. What? That's absurd." Kodan, the man in the white mask, remained calm amidst the fury, explaining that he understood their desire to punish Kang Seol but reminded everyone of something important. Around him, the other masked figures began to murmur, some clearly showing anger, but Kodan still stood there, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd. He casually revealed a horrifying secret. "Today is the day the harvest begins." His words made the other masked figures, including the fox-masked woman, suddenly understand. Kodan confirmed their suspicions, that sending Kang Seol back would cause him to die as a sacrifice to madness, completing the official version of some conspiracy. Kang Seol, tightly bound by the energy chains, was utterly horrified. He struggled in pain, his face contorted with fear and shock at Kodan's words. Kodan's sinister laughter echoed. Kang Seol collapsed, the energy chains tightening further. "There's no way we'll let heaven be defiled by his filthy blood," Kodan declared. The masked figures, led by the lightning-masked man, looked down at Kang Seol with contempt. "How dared this insect, ignorant of its status, sneak into heaven?" one snarled. The lightning-masked man pointed directly at Kang Seol, his eyes full of scorn. He declared he would show him the price for daring to consider himself equal to the gods. Kang Seol painfully realized a cruel truth. Kodan had no intention of saving him. He only wanted to prolong the pain, turning it into an ultimate brutal psychological torment. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in Kang Seol's mind, calling him by the nickname Snowman and asking if he could hear it. Kang Seol looked up, his bewildered gaze sweeping around. The mysterious voice continued to assert that only he could hear it. A flash of insight struck Kang Seol. He was stunned to realize that the voice was none other than Kodan, who was standing before him. Kodan, with a mysterious smile, suddenly spoke directly into Kang Seol's mind. He explained that his true identity had been exposed and there was no time for lengthy explanation. He revealed a horrifying truth. The place Kang Seol once lived had transformed into another world. The world merger was destined for this very day. Kang Seol's world would be merged with the eternal world. Horrified, he blurted out, asking why the worlds were being combined. Kodan explained that to restore their weakened power, the gods had chosen madness over divinity. A scene of gods standing majestically atop burning buildings appeared. Kodan continued to expose the horrifying truth. Humanity's suffering and stories would be sold, exchanged for madness so the gods could restore their power. Kang Seol was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Among the mysterious masked figures, Kodan coldly declared that there was only one way to save him and his race. Kodan revealed that path: ascension. The final adventure Kang Seol had failed. He also said this would help him attract attention, gathering madness for the gods. He also warned that revealing heavenly secrets would give the gods an excuse to intervene. Kang Seol despaired, shouting, "Ascension? I'm not a pawn. And besides, I already failed." Kodan paid no mind to Kang Seol's resistance, merely offering a sarcastic good luck. He hoped to see him again someday, with a mysterious smile. Suddenly, a dazzling light shot out from Kodan's hand. Kang Seol looked down in horror, realizing something unusual was happening to him. Kodan decisively pushed hard. The young man was flung down, plummeting straight towards a ruined city, like a hopeless puppet in the hands of his controller. "Now, let's see how this worm struggles and dies." Kodan said coldly. Another masked figure tried to intervene, but it was too late. Energy erupted from Kodan's hand, swirling powerfully like a cosmic vortex, engulfing everything into oblivion. Kang Seol fell freely through the undefined void, his desperate scream echoing. He couldn't believe he was pushed into this situation. "Damn it!" He threw him away, a masked figure exclaimed. Kodan shrugged indifferently. "It doesn't matter." Kodan turned to his accomplices, his eyes sharp. "Now then, shall we harvest madness?" he asked, as if proposing a cruel game. He looked up, a knowing smirk on his face. "Oh, esteemed gods," Kodan whispered, his tone laced with feigned reverence. In the endless darkness, Kang Seol slowly regained consciousness, his body aching. He tried to get up, feeling as if he had just experienced a nightmare. I'm still alive?" he wondered, one hand clutching his chest. Fortunately, his body seemed not to be seriously harmed, but the fear remained. He had thought he might actually die. His face clearly showed anxiety and confusion. Kang Seol was still stunned, unable to believe that those masked figures were gods. They didn't just exist in a dream, but were real gods. Pushed into an undefined dark space, Kang Seol wondered in confusion where he was. Everything was plunged into darkness. He couldn't see anything. In the void, a line of light appeared. "Eternal world is being applied, 97%. He was stunned, realizing it was the game that had haunted his dreams. The notification continued to appear. "Eternal world has been fully applied. Welcome to Pandia, the eternal world." Pandia. That name? It was the setting of the game. A dazzling light exploded, engulfing Kang Seol in extreme pain. He clutched his head, a faint cry escaping him, as if his soul was being torn apart. Kang Seol's face contorted, his eyes wide with horror. He brought his hand to his nose, perhaps to check if he was truly conscious. As the light subsided, a magnificent scene appeared before his eyes. A vast world, with misty mountains and a colossal tower reaching towards the blue sky. He stood there, astonished by the sight. There was no doubt. He had truly entered the eternal world. An ancient map appeared in midair, stating 7,900,021,232 lives have joined the eternal world. Kang Seol was speechless, unable to believe his eyes. Nearly 8 billion people? He screamed in his head, utterly terrified. The map flipped, revealing the text. "You are being transferred to the character creation area." Kang Seol stood amidst a hazy space, surrounded by countless faint figures, like souls awaiting their fate. The map reappeared. "Choose skills for your character. Your first adventure will begin soon." The glowing red figures gradually became clearer. He was stunned to realize that not only him, but everyone on Earth had been pulled in here. The real world had merged with the eternal world. In that moment, Kodan's image appeared in his mind. The man's words echoed. The world merger was destined for today. Kodan hadn't lied. Kang Seol clutched his head, horror surging. The game he had played for so many years wasn't a dream, but a cruel reality unfolding right now. He stood there, alone under the spotlight, his entire body trembling. This truth was too much to bear, a shock so profound he couldn't accept it. The lightning-masked figure roared, pointing a finger directly at Kang Seol, his contemptuous words cutting like a knife to the heart. "How dare you, you lowly insect, try to crawl into heaven? You should lie prostrate on the ground and die like a bug." The cruel accusation echoed, drowning the young man in humiliation. An insect? Kang Seol gritted his teeth, his eyes darkening. He wondered if it was a heinous sin for him to dare to look at this world, to look at those who called themselves gods, with equal eyes. Resentment began to smolder within him. Kang Seol's fists clenched, veins bulging. "Because I am human, you cast me aside even though I deceived and brought you victory?" His accusation rang out, laden with pain and betrayal. Like a silent roar, memories flooded back, of young Kang Seol alone in the orphanage, and the masked figures who were once his only hope. "I had closed my heart to indifference. But you, those to whom I once opened my heart, are the ones who betrayed me." Old and new pain merged into one. The young man stood there, alone in the void, his gaze resolute. "If all of this happened, just because I am human?" A tormenting question, but also a flame igniting the will to resist. Kang Seol's face contorted in ultimate rage. He snarled, questioning the entire universe. "Then, I also have the right to be angry when trash like you call yourselves gods, don't I?" A fierce declaration of war. All right, it all starts here. His hand decisively pressed the select button. He would use his 17 years of gaming experience, not just to survive, but to prove that he could do better than anyone. A burst of light erupted, and Kang Seol transformed. Character creation complete. He declared that he would become the ultimate 31st piece, a living game character, ready to overturn all laws. His goal was clear: Reach where you reign. By ascending. A notification appeared. Dark Summoner Snowman enters Pandia, the Eternal World. A new name. A new mission. The Eternal World, like a giant board game RPG. He had played 30 rounds and realized character creation was the key factor. If real life depended on parents, how could a game be any different? But this was no mere game. It was intertwined with reality. Death was final, with no chance to restart. Therefore, he had to create a perfect character, capable of ascending despite all variables. In the Eternal World, there were countless classes and attributes, from mages to summoners, from frost to darkness. There were better choices, and there were worse choices. When he played other classes, he always had teammates to support him. But now, he had to face everything alone. He, alone, against this entire world. He decided to choose a character he had never tried, a summoner with the darkness attribute. All points would be poured into intelligence, along with cooking and clairvoyance talents. A surprising combination. Summoner was an ambiguous class, and the darkness attribute wasn't highly rated either. But precisely because no one knew how they interacted, he saw potential. Now it was time to choose a nickname. Snowman. The nickname was chosen. Dark Summoner Snowman officially entered Pandia, the Eternal World. A new legend, a bloody revenge, was about to begin. An ancient scroll appeared. Snowman's first quest had arrived. Moonlight Dance. He skimmed the cold lines, past the first gate of the Forgotten Moon ruins. If he failed, death awaited. Only 5 minutes and 59 seconds remained. Every word was clear, like a curse etched into his mind. Pandia, the Eternal World, was full of deadly traps. This was a place to train, to survive. He had arrived at a mysterious ruin, and there was only one path to become an adventurer. Forgotten Moon ruins. The name echoed in Kang Seol's head, stirring up unpleasant memories. He looked up, his eyes filled with anxiety. He remembered this place clearly. An adventure for beginners, to familiarize them with the Eternal World. But that easy name was just a facade, a cruel lie. Easy? Only in name. He remembered vividly. Its difficulty was hell on earth. Traps piled up, constantly draining vitality, forcing players to struggle in despair. The Forgotten Moon ruins were teeming with traps, and that was a huge disadvantage for him. A summoner, without evasion skills or trap-disabling talents, would face a terrifying challenge. The status board appeared. Dark Summoner, Level 1. He had poured all points into intelligence, with cooking and clairvoyance talents. A unique choice, but would it help him overcome this labyrinth of traps? He gripped his staff tightly, his eyes hardening. It's really not easy at all. The whisper carried a mix of determination and slight worry. Each heavy step advanced into the desolate ruins. If he had known this was the first adventure, perhaps he would have chosen a different character class, a less arduous path. He sighed, his gaze sweeping over the familiar scene. I know this place well. It felt like a chess piece placed on the board, everything arranged by someone else. The colossal stone gate appeared. Before, when he was the one rolling the dice, he hadn't felt this pressure. But now, as a chess piece, the tension surged to its peak. The door and the levers. He remembered there were specific choices to open the Forgotten Moon ruins gate. But which was the correct option? Memories of the 7-year-old game resurfaced. Suddenly, a light flashed beside him, accompanied by a soft ding. He looked up. A strange symbol appeared, like a hint from destiny. An options panel appeared, clear in every detail. I can see the choices. Does everyone see this? It was like a hint, a favor. He had memorized all the information, but this was a surprise. He stared at the levers. He had worried that the official version would differ from the test version, but fortunately, everything remained the same. A confident smile spread across his lips. Then, it can be done. His worry vanished, replaced by the sharp gaze of a seasoned player. He had played this game for over 17 years. He had worried that the official version would be different, but everything was still the same. Left lever, then right lever. That was the immutable rule. His hand gripped the lever tightly, a decisive click echoing. Despite countless options, he remained confident in his judgment, because making the right choice was always his forte, his undying belief in every game. The ancient gate slowly opened, revealing a deep, winding path. The young man stepped in, his magic staff glowing softly, leading the way. His gaze swept across the long, winding corridor, the crumbling stone arches carrying the breath of time. A familiar feeling washed over him. His footsteps echoed on the ancient patterned tiled floor. This is, he murmured, realizing this place was not unfamiliar. A system notification suddenly appeared before his eyes, listing options and rules. He squinted, memories of the game gradually becoming clear. All right, I remember now. His eyes flashed with certainty. This was indeed the first gate of the Forgotten Moon ruins, a place he had once conquered. He had to step on the tiles in a specific sequence. Just one wrong step, and the price would be extremely high. A deadly trap would activate, sharp spears ready to pierce anyone who made a mistake. This was no longer a game, but a harsh reality. One wrong step could cost him his real life. But he had experienced the eternal world with most talents. He knew that hidden options could only be unlocked with special skills. The most important thing now was his memory. A mysterious man held glowing dice, as if challenging fate. He looked up, deep in thought. It seems there's a code right before this first gate. Ancient characters carved on the stone arch. He couldn't read them due to lacking the necessary archaeology and theology talents. But it didn't matter. He remembered the key points of the puzzle. A confident smile once again appeared on the young man's lips. The solution to the ancient riddle gradually became clear. Fierce lion, docile sheep, benevolent moon, and envious wolf. The puzzle order was revealed. Lion, wolf, moon, sheep. It turned out to be as easy as pie. Kang Seol stood in the middle of the ruins gate, a confident smile on his lips. He muttered to himself, "Not difficult at all. As long as I keep the correct order, I won't get hurt." The black-haired young man's gaze swept over the tiled squares, depicting symbols on the floor where the solution to the first challenge lay hidden. Taking a deep breath, Kang Seol's eyes flashed with resolve. "Here I go," he told himself, ready to face his destiny. A dry click echoed as his boot lightly touched the first tile, initiating the predetermined sequence of actions. Kang Seol walked carefully, the magic staff in his hand trembling slightly. Each of his steps activated a tile, causing them to glow faintly. His foot continued onto the wolf-shaped tile, a blue light erupting, confirming the correct step. Step by step, Kang Seol advanced deeper into the ruins, each tile beneath his feet glowing brightly, guiding him through the ancient labyrinth. A satisfied smile appeared on the young man's face. "All right," he whispered, feeling that everything was proceeding as planned. His pace quickened. Kang Seol glided across the tiles like a dance of light, each touch a burst of energy. Finally, Kang Seol passed through the first gate. Light from above shone down, illuminating the path he had just taken. He turned back, a radiant smile on his face. "Piece of cake," Kang Seol said, confidence brimming in his eyes. A system notification appeared, confirming he had completed the first gate unscathed. The reward was upgraded from bronze chest to steel chest. Kang Seol gazed thoughtfully at the reward. A reward. But if I stop here, my reward won't improve. He looked up at the dark path ahead, a bold decision made. "I will continue." His words echoed in the silent space. The system warned against greed, but Kang Seol turned his back and stepped deeper, heading towards greater challenges and rewards, despite the lurking dangers. The young man stood there, his resolute gaze piercing through the darkness. "That means nothing to me," he muttered, his determination unwavering. He advanced deeper into the winding tunnel, absolutely confident. "I know everything about this adventure. There will be no mistakes," he affirmed, relying on his ingrained memories. Suddenly, a torch on the ancient wall flared to life, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the path ahead. The second gate of the Forgotten Moon ruins appeared, a straight corridor with no tricks. Just charge straight through. That was the nature of this place. He confidently stepped in, ready to face it. But then, a flicker of doubt crept in. "Wait, in this place, was it always this long?" he murmured, his eyes revealing unease. A sign appeared, instructing him to step on red, blue, and black tiles. His experience and memories became useless, because all the traps here were randomized each playthrough. He pondered. Without special talents like mechanical engineering or trap disarming, he couldn't utilize the hidden options. Memories of the past suddenly became a burden. His eyes were thoughtful, trying to search his mind for an escape. Confusion was evident on his face. In that moment, he saw his own reflection, but it was a young boy. A distant memory suddenly flooded back, reminding him of the past. He touched the deep black scar around his neck, like a cruel reminder. It was the mark of the lightning-masked figure, an indelible wound. Memories flared. The face of the lightning-masked figure and his accomplices. "All you trash, you'll see me again, no matter what," the oath echoed. He looked down at the floor, red and blue tiles stretching out like a maze. A decision had to be made. Without hesitation, he decisively stepped onto the first red tile. His footsteps echoed dryly in the silent space. "Who knows?" he muttered to himself, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Perhaps the sequence I remember is still valid. A risky gamble." He continued to walk, step by step on the colorful tiles. Each step was a gamble, a fragile belief in memory. His eyes were sharp, determination burning. Even if memories betrayed him, he would still forge his own path to victory. A decisive, confident step landed on the tile. But the flashing light was not a sign of victory, but a premonition of danger. A magic bullet tore through the air, heading straight for him. Its terrifying speed left no chance for resistance. A painful roar ripped through the air. He was knocked back, his body violently shaken. The pain felt like it was tearing his flesh apart. The fatal blow made him collapse, his whole body trembling. His breath came in ragged gasps, every muscle tense with pain. From the cold wall, a mysterious mechanism released a hazy smoke. It was the source of the recent attack, a deadly trap. A twisted smile appeared on his face. How interesting. His words were full of sarcasm, hiding anger and determination. Another step. This time he was more cautious, but the light still flashed like a challenge. He leaned back to dodge, a fire bullet grazing past him. The wall suddenly burst into fierce flames, turning the corridor into hell. His face contorted with rage. You bastards. Memories of those who caused his old scars suddenly flooded back, burning within him. 4 red tiles are the answer? He gritted his teeth. Each time he was hit, the pain felt like it was tearing his soul apart, pushing him to the brink of unconsciousness. He stared at the black, blue, and red tiles. Black, blue, red again. Red has always been the answer, until now. A realization flashed. Blue. He decisively stepped onto the blue tile. A light flashed again, but this time, it was not a good omen. Laughter echoed through the space. This kid is really interesting. But the next word struck like lightning. Too bad. Blue isn't the answer. The ceiling began to descend. His face turned pale. Just the slightest mistake, and I'll be crushed under the ceiling. The pressure weighed heavily. Death was imminent. Aha! A difficult situation now, the ghostly voice echoed. You can't run, and you can't advance. You're done for. The ceiling continued to collapse, the path ahead obscured. He looked up, his eyes blazing with determination. Just take the risk and run. A mocking voice rang out, urging him to act immediately if he didn't want to be crushed. In a life-or-death moment, the young man lunged, his foot decisively stomping on a red tile, the dry sound of a trap snapping shut echoing. He darted forward like an arrow, the metallic sounds of traps constantly echoing behind him, each step a struggle against death. Oh? The sound of a trap rang out again, but this time, a sly smile spread across his lips. What the hell? You suddenly figured it out? No way? He continued to run, each step swift and decisive. Mission complete. The ghostly voice rang out. What the hell? How did you do that? He smirked, his eyes sharp. As far as I know, the correct tile repeats every 5 tiles, after figuring out the sequence of the first 5 tiles. This trap is too trivial, but then one wrong step, and he was thrown. Damn it! I'm caught! A mocking voice. Couldn't you play a little longer before leaving? The young man sighed, his face annoyed. What's with this repeating pattern? Who would create such a lazy trap? Suddenly an ancient scroll appeared, announcing that he had broken through the second gate of the Forgotten Moon Temple and received a reward. A sparkling golden chest appeared. The reward upgraded because he had excelled in the challenge. Kang Seol looked at the chest, his eyes scrutinizing. If I choose to accept the reward, I can end the adventure here, huh? His hand clenched, veins bulging, a major decision forming in the young man's mind. He turned his back on the treasure. I can't stop here. The ghostly voice. You're a madman, Lalo. The young man looked up, his gaze firm, without hesitation, as if every wound only forged his will stronger. Before him was a colossal door, ancient characters glowing mysteriously. Behind this door is the Moon Plaza. The inscriptions on the door were like warnings. Don't be complacent. Know your place. Kang Seol looked straight ahead, his eyes sharp. Be humble. He thought to himself, that bastard will probably be there. An ancient door appeared, presenting 2 fateful choices. Either venture into danger to prove oneself, or turn back and accept fate. A bell rang out like an urging call. Kang Seol reached out, his gaze firm. He was too familiar with difficult choices, and had never backed down. He lightly touched the door, and light flared. Not once have I chosen option 2. His vow echoed, his resolve unshaken. The door slowly opened, a stream of emerald light pouring out, signaling a new world awaiting. Kang Seol stepped through the threshold, facing a vast, silent space, and another gate bearing the crescent moon symbol. A hint of surprise flickered across his face, but his eyes remained fixed on what was unfolding before him. An ancient sword appeared, its blade sharp and bearing the moon symbol. A mysterious number appeared. Oh, 55? From within the mist, a silver-armored knight knelt, his hand gripping the sword hilt. An interesting individual has appeared. A voice echoed, full of authority. Brilliant blue eyes shone through the visor's slit, like a blazing fire in the dark night. The knight stood up, his sword plunging into the ground, creating a deep crack. How arrogant, he growled, his aura overwhelming. The sword was pulled from the ground with a resounding roar. You dare set foot in this place. The knight charged, decisive. The sword swung up, blue light enveloping the blade. I will cut you down right here. The cold declaration of war echoed. Kang Seol smirked, his eyes sharp. It's been a while, he whispered, as if greeting an old acquaintance. Karuna, the Moonlight Knight, charged like a storm, blue light engulfing the space, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. In another space, a hand hastily threw the dice. Damn it, I can't do this. A cry of frustration rang out. 2 observers were watching through a screen. What the hell is that guy? How do I catch him? Oh God, I'm so tired. Isn't this supposed to be a tutorial event? They complained, helpless against Kang Seol's unpredictability. The man in the fedora sat on a throne, holding a glowing 20-sided die, exclaiming in confusion. I was told this was a fun dice-rolling and chatting game. What the hell is going on? In an ethereal space, the Moonlight Knight Karuna stood, radiating blue light. A voice echoed, claiming to have created the strategy for this formidable monster. The Moonlight Dance event began at the end of the Forgotten Moon Temple. The man in the fedora mused, while the main stage was the Moonlight Plaza. In the Moonlight Plaza, there was a safe zone to avoid Karuna's attacks. The Moonlight Knight stood majestically, ready to strike with his glowing sword. However, things were not easy. Kang Seol darted forward, his eyes full of determination but also apprehension, trying to escape the danger. But Karuna blocked the way. The Moonlight Knight unleashed a powerful sweeping attack, creating a wall of blue energy. The safe zone, it seemed, was impossible to reach. Karuna continued to swing his sword, brilliant blue light radiating. One hit, and the deadly moonlight would incinerate anyone to dust. This was a terrifying place, occupied by a boss monster with fatal attacks. Many had lost their lives due to overconfidence in their abilities against Karuna's moonlight. Kang Seol frowned, a mysterious scroll appearing before his eyes, displaying cryptic information, like a warning signal. The scroll unfurled, clearly showing the steps on the tiles. Black sheep, black wolf, black moon, black lion, red sheep. This was the only path. Viewed from above, the Moonlight Plaza revealed a tile maze. The order and color of these tiles were the key to the Moonlight Dance strategy. The symbols of lion, wolf, moon, sheep appeared clearly. This pattern would continue until leaving the Forgotten Moon Temple. Karuna charged, his moonlight sword swinging relentlessly, creating lightning-fast attacks. Kang Seol had to dodge continuously, constantly seeking an opportunity. He found an opportunity. Kang Seol's foot touched a tile, a crucial decision just made. The first tile he chose was the fiery red lion tile, glowing under his feet, marking the first move in this life-or-death game. Karuna reacted immediately, his eyes flashing. Each tile color carried a different effect, and it seemed the game had only just begun. The red tile had its effect. The moonlight enveloping Karuna's sword dimmed, and the Moonlight Knight's power began to wane. As the moonlight receded, Karuna would slow down, and his protective shield would also weaken. Kang Seol gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his next moves already in his head. Without hesitation, he decisively stepped on the next 2 red tiles, Red Wolf and Red Moon. He was trying to accelerate his opponent's weakening process. The Moonlight Knight counterattacked, but clearly, his speed had significantly decreased. Kang Seol dodged skillfully, his eyes sharp. He's definitely slowing down, Kang Seol thought to himself, observing Karuna's every heavy movement. His plan was on track. He knew well that the red tile's effect could only stack a maximum of 3 times. 3 tiles had been activated. Now it was time to move to the next phase. After weakening Karuna as much as possible, Kang Seol made a decision. His next step would be Black Sheep. He stomped hard on the black tile, a surge of mysterious energy exploding, directly attacking the Moonlight Knight. A fiery red orb descended from thin air, striking Karuna. He staggered, his silver armor rattling violently. The black tile activated a damage mechanism, but each time Karuna was attacked, his protective moonlight grew stronger. To attack again, he would have to go back and weaken him with red tiles. That's why I weakened him before activating the black tile. Kang Seol looked at Karuna, realizing the previous attack wasn't enough. Even so, it seems he won't fall with just 1 blow. Karuna stood upright, his blue eyes flashing. His sword glowed again. You're quite good, intruder, he said, his voice echoing. Karuna suddenly shifted to a 1-legged stance, sword raised high. Kang Seol immediately recognized it. That's Karuna's finishing move, Moon Slash. Moonlight from Karuna's sword erupted violently, a surge of killing intent engulfing the space. In that case, Kang Seol muttered, his eyes flashing with determination. Karuna unleashed Moon Slash. A colossal circle of blue light swept across the arena, destroying everything in its path. Terrifying, destructive power. Is this a beginner's tutorial? The difficulty is a bit sky-high, a man wearing a lightning mask exclaimed. The man holding the dice shrugged. Just take the reward and leave. It's because they stubbornly continued, ha. Amidst the vortex of destruction, Kang Seol stood firm, a self-satisfied smirk on his face. He declared he could survive when enveloped by moonlight. The young man quickly analyzed. The finishing move was nullified because he stood on a blue tile. This was the rule of survival. News spread. Kang Seol was the first player to reach the final door. While Karuna prepared to counterattack, he struck first. A powerful kick landed on the armored knight. Kang Seol had a plan. Step on the red tile to continue weakening Karuna's moonlight. Karuna roared in pain, his blue eyes flashing with fury as he was continuously attacked. Kang Seol turned his back, his eyes sharp and a mysterious smile on his face, as if everything was part of his calculations. In another space, a 20-sided die rolled. A voice echoed, full of questions. Is there any reason to do it that way? The man in the fedora, chin in hand, tilted his head and asked back, do what? The man in the lightning mask explained he was talking about the moonlight dance strategy for Karuna. He recounted that they were surprised to discover stepping on a red tile 3 times would completely slow Karuna down. Thus, a perfect strategy to evade Karuna was devised. The man in the fedora retorted, the damage from the black tile is negligible, and it activates Karuna's finishing move. What's the point if you die? He pondered, his gaze evasive, unable to offer a convincing explanation. Back on the battlefield, Kang Seol unleashed a critical blow, a dazzling light exploding as his sword pierced Karuna's armor. Kang Seol stood over the fallen knight, his eyes glowing red. He coldly declared, because this is the right way. A desolate scene unfolded, the arena floor shattered, metal fragments and rubble strewn everywhere. Karuna lay there, his armor tattered, blood splattered. He gasped for breath, completely exhausted and defeated. The Moonlight Knight, Karuna, despite his tattered armor, stood resilient under the crescent moon. He growled, don't defile the moonlight! A vow of honor echoed in the night. The black-haired young man decisively stepped on a tile. In the distance, Karuna swayed, his armor shattering, a pained groan escaping amidst the dust and smoke. He moved relentlessly, continuously stepping on red tile. Each step was a powerful blow to his opponent's strength, pushing him into a weaker position. Karuna roared, you bastard! His blue eyes blazed with hatred. But the young man only coldly retorted in his mind. Black tile. A click echoed as his heel decisively stepped on the black tile. Energy erupted, signaling an impending new attack. A dazzling beam of light tore through space, striking Karuna. He staggered. In the young man's mind, a thought flashed. It's almost over. Karuna was enveloped by a surge of blue energy, his body trembling. The young man stood there, his gaze resolute, preparing for the decisive blow. Though exhausted, Karuna still struggled to rise, the blue light from his sword intensifying. He wondered, finally, do I need to do this? An ancient scroll appeared, revealing a secret. Karuna, the Moonlight Knight, is being eroded by moonlight. He will continuously take damage. Karuna's agility increases by 10% and will continue to increase every 5 seconds until defeated. Karuna unleashed Moonlight Dance with terrifying speed. If he only had this move, perhaps he wouldn't have been so famous. He charged like a whirlwind, roaring die. This was New Moon Step, another of Karuna's moves, powerful and unexpected. The young man narrowed his eyes, recognizing his opponent's incredible speed. But he had a plan. I can slow him down by quickly stepping on the red tile. He swiftly stepped on a red tile, simultaneously creating a brilliant golden shield from a blue tile, and protect myself with the blue tiles. With a sturdy shield and a clear strategy, the young man looked directly at his opponent, his eyes sharp. Let's end this. Karuna gasped, blood staining his armor. He whispered, his voice hoarse. Be humble. A final warning or a curse? Intruder! Karuna roared, unleashing his final attack. The young man realized, this is Karuna's ultimate move. The battle was nearing its end. Moonlight Dance erupted once more. Karuna swung his sword, blue slashes tearing through the air, relentlessly pursuing Kang Seol. Even a small scratch would be enough to make him vanish. Kang Seol knew the danger well, but his gaze remained resolute, unwavering. He glided through the murderous aura, dodging each deadly sword stroke. Every step was a calculation, every tile an opportunity to turn the tide. A sneer appeared on the young man's lips. He had grasped the rules, seen through his opponent's weaknesses. Under the crescent moon, between 2 ancient stone pillars, the battle transformed into a dance of death. Indeed, a moonlight dance, Kang Seol mused. He landed on a blue tile, his body feeling light. This was the moment to counterattack, to push the enemy to their limits. Karuna growled, his voice broken, trying to utter his master's name in a final warning. But his strength was depleted. The knight's blue eyes widened, extreme astonishment clearly visible. What had surprised him so much? A dazzling beam of light from Kang Seol pierced straight through Karuna. A pained groan escaped, and the silver armor began to crack. The iron helmet shattered, falling to the ground. The knight's true identity was about to be revealed. Kang Seol stood there, observing coldly. Before him, Karuna had lost his sturdy shell. Karuna's face clearly showed pain, cold sweat pouring out. He had reached his limit. The armor had shattered, revealing an elf's face with long ears. "Master, I cannot complete the mission," Karuna whispered. Another critical blow landed. "Forgive me." Karuna's last words faded into nothingness, his body transforming into light. The battle ended. Kang Seol stood amidst the desolate battlefield, looking down at the shattered armor fragments of his enemy. Kang Seol let out a sigh of relief, his breath escaping into the cold air. A system notification appeared, confirming he had completed the final challenge of the Forgotten Moon Relic. On the cold ground lay Karuna's remnants, a shattered piece of armor. A series of notifications about rewards and the title Moonslayer appeared, while Kang Seol mused, "I defeated him." In a memory, the man in the lightning mask questioned Kang Seol about not just evading, but also defeating Karuna. "Is there any reason you had to do all that? Just evading isn't the best move." Kang Seol stood coldly amidst the ruins, white smoke rising from Karuna's dissipating body. He told himself, "This method is correct, and I can create my own reason for it." Kang Seol's hand reached out, his gaze resolute. He knew clearly, "There's a reason I needed to defeat Karuna here." A mysterious smile bloomed on Kang Seol's lips, his eyes flashing with calculation. He was ready for the next step. "Serve me," the command echoed. From where Karuna fell, tendrils of shadow writhed, beginning to devour the knight's remnants. A system notification appeared. "You have used Shadow Summon." Dark tentacles writhed, pulling Karuna into the abyss of nothingness. Kang Seol watched the shadow entity taking shape, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "You have successfully summoned Karuna, Shadow Moonlight Knight." However, not everything was perfect. The Moonlight Slash skill could not be copied. The system explained, "Shadow Summon is a very low-tier skill. You compensate for it with your high intelligence." The shadow entity gradually became clear, but only retained 20% of its original power. Nevertheless, it was still a terrifying form shrouded in darkness. Karuna's shadow appeared in the form of an elf, with long ears, gloomy purple eyes, and black cracks on its gray skin. A haunting rebirth. Meanwhile, distant observers buzzed with comments about Snowman's perfect victory. "Not interesting at all. Why doesn't he seem like a rookie? This is a perfect clear." Kang Seol faced the Shadow Moonlight Knight, a smirk on his lips. Not bad at all. He secretly thought about his incredible luck. Even with only 20% of its power, he still obtained a hero-grade summon, whereas most were only rare-grade. He looked at the glittering chest, secretly thinking he had secured his chance of survival. Shadow summoning was simple. Just defeat the enemy and seize their soul. That was enough to qualify. Light burst from the chest, and he eagerly checked the spoils. A long list appeared, from treasure chests, skill points, weapons, to seeds, and countless potions. The young man looked at his status board. The title Moonslayer shimmering. His level was maxed out, with 8 unallocated attribute points remaining. He knew that each level up would grant free points and fixed points according to his profession. Without hesitation, he poured all his attribute points into intelligence, as that was the only path for a shadow summoner. Besides the points, the other rewards were equally valuable. The Moonlight Sword, a fixed item from defeating Karuna, glittered in his hand. With its power and special effects when fighting under moonlight, he decided to give it to Karuna. A notification appeared, confirming he had equipped the Moonlight Sword to the Shadow Moonlight Knight. He knew that Shadow Summoner summons could develop independently and use equipment, which was truly special. Summons of other classes grew with their master, but Shadow Summons developed independently. This required him to invest separately, which was more costly, but would surely yield great results. He examined the Full Moon Scepter, another rare item. Although intelligence was considered an inefficient stat, for a Shadow Summoner, it was a top priority, not to be overlooked. A surprising lucky item appeared, Moonseed. Although its use was still mysterious, he knew how to utilize it, even having methods to enhance its effectiveness. He scrolled through the items, his gaze stopping at the new title. It was the final reward, but perhaps also the most important. The title Moonslayer granted a 5% increase in moon attribute damage, applicable to summons as well. If Karuna also benefited, this would be a significant boost in power. He had checked everything, from equipment to stats, and was satisfied with the results. Everything was ready for the next journey. With a confident smile, he declared it was time to proceed directly to the next adventure. A notification appeared, marking the beginning of a new path. Between 2 towering stone pillars, a brilliant gate of light opened under the crescent moon. The second adventure officially began. A mystical cosmic space appeared, and on an ancient parchment, the name of the new adventure was clearly etched. 5 Good Brothers. Amidst the jagged peaks of the south, a fearsome troll tribe lurked in the eternal world. They were the Stonefang Troll tribe, with bizarre traditions, and their current leader was Jamad, the tyrant. The mission this time: weaken the Stonefang tribe at all costs, and the main objective was to defeat at least one of their leaders. Failure means death, and only 20 hours and 47 minutes remain. Kang Seol calculated that if he set off now, he could reach the safe zone by tomorrow morning. He looked towards the majestic mountains, telling himself that after every 2 adventures, he would get to rest. But this Five Good Brothers adventure was full of more randomness and difficulty than he had imagined. The treacherous terrain, along with the guards, would take a lot of time to overcome. So, he wondered, why was there no other teammate for such a difficult mission? Time was limited. He needed to act immediately. Time remaining: 20 hours, 47 minutes. He suddenly noticed something unusual. Last time, the mission had a fixed 6 hours, but this time it was a random duration? Why was there such a strange time limit? Suddenly, a notification appeared, showing that the first team member, An Hyun, had died. Kang Seol was stunned, a sense of unease welling up. He stared at the notification cards. An Hyun, the nosy expert, the mantis expert, all were dead. Damn it. In the lush green valley, a small village nestled at the foot of the mountain, where the towering mountain range guard post stood watch. The wind howled. A tattered green flag fluttered atop the tower, bearing mysterious characters. A green flag. Huh, Kang Seol muttered, his eyes sharp. He knew well that the Stonefang Troll tribe only hung this flag on a special occasion. It's a sign of the Harvest Festival. The festival sought blessings from the Earth Dragon Tancred, and this was the stronghold of the Stonefang Troll tribe. A giant troll sat there, like a warning. Kang Seol hid in the shadows, his eyes full of vigilance. Even so, a premonition of ill omen crept into his mind. Suddenly, a horrifying sight met his eyes. A blood-soaked corpse hung, fresh blood dripping. A gruesome battlefield unfolded. Bodies impaled on stakes, black crows circling. It seems they were trapped and completely annihilated in battle. Based on their attire, he recognized this as an expedition party. A priest, 2 vanguards, and an archer. The entire team had been mercilessly wiped out. A good formation. They should have been able to overcome it if they knew how. If they had survived, there would surely be countless strategies, Kang Seol lamented. But he quickly dismissed that thought. No, I can't keep dwelling on this. There's no use crying over spilled milk. Now he was alone. I have no choice but to find the best strategy for this situation. There aren't many strategies that can be used in a situation like this. Kang Seol pondered, his eyes flashing. Given this situation, perhaps I'll have to use that method. A quest panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. You have arrived at Stonefang Village. What will you choose to do? Accompanied by 3 options, the countdown began. Time remaining 20:39. He gripped his staff tightly, determined. I'll have to complete this adventure myself, and that will be the way for me to receive the best reward. The eternal world operated by its own rules. Every action of a player affected the world view, and unique methods would be recorded in history. Amidst the ancient trees, the dark forest seemed to swallow all light, revealing a dim path. Kang Seol walked slowly, his dry footsteps breaking the silence, each step filled with extreme caution. He stopped, his sharp gaze sweeping around. The first option appeared. Attack the residential area of the Stonefang tribe, starting from the lowest level. Kang Seol fully understood the danger of this option. Even if he could summon Karuna, facing those ferocious trolls was still an overwhelming task, a gamble not worth taking. He continued deeper into the forest, considering the second option. Wait until night falls. A nighttime ambush had advantages, but it was useless alone. After eliminating the first 2 options, Kang Seol made his final decision. Explore the surrounding area to gather information. Amidst the majestic landscape of towering mountains, what he needed to find to get the most crucial information was the exiles of the Stonefang tribe. He sighed softly, feeling that this task was not simple at all. 5 sharp, towering mountains stood against the sky, each peak bearing a flag. On the highest peak, the exiles hid. Other peaks were also occupied by different creatures. But these were not the main concentrations of the Stonefang tribe's hostile forces. Rather, supporting roles in certain situations had gradually occupied the peaks. In the Five Good Brothers adventure, this arrangement played an extremely important role. Most of the hidden elements of the adventure began with the exiles. He placed his hand on the tree trunk, deep in thought. Somewhere around here, on the lowest mountain, he told himself, there's a creature hiding after being exiled by the Stonefang tribe. Kang Seol gripped his staff tightly, his gaze resolute. They must be here, somewhere around here. Suddenly, the jingling of bells echoed in the silent space, like a guiding signal or a mysterious warning. Kang Seol stood on a tree branch, his sharp eyes looking down at the small dangling bells. The jingling echoed, and he wondered, bells? The bells continued, small but loud enough to cause a disturbance. He deduced that these were alarm bells, and someone was definitely hiding in this area. Suddenly, a slight sound caught his attention. A human, it seems, Kang Seol muttered, his eyes wary. A rustling in the bushes. Kang Seol spoke, his tone probing. Who are you? A pair of rough, large feet stepped out from the bushes. The bells continued to jingle, like an incessant warning. Kang Seol stepped back, seeing the other's gaunt, wounded hand. Don't come here. A trembling voice rang out. Kang Seol reassured him. I'm not dangerous. A close-up of the hidden figure's face, a troll with large fangs, eyes full of fear. But you're still human, he said, his voice full of suspicion. Kang Seol looked towards a dilapidated house hidden among the trees. He realized that this exile had been hiding in a place like this. The other continued to back away, panicked. Don't come near me, Kang Seol patiently said. I didn't come here to harm you. Lies, the troll shouted. You were sent by the Stonefang tribe. What do you intend to do to me? A quest panel appeared before Kang Seol. Why do you want me to stay away? Is something wrong? Kang Seol asked, trying to understand. But the other insisted, Don't come near me. Stay away from me. Kang Seol was silent, his gaze sweeping over the full moon staff in his hand, contemplating his next move. He looked directly at the other, asking probing, Are you injured? The troll flinched, falling silent. Kang Seol knew the troll was injured, but he needed a real answer. He couldn't give up. The exile held out his scarred hand, his voice heavy. Do you see? These are the wounds I sustained from a disease. It's a contagious disease. You'd best stay away from me, the troll said, trying to drive Kang Seol away with a lie. The exile cried out in pain, pleading with the young man not to push him into further tragedy. A notification panel appeared, warning about the exile's disease. But Kang Seol was undeterred, steadfastly wanting to hear the other's story. The troll frantically backed away, shouting warnings about the contagious disease. But the young man still advanced, asserting that only by getting close could he hope to understand the story. His eyes were full of shock, unable to understand why Kang Seol was so stubborn. The exile asked which story, and Kang Seol replied decisively, all of it. Anything he could tell. The troll fell silent, his eyes revealing a struggle between fear and a faint glimmer of hope. The system confirmed that the exile had lowered his guard. He led Kang Seol inside, promising to tell everything. The troll laid out conditions regarding responsibility, but Kang Seol merely smiled, accepting all risks. Without a moment's hesitation, Kang Seol followed the troll's back, venturing deeper into the outcast's hiding place. A simple wooden hut appeared deep in the forest. Comments from the outside world echoed, full of worry and doubt about the young man's actions. Inside the hut, bundles of dried herbs and strange-looking ingredient pouches were piled up, evoking a mysterious atmosphere. Old, tattered books lay scattered on the floor, indicating a reclusive life that was not lacking in knowledge. Kang Seol sat down, surprised by the books. He asked if it was strange, and the troll replied no. He offered to brew herbal tea, which wasn't tasty, but was available. Kang Seol politely declined, prioritizing hearing the story first. The exile stammered, asking if he could start with his own story. Kang Seol nodded. That was exactly what he wanted. And so, the story began. He spoke of a terrible contagious disease that had spread down from the sharp mountains, turning innocent beings into monsters. The exile continued the story, about the disease recurring after a generation, claiming the lives of wretched trolls. To prevent disaster, the ancestors of the Stonefang tribe established a cruel law. It was the law of exile, casting the sick out of the tribe, away from the villages, leaving them to face their harsh fate alone. Kang Seol asked directly, So you are the exile? The troll shook his head slightly, his eyes dark. No. He explained that the exiled one was his mother, and during those days of banishment she carried a tiny life within her, himself. His mother had pleaded to leave her child with the tribe, but it was in vain. The ancestors believed the child would be the seed of a new plague, an unbreakable curse. Perhaps the ancestors were right, the troll whispered, looking down at his ulcerated hand, because a sick child was born. Until her last breath, his mother still hated the tribe. She cursed, wishing for all of them, along with the plague, to vanish from this world. Kang Seol listened in silence, then softly asked, What must vanish? The troll growled, The Stonefang tribe, the disease, and myself too, he said, his voice full of despair and weariness. Kang Seol asked, Can this disease not be cured? The troll pointed to the pile of books, saying he had used magic to learn human languages, reading everything to understand the plague. No, it's not an incurable disease, the troll asserted. If I can find one more ingredient that I haven't seen all this time, I can cure myself. It's the dead man's finger mushroom, and it's on this mountain. But, the troll hesitated. Kang Seol finished his sentence. You can't find it. My bones are the problem, the troll said, his hand trembling. He felt the disease gnawing from within, making him unable to climb or search on the cliffs. Kang Seol pondered. Then his eyes flashed with determination. "If that's the case, can I find it for you?" The unexpected offer stunned the troll, who stammered a question back, not understanding what Kang Seol would gain from this. A confident smirk appeared. Kang Seol had made his decision, one that could change everything. In his mind, pieces of the stone-toothed troll tribe, the trolls, and the problems awaiting them gradually became clear. "I will rise from this adventure, regardless of any arrangements," he murmured to himself. With sharp eyes and a sneer, he declared, "I can save this troll. Consider it a small transaction." Immediately, the hidden quest, the Exiled, was activated. As night fell, Kang Seol was in a different place, a simple thatched hut hidden deep in the forest, where the exiled troll was residing. His cloak fluttering, the young man walked steadily through the dense forest, each step filled with determination. A long breath escaped him, Kang Seol's face showing clear worry, beads of sweat forming. This journey was not easy. In the darkness, the troll's gnarled, rough hand appeared, his words echoing. "If..." The troll knelt at Kang Seol's feet, his eyes full of hope. "If you truly find that mushroom, we will help you with anything." An ancient parchment scroll appeared, clearly detailing the subquest, the Exiled. Find the dead man's finger mushroom to save the exiled ones. Only 10 hours and 59 minutes remain. Kang Seol focused intently. This subquest was not trivial. It would add an extremely valuable support NPC to his game. The image of Tyrant Jamaat appeared, his explanation echoing, "Support NPCs will help with enthusiasm commensurate with their level of trust, and the Exiled is one of the highest tier support NPCs." Every second and minute was precious in this adventure, and Kang Seol ran through the forest. But the time invested in this subquest, he knew, was not wasted. He looked up at the treacherous cliffs, birds soaring. "If I can turn the Exiled into an assistant, I can reverse this hopeless situation." The sun gradually set, painting the entire sky red, signaling the end of a long day and the beginning of a challenging night. Kang Seol stood amidst the desolate land, his staff glowing in his hand, his face a mix of surprise and worry. He had arrived where he needed to be, but it didn't seem as he expected. Panting, his face tired and covered in sweat, Kang Seol exclaimed, "Damn it! It seemed he had run into big trouble." Dusk fell upon the desolate mountaintop where Kang Seol had arrived. An empty space, no trace of what he sought. "Is there nothing here?" The question echoed in his mind, carrying disappointment. His eyes were stunned, the full moon staff seemingly useless. No mushroom, a bleak future. He wondered why he stubbornly embarked on this strange quest when everything seemed to be over. With heavy steps, the young man turned and left. Despite possessing impressive skills and judgment, without the mushroom, all efforts became meaningless. A predetermined death, regrettable as it was, each step sank deeper into the barren ground, as if fate itself was pulling him down. Despair gradually encroached, gnawing at the young man's will. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flashed. His eyes widened, the perception skill activated. Was there something hidden he had overlooked? An ancient scroll appeared, listing options. This was indeed the cliff the exiled one had mentioned, but the mushroom was nowhere to be found. Among the choices, a requirement for botany revealed a new clue. The young man slumped down, his body weary. Despite the hint, deadlock still loomed. He needed a moment to think, to find a way out. He sat there, his staff resting on his shoulder, his gaze distant. Was this the time to give up? Though he had tried his best, had come so far, the path ahead remained unclear. A memory suddenly flooded back. The first fragment he had created, a part of a dream that lasted 17 years, became vividly clear in his mind. In the memory, a masked man and a young boy were intently looking at a screen. On it, a character stood on a cliff, stepping into the eternal world. 17 years ago, he himself, as a young mage, had joyfully run to this cliff. The immense joy of discovering the subquest of the Exiled One was still intact. That boy, with a radiant smile and eyes full of passion, pointed forward, brimming with confidence for the journey ahead. The quest scroll glowed, like a promise of adventures. A hopeful beginning. A vast world awaiting. The boy from back then could not have imagined that dream would last a grueling 17 years. Every day that passed, he poured his entire effort into it, relentlessly. With all his passion and enthusiasm, the young mage continuously demonstrated his prowess, throwing himself into challenges without faltering. But then, a bitter truth emerged. Back then, he was just an inexperienced child, unable to fully master the fragment he had created. A mysterious surge of energy tore through space, leaving behind glittering, crystal-like fragments, signaling a momentous event about to unfold. Kang Seol, in a stylish suit, sat in contemplation. He recalled the death of his first fragment, a ridiculous failure while searching for the mushroom in the subquest, the Abandoned. He told himself that a mage, lacking strength and agility, could not search for items on his own. No matter how hard he tried, that fragment would hardly survive long. The small hands of the young Kang Seol from back then clenched tightly. Pain and helplessness etched deep into every knuckle. Tears streamed down his youthful face. The boy choked out. "I chose wrong. Because of that mistake, my fragment died." The fragment's adventure ended abruptly. Scientists in the laboratory witnessed the scene, the blue light from the equipment reflecting a chilling coldness. The present Kang Seol stood beneath the cliff, his gaze distant. That moment remained a deep scar in his mind, a painful memory that could not be erased. But now, he looked at the glowing full moon staff, the brilliant sunset on the horizon. "It's time," he murmured to himself. A glimmer of hope flashing. A strange sound echoed, drawing Kang Seol's attention. He wondered what was happening. From the cliff, a bizarre object began to emerge. Jagged rocks and soil falling. The object gradually revealed itself, looking like a giant, ugly, and grotesque flower, sending shivers down the viewer's spine. Kang Seol recalled, "Since that day, I've researched a lot about the quest, The Abandoned. The quest item, Dead Man's Finger Mushroom, has the characteristic of appearing on the cliff at dusk as darkness falls." He stared intently at the emerging object. Kang Seol gripped his staff tightly, his eyes gleaming with determination. He had waited for this moment for a very long time. From his staff, dark tentacles stretched out, coiling like giant snakes, signaling a terrifying power about to be unleashed. Two gigantic shadow hands emerged from the ground, reaching towards the cliff. Shadow Hand. He named the skill, even though he knew it was simple and ineffective in this situation. He frowned, beads of sweat forming. The Shadow Hand skill, just activated, proved extremely difficult. "First time using it, damn hard to control," he muttered to himself, filled with doubt. The Shadow Hand twisted, clinging tightly to the barren cliff. It looked like a living entity, yet it was completely beyond his control. Damn hard to control, he thought, recalling an ancient book that stated, "It's like growing an extra tail. Impossible." So what was he to do with this troublesome power? He gritted his teeth, his face contorted with extreme tension. If he had known, he would have wished he was born with a tail to make controlling this bizarre thing easier. There was no turning back. He took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly resolute. Focus! Done in a flash. Two gigantic shadow hands gently reached out, carefully placing themselves on the strange object. Grasp it, use just enough force. Then pull it out, he told himself, each movement slow and steady. The dark hand gently tightened, exactly as one would cradle a fragile egg, careful to the millimeter. Then, a powerful tug. All his strength was concentrated, tearing away the thing clinging tightly to the cliff. He stood firm on the cliff, dark tentacles stretching long behind him, as if he had just completed a tough mission. The young man turned his head, his eyes wide with surprise as he looked at the shadow hand. It seemed everything had succeeded. "It's a success!" he exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes. The two shadow hands were cradling the mushroom-shaped object, glowing brightly in their palms. Suddenly, a dazzling flash of light shot out from a dry branch nearby. Light? He was surprised. His eyes narrowing, he stood still holding the mushroom, his gaze following the streak of light that had just flashed by, just now. Something flashed, didn't it? A system notification suddenly appeared. Perception skill activated. Hidden quest Ownerless Pocket Watch has begun. A quest scroll appeared, detailing Ownerless Pocket Watch. Another subquest? He silently asked, then realized. Kongori, the city near the jagged rock mountains. He looked closely. A pocket watch was sparkling brightly on the branch. If it weren't glowing, I would have definitely taken the mushroom and left. Kang Seol, with his ghostly shadow hand, successfully pulled the glowing pocket watch towards himself. From afar, observers whispered and gossiped about the newbie's greed. The watch hovered in midair, enveloped in an ethereal light. The observers continued to wonder, asking themselves what this item was related to, and if anyone knew about it. The shadow hand gripped the watch tightly. It seemed none of the observers had any information about this mysterious item, leaving them utterly bewildered. The space suddenly shifted. Night fell, the star-filled sky twinkling like countless eyes watching some fate. Deep in the forest, a large cauldron of water boiled furiously over a fire, steam rising thickly, creating a mysterious and tranquil scene. A gaunt troll sat silently by the fire, his gaze distant, seemingly lost in the heavy thoughts of the past. His face deeply etched with scars and pain, the troll questioned himself. Can I truly trust that human? He sat huddled, enveloped in darkness, recalling a bitter past, when I had come to hate false hopes more than anyone else. In his memory, another troll was dying, its body decaying. His hands trembled, fear and resentment surging. He looked at his cursed hand, screaming in despair. All of you, disappear! I don't want to see anything anymore! Cursing, and with his body decaying, he furiously cursed. This curse, those hateful stone dogs, all those vile wretches too. He looked down at the dying troll, gritting his teeth. Male, you too. You must disappear too. His eyes were filled with despair. I cannot harbor hope that this disease will be cured someday. Instead of holding on to false hope, he decided to find a cure himself. He began reading human books that the Stone Dog tribe had hunted down. Despite the language barrier, he learned to read from his mother's spell books. Gradually, he accumulated knowledge, beginning to see a path to his own salvation. But fate was ironic. Death seemed to be arriving faster than the salvation he had longed for. He collapsed, his body exhausted. The rotting disease was gnawing at him. He knew he had to find the medicine before it was too late. A mysterious mushroom that only grew on cliffs, but was begging for salvation from a stranger. The first person he met, the right choice? A small sound tore through the silent night, startling the exiled one, his eyes wide with caution. Had that person returned? Or was it someone from his old tribe? He was restless, worried, not knowing what awaited him. The pain struck again, more intensely, making him groan in despair, his emaciated body sinking deeper into the darkness. Just then, a familiar figure appeared, also struggling with wounds and bone-piercing pain. I've returned with the mushroom, Kang Seol said, then whispered, this disease, it hurts more than I thought. The young man held out the glowing mushroom towards the exiled one, asking, you're looking for this, aren't you? The exiled one's eyes welled up. He stammered, yes, it's really it. He knelt before Kang Seol, calling him the Blessed One, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. He looked up at Kang Seol, asking softly, may I know your name? Kang Seol smiled, a relieved smile in the dark night, and replied, I am Snowman. The exiled one also introduced himself. I am Male, child of the stars. For now, I will help you with whatever you need. Male looked up, his eyes brimming with tears, vowing never to forget Snowman's life-saving grace. A quest completion notification appeared. In the quiet forest, a small thatched roof house was hidden under the moonlight, where Snowman found some peace. The young man had fully recovered from the rotting branch disease, and his vitality permanently increased by 2 points. The exiled one had fully recovered, the rotting disease vanishing as if it had never existed. He turned to his benefactor, his gaze firm. Benefactor, I will help you as promised. What do you wish for? Difficult choices lay before him. Male was willing to repay him, but the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Kang Seol pondered. My comrades are gone. A direct assault would be suicide. I'm also not qualified for other options. So, is there a way to strike from within? Male narrowed his eyes, thinking, from within? All right, there's a way. We can try it. Under the dim moonlight, the village of the Dogstone tribe appeared. Wooden walls stood tall, strictly guarded. Burly Dogstone warriors, holding sharp spears, stood guard vigilantly. Kang Seol and Male hid in the shadows, observing. The benefactor is right. Today is the best time to act against the Dogstone tribe. Tonight was the Dogstone Harvest Festival, a sacrificial ritual for the Earth Dragon Tancred, the deity they worship. Fresh blood filled a large cauldron. An unchangeable rule of this festival was about to be carried out. Exactly at midnight, every member of the tribe had to drink boiling beast blood from the large cauldron. No one was allowed to be absent from this ritual. Male handed him a vial of medicine. Use this. Put it into the blood cauldron. It will help your plan succeed. Kang Seol asked worriedly. Will you be all right? Male replied, repeating his mother's dying words. He knew the day he would disappear was still far off, but at least he wanted to fulfill part of his mother's wish. A new quest appeared. Suppressed vengeance. Male, exiled since he was in his mother's womb, now carried the flame of hatred. He had to use the medicine he was given, putting it into the sacrificial blood cauldron before midnight. After that, Male left. His old tent burst into fierce flames, consuming all traces. He carried the rotting disease spider and an empty book, disappearing into the night. Holding the empty book Male gave him, Kang Seol wondered about its true purpose. Male, the exiled one, revealed his dream of becoming an archaeologist, uncovering the hidden secrets of the world. He pleaded with Kang Seol to use his wisdom to punish the cruel tribe that had abandoned him, the flame of hatred burning in his eyes. The system confirmed Male as a hero-grade assistant, and Kang Seol received the title the Charmer from the achievement Lonely One. The black-haired young man smiled, accepting the new title, considering it a good start for the journey ahead. He held the red vial, preparing to execute the planned infiltration of the enemy's lair. The system displayed information. The red vial was Disguise Potion to turn into a foolish troll. The blue vial was Madness Potion to pour into the blood cauldron. Kang Seol looked at the two vials, deciding to start with the Disguise Potion, as Male had instructed. Without hesitation, he inverted the red vial, drinking it dry, preparing for the horrifying transformation. A searing pain tore through his body, blood and darkness gushing from his mouth, signaling the transformation process. His eyes bulged, pupils contracting from the horrifying transformation occurring in every fiber of his flesh. He collapsed to the ground, agonizing groans echoing in the dark night, his body convulsing violently. Suddenly, 2 guard trolls appeared, one staring blankly around, not recognizing the newly transformed individual. They shouted loudly, questioning the newcomer for daring to abandon his guard post during the harvest festival. Kang Seol, now transformed into a troll, quickly apologized, trying to blend into his new role. The system confirmed he had transformed into a foolish troll for one day, able to use troll language. He thought to himself, this was necessary for the plan. The imposter had passed the watchtower. Now, he had to find the cauldron, then mix the madness potion into it. The plan had begun. The towering mountain appeared under the moonlight. He recalled the instructions. The cauldron was on the middle level, the most sacred place of the Dogstone tribe. Step by step, the troll climbed the rough stone steps. Each step was a deeper venture into enemy territory, where danger lurked. The Dogstone tribe, conquerors of the mountain peak, was divided into 5 factions. They only united when major events occurred. Otherwise, civil war was constant, vying for power. For that reason, each generation, this tribe was led by 5 chieftains. The shamans representing each faction would act as a bridge, trying to maintain the tribe's fragile unity. But the current generation of successors was facing serious problems. Due to their lack of ability, the once mighty Dogstone tribe was gradually weakening, like that tattered flag. With the Dogstone tribe caught in a dilemma, this was a golden opportunity. Kang Seol's plan would be executed more easily than ever before. Finally, he reached the place. The colossal cauldron was bubbling with dark red liquid. Is this the cauldron of beast blood? He silently wondered, his eyes full of calculation. He hid in the shadows, pulling out the blue vial. If it truly was beast blood, then the plan would be accelerated. The gate guard troll appeared. Kang Seol quickly approached, his tone fawning, "Hey, please look at this." The gate guard frowned, suspicious. "What is it?" Kang Seol tried to offer some blood, but the gate guard disdainfully refused. "The sacrificial blood is enough. Get lost." His words were crude, without any deference. Not giving up. Kang Seol held up the vial. "This is the blood of Arago Whitehorn. It will surely be useful," he emphasized, his eyes full of hope. The gate guard was surprised. "Arago Whitehorn blood?" Kang Seol quickly confirmed, offering the vial, his tone urgent. "Yes, so. Please, accept it." The gate guard hesitated for a moment, then took the vial of blood. "All right, I'll pass the word to him." Kang Seol bowed in thanks, a hidden smile in his heart. A cunning smile spread across the imposter troll's lips. The Dogstone tribe believed that offering precious items to Tancred would bring blessings. And Arago Whitehorn blood was a top-grade, extremely rare offering. The gate guard turned away, reporting to an unseen individual. "Sir Magada, there's someone who wants to offer Arago Whitehorn blood." The bait had been taken. The gate guard narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the vial of Arago Whitehorn blood in his hand. A rare item, but was it what he expected? He needed to confirm. A close-up of the gate guard troll's face, his eyes sharp and full of doubt. A deep escaped him, as if he was considering something extremely important. After a moment of inspection, the gate guard nodded, signaling to the imposter. "It's real, pour it in." Another hand quickly replied, "Yes, sir, the plan had been approved." Amidst the Dogstone tribe, the large cauldron was steaming profusely. The imposter troll walked, heading towards the center. Unbeknownst to anyone, madness was hidden within the Arago Whitehorn blood, cleverly disguised by mail. The blue vial of blood was emptied. Each drop of the mysterious liquid blended into the dark red solution in the cauldron, stirring up an underground storm. The cauldron foamed violently. A crimson aura erupted, signaling ill omen. Madness was truly about to explode. The entire Dogstone tribe would plunge into chaos. As night fell, the gate guard shouted loudly, "It's midnight! Come on, everyone! Raise your cups!" He held up a cup full of red liquid, his eyes fervent. He continued to incite the crowd. "All that we have is the grace of Mother Earth. Meat, blood, and even spoils of war." Other trolls also raised their cups, ready for the ritual. "Drink! Don't leave a single drop of blood. Drench the land with it. That is the path of Lord Tancred." The shouts echoed like a curse. Sharp fangs were bared, eyes bloodshot. "And that is also the path of our Dogstone tribe." The fanaticism reached its peak. "Waahh!" The entire tribe roared, raising their cups of blood wine, calling out Lord Tancred's name in madness. The blood had taken effect, and the thirst had ignited. A horrifying scene unfolded. The trolls began to hack each other to death, blood splattering everywhere. They were from the same tribe, but now they were just bloodthirsty beasts. Meanwhile, 4 chieftains sat in a corner, calmly drinking wine, witnessing the chaos. "So, Those sitting over there are their leaders? Yes, it's obvious at a glance. A fleeting memory came back. Kang Seol recalled Mail's warning. Mail warned me about you. He also remembered why the Dogstone tribe still existed to this day. It was thanks to a single individual, the burly, long, white-haired troll who had annihilated all the shamans of the previous generation. The one born with the power of the mountain, the wisest and strongest troll in Dogstone history. And that was Chieftain Jamad, who sat there, calmly looking down at the scene of madness he, Kang Seol, had caused. The confrontation was about to begin. The harvest festival had ended, and the entire Stonehound troll tribe, from ordinary warriors to leaders, had all drunk the madness-inducing Arago blood. Although the leaders might be stronger, in just one more hour, they too would completely succumb to madness, unable to escape their predetermined fate. Kang Seol, now back in human form, looked at the chaotic scene with satisfaction, muttering to himself, "As long as nothing obstructs my plan." He turned and left, his figure appearing and disappearing in the night with a cold declaration. When this night passes, the Stonehound tribe will vanish. Night fell. A crescent moon hung suspended in the star-filled sky, witnessing the beginning of a purge. In the silent forest, the rustling of leaves echoed, signaling a mysterious presence stealthily moving. Kang Seol hid in the bushes, his sharp, cold eyes looking straight ahead. Finally found it. The treasure of the Stonehound tribe. Before him was a sturdy wooden gate, guarded by two burly trolls, axes in hand, with ferocious appearances. Kang Seol mused. According to his information, this was where troll tribes stored their most important items, protected by warriors belonging to no faction. He knew well that even if they weren't as strong as the chieftain, these two guards were still formidable troll warriors, not easy to deal with. Suddenly, one of the guard's eyes widened, pupils contracting, blood-red veins bulging on his face. An ominous sign. Madness struck. The troll clutched his chest, growling in pain, his body trembling, his bloodshot eyes glaring at his comrade with hatred. Without hesitation, the mad troll swung his axe to attack, the roar of die echoing, fresh blood splattering as the axe blade tore through the air. A heavy thud echoed. The remaining guard collapsed, blood staining the ground, the battle ending swiftly in madness. The victor stood tall, his bloodshot eyes full of hatred, roaring, "Die! Pay the price for Lankred's favor." He raised his head, his mad, bloodthirsty eyes muttering, "Pour more blood." Karuna, the Moonlight Knight, strode into the treasure vault, his brilliant blue-glowing sword tearing through the darkness. He was ready for the purge. Kang Seol observed from hiding. As expected, they are nothing to Karuna now that they've been weakened by the madness-inducing drug. Even though not fully recovered, Karuna was still strong enough to wipe them out. Karuna coldly ordered the troll guard, "Let's go in." The treasure vault door opened, swallowing them into darkness. Inside, old wooden chests and large ceramic jars lay scattered, holding millennia-old secrets. The silence was chilling. Another troll guard was kneeling before a sturdy iron door, heavily chained. He was struggling with madness. The troll guard groaned, his body trembling, his eyes bloodshot. He stammered, Who's there?" The madness-inducing drug had completely taken control of him. Karuna advanced deeper. The troll guard panicked. "If you're the outer guards, then go. It's too late." He felt his body changing, wanting to alert Jamad. Karuna lunged forward, his eyes sharp and cold, his sword glowing brilliantly. He said not a word, only a burning will to destroy. The troll guard roared, swinging his axe to attack. Karuna dodged, his sword cutting through the wind, creating a dazzling streak of light. Karuna raised his head, his blue eyes glowing fiercely. The troll guard asked in horror, "You, who are you?" Karuna swung his sword, striking straight down. The troll guard tried to block with his axe, but the blade of light was too powerful to be stopped. The troll guard growled, his bloodshot eyes full of hatred. Bastard. He had completely lost his mind, only bloodthirsty instinct remaining. Karuna finished off the troll guard with a piercing sword strike. He collapsed, fresh blood staining the stone floor red. Karuna stood tall amidst the pool of blood, his sword still glowing. The mission was complete, but his gaze remained cold, devoid of emotion. Kang Seol silently assessed. He is certainly very strong. But he also realized, however, I can also see that he has weakened significantly compared to before. Kang Seol continued to ponder. If it were before he lost his power, he could have killed this guy instantly. He bowed his head, then told himself, regardless, no matter how regrettable, I couldn't have done otherwise. Karuna had completed his mission, taking the stone key from the treasure vault guard. He approached the chained treasure vault door, the key in his hand. Karuna pondered, fully aware of the choices and secrets hidden behind this door. This was the Stone Fist, a treasure bestowed by the Earth Dragon Tancred, the source of all conflict. But this gift was also a curse, plunging the tribe into countless wars fueled by greed. To quell the conflict, the mages used the Brotherhood curse to bind the 5 leaders. The 5 friendly brothers was just a name. In reality, they were 5 enemies bound by the curse. Kang Seol appeared, and Karuna decided to only take the key, not touching the stone fist. A cold void, enough to sow chaos. The Vault Guard had fallen. The madness-inducing drug would throw the tribe into chaos, forcing the leaders to come here. No one wanted the stone fist to fall into another's hands. That was why they would come. With angry eyes, the red-haired troll leader ordered, "Destroy it!" A terrifying surge of power erupted, tearing apart the chains in the door. Amidst the dust and dazzling light, 3 burly figures appeared. They were the leaders, and the first thing that caught their eyes was the stone fist. Amidst the thick dust, the stone fist still stood tall, incredibly intact. Who had caused this chaotic scene? A question echoed. A troll leader growled, his sharp fangs grinding. Fury erupted in his eyes. "Who committed this heinous crime?" The cloaked leader roared, his gaze sweeping over those around him. "There's definitely a traitor among us." The red-haired troll quickly denied. "Don't suspect me. I just arrived right when the chaos erupted." Suddenly, the red-haired troll spun around, pointing directly at Jamad, his eyes full of resentment. "Jamad, you're definitely behind all this. Do you want to seize the stone fist and kill us?" Jamad, with a terrifyingly calm expression, subtly smirked. "You fool! Have you forgotten the Brotherhood curse our ancestors placed upon us?" "Bastard!" Another leader with short horns roared, cutting off the argument. "This is not the time for such actions. The stone fist is safe. We must quell the chaos immediately." The entire tribe was plunged into chaos, growls, and the clash of weapons echoing everywhere. The situation was extremely tense. The cloaked leader reluctantly conceded. "His words have merit. I'll back down for now." "But Jamad, your ambition has been exposed." "If you act recklessly, the entire Stonehound tribe will turn against you." The red-haired troll roared his command. "Now go in. Whoever is still sane, protect the treasure vault until a new door is built. If anyone dares to touch the stone fist, kill them immediately." Jamad stood there, his sharp, cold eyes sweeping over the chaotic scene, a faint smile fleeting across his lips. Jamad turned his back, striding calmly through the scattered rubble of the treasure vault, as if nothing concerned him. He looked back one last time, his eyes gleaming with deep calculation, harboring conspiracies unknown to anyone. The bodies of the 2 treasure vault guards lay sprawled on the ground, fresh blood staining it, evidence of the fierce battle that had just taken place. The red-haired troll stepped in, looking around the wreckage with a scowl. "Damn it, my dwelling has been completely destroyed." He took a deep breath, trying to calm the madness raging in his veins. First, I must suppress this madness. Then I'll figure everything else out." The red-haired troll suddenly flinched, his eyes wide as a sense of unease surged directly into his mind. In the deep darkness of the cave, a voice echoed, full of horror, asking who was hiding there. Kang Seol stood there, receiving a system notification. The mage Magada had discovered his identity. The disguise potion had worn off, but he had completely mastered the troll language. The red-haired troll leader was stunned, muttering that he couldn't believe he had been exposed, then told himself that perhaps everything was already too obvious. Kang Seol mused that even though Magada was the weakest of the 5 brothers, he was still a leader mage. However, the plan to destroy the treasure vault entrance had succeeded, sowing seeds of doubt among the brothers. The red-haired troll's bloodshot eyes suddenly flared with rage, and he growled, recognizing the one behind it all. "Bastard!" he roared, lunging to attack. "You are the one who caused this chaos in the tribe, human!" Kang Seol coldly ordered. "Karuna, kill him." The silhouette of the Moonlight Knight appeared behind him, ready to act. Night fell upon the jagged, rocky peaks. A crescent moon hung suspended, illuminating a desolate scene. The ground was cracked and stained with fresh blood. A mesmerizing blue streak of light flashed by, a trace of a fierce battle. The red-haired troll's axe lay abandoned on the blood-stained ground as he groaned in pain. The red-haired troll collapsed, blood gushing, angry and pained roars erupting from his throat. He raised his head, his bloodshot eyes full of hatred, letting out a feeble gasp, his breath ragged. Karuna stood tall, his moonlight sword shining brightly. You devilish bastard." He unleashed his skill, Moonlight Soaring Heaven. Phase 1, Waning Moon. The red-haired troll gasped for breath, his eyes vacant. He mumbled something about Magada's brothers before finally collapsing. After Karuna finished off the red-haired troll, a dark curse from the mage Magada suddenly surged, striking Kang Seol. His strength and agility were halved for an entire week. Kang Seol looked down at where Magada had fallen, silently contemplating the curse. He knew it would directly affect him, not be shared with his comrades as usual. He had anticipated this. As a dark summoner, a reduction in strength or agility didn't significantly impact his strategy. The adventure's objective was complete. Now, it was time to consider the rewards. Kang Seol opened the stone door, facing threats of revenge from the remaining foes. He remained calm, as if prepared for anything. Everywhere, fires blazed to the sky, devouring everything. The battle had left a scene of desolation and ruin. Things are only going to get busier, Kang Seol thought to himself. Amidst the sea of flames and the desperate cries of those trying to prevent the destruction, the shouts of "Die!" echoed, blending with the sight of trolls falling, spears and lances deeply embedded in their bodies. A merciless sweep. Thick, black smoke billowed from the chieftain's headquarters. "This is bad. What happened to Lord Magada?" The panicked screams of the trolls. In a deep cave, darkness enveloped everything, and mysterious passage leading deep into the earth. A faint light led the way to a vast space. Here, the Rock Canine's tribe council was being convened. 3 burly troll chieftains, with angry faces and fierce aura, entered the cave, searching for someone. The black-armored troll roared, his eyes glowing red. "Jamad!" In the corner of the cave, Jamad sat with his back turned, long white hair flowing down. "We know you're here, Jamad! Show yourself!" One of them yelled loudly. Jamad slowly turned his head, his eyes revealing a profound, mysterious look. He finally revealed himself, with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs. "Ah, brothers, you've arrived." His voice was deep and authoritative. A simple wooden house appeared amidst the silent night, moonlight shimmering like crystal dust on the leaves. A temporary refuge in a chaotic world. While the troll chieftains were discussing important matters, Kang Seol was busy with kitchen work, surprising those who were watching him. The black-haired young man calmly stirred the pan, the flickering fire illuminating his face, as if nothing around him concerned him. He poured special ingredients into the pan, including a mysterious blue seed called moon seed, a special grade item. The moon seed offered 2 main effects, permanently increasing stats or granting transformation abilities. Kang Seol had made his choice. In a different situation, I would have chosen to permanently increase my stats. But now, I can't, he muttered, deciding to save the transformation ability for the final battle. The dish was complete, and he gently scooped it onto a plate. The most common way to absorb the moon seed was through cooking. A notification appeared. Stir-fried vegetables with special seeds completed. Cooking skills slightly increased. Willpower permanently increased by 1. He recalled the recipe. Kang Seol tasted the dish. It was a bit bland due to lack of seasoning. But that wasn't important. Amidst the chaos of the world, finding a normal house to shelter in was already a great success. The plate was empty. The dish had been fully absorbed, yielding a special effect. The moon seed's special effect is activated. You can use the moon phase transformation ability for 1 day. All preparations were complete. Looking through the hole in the roof, Kang Seol knew that if Jamad's brothers had gathered to show their allegiance, it was time for him to end things. In the deep cave, Jamad sat within a ritual circle, listening to the questioning of another troll chieftain. "You'd best choose your words carefully, Jamad." Jamad's glowing red eyes flashed in the darkness. Sharp fangs bared, signaling an unavoidable confrontation. The accusation rang out sharply. "We suspect you. Answer truthfully." The black-armored one continued to question, growling. "Did you take advantage of the chaos to murder Magada?" Jamad subtly curled his lip, his glowing red eyes flashing with a cold glint. "So, Magata is dead." He turned, his gaze sweeping over the chieftains. "All right, I understand. There's certainly an enemy hidden within this tribe." He continued to elaborate, his tone full of hidden meaning. "The reason we went mad, perhaps it was due to the blood we drank earlier." Jamad revealed the cruel plan, mixing poison into the blood everyone was about to drink, driving them mad. He continued coldly. Then secretly attacking the treasury, killing the quartermaster to steal the stone fist. He concluded, his eyes full of contempt. And audacious enough to eliminate Magada. Something those greedy weaklings couldn't do. He smirked, clenching his hand, which wore glowing stone armor. "Indeed, that is my way." Jamad stood tall, his stone fist glowing brightly. "That's why my brothers couldn't help but suspect me." 2 chieftains' eyes widened in horror. "The stone fist! This bastard took the stone fist, so you are the mastermind." A scene of bloodshed unfolded, the accusation echoing. "You dare reveal your ambition, stealing the stone fist? Traitor, don't expect a peaceful death." Jamad raised the glowing stone fist high, his face cold as he admitted. "Indeed, I did it all." The staff-wielding chieftain roared, magic erupting. "You are utterly arrogant, Jamad. Do you think killing the ancestors will free you from dark magic?" The black-armored one charged like a storm. "Kill Jamad! That bastard is using the stone fist to conquer the tribe." Cornered, Tyrant Jamad roared, power from the stone fist erupting, ready to tear apart anyone in his way. With bloodshot eyes, the troll frantically screamed, channeling all his strength into the blazing stone fist. Without hesitation, Jamad unleashed a destructive attack. Brilliant golden energy tearing through the night, sweeping everything away. He spun like a whirlwind, the stone fist drawing a circle of death, crushing earth and stone, creating a terrifying earthquake. The tyrant's terrifying power stunned his enemies. "What the hell is this horrifying strength?" the black-armored troll exclaimed in terror. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as a red-cloaked troll was struck, fresh blood staining the air, and he collapsed in pain. "Miam, no!" A desperate cry rang out as a hooded troll was pierced, black blood gushing, and he fell. Amidst the rubble, Jamaad stood tall, undeterred by the enemy still charging at him. He had already struck down many who dared to confront him. He was wounded and coughing up blood. The sorcerer, Miam's curse, gnawing at his lungs. "I see," Jamaad murmured. "Why you targeted me?" Surrounded, Jamaad coldly looked at the traitors. "You've been waiting for this moment, to kill me and seize the chieftain's position, haven't you? This opportunity must truly delight you." Dark power surged, enveloping Jamaad. He stood there, like an unyielding mountain amidst the storm of betrayal. "How long do you intend to rely on the stone fist?" the red-cloaked one roared. "That power is not something a sorcerer can control!" Jamaad roared, his body undergoing a terrifying transformation. Rigid blue stone blocks enveloped him, turning the tyrant into a living fortress. A rain of arrows flew, embedding themselves in Jamaad's stone armor. He looked up at the sky, whispering, "O Mother Earth Tancred, if stone fangs must shed blood, I am willing to obey your will." Tyrant Jamaad faced the staff wielder, his eyes blazing. A furious roar tore through the air, preparing for the decisive blow. Tyrant Jamaad roared. His blazing red stone fist descended, crushing the black-armored troll. The sound of shattering bones echoed, blood splattering in the chaotic night. He was relentless, each punch a declaration of war. The blood of the useless would dye the battlefield red, but it would not be his blood. Trog's furious roar echoed, an ancient curse of dizziness descending upon Jamaad. The sensation of distorted space, his strength and will to fight severely diminished. The shock from the curse made the tyrant stumble, his heavy stone body collapsing. He tried to brace himself, but the dizziness blurred his vision. Amidst the scattered troll corpses, Jamaad panted. His stone fist still blazed, but each breath was heavy. This battle had taken too much. Another curse, Tron's heart disease, gnawed at his vitality. Jamaad growled. These troublesome bastards, he knew he was being played. "Now, I am the tribe's sole pillar," he told himself, his eyes blazing. "I must rally them, turn this situation around." An iron resolve flared up. Suddenly, a figure glided forward. Jamaad roared in alarm. "Who's there?" The silver-armored Moonlight Knight, holding a blue light sword, stood blocking the way. Without a word, the elf knight swung her sword. The moonlight blade sliced through the air, carrying a chilling, killing intent, aimed directly at the tyrant. A dazzling sword strike tore through the night, colliding with Jamaad's stone body, creating a fierce explosion of light. Dust and stone fragments scattered. Jamaad stood firm, but the surprise attack forced him back. He stared at his assailant, his eyes full of doubt and fury. The Moonlight Knight was not alone. She turned her back to Jamaad, standing beside a mysterious man, who was smiling meaningfully. The black-cloaked man spoke, his tone full of contempt. "You shouldn't fight your own brothers." He looked at Jamaad with cold eyes. "You should maintain peace." He smirked, his purple eyes flashing with cunning. Karuna stood beside him, her sword still glowing brightly, like a loyal puppet. His blood boiling, Jamaad finally realized. "So it was you," he roared, "the one who orchestrated all of this." His eyes blazed with hatred. An enigmatic figure walks, mystical blue energy surrounding their feet, signaling a powerful arrival. Moonlight Knight Karuna appears. Her light sword shines brighter than ever, absorbing moonlight power at a terrifying speed, far surpassing legend. Jamaad gasps. Blood splattered on his armor, his eyes filled with contempt. He mutters, "Those idiotic younger brothers wouldn't be able to do this." The mountain's power is not yet depleted. Jamaad's stone fist erupts, glowing like lava, ready to crush everything in its path. The black-armored troll's crimson eyes stare, gleaming with fury. He growls, "Devil, do you want this mountain?" The mastermind reveals himself, standing there with a sinister smile. He casually holds a staff, his purple eyes full of calculation, as if everything is within his grasp. Tyrant Jamaad roars, shaking heaven and earth. His body transforms, covered in red and blue stone, creating a terrifying tremor. Then come and take it. Two forces clash. Jamaad with his fiery stone fist, Karuna with her azure light sword. They charge at each other like two meteorites, creating a shocking collision. Karuna's light sword slashes forward, clashing fiercely with Jamaad's stone fist. Sparks fly, creating a spectacular battle scene. Though pushed back, Jamaad stands firm. His red and blue stone body remains resilient, his fiery eyes unwavering against the attack. The tyrant stomps his foot, the ground cracking like a spiderweb. Golden energy explodes. Large rocks scatter, forming a storm of power, not to be outdone. Karuna gracefully spins, creating a dazzling blue light sword vortex, ready to counterattack with terrifying speed. The black-cloaked figure observes from afar, his eyes cold as ice. He calmly remarks, "These two are evenly matched." The two warriors charge at each other again. Jamaad still has his stone fist, but the black-cloaked figure knows well that he is exhausted after the battle with those trolls. The tide is gradually turning. At this rate, the black-cloaked figure asserts, Karuna can completely defeat Tyrant Jamaad. Jamaad growls, his stone fist ablaze. He challenges, "Do you think that's all it takes to overcome this mountain?" His eyes are filled with defiance. In the decisive moment, Moonlight Knight Karuna unleashes her sword, dazzling light clashing fiercely with her opponent's attack. The black-cloaked figure observes from the sidelines, a sinister smile evident on his lips, as if everything is part of his plan. The battle continues relentlessly. Karuna and Jamaad charging at each other, their light sword and fiery stone fist creating earth-shattering blows. After a fierce collision, Karuna steps back, stomping her foot hard on the ground, a frustrated "damn it" escaping her lips. Her bones ache, a penalty after using Shadow Summon. A steep price for power. Though exhausted, Karuna still wonders, can I fight Jamaad with only 20% of my power? She knew Jamaad should have been weakened by the curse of resentment, but the reality was completely different. Tyrant Jamaad roars, his crimson eyes asserting, Jamaad is the mountain. His power remains towering, unyielding. Karuna gritted her teeth, blocking Jamaad's fiery stone punch, her eyes resolute yet filled with worry. Jamaad continues to roar, his petrified body shaking, declaring grandly, "This entire world lies beneath my feet." He stomps his foot, the ground cracking, tremors spreading everywhere. Karuna retreats, her light sword tracing a cold, sharp arc, preparing for the final counterattack. Standing beside the black-cloaked figure, Karuna muses, if only there was a way to turn this situation around. The black-cloaked figure replies, his tone mysterious, "It's not impossible. However, we must find the right moment." He looks towards Jamaad, who is growling, his body ablaze with energy. Jamaad roars, shaking heaven and earth, energy surging, preparing to unleash a destructive earthquake. Jamaad roars, shaking heaven and earth, energy surging, preparing to unleash a destructive earthquake, the ground cracking under his power. In a life-or-death moment, Karuna dodges the destructive attack, her azure sword flashing like lightning amidst the scattering rock fragment. The Moonlight Knight grips her sword hilt tightly, her azure eyes burning with fierce determination, ready to face the tyrant's wrath. Jamaad charges with a fiery fist, his body transforming into stone, while Karuna raises her sword to block, the situation incredibly tense. The tyrant lets out a resounding roar, his crimson eyes blazing with fury, power surging like a volcano about to erupt. Karuna gritted her teeth, pouring all her strength into her sword, fending off Jamaad's colossal stone fist, the ground shaking violently once more. The black-cloaked man observes, his sharp eyes, noticing something amiss. Something's not right. He knew well that Jamaad's stone fist skill was originally an extremely powerful attack, but came with a recoil that harmed the user. He should have been shattered by the recoil of stone fist by now. Is something wrong? Did I miss something? Power! He thought to himself, his face bewildered. But Jamaad roared again, power surging violently, crimson cracks running across his stone body. Power is overflowing from my body. The black-cloaked man realized the truth in shock. Instead of weakening Jamaad, it seems using stone fist grants him more power. The tyrant attacks furiously, roaring menacingly. I will crush you invaders. He swings his colossal stone fist, determined to destroy everything in his path. I will smash you all. Karuna gritted her teeth, pouring all her strength into each sword strike, blue light exploding to counter the deadly blow. And annihilate you, Jamaad roared. The black-cloaked man ponders. He should have run out of energy after using stone fist so many times, but how can he still use magic? This means the horrifying truth becomes clear. It cannot be denied. Stone Fist has transformed into Mountain Fist. A shocking revelation. In the books, there was only a small passage about Mountain Fist, stating that Stone Fist would transform into it upon absorbing the spirit of the earth. There were no other records. This is an Easter egg of the world that has become reality. The mastermind is stunned, wondering, why? The attack method I've used for the past 17 years with the 5 troll brothers should have prevented all variables. He looks at Jamaad, the tyrant who's exploding with power. According to the plan, the exiled one would cause chaos, and the first one would kill the brothers with the curse of resentment. But then he suddenly realizes, the first? Could this be the first time we've faced Jamaad? On the battlefield, Karuna and Jamaad charge at each other like a storm. Her light sword clashes fiercely with the tyrant's blazing mountain fist, creating violent shockwaves. In the 5 brothers event, the first one is chosen randomly, and the difficulty depends on that person. So, Is Jamad's existence a variable? He shouts, his face panicked. The mastermind's warning shout rings out, "Karuna, be careful!" But it's too late. Jamad's mountain fist strikes down, creating a terrifying explosion that shakes the entire battlefield. The devastating punch sends Karuna flying, her light sword trembling. She gritted her teeth in endurance, while the mastermind behind her was also affected by the aftershocks, grimacing and crying out in pain. Amidst a sea of rubble, Jamad stands tall, his body of blue and red stone blazing with fire. The tyrant raises his head, his crimson eyes demonstrating his absolute power. The entire battlefield is engulfed in thick smoke and dust, shattered rocks flying everywhere. The scene is desolate, as if it had just endured a terrifying earthquake, nothing left intact. Karuna kneels, trying to brace herself with her sword. She is severely wounded. The mastermind behind her also clutches his chest, his face pale, injured and coughing up blood, gasping, "Cough!" Unable to withstand the shock, the mastermind collapses to the ground, his staff flying far away. He lies motionless, seemingly having lost consciousness, sinking into darkness. Meanwhile, Jamad still stands firm like a mountain, completely unharmed. The tyrant looks down at the devastated battlefield, his eyes blazing with victory, utterly dominant. Karuna lies slumped amidst the rubble, her blue hair disheveled. She is completely exhausted, her eyes lifelessly staring into space, her fate as fragile as a candle in the wind. In the midst of despair, a voice rings out, "Snowman, let's run too." The image of a black-haired boy appears under a starry sky, evoking a distant, mysterious memory. "This is a memory from my past," the black-haired boy muses, recalling the legendary time when Snowman had not yet taken form. A fateful moment, when everything was just beginning. Back then, he was the captain. But due to a fatal mistake, the members pushed the pieces into danger. The image of the boy facing a giant troll becomes clear, full of drama. The red-masked figure coldly suggested sacrificing a few pawns to preserve their forces. But the fedora-wearing, white and red-masked man resolutely refused because everyone had put in too much effort to get here. The red-masked figure casually said that new pawns could be replaced. But the fedora-wearing man shook his head, his voice deep and muffled. He wasn't talking about the players. So, what was he talking about? "The pawns!" the fedora-wearing man growled, images of resilient warriors appearing. He couldn't abandon those who had fought with all their might, couldn't easily discard their efforts. From another corner, the blonde-haired, black-masked figure sighed wearily, while the cat-masked woman remarked, "That's too reckless." On the three-dimensional map, tiny pawns are confronting the giant troll. A question rings out, full of hidden meaning. Can the impossible be done? The fedora-wearing man muses. Pawns that neither fight nor flee will die first. They cannot win by strength, nor by hiding. But there is still one path. The purple-masked woman speaks, reminding him of the miracle Snowman's pawns once created. Now is the time for him to make a decision, to face danger as always. The fedora-wearing man, his face tense, relays the command, "Number 3. Swing your sword at the giant Zer's ankle." A strange instruction, yet full of hope. The purple-masked woman is skeptical, wondering if Snowman's sword strike can save his comrades. The dice wielder rolls the fated number. The probability of success is truly too low. The dice have been rolled, the number 18 clearly visible. The black-haired boy, young Kang Seol, watches with hopeful eyes. "I hope you will create your miracle." A colossal staff plunges into the ground, creating cracks and dazzling light. Is it the result of the fated dice roll, or a sudden attack? The black-cloaked figure, the mastermind, groans in pain as he collapses. Behind him, Moonlight Knight Karuna is still fighting resiliently, her azure sword shining brightly. Jamad, the tyrant troll, is covered in blood and emitting a crimson glow. He roars, declaring he will finish everyone, destructive power erupting. The black-cloaked figure wakes up in a panic. Jamad is preparing to unleash his landslide attack. He wonders how long he was unconscious, and how long Karuna has maintained her crescent moon state. Karuna's power explodes. The third phase of Moonlight Sky Slash has entered its full moon stage. The elf pours all her remaining strength, unleashing a fatal blow. The moment is now. Jamad roars in fury, facing the destructive attack from the Moonlight Knight. The battle of life and death has reached its climax. The Moonlight Knight's decisive blow clashed with Jamad's furious power. "You will be crushed by Tancred's might," the troll roared, refusing to back down from the moonlit blade. The mastermind fell, blood staining his cloak, but his eyes still blazed. It's not over yet. He gritted his teeth, placing his last hope entirely on the elf. Tyrant Jamad roared, the surrounding earth and rocks cracking open. His landslide power activated, turning the battlefield into hell, ready to bury everything. The elf gripped her sword of light, a brilliant full moon matrix glowing beneath her feet. This was Moonlight Sky Slash in its full moon phase. power exploding to its limit. The play begins on the moonlit stage, a voice echoed. The elf, Moonlight Knight Karuna, was the protagonist, standing defiantly amidst the magical vortex. Jamaad didn't flinch. The giant troll charged like a whirlwind, his fiery stone fists tearing through the air, determined to crush his opponent. Against Jamaad's colossal might, Karuna remained resolute. She held her head high, her blue eyes blazing, ready to receive the fatal blow. Karuna swung her sword, creating a swirling vortex of blue energy around her. Jamaad's eyes widened, seemingly unable to believe what was happening. The full moon's light poured down, increasing Karuna's stats by 50% while reducing all enemies' stats by 20%. Be humble, a whisper echoed. Absolute power, now hers. What? Jamaad roared in astonishment, his body trembling under the magical pressure. Karuna's curse and power were slowly eroding him. The mastermind, though gravely wounded, still tried to lift his head. Don't lose, Karuna, he whispered, entrusting all his hope to the elf. Karuna's gaze was firm, without a hint of hesitation. Now, everything was ready for the finishing blow. I will fulfill this will, she declared, her power reaching its peak. The system confirmed. Stats sufficient. The sword of light tore through space, transforming into a destructive torrent of blue energy. Moonlight Sky Slash had upgraded to complete Moonlight Slash. Jamaad roared in agony, his body pierced by the blue light, his violent power being crushed. A blinding explosion erupted, Karuna's blue light clashing with Jamaad's fiery red. The fate of both would be decided. In this moment, the Moonlight Knight's decisive blow struck, piercing Jamaad. The shadow summoner Kang Seol was also not spared. He clutched his wound, roaring in pain. The ground trembled, fragments from the horrific explosion scattering, creating a desolate and haunting scene. Amidst the ruined battlefield, a solitary cross stood tall, like a reminder of sacrifices and cruel fate. Jamaad, the mountain priest, was now just a bruised mass of flesh, heavy breaths escaping his injured chest. He was exhausted. The tyrant's colossal body knelt, glowing cracks on his skin, serving as proof of the devastating power he had just endured. With bloodshot eyes full of hatred, Jamaad growled, calling Kang Seol a demon, then corrected himself to Shadow Summoner. Amidst the ruins, Kang Seol stood, staff gripped tightly in hand, his gaze firm as he looked directly at his fallen opponent. Jamaad coughed violently, fresh blood gushing out. He tried to reach out, his voice broken. Take me away. The tyrant roared in despair, his body trembling. It can't end here! I still have things to do! Kang Seol took a decisive step, the sound of his boots on rubble echoing amidst the deadly silence. A flash of blue light, Kang Seol's blade pierced straight into Jamaad's chest, ending the bloody battle. Jamaad fell, motionless. Kang Seol stood over his corpse, receiving a notification about the hatred and the skin disease curse from the mountain priest. The observers were astonished. He really defeated them? He did it? Rewards were improved, treasures upgraded, and Kang Seol had completed the adventure. The screen displayed a series of new achievements Kang Seol had unlocked, from Bad Brother to Lonely Child. The observers were ecstatic. Details of Kang Seol's titles and special abilities were clearly displayed, along with endless praise from those watching. Meanwhile, Karuna also gained experience and unlocked abilities, though her summoning power only reached 40% of its original. Jamaad was dead, and Kang Seol had won. The scarred young man mused. Usually, monsters utterly hated being turned into shadow spirits, as it was a forceful snatching from eternal slumber, only to serve their killer. However, Tyrant Jamaad was different. He had actively requested to be summoned, even with death still etched clearly on his face. Jamaad was truly an unpredictable variable, an anomaly. He complicated the game, acting beyond all expectations. The young man didn't know if bringing this anomaly along would be a blessing or a curse. For reasons unknown, an idea formed in his mind as his hand reached out into the air. Submit, he commanded. There was no other choice. If he didn't subdue Jamaad now, the victory would only be half complete. He had to finish what he started. Shadows surged, dark energy erupting around Kang Seol. Purple lightning tore through the air, signaling an imminent summoning ritual. Under the summoning power, Jamaad gradually transformed. His eyes glowed with a terrifying red light, darkness enveloping his body, signaling a powerful return. Tyrant Jamaad was reborn as a shadow spirit, his red eyes looking directly at Kang Seol. Demon, I will be with you, he whispered. Although his summoning rank was low, his high intelligence allowed him to retain all of his stone armor abilities. Furthermore, Jamaad also recovered his earthquake ability, thanks to his superior intelligence. However, the power of this shadow spirit only reached 32% of its original. Jamaad turned to Kang Seol, his eyes glowing red. However, I still have one thing to do, he said. Kang Seol was surprised. One thing you need to do? Jamaad looked down at the 4 troll corpses strewn on the ground. It's to collect the bodies of my brethren. An unexpected request. Jamaad's shadow spirit reached down, a surge of dark energy enveloping the bodies. What did he intend to do with them? Magical energy flowed from the corpses into Jamad. He was using magic absorption to devour Magada's power, raising his total summoning strength to 34%. So this was his purpose. Magic absorption, a bizarre talent, allowing him to seize the power of deceased mages. Truly an unpredictable anomaly. Jamad continued to absorb Tron's magic, bringing his summoning power to 40%. He muttered, "At least, in death, we are still together." Blue energy erupted around Jamad. "This mountain will hold you within me," he declared, completing the absorption. Tyrant Jamad, now a level 3 shadow spirit, possessed the magic absorption talent. Thick dust and smoke covered the mountaintop, where the fierce battle had just concluded. A desolate, gloomy sight. Wails of despair echoed everywhere. "It's over. Jamad is dead. All our brethren are gone. The stone dogs are finished." Despair enveloped them. Death still lurked on this mountaintop. A troll warrior fell, blood staining the grass. But from the ashes, shocking news emerged. Sharpstone Mountain had been liberated, and 2 secret dungeons, Frozen Relic and Shifting Sky, had opened. Snowman's great achievement sparked a revolution. News of his defeat of the Stone Dogs at Sharpstone Mountain spread throughout Pandela, changing the landscape of the Eternal World. Snowman's reputation echoed into the farthest corners of Pandela. Gold merchants and caravans ceaselessly praised his glorious feat. The free city of Kongori escaped the threat of the Stone Dogs. Its people would forever remember the name Snowman, the savior who brought them peace. Even Earth Dragon Tancred could not hear the sad news about the Stone Dogs. Pandela's power structure had changed. Countless new adventures were unlocked, and adventurer points were added. He sighed, his purple eyes glinting with weariness. The worldview changes based on player achievements. It will certainly never be boring, he muttered, looking at the notification. This is the last one, he thought to himself, looking at the spiky, skull-shaped treasure chest. The long string of notifications finally ended. Now was the time to check the most precious reward. The Stone Dog's holy relic. The chest opened, a blinding flash of light erupting, illuminating the entire space. A sound echoed like clashing metal, signaling an extraordinary item was about to appear. Level sword. Stat points were added. A series of precious items appeared. Mountain Authority, Holy Relic, Stone Cloak, Soul Root, along with countless gold and silver coins. Mountain Authority, he exclaimed in surprise. Mountain Authority, an incredible holy relic, radiated brilliant light. It carried the power of Earth Dragon Tancred, enhancing all stats and magical regeneration. An item so overpowered it was controversial. "I'll equip this to Jamad," Kang Seol thought to himself. Tyrant Jamad, with his muscular physique, now wore the Mountain Authority. His power seemingly multiplied manifold. He donned the Stone Cloak, a rare garment that enhanced stamina and willpower. "It's pretty good," he remarked. The new attire made Kang Seol look much more professional. Soul Root, a special item with unknown uses. I'll try cooking it sometime later if I get the chance, Kang Seol mused. He always knew how to utilize everything to grow stronger. Surrounded by brilliant light, Kang Seol flashed a confident smile. "Just this much will do," he murmured to himself, his gaze firm as he looked ahead, ready for the next challenges. Blinding light enveloped Kang Seol, signaling well-deserved rewards after the arduous battle. "This reward, I must say, is pretty decent," he muttered to himself. In an instant, space seemed to tear apart, leaving only brilliant streaks of light and the young man's feet walking through the void. When the light faded, Kang Seol unexpectedly found himself standing in an unfamiliar city, surrounded by people with panicked expressions. He was surprised. A wounded man exclaimed in fear, both their eyes filled with shock. "What the hell is this? Where am I?" Everywhere were screams and calls for loved ones. A trembling brown-haired girl, a worried woman with her hair in a bun, the entire crowd shared a profound fear. Amidst the chaos, Kang Seol remained calmer, a system notification appearing before his eyes. What is this space? A score ranking? Is this a new feature of the official version? Before him was a ranking of top adventurers, with incredibly high scores. The top spot belonged to an anonymous player with over 320,000 points. The crowd buzzed, indignant cries rising. "What? 320,000 points? Ridiculous! I only got 50,000 points." A bald, tattooed man angrily questioned. Who the hell is this 320,000 point guy? Does he know what's happening? Or is he hiding his name because he feels guilty?" Amidst the shouts, Kang Seol maintained a calm expression, listening to the calls from the crowd. "Does anyone know what's happening? Those at the top of the rankings? Reveal yourselves." The black-haired young man scanned the crowd, carefully observing the bewildered faces around him. He thought to himself, all the words he heard were Korean. It seems the players gathered here are all Korean. Kang Seol suddenly recalled Gordon's words about the world merger between their world and Pandya, the eternal world. It seems this is a large-scale event, far beyond a national level, he continued to deduce. In other words, not only Koreans came to the eternal world, but perhaps this is just a Korean server. Suddenly, a new notification appeared, interrupting his train of thought. Rest period begins. First stop. Free City of Kongori. Detailed information about the Free City of Kongori appeared. A prosperous city in Pandya, where adventurers must rest and train for 30 days to prepare for their next adventure. A gentle breeze swept past, carrying the mysterious rustle of leaves. The deep blue sky opened up, signaling a new beginning. The towering city gate appeared, and a bustling crowd murmured, "A month's rest? What the hell is going on? So they're not just leaving us to die?" Questions poured in. Confusion enveloped them. Amidst the crowd, Kang Seol remained calm, his hand gripping his staff tightly. Beside him, the brown-haired girl looked at her adventurer ID card with a puzzled expression, wondering how to use it. Despite the chaos, Kang Seol didn't hesitate, striding straight towards the gate. Huh? Where's that guy going? Astonished eyes followed his retreating figure. The black-haired young man held up his ID card, his gaze firm as he looked straight ahead. The crowd behind him was still jostling, but he had his own objective. One of the guards nodded, signaling approval. The gate was open, and the path ahead was ready to welcome the pioneers. "What? We can go in?" The crowd erupted in excitement and panic. "Just get in first. We'll worry about the important stuff tomorrow." They pushed and shoved, trying to escape the uncertainty. A chaotic scene erupted before the city gate. "Don't push! Get out of the way!" Shouts and shoves echoed, everyone eager to quickly enter the new sanctuary. Looking down from above, the city of Kongori appeared with its tightly packed rooftops. How many people have they crammed into one city like this? A worried question rang out. Kang Seol walked down the street, deep in thought. The ID card was proof of entry into the city, but the number of people transferred here was too large. He knew trouble awaited ahead. He continued to deduce. If he included the teams that had been annihilated in the previous adventure, perhaps some adventurers had completed their missions and arrived in this city earlier. And if that were true, a major problem would arise. "There definitely won't be any empty rooms left," he muttered, realizing the urgency of the situation. The old door creaked open, and Kang Seol stood there, his gaze resolute. He was ready to face the first challenge in this free city. Inside the tavern, a bearded man was wiping glasses, looking up to ask, "Who's there?" Kang Seol replied concisely, "I want to rent a room. Please show your ID first," the tavern manager said. Kang Seol didn't say much, simply placing his card silently on the counter. "Are there any rooms available?" Kang Seol asked. "Only one expensive room left," the bearded man replied. "I'll take that room." He didn't hesitate. He asked how long the rental was for, and the tavern manager replied curtly, 1 month. "A month?" Kang Seol was surprised, but the manager merely shrugged, demanding 10 gold coins. "That's really expensive," he muttered, but still accepted the exorbitant price. Seeing that he didn't change his mind, the manager offered an additional deal. For just 2 more gold coins, he would get both food and a bath. Kang Seol didn't think twice, nodding in agreement. "Ha ha ha, you're quite generous," the manager laughed heartily, pointing upstairs. "The room is on the upper floor, to the right." The wooden door creaked open, revealing a simple but cozy room. A temporary refuge in this unfamiliar city. He stepped in, his cloak gently swaying. Finally, a place to rest my head. Kang Seol sighed in relief, his eyes scanning the room. But before he could fall asleep, a familiar shadow gradually emerged from the darkness, with cold purple eyes. The Moonlight Knight was ready. Kang Seol lay down on the bed, instructing the shadow entity, "While I sleep, don't let anything happen. Understood?" The Moonlight Knight replied, silently standing guard. Sleep came, but it was far from peaceful. His face contorted, harboring deep-seated obsession. For over 24 hours he hadn't slept a wink. A terrifying nightmare relentlessly haunted him, turning every day into a living hell. Kang Seol woke up with a stark, cold sweat breaking out. The nightmare still lingered, leaving him utterly exhausted. His eyes were dull, a sense of unease welling up. Was this a premonition of something terrible about to happen? A familiar scene appeared in his mind. The mysterious round room, blinding light. Could it be? I'm returning to that place again? He stood there, amidst a dark, undefined space, his eyes empty. The familiar feeling was chilling. He sighed, realizing this was just another lucid dream. An endless loop of haunting memories. Darkness enveloped him, making it impossible to distinguish directions. "I don't know where I am anymore. At least this isn't heaven," he told himself, his footsteps sinking into nothingness. Amidst the void, a strange system notification appeared, announcing the arrival of the Merchant of Madness named Janet. Kang Seol was surprised. silently wondering about the meaning of these words. The space around the young man suddenly glowed with mystical streaks of purple, red, and blue, as if foreshadowing a significant event about to unfold. From within the reddish-purple mist, a pair of fair legs emerged, wearing Geta sandals and golden ankle bracelets, creating strange ripples. A mysterious voice echoed, sniffing Kang Seol's scent. A face wearing a red Hanya demon mask with long white hair gradually revealed itself. The mysterious woman smugly declared that she had found Kang Seol before someone named Terard, gracefully walking on the rippling water. Kang Seol, though surprised, maintained his composure, asking for the identity of this uninvited guest. The masked woman seemed surprised by Kang Seol's calmness, then asked if the young man was human. She extended her hand, reassuring Kang Seol that a skilled merchant like her wouldn't intimidate her customers. Then she bowed formally, introducing herself as Janet, one of the intermediary merchants overseeing the world merger process. Kang Seol was stunned by the unfamiliar concepts. Intermediary and world merger? Janet sighed, saying that dealing with those who had been sold was difficult, causing Kang Seol to ask in astonishment, "I've been sold? Or have humans been sold?" The young man questioned, demanding an explanation as Janet revealed that the master had sold the inhabitants of two worlds, along with the merger. Janet smiled mysteriously, explaining that humans had been sold to the inhabitants of other worlds, those who had mocked them all this time. She continued to expose the horrifying truth. Humans were no different from gladiators or slaves sold to a circus, and the audience paid madness as an admission fee. A bloody arena scene appeared, the audience cheering wildly. Janet explained that madness was the opposing force to faith, which powered the world. Finally, Janet introduced herself as a merchant who sold items in exchange for the madness Kang Seol had accumulated, and a portion of the commission would go to the one who sold the young man. Kang Seol understood. Corden's words were now as clear as day. Janet still stood there, smiling mysteriously. The horrifying truth was revealed. The gods collected madness by selling humans and the inhabitants of Pandaea. Their achievements became entertainment for other worlds. The black-haired young man sighed, his purple eyes filled with contemplation. He now understood this cruel system. To escape this hell, there was only one path. Level up. Janet clapped her hands, her eyes cunning. He suddenly realized that if she came to see him, it meant he also possessed madness. Indeed, and a significant amount at that, she confirmed. 3,000 points, Janet stated, the dazzling number appearing in midair. Kang Seol bowed his head, asking in astonishment, "Is that a lot? For me, it's ordinary. But for you humans, it's an enormous amount." She smirked, pointing her finger directly at him, full of mystery. "You are probably the one who has accumulated the most madness to date." The 3,000 points appeared again, like an undeniable affirmation. The second-ranked individual had perished in the previous adventure. Janet expressed regret, then asked if he wanted to trade. "What can I buy?" Kang Seol replied. Immediately, the merchant summoned countless glowing cards, suspended in midair. Kang Seol looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment. A multitude of items appeared, with intricate writing on each card. He stared, realizing it was a very long list. "So many it makes my head hurt just looking," he thought to himself, trying to skim through the strange items. The black-haired young man stroked his chin, his eyes thoughtful. He needed something truly useful. 2 items appeared, a sorted spice jar and fresh ingredient pouch. Both were rare items, requiring no level. He picked up the spice jar and ingredient pouch. "Unusual choices," Janet remarked. Nothing really appeals to me," he replied. "Huh. What did you say?" Janet flinched, her eyes behind the mask flashing with anger. Those words are a heavy blow to this Janet's pride. "Fine," she growled, her hand glowing, summoning more items. "Then how about this?" Kang Seol was utterly stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. A mystical purple lotus suddenly bloomed in her hand, emitting an eerie light, causing Kang Seol to exclaim in astonishment. "Shadow flower?" Item information appeared. A rare flower, allowing the user to forcibly summon shadows onto stronger enemies as long as the level difference was no more than 10. Janet smiled mysteriously, explaining that this was an extremely valuable item, not something everyone could obtain on their first encounter. He inquired about the price, and Janet, with a mysterious smile, stated the number 3,000 madness, an unpredictable price for a newcomer. Kang Seol narrowed his eyes, seemingly contemplating. Janet noticed his hesitation, quickly asking if he found it too expensive. The currency madness was still too unfamiliar, making it difficult for him to assess its value. After all, was this item expensive or cheap? Seeing this, Janet immediately made another offer. She offered an additional potion and a pouch of items, saying that if Kang Seol bought the flower, she would include these as a gift. Their total value amounted to over 600 madness. In return, he had to promise to conduct his next transaction with her, not to meet any other merchants. Even if he didn't buy, just looking at her wares would suffice. After a moment of thought, Kang Seol nodded in agreement. The transaction was successful, the system confirming the item had been transferred. She waved her hand, disappearing in a purple glow, leaving a cryptic message. I hope you survive until then. Simultaneously, the system confirmed the successful transaction, and the items were in Kang Seol's possession. Kang Seol woke up with a start in bed, the morning sun illuminating the room. He sat up, looking at the items still intact on the table, suddenly realizing he had fallen asleep without putting them away. Messages appeared, discussing the Merchant of Madness and the 1-month break. Kang Seol smirked. This madness system was indeed more interesting than he thought. He looked around the room. Although he had returned to his resting place, there was still much to be done. He stretched. Even though he was safe in his resting place, there was still much to do. First, allocate accumulated skill points, then check on the next adventure. He continued to list tasks, including observing the movements of other players gathering outside. The fourth task was to complete the side quest related to the mysterious pocket watch, which he had received from the steep mountains. But this watch, he couldn't remember anything about it. A sense of unease rose as fragments of memories slipped away. He thought he remembered all his adventures clearly, but when he tried to piece them together, many details were hazy, even the beginning or the end. He looked out the window, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. He wasn't forgetful. So what was happening? Still, he knew he had to be careful. Below, the plaza was packed. A sea of panicked people, shouts and questions echoed everywhere. This is the worst situation in human history. What is the government doing? Where are we? I'm so scared. Kang Seol observed from a distance, realizing these people were very close to him. They all looked unwell, full of fear. Suddenly, he spoke, a single word ringing out amidst the chaos. Everyone! He raised his hand, trying to get their attention. Wait, please listen to me. What we need most right now is unity and cooperation, isn't it? A man in a gray suit stepped forward, loudly supporting him. Unity and cooperation? Exactly. Are we just going to remain divided and die? Kang Seol was surprised. Around him, a blue energy surge erupted. The system announced, Perception skill activated. Oratory. Level 1-inch progress. Power of influence has changed, but not everyone agreed. How can we unite? There must be balance. Exactly. Why should we trust you? Trying to merge is useless. The man in the gray suit remained firm. That's why I gathered these people. He pointed to the burly man beside him. He continued to explain, his voice full of confidence. As everyone knows, the leader of this adventure chose to remain anonymous. With a firm nod, he declared, That's right. This is the man who led that adventure. The crowd buzzed, their eyes fixed on the burly man. Him? He looks really strong. Whispers of astonishment arose. A short-haired woman anxiously questioned, So, does that mean we can trust and cooperate with him? Suspicion still hung in the air. The man in the gray suit asserted, In this dangerous situation, the only thing we can trust is strength, not gods or friends. His words were like an iron fist, silencing the crowd. Who can deny that he is the most capable person here? A few people reluctantly agreed. He gave a meaningful smile, his sharp gaze sweeping across each face. His plan was slowly taking shape. I intend to form a community, an organization where everyone protects each other, he shouted, calling for cooperation from the chaotic crowd. Kang Seol stood amidst the crowd, his purple eyes cold. He knew other communities would soon form, but then selfishness would resurface. I don't trust anyone, and from the start, I didn't care about others. Kang Seol's self-reproach echoed, full of bitterness. He recalled his childhood years in the orphanage, where he experienced indifference and betrayal. For the past 17 years, that was all he had known. I was always abandoned by those I trusted. Kang Seol looked at the masked figures in his memory. Never mind, they'll be fine. A black flag with a mysterious symbol fluttered, marking a distinct place. Kang Seol had come to the Dark Prophet's classroom training center, where a man in a black cloak stood guard. The man in the black cloak asked, his voice deep and muffled, What are you doing here? His eyes were hidden behind the mysterious hood. A scroll appeared, listing the options. Kang Seol realized he couldn't yet choose the fifth item. Dark Summoner. I'm here to strengthen myself and learn a new skill, Kang Seol replied decisively. The cloaked man nodded. I understand. Follow me. The cloaked man led the way, opening a mysterious door. Come inside, he said, his voice deep and muffled. Kang Seol nodded, stepping into an entirely new space. He stood there, amidst the void. Sacred light shone down from above, illuminating his resolute face. Beside him, a mysterious staff emitted an ethereal blue glow. A hint of confusion crossed Kang Seol's face, his eyes sweeping across the silent space. A familiar, yet strange feeling arose, as if he had been here before. Suddenly, a spark flashed in his purple eyes. Kang Seol turned his head, his gaze as sharp as a sword. He recognized it. This was the skill tree he once knew. Before him, a colossal skill tree appeared, its roots deeply embedded in the void, its branches and leaves glowing brightly. "So, this is it," he murmured, a faint smile crossing his face. "It's easy. I'm already familiar with the system," he said confidently, his finger gently touching a skill branch. The familiarity was like instinct, an advantage no one else had. A vibrant purple skill flower glowed brightly. "First, I will upgrade the most important skill, dark summoning," he decided, scanning the upgrade conditions. The flower glowed even brighter, signaling the upgrade process. "Next, I need 4 ability points. 1 point had already been used, increasing summoning stats by 5%. He calculated, each step full of deliberation. He extended his hand, creating a mystical purple energy mass. The dark space skill was being upgraded, expanding its capacity. He, Snowman, who always prioritized summoning power, would now turn Karuna and Jamad into true monsters. He intended to continue, but an error scroll appeared. "Insufficient ability points. As expected, without points, I can't upgrade." He sighed. Power couldn't be gained in an instant. The status screen appeared. Snowman level 5, with improved stats. "But this is fine." He smiled contentedly, knowing that each step was a foundation for future power. Night fell, a crescent moon hanging suspended in the star-filled sky. Outside the ancient building, the world continued, unaware of the changes that had just occurred within. Inside the tavern, the atmosphere was bustling and noisy. Ordinary people gathered, eating and chatting, trying to forget their worries about the outside world. A man in a gray vest asked, "So they're taking you to a strange place?" The tired man gave a faint smile. "Unemployed in real life, famous here." "Seriously, what's happening to this world?" "What about this morning? Steelheart?" the short-haired woman asked. "That name sounds a bit old-fashioned, doesn't it?" the man in the gray suit wondered. The group buzzed with discussion, worried about the new developments. Amidst whispers about the nickname Black Tiger and hidden powers, Kang Seol quietly looked at the pocket watch. People wondered if he was forming a guild or just a lone wolf. The pocket watch hovered over the beer glass, like a good luck charm from someone. "Good luck, Snowman. Hope to meet again." The message echoed in his mind. Cordon's warning echoed in his ears. If he helped others with his experience, his source of power would be exposed, and death would follow. He was forced to continue alone. The young man pondered, his finger gently stroking the watch. Another question arose. Did anyone else know about this mysterious item? Kang Seol's purple eyes narrowed, harboring suspicion and vigilance. He felt something was amiss. Suddenly, an old man with white hair and a long beard sat opposite him, his sharp eyes looking directly at Kang Seol. "That old man?" The white-haired old man stood up, his steps heavy but deliberate. Kang Seol remained seated, a rising sense of unease. A chilling sensation washed over him. Kang Seol flinched, his eyes showing clear astonishment. The white-haired old man reached out, his gaze fixed on the watch on the table. That watch. The old man's eyes deepened, as if seeing through time. "That pocket watch. I think I know it. May I see it for a moment?" Kang Seol clutched the watch, his eyes scrutinizing. "You know it?" he questioned, his vigilance at its peak. The white-haired old man stood tall, his figure seemingly emitting a faint glow. "Of course, because I am the one who created this watch." Under the dim moonlight, an ancient wooden house appeared amidst the silent night, as if holding countless secrets. The old man inserted the key into the lock, opening the old door. "This is where I used to work." Another world was about to open. The warm lantern light illuminated the old man's face. "This is a good place for us to talk." The invitation hinted at a long story. Old man Bill Marcus entered the room filled with clocks, the lantern light swaying. He sighed. Nothing has changed. Time seemed to stand still in this nostalgic space. Kang Seol looked around. Exquisite tools neatly arranged on the shelves. He thought to himself, this is a watchmaking workshop, a place holding the secrets of time. The light from the old man's lantern shone onto the floor, creating ethereal streaks of light. He turned back, his warm, deep voice resounding. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Old Bill stood amidst the antique clocks, solemnly introducing himself. "I am Bill Marcus. You can call me Bill." The name carried an indescribable weight. Kang Seol stood opposite the old man, the name Bill echoing in his mind. A strangely familiar feeling washed over him, as if he had heard it somewhere before. The young man frowned, the familiar headache returning whenever he tried to recall something. It's happening again. A curse or a sealed mystery? Kang Seol told himself that perhaps he had completed a side quest related to this pocket watch before. That was the only reason the name Bill Marcus sounded so familiar. But the problem was, he remembered nothing. A large void in his memory. He dismissed the thought, replying to the old man. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Bill. I am Snowman." Old Bill Marcus was surprised, his eyes scrutinizing the young man. Snowman? This nickname seemed unfamiliar to him. Old Bill turned away, his gaze sweeping over the old clocks. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the ticking of clock hands. Old Bill looked up at the wall clocks, then turned back to Kang Seol, his voice full of hidden meaning. "I see. How strange," Kang Seol wondered. "What did you say?" Old Bill gently shook his head. "Nothing." Then he asked directly, "Can you tell me how you acquired that watch?" Kang Seol began to recount. He had gone deep into the mountains to find herbs, and coincidentally saw the watch while searching on a cliff. He told himself that what he recounted was not wrong. He had merely omitted a few important details. Old Bill listened, nodding. "I see. So you found it there." The old man's eyes held many unspoken things. Old Bill Marcus, with a meaningful gaze, asked Kang Seol if he knew anything about the watch. He asserted that he understood everything and wanted to see it again. Kang Seol handed the watch to Old Bill. The old man confirmed he had crafted it himself, his name clearly engraved. He suddenly realized that the hard-to-read script was Bill's signature. Bill Marcus recounted that 20 years ago, he had given this watch to a special person. That was his granddaughter, an innocent girl, who had been kidnapped by fierce trolls on Steep Mountain 2 decades ago. Kang Seol clenched his fist, pressing. "What happened to the girl?" Old Bill pondered, past pain evident on his face. A deadly silence enveloped the room. Old Bill didn't speak, but Kang Seol seemed to sense the despair hidden within that silence. Despite kings, free knights, mercenaries, and adventurers, no one would act. The old man knelt, desperately pleading, but only received cold silence in return. Then a glimmer of hope appeared. Someone emerged, promising to save his granddaughter. Kang Seol asked for the identity, and Bill replied, "The name is engraved on the watch." Kang Seol looked at the watch, seeing no name. Old Bill smiled mysteriously, preparing to reveal a secret buried for years. "It's hidden inside," he said, and the watch opened, revealing the inscription, "Fortune favors the bold." And then the fated name rang out, stunning Kang Seol. Snowman. His eyes widened, a chilling sense of familiarity washing over him. Old Bill couldn't believe it. 20 years later, a young man of the same age, with the same name, Snowman, appeared with this watch. What's happening? Kang Seol clutched his head, a throbbing pain threatening to tear his mind apart. Old Bill looked at him worriedly. "Hey! What's wrong with you?" Old Bill exclaimed in alarm. Kang Seol was dazed, fragmented memories flooding back, almost causing him to collapse. "I remember," he whispered. The name Bill, the granddaughter, and Snowman. This wasn't the first time he had used that name. A horrifying secret had just been unveiled. Memories flooded back like a torrent. Kang Seol was stunned as he recognized the hooded ice mage, the one named Snowman, the first chess piece he had ever nurtured, the one who had overturned the entire eternal world. Breathing heavily, Kang Seol tried to calm himself in the quiet library, where towering bookshelves stretched into the darkness. A brown-haired woman appeared, announcing the library was about to close. "It's fine," Kang Seol hastily replied, his mind reeling from the earth-shattering discovery. Every action of the chess piece was not just a game, but also affected the fate of the eternal world. This was no longer merely a system on a chessboard, so everything in the game was real? If his character had died 20 years ago, then he had arrived here 20 years after the dream game ended. He reached out and pulled out an old book, titled 10 Years of Upheaval, chronicling the heroes who had changed history. What had truly happened in the past 20 years? Kang Seol quickly flipped through the pages, his eyes fixed on the text. The table of contents appeared, listing shocking events. The birth of the Grand Duke of Ice, the connection to the Zodiac, the grave robber of Emperor Leo. "No way!" he exclaimed. All those earth-shattering events were caused by his character. A truth beyond imagination, leaving him frozen in place. Each person's life is woven from countless fragments, and the 30th chess piece, who had accompanied him for the past 20 years, had inadvertently created history in Pangaea, even before he realized it. A feeling of shock and helplessness overwhelmed his mind. After the shocking discoveries, the scenery shifted, and a clear blue sky appeared, bringing a rare moment of peace. "That's right, this is the place." Old Bill led Kang Seol to a small cemetery. "This is my granddaughter's grave." His voice choked up. Although the girl's body was never found, this was still a place Old Bill cherished, a sacred spot filled with sentimental value. Kang Seol listened silently. On the simple tombstone, ancient words were deeply carved. "The most beloved woman in the world. A sorrowful farewell, forever marking love." Old Bill explained the meaning of the empty grave, a place to preserve memories. Kang Seol listened. Then Bill revealed that the adjacent grave belonged to an adventurer with the same name as him. Old Bill gestured, telling Kang Seol to look closely at the grave of the watch's owner. The black-haired young man quietly stepped forward, facing the cold stone slab. The old tombstone was clearly visible, engraved with Ver Plus and the praise, a person who never backed down from hardship. Kang Seol's face showed a pensive expression, his deep eyes seemingly searching for something in the past. His black-gloved hand trembled, clutching the golden pocket watch, silently reflecting the turmoil in his soul. The young man placed his hand on the tombstone, a choked apology escaping him. "I'm sorry. I came too late." A belated regret. The watch lay silently on the stone slab, next to the word fumble, a term for the most disastrous failure of a lifetime. A 20-sided die rolled a 1, the symbol of fumble. Memories flooded back. His first character, Snowman, had died because of that mistake. Kang Seol clutched his head in extreme pain. He realized the reason his memories were forgotten was due to immense psychological trauma, a cruel truth. His purple eyes suddenly shifted to a brilliant golden hue, as if an ancient power was awakening deep within his soul. He groaned in pain as the watch found its owner, granting a skill point. A system message appeared, signaling a major event. A woman asked worriedly. Kang Seol struggled, his head feeling like it would explode. Snowman's legacy had begun, and memories were surging back. He was astonished to realize his memories had not disappeared. They were merely hidden, sealed away by some force. Images of the tombstone and shattered chess pieces appeared. The 30th chess piece, a part of his memory, had been destroyed. Kang Seol collapsed to his knees, clutching his head, his face showing extreme panic. He was grappling with a torrent of chaotic memories and horrifying truths. An ancient parchment appeared, revealing a fated message. Destiny. Things to be recovered. Memories of a stranger, his thoughts, emotions, and even his abilities all were transmitted. The sole mission, to confront all destinies. Kang Seol clutched his head in pain as fragmented memories flooded in. Old Bill asked worriedly, telling him to calm down. The black-haired young man tried to reassure him, saying he was fine. Bill breathed a sigh of relief, joking that he thought he'd have to dig another grave. Kang Seol forced a smile, thanking the old man for his concern. A notification appeared. Bill's favorability towards you has increased. Old Bill, though not understanding what was happening, still promised to help if Kang Seol encountered difficulties. Kang Seol sincerely thanked Bill. The old man advised him to leave if he was done. The black-haired young man frowned, beads of sweat forming. Transmission. In a place like this? He thought to himself. As if something was awakening, memories rushed back. Kang Seol saw himself in the form of a blonde wizard, wearing a purple cloak. Transmission in the eternal world meant passing on abilities or items. He didn't expect to receive such things from the pawns he had created. Another memory fragment appeared. The deceased's abilities were transmitted to Chief Jamad. Greed block. This ability helped Jamad gain experience and unlock skills. Memories continued to resurface. When Kang Seol created his first pawn, Snowman, he imbued the boy with a personality. The black-haired boy stood surrounded by masked observers. This was a wonderful ability, fostering the development of the pawn. Kang Seol in the past, then still naive, didn't realize it, but the other gods admired it. Everyone hoped Snowman would become a giant monster, but unfortunately, Snowman could not become a monster. The blonde wizard collapsed amidst the ruins, losing his life in Kang Seol's first stumble. Back in reality, Kang Seol stood before a cold tombstone. His first pawn, Snowman, was a magnificent creation with astonishing potential. The tombstone was carved with ancient characters, and an old pocket watch hung above it. Kang Seol whispered his thanks, for Snowman had shown him his destiny. The black-haired young man bowed deeply before the grave. Across Pandaea, the traces of my 30 pawns are scattered. When I meet them, I will receive a portion of their abilities and memories from my past life. Kang Seol looked up, his eyes resolute. Their abilities and memories. No. More precisely, I need my own memories. In the dark space, mysterious masked figures stood, as if waiting. To level up, Kang Seol told himself, a clear goal forming in his mind. A month later, the picture of current life gradually unfolded. In an ancient town, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the Explorers Guild. A black-haired man spoke, his voice full of anxiety. The government. Will they come to rescue us? His gaze drifted into the distance, full of unease. His companion tried to reassure him, affirming that help would come. But even in those words, a deep skepticism lingered, like an invisible burden. In the guild hall, explorers gathered, discussing missions and the guild's unreliability. Some complained. Others warned of lurking dangers. Two men continued to argue. One was frustrated by selfishness. The other advised sticking with the guild for safety. Kang Seol stood there, silently observing. He, Kang Seol, with resolute eyes, told himself, focus on survival and the most basic things. A clear, unwavering goal. He scrolled through job postings on the virtual interface. noticing countless strange invitations, harboring desperation and unpredictable motives. However, no mission truly appealed to him. Kang Seol decided to choose a safe, albeit seemingly boring mission, to continue his journey. He recalled the rule from the third mission: explorers could choose for themselves. His gaze suddenly stopped, focusing on a mysterious man in the corner of the room. The man, with his hair tied up in a bun, with red markings on his face, sensed Kang Seol's sharp gaze, turned to face him, his eyes full of vigilance. Kang Seol approached, confronting the mysterious figure. He knew this man was the key, the clue leading to the mission he was searching for. A selection interface appeared, forcing Kang Seol to decide how to approach the man. Every word could change the situation. He chose the fourth option, questioning directly. "You're not like normal people. What are you doing here?" His words were piercing, full of power. The man with the bun smirked, his face full of amusement. He invited Kang Seol to sit down, saying he was looking for someone to cooperate with. He revealed a large shipment that needed to be escorted to Novira. Kang Seol sat down, listening but maintaining his suspicion, his eyes sharp. The mysterious man continued to persuade, promising generous rewards. But Kang Seol's perception skill activated, exposing the lie. He questioned, "Am I your trustworthy person?" The man with the bun smirked, admitting his lie had been exposed by Kang Seol. He challenged, "You can refuse if you don't want to. I don't have much free time either." The system displayed mission options: escort the Novira carriage. Kang Seol faced the decision, his perception skill having revealed the hidden truth. With resolute eyes, Kang Seol decisively accepted. "All right, I'll take this mission." A calculated decision, despite the lie. Arden was pleased, introduced himself, and invited Kang Seol to get acquainted. In response, the black-haired young man also announced his alias, "And I am Snowman." The system confirmed. The Novira escort mission has been arranged. This is a chain mission. No other missions can be chosen until it is completed. Arden asked if anyone else was joining. Kang Seol replied, "We need to find more people." The man with the bun smiled mysteriously, seemingly having a new plan. Arden turned to Kang Seol, striking up a conversation full of hidden meaning. The black-haired young man also looked towards a cloaked man in the distance, his eyes sharp. Kang Seol pointed out that the man was trying to hide his excellent equipment. He had also eavesdropped on the man's conversation with a merchant using his espionage skill. Arden worried about that man's strength, but Kang Seol reassured him. He affirmed that after a month, everyone was at a similar level. Arden smirked, ordering, "The strongest one here is the one with nothing to hide." He told Kang Seol to go to the guild and find 2 more people. Arden declared he would go talk to the merchant while waiting, leaving Kang Seol with the task of finding teammates. He seemed to have his own plans. The next day, in Konggori Square, a gloomy atmosphere prevailed. Those participating in the mission complained, worried, not wanting to face danger. A hooded man remarked, "How cruel," Kang Seol explained. After a month of rest, everyone had lost their will to adventure. Amidst the chaotic square, Kang Seol stood, his eyes resolute. The system signaled, "The next adventure will begin. The third adventure will begin." A fierce battle scene appeared. Amidst the brilliant golden light, the panicked teammates shouted, "Don't die, we'll survive, won't we?" Detailed mission appeared. Escort the Novira carriage. Kang Seol realized this was a fake carriage. Arden had hired hunters. He recalled this was Snowman's memory. "My first piece, Snowman, completed this adventure before joining the 5 brothers. But when I used the second piece, that piece could not overcome this challenge. An old carriage lay abandoned in the wilderness, evoking a sense of failure." Amidst the lush green forest, Arden appeared, flashing a mysterious smile. "You've come at just the right time." He pointed towards the waiting group, his eyes full of hidden meaning. "These are the people who will undertake the mission with you. Why don't you get acquainted with them?" The hooded man introduced himself as Se-O Jin-chul, while Baek Sang-gyu, in a red fur coat, chuckled heartily. Kang Seol secretly realized these were the ones who had secretly watched him at the Hunters Guild. But that wasn't the most important thing right now. In this adventure, Kang Seol knew something was wrong. Arden explained that this was an escort mission, but Kang Seol's group was only a reserve force. "Who knows how things will turn out? That's why I chose more people." "What about us?" Arden asked, then instructed, "Just follow along and act when there's trouble. We'll handle scouting and night watch." He ordered Kang Seol and his teammates to get into the middle carriage with 3 ribbons. "Just get in there and get some sleep." His tone was full of disdain. Seo Jinchul was surprised. "What? Is it that easy?" Baek Sang-gyu also wondered. "No wonder he chose this mission himself." Kang Seol realized that Arden had known beforehand that this was an easy mission. That bastard. He cursed silently. A silver-bearded old man and a man in a green shirt looked at Kang Seol's group with contempt. These fools. Do they even know what kind of adventure this is? Just rushing into it? Kang Seol knew well, this was no ordinary adventure. Chain adventures often hide deadly difficulty. He imagined, at first, it might be a normal mission, like a pawn on a chessboard. But then, towards the end, it would turn into an adventure of terrifying difficulty, enough to crush everything. Even if it's difficult, I still have to go. He made up his mind. I will definitely find traces of the second piece in this adventure. The carriage jolted along the forest road, the wheels creaking, signaling a long and challenging journey. The convoy followed one another, passing through the dense forest. Each clatter of the wheels seemed to set the rhythm for the upcoming adventure, hiding many mysteries. Inside the carriage, unfamiliar faces sat opposite. Kang Seol silently observed, feeling the continuous jolting of the carriage, his heart full of vigilance. He gazed out the window, the lush green trees passing by like a slow-motion film. The sound of the wheels was steady, pulling him back to reality. Kang Seol bowed his head, his purple eyes pensive. I don't know what their motives are, he murmured to himself, a sense of unease creeping in. He looked up at his companions, one by one. But it seems these travelers have decided to follow me. An undeniable truth. In his mind, images of saboteurs and murderers appeared. Are they trolls or people who want to steal my equipment? Either way, they're participating without a clear purpose. The man in the patterned red coat burst out laughing. Keka, this is as easy as pie, he said, his face full of disdain. The whole group sat casually, relaxing. That cowardly mission leader made this adventure a breeze. So comfortable. Last time, I thought I was dead for sure, after falling off that damn mountain. The man in the patterned red coat turned to Kang Seol, his eyes scrutinizing. Oh right, hey you, what's your profession? Kang Seol calmly replied, I am a summoner. He looked back, seeing the other person seemed surprised. What? The brown-haired man and the hooded figure burst into mocking laughter. Ha 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 ha! Does that profession even exist? Your profession seems really boring. The man in the patterned red coat waved his hand, trying to calm them. Hey, guys, stop it. Don't embarrass him. So what? If a man finds himself in a land full of opportunities like this, he should dream big. The tattooed man with the scarf chuckled, and the man in the patterned red coat continued. Spears, swords, even fists. Anything is cooler. A summoner just stands and watches from behind? That's not a real man. That bastard. Sorry. He really is like that. He's actually a reliable warrior with excellent skills. Kang Seol sighed, his eyes showing clear annoyance. They're so annoying. The virtual chat stream appeared, making him even more irritated. The tattooed man with the scarf continued to ask. So, summoner, do you belong to a guild? Kang Seol replied concisely. I don't belong to any guild yet. The tattooed man with the scarf sneered, making sarcastic remarks about the necessity of guilds, even though Kang Seol had refused. He still tried to sow the idea of having to rely on others. He continued to preach about guilds, proudly introducing his predator guild, inviting Kang Seol to join. Kang Seol only responded coldly, already having his answer in mind. The tattooed man with the scarf and his companions chuckled, repeating the suggestive invitation. Their eyes seemed to say, you'll be begging soon enough. Contempt was clear on their faces. Kang Seol, with resolute eyes, swore he would never join a guild full of treacherous individuals like them. The oath echoed in his mind, his determination unwavering. An ancient text appeared, recounting the Novira escort adventure. It revealed that the second piece had never been completed, and the difficulty had completely changed. A profound mystery. Kang Seol stood by the carriage window, gazing thoughtfully at the scenery. He recalled, 2 unusual problems had occurred, on the same day, at the same time, an eerie coincidence. On the first night of the journey, the carriage rolled under the twilight. He knew problems would surely arise, for everything had been prearranged. A conspiracy had been laid out. Night fell, the star-studded sky shimmering like a mysterious curtain, signaling unforeseen events about to unfold. A terrifying silence enveloped them. The entire group stopped. The campfire flickered, illuminating faces happily eating and chatting, a moment of false peace before the impending storm. Arden smiled, his voice full of concern. Everyone has worked hard. I hope the food suits everyone's taste? He was trying to falsely build trust. Baek Sung-yu enthusiastically offered wine, declaring it exquisite. The hooded man also looked towards the wine cup, a cheerful atmosphere spreading, concealing the danger. The tattooed man with the scarf and the man in the gray t-shirt gulped down the wine, their faces showing extreme refreshment. The alcohol had taken effect, and their vigilance seemed to vanish in the intoxication. Cheers erupted. Amazing! This place isn't bad either. Everyone demanded more wine, the atmosphere growing increasingly excited, yet also fraught with lurking danger. Kang Seol took a sip, his insight skill immediately activated, detecting a strange smell in the wine. A sense of unease rose within him, signaling something ominous. He skillfully let the wine spill out, simultaneously activating Shadow Hand, A faint black smoke enveloped him, concealing his actions, avoiding detection. The drops of wine fell to the ground, signaling the beginning of a conspiracy. Arden was about to tell his story, and Kang Seol knew this was when everything truly began. Arden broke the silent atmosphere by the campfire, his voice full of remorse, yet harboring an unpredictable intention. He announced that the plan had changed, a fact that surprised his companions, while Kang Seol maintained a cold expression, observing. A wine barrel lay discarded, an empty bowl. Kang Seol wondered if this was a sign of a significant change. Baek Sang-gyu and Seo Jin-chul exchanged glances, the former asking Arden if they would stop somewhere before reaching Novira. Arden raised his hand, his face showing helplessness, as if everything was already decided. But then, he unexpectedly made an irresistible offer. "I will pay 3 times the reward," Arden said, 600 gold per person. That figure made everyone's eyes light up, and cheers erupted. Baek Sang-gyu, with a greedy expression, couldn't contain his excitement. 600 gold? With that much money, we can go anywhere. Tell me, where do you want to go? Kang Seol looked at his cheering companions, a mix of contempt and suspicion rising within him. What a great deal! The journey continued. But this time, a blinding light tore through the night, signaling something ominous approaching. "Get down!" Kang Seol shouted, quickly dodging as an arrow whizzed past his head, carrying a premonition of death. The tattooed man with the scarf only managed to utter a "huh?" before an arrow plunged into his neck, his eyes wide with horror. Screams of agony rang out. Baek Sang-gyu, the hooded man, and others fell, arrows raining down, staining the entire forest red. Kang Seol, hidden in the carriage, looked out in shock. Arrows whizzed, screams pierced the air. "What's happening?" Baek Sang-gyu frantically called Jin Seong-ho's name, but it was too late. He watched in horror as the hooded man lay motionless, blood pooling around him. He's dead. Damn it! Baek Sang-gyu turned to Arden, his eyes burning with rage. "Arden, what the hell is going on?" In the chaos, Arden, his body covered in injuries, struggled to his feet amidst the wreckage, exclaiming in horror, "What the hell is going on? Hey, what should we do?" Fear and anger surged. He gritted his teeth, every muscle in his face twitching from pain and helplessness. Baek Sang-gyu, clutching a blood-stained knife, his bloodshot eyes scanning around, urged in a guttural voice, "Hurry up, say something!" Arden, still dazed from the sudden attack, could only point forward. "There's a canyon, nearby." Kang Seol, standing in the dense forest, his eyes sharp and cold, calmly laid out the plan. "We can lose them there. If we run into the forest, they won't find us." "Hurry, prepare the carriage." Baek Sang-gyu was about to object, but Arden drew a knife to his throat, coldly snapping, "Shut up! Don't forget, I'm the one who hired you." Arden glared at Baek Sang-gyu, his face streaked with blood, his voice full of menace. "If you want to live, do as I say." Baek Sang-gyu swallowed hard, his eyes filled with resentment and helplessness. He knew the game was over. In the pitch-black night, figures rushed away, leaving behind the remnants of a bloody ambush. Arden, despite his injuries, tried his best to control the carriage, his gaze resolute through the darkness. "They're getting into the carriage and fleeing," Arden's voice echoed. "Chase them!" Arden whipped the horse repeatedly, urging it to run faster, shouting, "Kyungmo!" Baek Sang-gyu violently shook Seo Jin-chul, who was gasping in a pool of blood. "Wake up, you bastard! It hurts so much! Is this how I—" Kang Seol stood there, staff in hand, silently witnessing the chaotic scene. A system notification appeared. The storyline, Novira transport team has changed to carriage chase. The system notification repeated, emphasizing the fateful change. Below, Arden's carriage sped away like a shot, the wheels grinding on the ground. Amidst the wreckage, a severely wounded mercenary, covered in blood, struggled to lift his head, exclaiming in pain, "Damn it! What the hell happened?" The situation was chaotic, the survivors struggling amidst the wreckage. Baek Sang-gyu groaned, "Damn it! How do we escape now?" Seo Jin-chul also panicked. Wasn't this supposed to be an easy adventure? In his despair, Baek Sang-gyu suddenly saw a figure. He quickly called out, "Hey, you there! Before we get out of here, we should team up." Kang Seol turned his head, his eyes cold and unwavering. A short, dagger-sharp question rang out amidst the chaotic space. "Why should I?" Baek Sang-gyu was furious, unable to believe his ears. "Hey, don't you see the current situation?" he growled, his face showing extreme displeasure. Baek Sang-gyu's patience ran out. He roared, "Are my words not serious enough for you?" His rage erupted, but it was powerless against the other's attitude. Suddenly, Baek Sang-gyu collapsed, his body convulsing violently. He clutched his chest, exclaiming in horror, "Ak! What is this? My body!" Seo Jin-chul also began to tremble, in extreme panic. He turned to Kang Seol, his eyes full of resentment. "What's happening? You bastard! Did you do this? How dare you?" A cold warning echoed like a curse. "You shouldn't casually swallow anything a stranger gives you." The image of the poisoned wine glass appeared, revealing the insidious plot. Seo Jinchul was stunned, realizing the horrifying truth. "Damn it! You poisoned the wine?" he yelled. "This was all your plan with Arden, you scoundrel!" A commanding shout rang out. "Chase them!" The knights galloped, rushing through the dark forest, determined not to let the carriages escape their grasp. Amidst the chaos, Kang Seol's hand reached out, dark energy swirling, erupting fiercely. An ancient power was being summoned. He bent down, his staff glowing, summoning a colossal entity from the depths of darkness. Its terrifying form gradually became clear, bringing with it an oppressive, suffocating aura. The two wounded mercenaries looked at the horrifying scene, their eyes filled with despair. Seo Jinchul stammered, "That person is." The real nightmare had only just begun. The shadowy entity became clear. It was Jamad, the mountain tyrant. Seo Jinchul couldn't believe his eyes. Jamad? No way. Extreme horror enveloped him. Baek Songyu exclaimed in despair. "That's the damn leader of the mountain trolls. He's so strong that even our whole team combined couldn't defeat him." Despair consumed him. The pursuers fled in panic, leaving behind a chaotic scene. Kang Seol quietly observed, thinking to himself, "The situation isn't good at all." Amidst the chaos, Kang Seol summoned Jamad, the mountain tyrant. The colossal troll appeared, the young man's cold purple eyes sweeping over the scene, thinking to himself, "Just wait and see." The fleeing man desperately pleaded with Kang Seol, shouting in panic, "Take us with you! The Predator Guild won't let you get away with this!" The black-haired young man only responded coldly, his eyes unwavering. "Then why shouldn't I go?" A challenging question, imbued with contempt. Without a word of farewell, Kang Seol and Jamad vanished, leaving the weak behind. The carriage sped away like an arrow, leaving dust and despair in its wake. Arden, his face covered in wounds and red markings, screamed in despair, "Damn it! Hold on tight." He struggled to keep control of the swaying carriage. The masked Seo Jinchul clung to the rope, his eyes wide with terror. "No! No!" His scream was lost amidst the whistling wind. Cruel fate struck. Arden's carriage overturned with a horrifying crash, dragging the entire party into a vortex of chaos. Wheels flew off. Arden's heavy gasps echoed amidst the wreckage. The chaos had turned into a battlefield. From the wreckage, Arden struggled to crawl up, his breath ragged. He had escaped death, but the price to pay was too high. Baek Songyu, the man in red, rose in a fit of rage, blood staining his wounds. "You bastards! Everyone who's still alive, get up!" From the bushes, enemies appeared like ghosts, surrounding them. Baek Songyu cried out in despair, "This is war! Every man for himself." The brown-clad pursuer approached, his eyes contemptuous. "Hey, Ardan! No, Kujo! Did you think you could escape us?" Arden responded proudly, but the brown-clad man merely sneered. "Your mouth is as arrogant as ever. You should use it on Borgo instead." The brown-clad man continued to tempt, wanting Arden to betray Borgo, promising better treatment. An insidious offer amidst the deadly encirclement. Arden questioned the protection, but the brown-clad man just gave a faint smile. "You think so? Then just die, quietly. You have the map and the explanation, right?" Arden firmly held onto the map, challenging the pursuer. "Try to take it if you can," the brown-clad man replied with a cold farewell, declaring the map would return to its rightful owner. "Nonsense!" Arden roared. The battle between Arden and the brown-clad pursuer erupted. Arden roared a challenge, declaring the map his, while the brown-clad man sneered, mentioning Borgo. Blood had been spilled, and Arden's despair became increasingly evident. Not just one, but an entire squad was besieging Arden. He fought back frantically, but the pursuers relentlessly mocked him, calling him Kujo and questioning how many map pages he possessed. The clang of metal, the desperate cries tore through the night. A fatal slash, fresh blood splattered, staining the ground red. Amidst the chaos, a colossal figure emerged from the forest's shadows. It was Jamad, the tyrant of the mountain, with a terrifying appearance and cold eyes. Kang Seol calmly observed from afar, with the majestic Jamad beside him. The black-haired young man was in no hurry to intervene, believing that any action now would be futile and letting everything unfold as he wished. With his extensive experience, Kang Seol saw through the true nature of this pursuit. He knew that this was not just an ordinary chase, but a much more complex conspiracy. He began to speak of Borgo, who had spread terror and power throughout Novira, a notorious relic hunter leader with a map and compass in hand. But Borgo had a traitor within his ranks, Kujo. This subordinate, always discontent, had secretly found another map and quietly deciphered it, harboring his own ambitions. When Borgo discovered the betrayal, Kujo had fled far away to Congaree. With no other option, Borgo and his associates had to camp near the forest, awaiting an opportunity to ambush. The horrifying secret gradually unfolded. The map Cujo deciphered was not just an entrance to the ruins, but also a blood curse, requiring 5 living sacrifices to open the ancient door. Now everything was clear. Seo Jinchul and Baek Sung-yu were not guards, but lambs led to the slaughter. Arden had used poison to incapacitate them, turning them into perfect sacrifices. The sharp, cold blade, stained with fresh blood, reflected the brutality of the war and the cruel fate of those deceived. The battle between Arden and the brown-clad man continued, a merciless fight to the death. Kang Seol mused, recalling past choices: to flee to survive, or to confront fate. The brown-clad man, despite being severely wounded and coughing up blood, continued to attack relentlessly, growling for Arden to die quickly. Finally, Arden collapsed at the feet of his pursuer. The brown-clad man stood tall, looking down at the dying Arden, cursing his stubbornness. Without a shred of mercy, the brown-clad man bent down and began to search Arden's body, looking for the very thing he had risked his life to protect: the ancient map. Arden was dying, blood staining his face, each breath a struggle. Death was lurking, and he knew there was no escape. In despair, Arden smelled a familiar scent, recognizing Kang Seol. He pleaded for salvation, but received only a cold pronouncement: "You are already dead." Arden sneered, a pathetic, blood-stained smile. He accepted his fate, acknowledging that with so much blood lost, death was inevitable. Arden's blood-stained hand trembled as it reached up, trying to cling to his last bit of life. He made a strange offer, a story in exchange for something. Kang Seol coldly rejected Arden's offer, completely uninterested in the secrets the dying man wished to reveal. Arden could only sneer in despair. Arden, with his last breath, uttered a gruesome warning about an approaching monster. He sneered, as if to say that Kang Seol would share the same fate. Kang Seol paid no mind to the warning. He calmly took the ancient map and the explanation of the ruins that Arden had risked his life to protect. Kang Seol examined the map, realizing it was familiar, yet contained a completely different interpretation, a secret Arden had held. Arden sneered, his eyes wild. He believed Kang Seol would also be drawn into the vortex of the ruins' treasure. But there was something he wanted to say. Arden's words were cut short. Kang Seol responded coldly, unconcerned when Arden revealed that Borgo had marked those ruins. Arden whispered his final curse to Kang Seol. He believed that Kang Seol would also succumb to intense desires, just like him. Kang Seol looked at the map, weighing his options. He muttered about the intense desires Arden mentioned, seemingly defying fate. Before Jamaad and another troll, Kang Seol decisively rejected all options. He boldly declared that he was the one who controlled desires, not one to be controlled by them. Suddenly, a faint groan echoed amidst the rubble. The desolate scene of the destroyed forest appeared, tinged with sorrow. Amidst the rubble, Baek Sung-yu and Seo Jinchul lay severely wounded. They cursed the one who had caused this tragedy, anger burning in their despair. The pounding of hooves echoed, signaling a new danger. Baek Sung-yu and Seo Jinchul panicked, but their injured bodies left them helpless, unable to escape. Amidst the rubble, Baek Sung-yu and Seo Jinchul struggled in pain. Their bodies aching, they cursed their cruel fate, trying to escape the deadly trap. "Damn it! Damn it! Please move!" And "What the hell is this?" were their final desperate words. The pounding of hooves tore through the night. A formidable army of hunters appeared, their eyes sharp and cold. "Who's the bastard this time?" one of them growled, signaling a relentless hunt. The group of hunters stopped before the desolate scene. The white-haired man with a high ponytail observed the rubble, softly uttering, "It seems they've been crushed." A cold, merciless truth. Amidst the silence, Leader Borgo appeared, his eyes blazing. He was a living statue of power and authority, with fiery red tattoos on his face. "Lord Borgo," a subordinate respectfully reported. The full scene of the incident unfolded. Scattered corpses, traces of a brutal battle. The stench of blood and dust mingled, telling the story of lives taken in the dark of night. Among the corpses, a black-haired hunter with a high ponytail exclaimed, "Lord Borgo, we found him!" His eyes lit up as he recognized the traitor. "It's Cujo!" The cry rang out, filled with indignation. A close-up of Arden's face. The man with black hair tied in a bun appeared. Blood streamed from his eye sockets, staining his face red. A tragic and unjust death. Borgo stood tall, his back turned, his sharp eyes fixed on the corpse. He said not a word, but his silence was more terrifying than any curse. Borgo's rough hand gently rested on Arden's head, like a meaningful farewell. The deceased's face was still splattered with blood, evidence of the cruelty of the one who had struck him down. Borgo bent down, examining Arden's corpse, while his subordinates stood silently watching from behind. A heavy atmosphere enveloped them, signaling that a bloody crackdown was about to begin. Borgo's face became clear, his eyes blazing red like hellfire. Anger and bloodlust erupted, transforming him into a demon in the night. A gruesome smile spread across Borgo's lips, making his subordinates shiver. He, the sneering laughter echoed, signaling a brutal revenge about to unfold. Borgo searched Ardon's corpse, looking for something important. "It's not here," he muttered, his eyes flashing with disappointment and resentment. Borgo stood up straight, looking around with a cold expression. "The map is nowhere to be found, and neither is the translation," he declared, disappointment mixed with indignation evident in his every word. The subordinates were stunned by the news. The white-haired man with a high ponytail asked, "What happened?" Borgo turned, his face darkened, preparing to recount the story of betrayal. "About that," Borgo with blazing eyes growled. "We'll find out soon enough." He stared at the trembling figures. 2 men were tightly bound, writhing in pain. One pleaded desperately, "Don't kill us! We'll tell you everything. Please spare our lives." Borgo coldly grabbed one man by the collar, asking directly, "Tell me where the map is." He stammered in reply. The map? Don't you know what it is?" The interrogated man, Baek Sang-gyu, could only shake his head in despair, his face pale. I don't know anything." Seo Jin-chul, another captive with a Dick's mask, was also utterly terrified, covered in blood. A painful scream echoed, along with the image of a blood-stained axe lying on the ground, hinting at the brutality of the cruel punishment. Borgo turned to Seo Jin-chul, his tone full of menace. The man hastily confessed, "I don't know where the map is, but I know who took it." Seo Jin-chul recounted, recalling Kang Seol. "A man named Snowman traveled with us in the carriage. If his body isn't here, he must be the one who took it." A black-haired hunter with a high bun approached, reporting to Borgo. "Lord Borgo, we heard that someone escaped from their group," he continued, pointing to 2 scattered corpses. "We sent 2 men to pursue, but both were crushed to death. I think that's the person this fellow is talking about." Borgo turned back to Seo Jin-chul, demanding more information. "Anything else? Speak," the injured man stammered. I heard he's a summoner?" Seo Jin-chul looked up at Borgo with a panicked expression, while Borgo smirked. "A summoner? How interesting," he stammered. "Then Seo Jin-chul's plea for mercy was cut short by a brutal blow, darkness flashing past like a slash. Borgo didn't hesitate, mounting his horse and ordering his subordinates, "Pursue him!" The leader flashed a sinister smile, his eyes full of contempt. "Daring to touch my belongings. How interesting." Amidst the dark night, the young man rode like the wind, his glowing staff leading the way to the ancient stone gate. The pursuit echoed, "Don't lose sight of him at all costs." Upon reaching a treacherous path, the young man decisively dismounted. "From here, riding is no longer possible," he muttered, his steps firm on the rough ground. Kang Seol's purple eyes swept over the desolate scene, his expression pensive. He had arrived, but it seemed something was still hidden. 3 colossal, moss-covered rocks stood tall amidst the ancient forest. "The shape of 3 rocks gathered in one place," he mused, memories of the old game flooding back. The young man continued deeper into the forest, the light from his staff illuminating the way. "I remember the direction clearly from when I played the game. It must be somewhere around here," he said confidently. Finally, amidst the carpet of withered yellow leaves, an ancient bronze statue appeared. "Found it. Almost missed it because of the fallen leaves," he sighed in relief, his eyes clearly showing joy. Without hesitation, Kang Seol placed his hand on the statue. "I have to turn it clockwise," he decided. A click sound, echoing as the mechanism began to operate. A mysterious surge of energy erupted, brilliant golden lines spreading across the sphere's surface, signaling that a door was about to open. The 3 rocks suddenly glowed brightly, a circular magical symbol appearing, rotating between them. "That's it!" Kang Seol exclaimed. But another voice echoed, "Amazing, even with those wretched fellows chasing him." At the same time, the colossal stone gate on the cliff face also lit up, ancient patterns shimmering, signaling that the entrance to the ruins had opened. Looking towards the opened gate, Kang Seol gripped his staff tightly. "Now I just need to enter the ruins," he muttered, a glint flashing in his eyes. But at that very moment, a mysterious map appeared, displaying the pursuers' movements. Borgo used steel shoulders, random guess, obstacle destruction. "He's getting close." Kang Seol's expression suddenly changed, his eyes wide with surprise. Borgo's speed far exceeded expectations. Danger was closer than ever. A colossal shadow monster suddenly lunged out, sharp claws poised to tear him apart. Kang Seol growled, his staff erupting with a blue light that pierced the night, ready for battle. In the distance, a burly hunter with a high bun silently drew his bow. He squinted, observing the battle, a pensive escaping his lips. The shadow monster, Kang Seol's ally, bowed its head in warning. "Let's go. Your pursuer will arrive soon." The black-haired young man growled, his eyes sharp and cold, ready to face the new challenge. Without hesitation, Kang Seol left the ruined remnants. Each of his steps carried determination. leaving behind unsolved mysteries and a glowing magical imprint on the ground. A system notification appeared, confirming he had escaped the ambush. Rewards awaited, but could only be claimed after completing all linked adventures. The journey was still long. No time to rest. The fourth mission has begun. The Restricted Hall. Details about Arden, who hired him under a false name, and the objective of the mysterious pursuing group gradually came to light. He had to escape within 23 hours and 59 minutes. The player community was abuzz, some finding the mission difficult, others easy because it was Snowman. Regardless, Kang Seol remained calm, his feet steadily moving forward, a telescope lying on the ground. The chatter continued, worrying about his fate. In front of Kang Seol was a massive, sturdy iron gate that seemed difficult to open. The situation grew more challenging, but he remained unfazed. Kang Seol stared at the gate, an ancient scroll in his hand. He read aloud the inscription on it. To open this gate, you need 5 bloodlines, a haunting requirement. The system presented options. Check for other entrances. Decipher the text on the gate. The explanation indicated 5 sacrifices. 5 lives were needed. Players outside were bewildered, not understanding what he was doing. To the astonishment of those watching, Kang Seol suddenly tore the ancient scroll. Why would he do that after all that effort? Is he crazy? Questions rang out. With a confident expression, Kang Seol raised his staff. He knew something was wrong with the translation. A knowing smile spread across his lips. He had found the real key. If translated correctly, he said, it's not sacrifice 5 bloodlines, but sacrifice 5 drops of blood. A small difference, but one with vital meaning, completely changing the situation. The massive gate began to shake, slowly opening to reveal a mysterious passage. The blue light from his staff shone, illuminating the path ahead. Kang Seol smiled triumphantly, a small cut on his hand bleeding. He was right. His keen insight had helped him overcome what seemed like an insurmountable challenge. The black-haired young man stepped through the threshold, brilliant light enveloping his figure. A new path had opened, leading to deeper secrets of the Restricted Hall. Immediately, rewards appeared, 200 coins and sparkling stars. But at the same time, a notification about the pursuers rang out, startling the players. He's already passed? The massive wooden door slammed shut with a dull thud, as if burying a secret that had just been revealed. Deep underground, a towering iron gate appeared, enveloped by the mystical blue light from ancient torches. But Kang Seol was not alone. A barbaric troop appeared, led by the burly Borgo, his eyes burning as if wanting to tear everything apart. Borgo took a deep breath, his sharp eyes sweeping the space. I smell blood. He growled, his words like razor blades. He turned to Kirjan, the skinny, trembling decipherer. He's here! Kirjan! Borgo commanded, and Kirjan quickly responded. Borgo continued to question, his tone full of menace. You deciphered the relic's traps, so act quickly. You know what will happen if you deceive me, don't you? Kirjan panicked, trying to blame Kujo. Kirjan rushed towards an ancient stone pedestal, his hurried footsteps echoing in the dark corridor. He bent down to examine the pedestal, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Huh? Something was wrong. Borgo and the old white-haired man squinted at Kirjan. Sir Borgo, what's wrong? Kirjan stammered, his face pale. Kirjan pointed at the pedestal, his voice trembling. I think he knew that the relic translation Kujo had was misinterpreted. On the ancient pedestal, dried bloodstains revealed everything. A horrifying truth gradually came to light. Borgo sneered, his eyes flashing with cruelty. How? He couldn't believe it. In the distance, Kang Seol stood, his gaze firm. How did he know that? He wondered, a bad premonition rising. Borgo spun around, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Kirjan. Kirjan! He roared, making Kirjan respond in fear. Borgo's smile grew even more terrifying, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. We must break through the relic faster than him. In the dark corridor of the ancient relic, heavy footsteps echoed, signaling an unavoidable confrontation. Amidst the silent space, a flashing message appeared before Kang Seol's eyes, carrying an urgent warning. Borgo, the Relic Hunters group, has entered the Restricted Hall. They will target you and the treasure. He gritted his teeth. They're here. At the same time, Borgo led the fierce group of hunters, their hurried footsteps tearing through the tunnel's silence. The ancient stone walls began to reveal secrets. A faint mechanical whirring signaling traps awaiting. A spear hidden in the shadows, ready to launch at any moment. Proof of the lurking danger. Kang Seol stood in the long corridor, his staff glowing blue, facing walls full of traps and mysteries. In front of him was a stone tablet carved with ancient script, along with a warning about hidden arrow traps. A series of options appeared, but Kang Seol knew there was only one path he could take to pass. The only choice, right now, is number 6. He read the ancient script. Be humble and self-restrained. Express infinite gratitude for Ismo Khan's grace. He recalled, Before, I also chose this option. With a small stone fragment in his hand, he understood its profound meaning. Kang Seol bowed, placing the stone fragment on the ground, showing reverence. He had to display courtesy, whether through prayer or bowing. When he stood up, there was no reaction from the traps. I'm safe, he thought to himself. Just like my memory of my second character back then. A large gate appeared ahead. If so, there won't be any problems with the remaining gates ahead. He was confident. Meanwhile, Borgo's group of hunters continued to advance, their thudding footsteps echoing throughout the relic. Thudding footsteps echoed throughout the relic. Borgo, leading the formidable group of hunters, his eyes burning with determination to break through all obstacles. The room was empty, with only a path leading deep downwards. A hunter spoke, full of doubt. Kirjin, he's not here. What happened? The hunters began to murmur, looking around. One asked, why isn't he in this room either? Another replied curtly, isn't it obvious? Kirjin, the skinny bald man, trembled, holding a piece of paper. A hunter roared, Kirjin! That bastard must have colluded with Kujo beforehand. Otherwise, how could he have gotten ahead of us? Kirjin stammered. No. Two other hunters approached, their faces fierce. Do you think yelling no is enough? One threatened. If we keep falling behind like this, do you think you'll get away unscathed? The atmosphere was tense. Borgo appeared, his eyes cold as ice. He uttered just one word, enough to silence all noise. Stop. Kirjin quickly explained when Borgo asked how to pass. He stammered, yes. So in this room, the paper in Kirjin's hand clearly showed ancient characters. He pointed at them. We must move by crawling on the floor, as if we are bowing. Borgo stared intently at Kirjin, asking again, you want us to crawl on the floor? Kirjin explained, there are arrow traps, so it will take time to disarm them. If we do that, that guy will. Borgo didn't hesitate, cutting Kirjin off. All right, do it now. The old white-haired man flinched, quickly speaking up. Sir Borgo. Borgo walked on, his face resolute. He knew he was taking a gamble, but there was no other choice. That bastard is already ahead of us, even now. He looked up, his eyes full of annoyance. I hate it when someone gets ahead of me. I'll trust Kirjin one more time. No one dared to defy the leader. The entire group of hunters, from Borgo to the weakest, bowed down, crawling on the cold stone floor. Kirjin crawled on the floor, sweat pouring, his face extremely tense. He gritted his teeth. Damn it! Every crawl was a curse on Kujo. Kirjin told himself, I must survive at all costs to get past Borgo, because I know everything about these ruins. Kirjin continued to crawl, cold sweat pouring, muttering about two things to be careful of. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him, startling him as he frantically realized something. Borgo appeared, his eyes sharp as daggers, questioning what Kirjin was doing. The air was tense, signaling an ominous turn of events. Kirjin tremblingly held up the tattered piece of paper, cold sweat running down his face. He stammered, admitting he might have miscalculated. He turned his back, his voice full of worry, speculating that Kujo might have reached the center of the relic. If so, that bastard could control all the traps remotely. Borgo gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with furious anger. His entire being exuded killing intent, signaling an impending outburst of rage. Before he could finish speaking, a volley of arrows shot out from nowhere, tearing through the air. Kirjin and another hunter fell, fresh blood staining the stone floor red. The rain of arrows continued to pour down, pinning other hunters to the stone walls. Borgo roared, ordering his comrades to raise their shields. Another hunter collapsed, a desperate cry echoing. Amidst the rain of arrows, an urgent voice rang out. Run! Get up and run! Hurried, urgent footsteps. Fresh blood dripped onto the cold stone floor, with every step of the one trying to escape. The floor was now strewn with bodies, arrows embedded like sharp thorns. A desolate scene, stained with death. Borgo slammed his hand on the ground, his face contorted, growling as he asked about the casualties. His rage was reaching its peak. The old white-haired man tremblingly reported, 7 people. But his voice choked, not daring to say what came next. Kirjin lay there, motionless on the cold stone floor, fresh blood pooling. He was dead, and most of the information about the relic had come from his explanations. Borgo sneered, a sinister smile appearing on his face. He had realized something, a cruel but intriguing truth. He burst into maniacal laughter, the sound echoing throughout the relic. That bastard Snowman. He's really interesting, Borgo roared, his eyes full of excitement. Leaving Borgo's maniacal laughter behind, Kang Seol continued his journey, his steady footsteps moving deeper into the darkness of the ancient relic. In front of him was a complex gate mechanism with 3 levers, the system suggesting this was the key to shaking off the pursuers. Kang Seol, with sharp eyes, muttered, This is the 5th gate already. He knew he didn't have much time left. He stepped into a secret, doorless room, sensing extreme danger. Perception has been activated. This place has traps. The system presented a series of options, from wall detection to deciphering ancient script, each method carrying risks. A smirk appeared on Kang Seol's lips. He had an idea. Good. Should I go now? He closed his eyes, his face contemplative, seemingly calculating a daring plan, beyond all predictions. His feet gently touched the stone floor, beginning to walk in the darkness, each step a defiance of death. Kang Seol took slow steps, his glowing staff leading the way, illuminating the uncertain path ahead. He opened his eyes, his gaze piercing. The inscription in this room is, "He had deciphered the mystery." Close your eyes and walk a heart's distance from Ismokan. The glowing footsteps led the way, but closing one's eyes amidst traps was an act of madness, he understood. Ismokan was the folk god, number 8. The monks had to close their eyes and take 8 steps to pass. But things weren't that simple. He realized those 8 steps were based on the height of ancient monks, who were over 2 meters tall. Given his current height, Kang Seol coldly decided, "I will open my eyes on the 9th step." After the intellectual challenge, the brilliant gate opened, swallowing Kang Seol's figure into the depths of the ruins. A new journey, a new challenge awaited. Consecutive victory announcements echoed. The 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th gates of the Hall of Restriction had been cleared. 200 gold coins poured down, a reward for the conqueror. Stepping into the dark stone-tiled corridor, illusory comments flashed through his mind. The pursuer has been crushed. The ruin creator. A mysterious smile hid behind the screen. Kang Seol's eyes were sharp and penetrating. He knew the final gate was near. A new path was about to open, bringing with it unsolved mysteries. Each resolute step was a beat closer to the goal. "I'm getting closer to the 2nd fragment," he muttered to himself, his resolve unwavering. The stone-tiled path stretched out, sparkling with mystical specks of light. He understood that this guidance was not random, but from the memory of a deceased person. His purple eyes pensive, he wondered. Was that person waiting for him at the end of this path? An unanswered question suspended in the air. A name appeared, etched deep in his mind. Ruin Hunter Gilliak. The 2nd fragment. A fallen piece. A short but meaningful life. He pictured him, a giant physique, a thick beard, a naive, life-loving smile. Gilliak, the strong man who had overcome all difficulties, was now just a memory. Kang Seol stood firm, his gaze resolute. He felt a presence, a premonition telling him. Gilliak must be here, he affirmed. Memories flooded back. Of the 1st fragment, Snowman. Traces still imprinted on the sharp stone mountains. A distant past, yet still intact. He connected the fragments. If Snowman left traces, then Gilliak did too. His traces must be at the 10th gate of this ruin. His footsteps hurried. Kang Seol climbed the stone steps. The staff in his hand glowed, illuminating the path to the final mystery. He stopped, his gaze sweeping across the space. A familiar feeling washed over him, as if he had found what he was looking for. Here it is. Before him was the 10th gate, the Hall of Light. A large, sturdy door concealing unknown things awaited the conqueror. Blood stained the cold, tiled floor. Cruel arrows deeply embedded in flesh. 1, 2, then 3. Lives fell, like chess pieces overturned in a death game. Footsteps inadvertently trampled over comrades' corpses. Fresh blood soaking the earth and stones. 4, 5. Cold numbers, counting down to an inevitable tragic end. A thwack echoed, an arrow piercing straight through a temple. 6, 7. Death came suddenly, cruelly, forever, closing the horrified gaze of the unfortunate one. Another body collapsed, blood staining a corner of the ruins red. "Let's go. On to the next one." A cold voice echoed, as if human lives were merely worthless experimental subjects. 3 hunters stood there, their eyes sharp and cold. According to Kirjan, the number of steps is 5 to 10. Dry words, calculating each step over others' lives. A sinister smile appeared on the spiky-haired man's face. "I've handled almost everything," he whispered, his eyes filled with bloodlust. "I'll tear you apart." After much hardship, Kang Seol finally stood before the threshold. It's here. The 10th gate, the Hall of Light, appeared majestically before the young man. Stepping into the silent space, Kang Seol unconsciously called out a name. "Gilliak, where are you?" An indescribable unease rose in his heart. A cold sensation ran down his spine, startling Kang Seol. His eyes widened, staring into the void. Before him was a dry skeleton, lying motionless. The old red scarf was still wrapped around its neck, like a reminder of a tragic past. The body, now a skeleton, leaned against the cold stone wall, Broken arrows and a rusted sword lay scattered, evidence of a fierce battle. "Gilliack," Kang Seol softly uttered, his eyes filled with sorrow as he looked at the skeleton. Memories of his old friend flooded back. Painful. A strange feeling rose in Kang Seol's heart again. I'm getting this feeling again. It was familiar, yet unsettling. This feeling was exactly like when he found traces of the first fragment. Now, the second fragment was right before his eyes, and the unease intensified. Kang Seol knelt, the staff in his hand emitting a soft light. He stared at the skeleton, his heart heavy with unanswered questions. A sudden sharp pain struck, making Kang Seol clutch his head and writhe. "Arg!" The painful groan tore through the silence. Kang Seol's headache suddenly intensified, causing him to collapse, clutching his head tightly. An ancient message appeared. Gilliack's legacy has begun. In a daze, the image of a burly man with blonde hair and a thick beard appeared. He laughed loudly, showing off his bulging muscles. "Gilliack is invincible. Look at these muscles," he continued to boast to his companions. "Kids, remember me. I am the one who will uncover all the secrets of the ruins in this world." The ruin hunter Gilliack, with a smug smile, grandly declared his mission, unaware of the cruel fate awaiting him. Kang Seol was still struggling with the pain, his hand gripping the staff tightly, trying to fight off the memories and images flooding his mind. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his head, his purple eyes flashing golden. The pain felt like it was tearing his mind apart, making the young man groan incessantly. Another memory flooded back, Gilliack trying to hold onto a hand. "Hold my hand, Jaren. Don't let go. You'll die if you let go. Hang in there." Kang Seol was in extreme pain, clutching his head with both hands, his golden eyes blazing as if seeing something horrifying from the past. In the memory, Gilliack stood in a stone corridor, holding a torch, confidently saying, "Ismo-Khan's number. 8 steps. I just need to close my eyes and walk through the trap." He boasted about his solution. "Do you know how cool this solution is? I underestimated this trap, but it's not too difficult." Then Gilliack turned to his companions, his voice gradually growing heavy. "You think so too, right? Answer me, friends." The image of Gilliack collapsed amidst countless arrows. One leg twisted. He whispered, "Don't leave me alone." Kang Seol saw an arrow embedded in Gilliack's belt, blood already staining part of his cloak red. The young man realized the horrifying truth. "Ugh, the arrow. Is it poisoned?" Gilliack, in his last breath, gave a bitter smile. "Haha, but I made it to the final gate." He gasped, his distant gaze fixed on the ceiling, cold sweat trickling down his temples, then breathed his last. Kang Seol looked up at the ceiling, where an ancient fresco appeared. He wondered, was it a mirror or a painting? Then a voice echoed, cold as from the grave, "Ha! It has awakened." In his dying throes, Gilliack whispered about Ismo-Khan, the god of light. He knew this was the truth. His breath ragged, Gilliack whispered, "Someone needs to see further than me." His eyes dimmed, carrying a final message. Kang Seol collapsed, tears streaming down his face. No one is. Pain and despair enveloped the young man. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, coldly declaring, "You have inherited Gilliack's unfinished will. Inherited the abilities of the dead. Inherited the ruined predator. The ability to detect secrets and alter items has been granted to him." A withered skeleton, wearing a red scarf, its hand emitting a faint light, appeared as a reminder of the legacy. Kang Seol clenched his fist, the red cloth falling. The comments of outsiders echoed, "Why would a summoner receive the ruined predator? Why are you angry when you're just standing by and watching?" He bowed his head, a bitter smile on his lips. "I came too late, Gilliack." His voice choked, filled with belated regret. Kang Seol raised his head, his purple eyes resolute. He gripped the staff tightly, declaring powerfully, "I will investigate this, as you wished." Gilliack's will was now his. A false gate appeared, along with an explanation. If Gilliack had realized it sooner, things would have been different. He had studied the Hall of Confinement for another fragment, and all those fragments had the ability to detect. A young, sharp face appeared. Even he had ventured into Pandia in the eternal world. A new mystery was slowly unfolding. An ancient scroll appeared, revealing a secret. 4 mirrors were the key to the final gate. Adjust the mirrors left, right, and towards the ceiling. The last thing Gilliack saw was the goddess painting on the ceiling. A faint light shone, containing the answer. Kang Seol raised his hand, touching the ethereal light from the fresco. A glimmer of hope flashed in the darkness. He stood in the middle of the room, light bursting forth brilliantly. "The solution has been decided," a voice echoed, affirming the path ahead. The 4 mirrors on the floor simultaneously reflected light onto the ceiling. Kang Seol looked up, immersed in the dazzling halo, ready to face destiny. Memories flooded back. Gileak's words echoing in the young man's ears. Ismokan, the name like a reminder, a code for the journey ahead. Gileak's resolute figure, bestowing upon him the light of nature. I will grant you the light of nature, so open the way. A heavy entrustment of responsibility. At his feet, ancient characters glowed, like an invisible gate slowly opening, leading the way to another world. He looked up, the spiral path stretching high into the distance, leading to some mysterious place. Light from the staff illuminated his steps. A message appeared. You have passed the final gate of the Hall of Confinement. You may end the adventure when time runs out or after choosing your reward. The young man walked steadily up the spiral stairs, his footsteps echoing in the silent space, moving towards his destiny. He arrived before the large door. Comments from the outside world continuously appeared, congratulating and urging him to claim his reward. His gloved hand gently touched the ancient door. A strange sensation spread, as if awakening something that had slept for centuries. The door slowly opened, revealing a magnificent hall, with towering stone columns, leading to a sacred space. At the end of the hall, an ancient statue appeared, its eyes closed. A voice echoed, "Stranger," welcoming the newcomer. The statue's eyes suddenly glowed. "Welcome to Ismokan's sanctuary." The greeting carried solemnity and a hint of mystery. The young man stood before the statue, his eyes resolute. He softly replied, "Thank you," showing respect for the ancient power. The statue's hand moved, countless gold coins and items falling. "Ismokan will bestow upon you a gift. Be sure to use it." Gold, silver, jewels, and precious items poured out like a waterfall, piling up at his feet, a worthy reward for the arduous journey. "You must make a choice, so choose carefully," the reminder echoed, and the young man looked straight ahead, his eyes full of determination. His face showed contemplation. The journey had only just begun, and each choice would shape his future. Treasures poured down like a meteor shower, glittering gold and jewels beckoning. The young man stood amidst them, marveling as if in Aladdin's cave, struggling against ultimate temptation. Standing before the sea of items, he frowned. Each item was precious, but he could only choose one, leaving him confused about what he needed most right now. A notification appeared. The reward for the quest chasing the chariot has arrived. His perception was enhanced for 10 minutes, his purple eyes flashing blue. The perception skill activated. Thanks to perception, all items clearly displayed their information, from value, hidden stories, to even curses or dangers. He was astonished to realize the true power of this skill. He pondered, suggestions continuously appearing. From high-value items to Kaluna's equipment set, even criticisms of ugly helmets appeared. The young man's gloved hand slowly reached down, touching an item hidden among countless glittering treasures. Amidst the forest of treasures, he chose a small, wrapped item. System notifications continuously appeared, expressing confusion at the young man's unexpected decision. The ancient statue with brilliant golden eyes spoke, majestically asking, "Have you made your decision?" "Yes, I choose this one." He held up a blue and gold blindfold, an item named Perception Blindfold. It would help him see hidden things. A mysterious clan in Pandia possessed special eyes, carrying countless abilities and the potential to unlock events. This power was once legendary. He smiled smugly, not expecting to acquire the eyes of perception right from the start. This skill was perfectly suited for him, opening up new opportunities. The Ismokan statue asked again if he wanted anything else, but the young man shook his head, resolutely refusing. The statue's golden eyes glowed, its words echoing, "Ismokan blesses those who show moderation." Suddenly, a glittering treasure chest appeared, surrounded by gold coins. A notification appeared. An additional reward box has been created. He looked at the chest, thinking, additional reward. Seems like gold coins. Useful too. But, without hesitation, he quickly put on the perception blindfold. It was time to use this new power to uncover hidden things. The young man's eyes beneath the blindfold suddenly flared with brilliant golden light, ancient characters spinning wildly. Sweat poured out, signaling an intense pain about to strike. A roar tore through the air. He clutched his head, his body convulsing in extreme agony. Energy surged, as if trying to rip him apart. His legs buckled, strength completely drained. Golden coins scattered across the cold stone floor, evidence of indescribable chaos and pain. He collapsed face down onto the floor, his body trembling. "Damn it!" A soft groan escaped, blending with the clinking of coins. He writhed, his eyes seemingly ablaze. "I didn't expect opening them to be this painful." His lament was broken. "It's like I'm being burned alive." Brilliant golden flames erupted, engulfing his arm beneath the black cloak. Shards of energy shot out, creating a dramatic spectacle. He knelt, head bowed, still besieged by pain. Energy continued to blaze around him, like a vortex of destruction. His eyes, though obscured, still glowed like two small suns. Sweat and tears mingled, streaming down his pale face. An ancient scroll appeared, echoing a declaration. You have opened the eyes of perception. From now on, you will see the world with completely new eyes. Information continued to appear. Improved vision, the ability to see hidden things, displaying opponent information. The more you train, the stronger your perception becomes. The world before his eyes suddenly transformed, revealing fantastical lines and lights. The world looks completely different, he whispered, astonished. He stood up, adjusting his blindfold. Though the pain lingered, a sense of relief washed over him. Now, he could avoid random occurrences. A faint smile flickered across his lips. His eyes beneath the cloth still gleamed with golden light, a symbol of the newly awakened power. Heavy footsteps echoed. A giant axe plunged into the stone floor, signaling the enemy's arrival. Two burly figures emerged from the shadows. The leader, with a sinister smile, growled. I finally found you. You haven't left yet, you little rat, he sneered. Kang Seol turned, staff in hand, questioning. Where are the others? The hunter retorted. I should be asking that. You'll answer and pay with your life. The shaggy-haired hunter growled, his bloodshot eyes reflecting brutality. He threatened Kang Seol, wanting to tear him to pieces and scatter them across the field. A chilling challenge, signaling an impending bloody battle. Kang Seol remained calm, his purple eyes probing. He casually asked back. So, it's just the two of you? A light question imbued with contempt, further infuriating the hunter. The shaggy-haired hunter roared, his face ferocious. He raised his weapon, growling in response. I said I'm the one asking, you punk! The atmosphere was taut like a bowstring, waiting for a spark to ignite. The subordinate hunter, with an expression of extreme greed, stared at the glittering treasures. He exclaimed, Oh my, this is truly a colossal treasure! His eyes reflected boundless craving. He turned to his comrade, pointing at the precious items on the wall. Sir Borgo, look at the treasures on the wall. If we had this much, we could. His words were cut short by a gruesome sound, a sudden fatal slash. The shaggy-haired hunter swung his axe, blood splattering. His comrade fell, a painful groan echoing through the space. Cruel betrayal unfolded before their eyes. The subordinate hunter lay dying, eyes wide open, staring at his attacker. Why? He gasped. The shaggy-haired hunter coldly replied, Hands off. It's all mine. Greed had turned comrades into enemies. Kang Seol observed calmly, uttering a sarcastic remark. Looking at you two, it's a miracle that two individuals like you made it this far. The shaggy-haired hunter roared, Shut up. I'll take everything here. I'll take the treasure and your life. Faced with the threat, Kang Seol merely smirked. Be my guest. A concise, confident remark, as if challenging the hunter. His eyes were cold, devoid of fear. The shaggy-haired hunter hastily bent down, greedily scooping up golden coins and glittering jewelry. He didn't hesitate to pick up an ancient staff, his eyes burning with desire. He cackled, embracing his spoils. Ho, ho, ho! This is mine. All mine! The clinking of metal echoed in the treasure-filled room. His greed had reached its peak. The shaggy-haired hunter cheered with delight as the jewelry and armor automatically clung to his body. Oh, treasure! They're sticking to me automatically! This is amazing! He felt power flowing into it. He felt a surge of new power. And this power, I just put it on, but I already feel so strong. His eyes were full of self-satisfaction, lost in delusion. Now, clad in new armor and helmet, the shaggy-haired hunter flashed a gruesome smile. With this power, I can crush you until you can't breathe. He was confident he had victory in his grasp. Kang Seol still stood there, as calm as ever. He uttered a cryptic remark. Anyway, it seems no one told you the name of this place. An unexpected hint that turned the tables. The shaggy-haired hunter was surprised, his triumphant expression suddenly vanishing. What? What the hell are you talking about all of a sudden? He didn't understand Kang Seol's meaning. Confusion evident in his eyes. Kang Seol remained composed, even as a strange red energy enveloped him. The greedy hunter still hadn't realized what trap he had fallen into. But the curse had awakened. The demon god statue roared, punishing the mortal who dared to trespass. Greedy fool, the goddess Ismakan with countless arms declared the sentence, He who knows no bounds shall pay a heavy price. Borgo, now clad in red and gold armor, burst into maniacal laughter. Greed? It was greed that brought me here, he roared, arrogantly defying the curse. If I weren't greedy, I wouldn't have come here. No one can punish me. Furious power erupted, engulfing Borgo. He believed he had transcended all limits, becoming the master of the treasure. But it was only an illusion. A dazzling explosion tore through the space, consuming the hunter in destructive light. Amidst the chaos, Kang Seol stood firm, his cold purple eyes watching the brutal spectacle. Ismo Khan's curse had fallen upon Borgo. He could take everything without limit, but the price to pay was too high. Shards and jewels flew everywhere. Kang Seol subtly smirked. It has begun. Borgo reappeared, but he was no longer himself. His face was distorted, his eyes glowed red, and his regeneration ability soared. A bloodthirsty monster, with drastically reduced stats, yet granted immortality. Ismo Khan had stripped him of his freedom. He roared, swinging his colossal weapon, charging straight at Kang Seol with the mad strength of the cursed. A devastating blow, tearing through the stone floor. The hunter was now merely Ismo Khan's puppet, attacking relentlessly. Kang Seol, his golden eyes shining brightly, focused intently. He was ready to face this new challenge. He dodged the attack, sensing every movement. I see. Is this the effect of the eyes of perception? Borgo, now a cursed monster, roared maniacally. He charged, wielding Ismo Khan's destructive power, determined to tear his opponent apart. The terrifying punch landed, creating a violent explosion of dust, shaking the ancient ruins. In the thick dust cloud, Borgo panted, his bloodshot eyes still reflecting bloodlust. But Kang Seol still stood there, strangely calm. He looked at the chained monster, uttering coldly, "You are someone who can't even control your own body." Kang Seol's words were like adding fuel to the fire. Borgo roared, his entire body ablaze with crimson demonic energy, ready for the next attack. An information interface appeared, revealing Borgo's terrifying identity. Ismo Khan's departed soul, Ruins Hunter Borgo. Kang Seol's eyes of perception had taken effect. The monster roared frantically, resentment surging. "I became like this. It's all your fault." He swung his chained fist, destructive power erupting. "I will definitely kill you." Kang Seol lightly dodged the deadly blow. Borgo grew even more furious, growling, "How dare you!" He charged, grabbing Kang Seol's arm in a fit of rage. But the young man remained composed, subtly smirking. Borgo screamed, "Let go! Let me go!" Kang Seol replied decisively, without hesitation, "I don't want to." Borgo's eyes widened, unable to believe his ears. Without further ado, Kang Seol unleashed a lightning-fast kick, striking Borgo's massive body directly. The second kick was as powerful as a hammer blow, sending the monster flying like a tattered rag doll. Borgo crashed hard into a stone pillar, roaring in pain. His spear fell, shattering into pieces. He lay motionless amidst the rubble, fresh blood staining his armor red. It seemed as if everything was over, but a cold voice echoed, piercing Borgo's mind, commanding, "Get up!" The monster's eyes widened in horror. From the abyss of darkness, a grotesque entity rose, its eyes glowing red like hellfire. A ghostly voice echoed, implanting a single command into his mind: "Protect the Great Hall." Borgo roared in pain, his armor cracking as his body mutated, surging with dark power. Invisible chains tightened, but the will to protect had transformed him into a true monster. Amidst the chaotic scene, Kang Seol still stood there, strangely calm. A slight cough broke the silence, as if the young man was contemplating his new opponent. The monster sneered, sharp claws extending from his mutated arm. "I am invincible," he growled, "my great hall, my treasure. No one shall touch it." Borgo's colossal body charged like a storm, each step shaking the ground. He swung his steel fist, determined to crush everything in his path. Eyes burning red, Borgo let out an angry roar, his armor cracking to reveal sinewy muscles. "Don't you dare touch my treasure!" He swore to tear apart anyone who dared approach. Kang Seol glided like a ghost, narrowly dodging the monster's terrifying punch. A surge of purple energy flared, signaling preparation for a counterattack. Borgo attacked frantically, his armor cracking more and more. A mysterious notification echoed. Borgo's treasure creation skill is being used. Connection activated. "No! Danger!" A cry rang out as Kang Seol dodged once more. The monster swung its weapon, creating a dazzling, terrifyingly powerful burst of light. Quick as lightning, Kang Seol grabbed Borgo's colossal arm. A golden light flared from the young man's hand, making the monster growl in surprise. Borgo didn't flinch. He raised his giant hammer, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Special skill, Fatal Blow, activated. A cold voice echoed. Get out of my sight," Borgo roared, swinging his fiery hammer down. His destructive power twisted the very air around him. The hammer struck, creating a colossal crack in the ground, dust and debris flying everywhere. A violent tremor spread, shaking the entire ancient hall. Amidst the rubble, Borgo stood tall, his mutated body still exuding a ferocious aura. He growled, breathing heavily, but his eyes were still full of madness. Kang Seol still stood there, holding a glowing staff, his sharp eyes facing the monster. He growled, as if in a final challenge. Borgo took heavy steps, chains still wrapped around his body. He looked at the young man, his voice full of provocation. "Are you alone? Do you intend to die here like this?" Kang Seol smirked, his purple eyes flashing with defiance amidst the stormy night. He knew this battle wasn't over. Borgo growled, his armor cracked, asking why he was laughing. "When I'm angry, I laugh." "You do too, don't you?" Kang Seol retorted, his tone full of sarcasm. He looked at Borgo, saying that the brute was angry because he couldn't accept death. But Borgo roared, "I haven't lost," a defiant declaration. A surge of crimson energy erupted from Borgo. The skill treasure-making was activated. The monster smirked, "You're scared." The monster transformed, its body swelling, sharp claws extending. It roared, charging straight at Kang Seol like a frenzied storm. A devastating punch tore through the air, but Kang Seol had vanished. The ground cracked, dust and rocks flew, leaving a deep crater. The monster frantically swung its arms, but the young man was like a ghost, gliding past every attack. A sudden counterattack made Borgo falter, in pain. In an instant, Kang Seol grabbed Borgo's colossal arm. A gruesome crack echoed, signaling the monster's bones were enduring immense strain. Borgo growled, but a cold voice rang out. "Greedy fools shouldn't feel fear." The monster raged. "What the hell are you talking about, you troll?" Then, a terrifying entity appeared. It was Jamad. "Jamad will switch to support mode," he declared. "Jamad will carve his fear onto you." Without mercy, Jamad dealt a fatal blow to Borgo. The monster roared in pain, blood splattering from the wound. Jamad looked at Borgo, his cold voice echoing, "Unlike yours, this body truly gets angry when it's angry." A powerful warning. Jamad's earth-shattering punch sent Borgo flying. The monster's body slammed hard into the ground, creating a massive tremor, giving his opponent no chance to retaliate. Jamad continued to deliver heavy blows. Borgo could only roar in despair. Jamad stood there, looking down at the gasping Borgo. "Get up," he said coldly. "Don't tell me this is all you've got." Borgo shakily stood up, his body cracked but his eyes still full of hatred. I'll kill you, you savage troll!" he roared. Jamad, the colossal troll, coldly responded to Borgo's vow. He scoffed that the weak only knew how to beg for salvation. With contemptuous crimson eyes, Jamad continued his cruel words, recalling the tragic fate of those who had faced him. Provoked by Jamad's words, Borgo roared madly, activated his treasure-making skill, and swung his hammer, charging to attack. The cursed warrior had lost his reason. Only the instinct for destruction remained. He lunged at Jamad like a fiery arrow. Jamad calmly raised his hand, his golden claws glowing brightly, blocking Borgo's fatal attack. Borgo frantically swung his weapon, each blow carrying destructive power. But Jamad stood firm like a mountain. With overwhelming power, Jamad did not flinch. He began to counterattack, his primal strength erupting. An earth-shattering punch from Jamad sent Borgo flying. The troll maintained his disdainful tone, evaluating his opponent. He scornfully remarked that Borgo was merely someone with strength but lacked wisdom. The organization in combat. Jamad delivered a cunning kick. Borgo couldn't react in time. He continued to deliver psychological blows, asserting Borgo's weakness. The troll looked down at Borgo with utmost contempt, delivering a final judgment on the warrior's insignificant existence. Under Jamad's absolute power, Borgo was completely overwhelmed. The warrior fell, his body shattered, without an ounce of strength left. Borgo tried to speak, but only fresh blood gushed from his mouth. He had been miserably defeated. Borgo weakly asked the identity of his vanquisher. Jamad merely replied coldly, asserting his savage troll nature. Despite being defeated, Borgo still couldn't believe reality. He didn't understand why he had lost. Jamad merely smirked, deeming this world too shallow to comprehend his power. While Borgo was sinking into despair, Kang Seol appeared, a mysterious smile on his lips. For him, things were just starting to get interesting. Borgo roared madly, blood gushing, armor torn apart. He refused to accept defeat, vowing that it wasn't over yet. A barrage of weapons from Borgo flew towards Jamad, as if to tear him apart. He screamed, "Die!" determined to push Jamad to his limits. A blinding explosion ripped through the air, its fierce destructive power spreading across the battlefield. Amidst the smoke and dust, Borgo appeared with a blazing sword, his armor tattered. He activated a special skill, growling and calling Jamad a damn troll. Suddenly, Kang Seol rushed forward, his face filled with horror. He hastily called Jamad's name, as if to warn him of something. Borgo charged, his blazing sword slashing down. He intended to finish Jamad with this fatal blow. Jamad did not dodge, using his hard stone arm to block the blazing sword. Borgo's armor cracked further. Borgo was stunned, his eyes vacant. He couldn't believe his attack had been blocked so easily. Immediately, Jamad counterattacked. His glowing golden claws pierced straight through the armor, stabbing into Borgo's body. He collapsed in extreme pain. Borgo lay gasping, blood staining the ground red. He whispered in pain, wondering if his revival was over, and if Jamaad still found him laughable. Extreme fear enveloped Borgo. He trembled, begging Jamaad to stop, admitting he was very scared. Jamaad coldly delivered a final blow with his stone arm to Borgo's head. "Finally you said it," he whispered. Borgo was disfigured by the punch, blood splattering. In his final moments, he was still haunted by Jamaad's colossal hand. Jamaad looked directly into Borgo's eyes, his crimson eyes, devoid of emotion. He merely uttered a cold word. "No." The final punch crushed Borgo's head, blood and fragments splattering. Jamaad declared that it was only his fear. Jamaad stood tall. Behind him, Borgo's death. The system announced that Ismakan's soul had been eliminated, and he received a new title, Calmed Fury. The black-haired young man appeared, his eyes sharp and cold. He had anticipated something, an inevitable outcome awaiting. One of the greatest leaders of the Black Orc tribe cannot possibly be defeated by a mere ruin hunter. Arrogant words echoed, but Jamaad still stood tall amidst the pool of blood, his hands transformed into glowing golden claws. The chat screen exploded with astonishment and praise for Jamaad. He did it! Jamaad is insane, so strong. Is he even hurt? Everyone was stunned by his power. Amidst the ruins, an ancient treasure chest gradually materialized, emitting a dazzling light. Jamaad stood beside the black-haired young man, awaiting his rightful reward. The system announced, "Checking for the best reward, Ismakan's gift." The chest slowly opened, a brilliant golden light erupting, signaling valuable items. A flurry of level and item notifications poured in. Armor, helmet, money. A mysterious black armor appeared. The black-haired young man was surprised, exclaiming, "Is this the relic Borgo used? I can't believe I received it in such a pure state." The statue of Ismakan still stood tall, its golden eyes and the sapphire on its chest glowing intensely, like a blessing or a warning. The statue of Ismakan spoke, its voice echoing throughout the space. "You, who possess strong greed, must also have unwavering will." The words seemed to pierce the black-haired young man's heart. The system announced, "Ruin Hunter activated. You receive additional rewards." The black-haired young man held an ancient piece of paper, a pickaxe and sword symbol clearly visible. He realized, "This is Gileak's Ruin Hunter has been activated." The statue continued to bestow its prophecy. "You are like steel, with a cold heart of fire. Do not anchor. Spread your light. You will shine upon this world." Golden light enveloped the statue. A dazzling light erupted from the statue, like a final response. The system announced that Jamaad had completed the quest, Protect the Great Hall, and a new item appeared, Fist of the Mountain. Jamaad transformed his hands into stone, his face full of contemplation. He was a tribal leader, once serving the Earth Dragon Yang Creed. His hesitation in accepting a blessing from an unknown local deity was understandable. The black-haired young man checked the rewards. Borgo's helmet appeared. He clicked his tongue. Borgo's helmet. What a shame. I'll just store it away and find a time to use it. Next was the armor, he assessed. The armor Borgo wore. It didn't break when Jamaad attacked. It's monster grade. The system explained the equipment grades in Pandaea. From trash to rare, and even higher, were monster, divine, and exceptional grades. These high-grade equipment possessed equivalent power. He realized that monster-grade or cursed equipment needed to be purified or used by a special character class. This armor could be worn after complete purification. I should give this to Kaluna. His defense will be better. And the last item to check. The black-haired young man turned, looking at Jamaad holding the Fist of the Mountain. This divine item was bestowed upon those who once served the Earth Dragon Yang Creed, allowing continuous attacks and granting additional damage, enhancing an ally. He gazed at the two new titles he had just received, his eyes flashing with satisfaction. The rewards are truly amazing, he muttered to himself, feeling the latent power in every word. Standing amidst the crumbling ruins, the black-haired young man recalled the decisive moment. His intuition had been right. Waiting for Borgo was the crucial move. The adventure had concluded. The adventure complete board appeared. He lightly touched it, receiving a score of 4, with nothing more to exploit from this place. A brilliant golden light enveloped him, and the score notification appeared, 599,300 points. Personal information was confidential, but that number said it all. The leaderboard was shaken. He, the mysterious one, proudly sat at the top with an incredible score. Whispers and discussions echoed everywhere, filled with both astonishment and admiration. A new notification appeared, signaling that rest time had arrived. The resting point will begin, and the designated location was the free city of Kongori. Kongori, a prosperous city in southern Pandaea, was where adventurers were allowed to rest and recover after fierce battles. 30 days to prepare for the next journey. Otherwise, exhaustion would overwhelm them. The black-haired young man's footsteps were light on Kongori's cobblestone path. An unusual sense of peace enveloped him. It's too quiet today, he thought to himself. No one else must have returned at the same time as me, he mumbled, then decided to head back to his shelter. Night fell, and his solitary footsteps echoed. With contemplative purple eyes, the black-haired young man continued to walk. Each step seemed to carry deep calculations, hidden beneath his calm exterior. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted across the street corner, stealthily observing his every move. A sense of unease arose, breaking the night's tranquility. Standing before his familiar house, he felt eyes watching him. Who's there? He slightly furrowed his brow, highly vigilant of the mysterious presence. His eyes turned sharp and cold. Who is following? Is it a member of the Predator Guild? A question full of suspicion arose in his mind, signaling imminent danger. Memories of the four fallen enemies suddenly rushed back. Perhaps they've learned about their comrades' deaths, he speculated, his guard rising. Never mind. It's probably not the Predator Guild, he told himself, then suddenly spun around. An idea flashed, and he decided to act instead of waiting. From the shadows, the stalker revealed himself. A young warrior with light armor and a round shield, his eyes full of vigilance, faced the black-haired young man. Kang Seol flinched, eyes wide, sweat pouring down. A sharp, cold light flashed past, signaling imminent danger. He turned, facing the newly revealed individual. A glowing sword pointed directly at him, creating a moment of extreme tension. Kang Seol, with sharp eyes, questioned the newly revealed individual. "Why are you following me?" The bright-clad young man, drenched in sweat, remained silent. Kang Seol narrowed his eyes, staring at his opponent. "Your silence doesn't mean I can't find out myself." The words were full of menace. The bright-clad young man raised his head, his eyes firm as he replied. "I know." Kang Seol frowned. "What do you know?" "You are a lone wolf," the bright-clad young man revealed. "You are the only one who passed the entrance when the rankings changed. I have been waiting." Kang Seol thought to himself, "This person doesn't seem to have ill intentions." He asked, "Why are you waiting for me?" The bright-clad young man replied, "I need your help. Please listen to my story." Night fell, and ancient houses appeared under the moonlight. A story was about to be told. They both found a familiar inn, an INN sign hanging, promising a safe haven. Inside the cozy inn, Kang Seol and the bright-clad young man sat opposite each other. The bright-clad young man's left hand was covered by a strange black skin. Kang Seol was surprised. "What's wrong with your hand?" The bright-clad young man sighed. "Ah, I encountered a ghost and was cursed." Kang Seol asked again, "Cursed?" He examined the black hand closely. It looked like a rotting hand, yet it was strangely firm and smooth. Kang Seol thought to himself, "I don't think this is a curse." The bright-clad young man began to tell his story. "I have 2 siblings. My older sister was older than me. Or, rather, used to be older than me." Kang Seol was surprised. "What do you mean?" The bright-clad young man bowed his head, his eyes filled with sadness. A deep sorrow was evident on his face. "My older sister died during the second adventure." The words were heavy. The scene shifted to a majestic mountain, covered in green trees, evoking memories of a fateful journey. The story of the second adventure, 5 close siblings, began in a perilous setting, where a treacherous cliff opened up to tragedy. Too many troll monsters. Although my older sister tried her best, in the end, she still slipped off the cliff. He tried to pull her up, but the cliff collapsed. "Brother, don't let go!" she cried out in despair. "Sister, hold on!" he screamed. "No, if you do that, you'll fall too, Yomyoung." She looked at him, her eyes firm. "Let me go." "Shut up, Han Sabayok," he screamed, tears streaming down his face. "Don't let go! Please, sister!" She smiled, a painful yet loving smile. "Then let go. I love you very much. I will leave Nokul to you." Her final farewell echoed in the air as her figure plunged into the abyss. He still tried to reach for her, but it was too late. His older sister's voice, eyes, and last words haunted his mind. His hand, which had once held his sister's tightly, suddenly turned black, emitting a strange light. A cold system notification appeared. "You have acquired the cursed hand." After that, my older sister kept appearing in my dreams every night, Han Yomyoung recounted. "She begged me to save her. An unexpected accident." "I see," Kang Seol mused. "Han Yomyoung has acquired a rare physique called the Ghost Hand. It's not a curse. His hand was chained by an invisible curse. It's the hand of a spirit." Kang Seol explained, "Unless it's purified by a high priest, it will be useless. But if he could reclaim that hand from the spirit, the ghost hand would become a powerful assistant." A brilliant golden light flashed from the cursed hand. "You want me to help you get your old hand back?" Kang Seol asked. "No," Han Yomyoung shook his head. "This is my regret. What I need help with is my relative. My relative joined a guild, and from then on, we gradually grew apart." Han Yomyoung recounted. "Your relative joined a dangerous guild?" Kang Seol questioned. Han Yomyang asked Kang Seol about the Justice Guild, but he replied with indifference, saying he didn't care. Han Yomyang continued to explain that it was a guild established from the very beginning, renowned for the highest scores, attracting countless people, but the truth was far from it. He added that this guild organized members according to the officials' wishes, and anyone who resisted would face the sword. Rumors also spread far and wide that those who dared to leave or ally with other guilds paid a heavy price. Kang Seol coldly dismissed it as mere rumors. Han Yomyang quickly denied it, asserting that he had confirmed this information with his relative. Worry was evident on Han Yomyang's face, the image of Noelle appearing in his mind. So Noelle is in danger. I must save her, he thought to himself. Kang Seol remained silent for a moment, then spoke cruelly. Even if what you say is true, I see no reason to help you. Han Yomyang was stunned, his eyes wide with shock. What? Why? He stammered, asking again. Kang Seol looked directly at him, his tone resolute. I am not a disciple of justice. Everyone has their own reasons, Han Yomyang. A staircase stretching to the horizon, a metaphor for Kang Seol's goal, appeared. He declared, I have no time for anything other than my own goals. Han Yomyang was distraught, unable to believe his ears. Why not? He whispered, his voice fading. He yelled, questioning Kang Seol. Why won't you help me when you're so strong? Your adventurer score is double that of rank 2. You must be 10, even dozens of times stronger than them. Kang Seol maintained his cold expression, simply calling his name softly, Yomyang. He spoke bluntly, his eyes sharp as knives. I didn't become strong to save those who sit idly by, waiting for others to save them. Save yourself, Yomyang. Kang Seol continued, his gaze firm. You must be the one to save your own sister. He turned and walked away, leaving Han Yomyang devastated. I cannot save everyone around me. Kang Seol turned and walked away, leaving Han Yomyang stunned. He uttered his final words, reminding him of his mysterious hand. Han Yomyang's black-gloved hand appeared, concealing a secret. Kang Seol asserted that it was not a curse, and he had to overcome his guilt to save his sister. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say, Kang Seol concluded coldly, leaving Han Yomyang standing there, distraught and desperate. Kang Seol walked away into the darkness, comments from the outside world echoing. He told himself he couldn't save everyone. His time was limited, and everyone had to stand up for themselves. However, deep down, Kang Seol still couldn't stop thinking about Han Yomyang and that demonic hand. He knew that if the mystery was solved, saving his sister wouldn't be too difficult. His eyes were pensive. That hand, it was so useful it could become a trump card in the future. He considered it. A thought suddenly flashed in the black-haired young man's mind. Helping him a little bit, it probably wouldn't hurt, right? As long as Han Yomyang could change himself and not sink deeper into despair. Kang Seol decided to seek out the Information Guild. A secret door opened in the dark room, where the Information Guild was hidden. He knew that this place held countless pieces of news about the Justice Guild. If you want specific information, a voice spoke. Kang Seol cut him off. Just the bad rumors. A pouch of gold coins was placed down. 150 gold coins are needed. Kang Seol placed the money, thinking to himself that others probably didn't know about this place. A hand from inside the crack in the door offered an old scroll containing secrets. Kang Seol held the scroll, his eyes pensive. He mumbled. Everything Han Yomyang said was true. In fact, Han Yomyang's account was just a brief summary. Kang Seol frowned. The situation was worse than he thought. Hunter Guild? He whispered, a terrifying name appearing. Han Yomyang was shocked to realize that the horrifying rumors about a brutal guild were about the place he was currently in. Kang Seol, behind the informant, coldly asked more about the Hunter Guild. More bad rumors? The man replied, then named his price, 100 gold coin. Holding the scroll in his hand, Kang Seol opened the door and stepped out. Each line of text seemed to cut into his eyes. The situation was truly much worse than he had imagined. Why isn't anyone doing anything? Kang Seol asked, his eyes full of doubt. The informant simply replied curtly, 10 gold coins. The gold coins jingled. Only when reincarnators kill civilians do officials intervene, the informant explained, his tone indifferent. So, they knew, but didn't care. Perhaps they believe reincarnators should have their own laws, he added, then generously offered that personal opinion for free. Their own laws, huh? Kang Seol mumbled, a flash of fire igniting and burning the scroll. He understood. Oh, and, Kang Seol said, extending his hand, I want to hire someone to follow an individual for about a week. How does his strength compare to yours? Much weaker than me. He placed a photo on the table. This is the information about that person. Follow him. Confirmed. The informant replied, 20 gold coins. From now on, Han Yomyang would be watched closely, even when he fell asleep. Kang Seol returned again. The hooded man, manager of the training center, spoke. You're here again. The Dark Prophet's Dark Mage Training Center. What brings you here this time? The manager asked. A scroll appeared with options. Kang Seol was surprised. Option number 5 couldn't be chosen before. But now it can? I heard there was a dark summoner here, Kang Seol asked. Oh no, it seems you're too late, the manager replied. Chiao has been in Nobira for a month and hasn't made contact since. Kang Seol mused. Although the dark summoner Chiao was powerful, this world was full of dangers. He didn't need to rush to choose option 5, as it was related to the awakening event that would take place in the future. The scroll displayed the options Kang Seol considered. Delaying could make him miss the awakening event. He decided to make an offer. Can I help you search for Chiao? The center manager was delighted. Really? If you help, please do. Kang Seol nodded. Immediately, the hidden quest Missing Summoner was activated. Quest details appeared. Dark Prophet is a training ground in Kongri, but the dark summoner Chiao has gone missing in Nobira. The objective is to find her traces. Kang Seol followed the manager inside. He told himself that even though the new quest was a bit off topic, his original goal in coming here was to improve his basic skills. He currently has 4 skill points. Without much thought, he decided to invest them all into upgrading his main skill, shadow summoning, the brightly glowing skill tree. Upgrade notification scroll. Smoother summoning can summon 2 shadows simultaneously, and shadows now retain 70% of original stats. Kang Seol was satisfied. Everything was complete. He thought to himself, now he could summon both Kaluna and Jamad at the same time, with stats transferred more effectively. He felt like a one-man army. In a flashback, a man loudly reproached Kang Seol. Why didn't you help me when you were so strong? He emphasized that Kang Seol's adventurer points were double that of others. Kang Seol remained silent, his gaze cold, seemingly unmoved by those words. He looked at the glowing skill tree, realizing he couldn't get any stronger in Kongri. The remaining quests here were inefficient, and the rewards were negligible. Kang Seol gazed into the distance, taking in the panoramic view of Kongri City. He made his final decision. After dealing with the Hunter Guild, I will leave. The scene shifted to a dark tavern. A man asked, So, everyone's dead? Jincheol and Sangyu and the rest? Another member replied, Yes, they're dead. A burly hunter sneered, Ha! All the useful ones die young. They also mentioned that Minho and Kyungmo had perished. At the Hunter Guild's hideout, members were gathered. A man asked the blonde guildmaster. 4 people died trying to deal with him. What should we do, guildmaster? The guildmaster coldly replied, His name is Snowman. The guildmaster of the Hunter Guild, a platinum blonde man, sneered. I heard he looks like a bookworm, yet he has the power to kill 4 of our members? He wondered, his eyes sharp. The guildmaster continued to speculate. Perhaps the person had set a trap using confidential information. A subordinate suggested sending someone to kill him, but he dismissed it. Fool. Just keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape Kongri. The guildmaster explained that everything must have order. We will kill him, but the method is what's important. He exhaled smoke, his eyes full of calculation. Since we're allied with the Justice Guild, we can't cause obvious trouble. Another member expressed doubt about this alliance, believing the Justice Guild was untrustworthy. The guildmaster sneered in response. Do you think they trust us? Both sides are just using each other. He mentioned young Chiao, the leader of the Justice Guild, who lacked the strength to maintain his own guild. We want to expand our business in Kongri. A dark plan was being laid out. The guildmaster continued to reveal the conspiracy. While pretending to help Wanchol, we will swallow up the Justice Guild, and then another guild. He smirked, and then we will sell people. The guildmaster let out a gruesome laugh. This world has become truly beautiful, hasn't it? He explained. There was no law, no punishment. Violence reigned supreme. Even stabbing someone on the street was fine, as long as it was among the reincarnated. And finally, those who understand violence best will stand at the pinnacle, he declared, raising a wooden cup high, his eyes burning with cruelty and ambition. A dark future awaited. A member asked, So, is the leader the guildmaster, the one ranked second in the privates? The guildmaster replied, There was still someone ranked above him, the top-ranked private. Yes, such a person certainly still has weaknesses to exploit. He said, We will unmask them, and they will have no choice but to obey or be killed. Suddenly, a desperate shout rang out. Brother! Another member rushed in. Brother, where are you? The guildmaster coldly replied, I'm here, you bastard! The other gasped out the news. The Justice Guild. That bastard Wanchol is calling for your help. The guildmaster asked in surprise. What's wrong? Why all the fuss? The messenger hastily explained. A madman stormed into the Justice Guild alone and is causing chaos. Alone? The guildmaster was surprised. The messenger confirmed, Yes. The chaotic scene at the Justice Guild unfolded. A young man fighting amidst a circle of enemies. What's going on? Who is that bastard? The hunter screamed, rushing to attack. "This madman! Kill him!" But the young man continued to fight fiercely, his eyes burning. The young man, with black hair and a face full of anguish and determination, yelled amidst the battle. "Noelle! My sister Noelle! Where are you?" He was searching for his loved one. A hand reached out in the blazing blue flames, a desperate plea echoing as if from the void. Han Yomyang, engulfed by the eerie flames, struggled against the gnawing power. The desperate plea still rang in his ears. A ghostly figure appeared behind him, whispering haunting words. Han Yomyang was in extreme pain, as if his soul was being torn apart. A devastating punch landed squarely on his face, blood and dust splattering. The physical pain threatened to shatter his will. Even with a paralyzed arm, even cursed, Han Yomyang gritted his teeth and endured. "I don't care," he yelled, his eyes burning with determination. Surrounded by the crowd, the young man remained steadfast. "At all costs, I must get my sister out of this hellish place." His vow echoed, full of power. A piercing scream. Han Yomyang flinched and spun around. What the hell was happening? Noelle, his sister, rushed over in a panic. "Brother!" Her cry was heartbreaking, full of worry and fear. Yung Wanxiu, the guildmaster, appeared. He looked at Noelle, his tone cold. "Miss Han Noelle, you're overdoing things. Is this world that simple?" Yung Wanxiu, founder of the Justice Guild, questioned Noelle. He warned that no one was allowed to cause trouble to demand someone's release. Noelle, angry, declared she would leave. "I'll go by myself. What's wrong with you?" Han Yomyang looked at his sister, his gaze complex. The guild members whispered, unwilling to accept Noelle leaving so easily. "You know too many of our secrets," they questioned, their eyes full of suspicion. Young Wanxiu sneered, naming his price. "Don't breathe a word about what you know, and to compensate for what I've invested in you, pay 5,000 gold coins." Noelle was stunned, unable to believe her ears. "Absurd! Why should I pay that enormous sum?" she cried out, indignant. "The Justice Guild prioritizes profit," Yung Wanxiu declared coldly, then ordered, "Seize these two! Don't let them escape!" Noelle desperately shouted, exposing Yung Wanxiu as a liar who exploited everyone. "He's deceiving everyone! He just wants to sell you all out!" The Justice Guild members stared, their eyes full of calculation. A tense atmosphere enveloped them, signaling that something ominous was about to happen. Noelle, with reddened eyes, couldn't believe the harsh truth. She cried out in pain. "No way. You all knew? And you pretended not to know anything?" Yung Wanxiu responded coldly, justifying his actions. "Doesn't everyone do everything to survive? Miss Han Noelle, the world has changed." Han Yomyang quickly reassured his sister, taking her hand. "Noelle, don't worry. We'll leave this place." The girl nodded, hating this place. Suddenly, a vicious punch landed hard on Han Yomyang's stomach from behind. He clutched his abdomen, gasping in pain, a faint groan escaping him. Noelle watched in horror as her brother was attacked. One of the Justice Guild members scoffed, while another kicked the falling Han Yomyang hard. Two other thugs charged, one punching, one kicking Han Yomyang relentlessly. They called out to their comrades, "Hey, come here and beat him up!" Han Yomyang lay sprawled on the ground, trying to shield himself, but the punches kept raining down. Noelle desperately called her brother's name. Suddenly, a rough hand grabbed Noelle's wrist. She flinched in terror, struggling in vain. "Let me go!" Yung Wanxiu held Noelle tightly, his voice full of menace. "Stay still before I lose my temper." She still tried to escape him, crying out repeatedly. Yung Wanxiu's face contorted with anger. He growled, his patience exhausted by the girl's defiance. A smack echoed. Yung Wanxiu slapped Noelle hard across the face, making her stumble. "Forget it. You should take it easy." Han Yomyang was still enduring brutal blows, his pained groans tearing through the air, but his eyes now gleamed with determination. Suddenly, Han Yomyang's hand emitted a strange purple light, enveloping his sword. A mysterious power was awakening, signaling a change. Han Yomyang's entire right arm transformed, covered in dark energy, his eyes glowing red. Inherent ability. Demonic Hand has awakened. With terrifying speed, Han Yomyang swung his sword, a surge of dark energy tearing through the air, sending two attacking soldiers flying. They were horrified, unable to believe their eyes. Dark energy erupted. Han Yomyang's demonic hand was enhanced. He moved like lightning, terrifying his enemies. "What the hell is this?" A soldier, struck down by him, cried out in fear. "He's faster. He can't be caught." Yung Wanxiu roared in anger. "Damn it, you useless bunch! Quickly report this to the Hunter Guild." Amidst the rain, Noelle was scared, shouting loudly for her brother. Han Yomyang stood there, his body trembling, purple energy surrounding him. A blurry figure appeared before his eyes. He gasped, looking at the figure. "Yomyang, save me!" The figure was Han Saibyok, his deceased sister. The girl reached out her hand, her eyes filled with tears. Han Yomyang was in pain. He heard Sebyok's call. "I'll entrust Noyul to your care," Sebyok's words echoed, Noyul also being held back behind him. Han Yomyang gritted his teeth, determination blazing in his eyes. He gripped his sword tightly, dark energy surging. It can't be a curse. This arm is because of her will? He turned back, his eyes blazing. "If you dare touch Noyul, I will annihilate all you devils." A voice rang out. "Ah, I knew it." Young Wanchil flinched and turned around. A platinum blonde man appeared, along with another individual. "You're late. This is because of that damned worm." Han Yomyang looked up, feeling an invisible pressure. The platinum blonde man sneered, calling him the Private. The battle erupted. Bricks and stones shattered. Deafening sounds tore through the air. This place had become a chaotic battlefield, where life and death were but a hair's breadth apart. Amidst the thick dust, Han Yomyang mustered all his strength, swinging his sword to block the platinum blonde man's attack. His eyes were sharp and full of hatred. The platinum blonde man sneered disdainfully, easily pushing back Han Yomyang's sword. "Amusing, but your skills are lacking. As expected, it's not you." He lunged, unleashing a brutal flurry of attacks. "But since you've come all this way, I'll play with you a bit," he said, his eyes full of cruelty. A fatal blow landed. The sword flew from his hand, fresh blood splattering from the corner of Han Yomyang's mouth. He collapsed, in extreme pain. Though his body was battered, Han Yomyang still struggled to his feet. Purple dark energy flared around his right arm, his eyes burning with determination, defying the tearing pain. But the platinum blonde man gave him no chance. A brutal kick landed squarely, sending Han Yomyang crashing to the ground, his body hitting hard. He grabbed Han Yomyang's hair, forcing him down onto the cold ground. Blood stained the young man's face. "Why are you so strong? Why must you live like this?" he gasped. The platinum blonde man sneered, his eyes sharp. "Hey, you bastard. You talk as if I'm a villain." "Because you are, you bastard," Han Yomyang growled. The platinum blonde man burst into a savage laugh. "Ha, that's right. But is a villain bad?" Meanwhile, Noel was held tightly by two Justice Guild members, the girl screaming desperately. The platinum blonde man continued. "Now then, let me tell you, you two foolish siblings. Good and evil no longer matter. What matters is whether you are strong or weak." Han Yomyang groaned, blood still flowing. The platinum blonde man's words cut into his heart like a knife. "The strong are right, and the weak are wrong," he declared, his tone cold. Pain and fury erupted. Han Yomyang roared, purple dark energy surging around his right arm. "Now, violence rules all," the platinum blonde man said, his eyes full of menace. Like a cornered beast, Han Yomyang lunged forward. His right arm transformed into sharp dark claws, tearing through the air straight at his enemy. The platinum blonde man casually dodged. He stared at Han Yomyang's transformed arm, his eyes full of scrutiny. "I can see everything, kid." A gentle block, yet full of power. Han Yomyang's sword shattered into fragments, falling scattered. The young man was stunned, despairing at his opponent's absolute strength. He collapsed, blood staining the corner of his mouth, his breath ragged. The blonde man grabbed his hair, lifting him like a puppet. "Is this the end?" A desperate whisper. Amidst the chaos, a hand wearing a black glove unexpectedly tapped lightly on the wooden door. The dry sound echoed, breaking the deadly silence. The platinum blonde man frowned, turning his head. "Is anyone in there?" A low voice echoed from outside, full of scrutiny. The henchman looked bewildered, staring at the door. "What? Outside?" the blonde man growled. "Drive him away! Damn it! Daring to interrupt me!" The door opened, and a towering figure stood there, radiating a mysterious aura. "Open the door," he spoke. "I know everything. That's why I'm here." The blonde man glanced at his henchman, a corner of his mouth twitching. "Ha! It seems Han Noel has been up to some dirty tricks," he ordered. "Deal with him." He stepped on Han Yomyang, ordering his subordinates. "All right. Stop him if he comes in. Don't let him escape." The henchman obeyed. Han Yomyang, sprawled on the cold ground, tried to lift his head. A voice echoed, "Han Yomyang, are you all right?" Amidst the scrutinizing gazes, the black-haired young man strode further inside. A faint light from behind him outlined a powerful silhouette. He stopped, his sharp gaze directed at the writhing Han Yomyang. "Don't you remember me?" His voice rang out, chillingly cold. Han Yomyang looked up, his eyes full of blood and tears. "Didn't you reject my request?" he uttered in despair. The black-haired young man turned his back, his voice resolute. "I didn't come here because of your request. I came to finish something before leaving." He glanced at Han Yomyang, who was gasping for breath amidst the enemy's encirclement. "But I'm curious, why have you ended up in this state?" Han Yomyang trembled, fresh blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. He tried to speak, but only choked sobs came out. In his memory, Kang Seol said coldly, I didn't become strong to save those who only wait to be rescued. You must save yourself. You must find a way to save your sister yourself, not me." Han Yomyung cried out in pain, tears mixing with blood. "I tried my best. I did everything. But nothing worked." He pondered, his eyes sharp as if seeing through everything, every deep secret. After hearing all the explanations, Kang Seol turned his back and declared decisively, "I understand. I will take those two. Release them." His words stunned the crowd. A man exclaimed, "What? Is this guy crazy? Do you know who's here? Hey!" The blond man, the guildmaster, stepped forward, his eyes sharp. "You're Snowman, aren't you? I've been looking for you for a long time." He bared his teeth and smiled, questioning directly, "Did you kill Baek Sang-gyu and Seo Jin-chul?" Kang Seol replied curtly, "No." The blond man was about to say more, but he cut him off coldly. "Anyway, what does it matter?" Those words were like a knife, straight into the guildmaster's thoughts. Was he planning to kill them? Kang Seol closed his eyes, as if fed up with the conversation. "If you're done talking, I have a question for everyone here." He knew everything. His eyes opened, sweeping over the crowd. "Is there anyone here who wants to repent for their sins?" A man in the crowd looked bewildered, muttering, "Sins?" He waited, then subtly smirked. "No one? All right then." The brown-haired man roared, ordering his companions, "Deal with that bastard quickly!" The guildmaster erupted with power, his face filled with murderous intent. "I was going to kill him anyway. My family died because of that bastard," he growled, his face contorted. "My score is private. Do you know what that means?" Kang Seol didn't answer, just silently raised his hand. Dark energy surged, dyeing the space purple. And then, from nothingness, terrifying dark entities materialized, surrounding him, ready to fight. The dark entity Jamad, a colossal troll, materialized, terrifying the hunters. The blonde guildmaster froze, unable to believe his eyes. He roared, asking for the identity of the one who had just summoned the monster. Amidst the encirclement, Kang Seol calmly replied, mentioning the title The Private with hidden meaning, as if to challenge his opponent. The entire guild was shaken, realizing that the Private was a noble title, a symbol of superior power that the blonde man coveted. The blonde man burst out laughing, admitting he had been searching for Kang Seol for a long time. He spoke frankly, because everything was as clear as day. He extended an invitation, wanting Kang Seol to join the guild, promising the best treatment. The black-haired young man just coldly repeated the question. A guild member began to ramble on, explaining about the chaotic world, where danger coexisted with opportunity, and status no longer determined fate. He continued to praise the guild, claiming to be a pioneer, who would reach the pinnacle by recruiting outsiders, like those who explore new continents. Han Yomyung and Noel cowered in fear. Kang Seol listened, then unexpectedly asked back, questioning their power, why they could stand above everyone else. The blond man and his companions sneered, declaring simply, "Because we are strong. In this world, the strong are the law, and violence is the ultimate power." The black-haired young man smirked, uttering a sarcastic remark. He reminded them that violence, in the end, can only be subdued by violence. The blond man remained confident, asserting firmly that his guild would be the strongest, the one to dominate everything. Kang Seol smiled faintly, but his eyes were cold. He declared that he didn't care about such trivial things. A guild member flinched. Kang Seol repeated his previous question about repentance, and he had received their answer. Han Yomyung and No Yul's eyes were filled with fear. Kang Seol decisively declared, "Apart from those two, everyone else here must die." The blond man exploded in anger, enhanced energy surging. He roared, vowing to finish off the insolent Kang Seol. Right here, in the space filled with purple energy, Kang Seol coldly declared, "Annihilate them all." His eyes were sharp, unwavering before the fate of those facing him. As soon as the words fell, the colossal Jamad and Kaluna instantly charged. Kaluna, with blue hair and a glowing sword, tore through the air, initiating the rampage. Kaluna's moonlight sword swung, and enemies fell with desperate screams. Kaluna has entered Phase 1 of Soaring Moonlight, Crescent Moon. Without a moment's rest, Kaluna continued her furious assault. The gleaming blade tore through armor, blood splattered, and enemies fell before they could react. Amidst the chaos, the terrified hunter and Justice Guild members screamed in panic, "Run! We have to run!" At the same time, Jamad delivered a devastating punch, knocking down the man with the golden fist, sending him flying like a ragdoll. Jamad continued his rampage, every punch, every kick carrying destructive power, sending those in his way flying, turning the battlefield into a living hell. A Hunter Guild member witnessed the horrifying scene, his face drained of color, yelling in despair, "Oh God! Damn it! Great white shark!" The Hunting Guild master, with his glowing golden fist, roared as he faced Jamad. He did not back down, ready to confront the monster. The guild master's face was contorted with anger and determination. He poured all his strength into the punch, a brilliant golden light blazing around his fist. The Guildmaster unleashed Rock Smash, combined with Link, Tenderize, his golden fist fiercely colliding with Jamad's colossal arm, creating a violent shockwave. However, Jamad remained standing. He stomped his foot heavily on the ground, cracking it, demonstrating his unshakable, overwhelming power. A Hunter Guild member cheered excitedly. Amazing! A direct hit to the head! He still believed in the Guildmaster's strength. The Hunting Guildmaster continued to resist, his golden fist glowing brightly. Jamad's deep voice resonated. Your struggles remind me of an insect, human. The Guildmaster angrily roared. Don't call me an insect. Jamad maintained his cold expression, continuing to mock. Throwing a tantrum upon realizing one's helplessness is what children do. An adult should also know when to beg for their life when the situation demands it. Jamad finished his sentence. The Hunting Guildmaster screamed in pain as darkness consumed him. The colossal Jamad stood tall, his golden fist glowing. Amidst the brutal scene, Kang Seol spoke, his tone as cold as ice. Violence can only be conquered by violence? That's a good saying. The blonde hunter writhed, his body disintegrating in the darkness. Kang Seol's words echoed, delivering a fatal blow to his arrogance. However, it seems you're not at the peak as you think. Jamad looked down at the desperately pleading hunter. Kang Seol continued to question, his tone full of sarcasm, pushing him into the abyss of despair. What should we call overwhelming violence that stands at the pinnacle? Something no one can dispute. Should it also be called violence? Kang Seol denied it, declaring a brutal truth. Ultimate violence is not violence, but a new order, a harsh rule imposed by the strong. Wrong. It's called order. Meanwhile, another hunter fled in panic, fresh blood splattering behind him. His horrifying scream tore through the night, signaling an unavoidable death. The blue-haired knight Kaluna appeared like a ghost, her brilliant sword light severing the hunter's arm. He screamed in agony, despairing before the blade of death. Kaluna stood there coldly, her blade still stained with blood. The hunter collapsed, becoming a lifeless corpse, vanishing into nothingness. Amidst the chaotic scene, Han Yomyoung and Noel trembled, covered in injuries. The wounded hunter yelled, questioning why he was targeted. Why did you only do this to me? Han Yomyoung gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked at the hunter. He had warned him, but his words were ignored. And now, the consequences were unavoidable. I told you. Don't touch my sister. The hunter knelt, pleading desperately. But Han Yomyoung had made up his mind, his declaration as cold as a blade, sealing the fate of the one who dared to touch his sister. It's too late. I will kill you. The hunter desperately turned to Kang Seol, begging for his life. He believed that Kang Seol also understood the cruelty of this world. Please save me. I'm sure you know that too, right? He justified his actions, claiming that everyone was like this, that this world had no rules. I'm not the only one in this world acting like this. They're all trying to devour each other. Because here, in this world, there are no laws or rules. The hunter continued to blame, claiming to be a victim of a lawless world, where everyone had to create their own rules to survive. There will always be many people like me, trying to create rules. I am also a victim. Kang Seol looked down at the writhing hunter. He asked a question, a cold and loaded question, about the indifference of this world. Why doesn't anyone do anything about it? Kang Seol continued to ponder, pointing out the harsh truth. Those in power only intervene when transferees harm civilians. Otherwise, they don't care. He concluded that rules would always be created, but it meant nothing if they weren't enforced. A cold smirk appeared on Kang Seol's lips. Kang Seol stood there, his golden eyes cold. They can create whatever rules they want. I will destroy them, until everything is according to my will. A defiant declaration, a cruel smirk. The wounded hunter screamed in despair, his face contorted with fear and resentment. You lunatic! You're no different from us. He trembled, trying to cling to a last shred of reason. You just want to do whatever you like. You're a monster too, the hunter accused. Kang Seol turned his head, his eyes sharp. A monster? Perhaps. He didn't deny it, just accepted the brutal truth. Han Yomyoung stood behind, witnessing the horrifying scene. In his mind, the question echoed, is he a monster? Doubt and fear enveloped the young man. You were wrong! A sword flash, piercing straight through the hunter. He screamed in extreme pain, fresh blood splattering. Death came swiftly, without mercy. Bodies piled up, blood splattered everywhere. Amidst the ruins, Jamad stood tall, roaring. He is order, he declared, asserting the absolute power of the strong. The online community exploded. News of Snowman's rampage spread like wildfire. Some were terrified, others gloated, but all were astonished by that terrifying power. Posts continuously appeared, praising Snowman as a hero who cleaned up the brutal hunters. Virtual currency and words of encouragement poured in, turning him into a living legend. However, not everyone agreed. Some questioned Snowman's nature, fearing he would become a new tyrant. Doubt began to stir. Amidst the praise and doubts, Kang Seol received a message from Han Yomyoung. The young man was still alive, and he had added him to the community, opening a new door. Han Yomyoung, with bandaged wounds, was surprised when Kang Seol called his name. Me? Of course I'll go if you call, but I wonder what I can help with. He was still weak, but willing. Kang Seol looked at the young man, smiling meaningfully. I need your help with something, but it's good that you're safe anyway, he thought to himself. Now, he could contact Han Yomyoung any time. He knew that Han Yomyoung's demonic hand would awaken even more powerfully. I will make sure he pays a worthy price for my help when that day comes. A calculated promise. 3 days later, Kang Seol arrived at the ruined city of Nobira. Banners fluttered on the ancient city gate, welcoming a new, mysterious journey. The system announced that his resting place had changed. A journey's fortune dice began to roll, determining the fate of the upcoming adventure. The dice stopped at the number 2. You are quite unlucky. The system announced, warning of new dangers. The adventure in Nobira would be full of uncertainties, but also held great opportunities. The traveling luck dice burned brightly in Kang Seol's hand, signaling a tumultuous journey. Just one roll of the dice, an unprepared teleportation, was enough to claim the life of an unlucky soul. Kang Seol looked up. Nobira. The name echoed in his mind, determining his next destination. He stood in the middle of a strange city, hoping the upcoming adventures wouldn't be too dangerous. It was a 2 again. The system's voice echoed, like a curse for the journey. He thought to himself, too low a roll. But with his current strength and the companionship of Kaluna and Jamad, he believed he could overcome any challenge. The rattling of wheels, the murmuring of people, the city of Nobira appeared before his eyes, bustling and full of mystery. This was Nobira, the city of relic hunters, the only place near the ruined forest. A silver-haired man burst out laughing, mocking the young woman beside him about her near-death journey. No kidding, old man, she snapped. The silver-haired man explained the allure of relics, where the weak could survive, but the strong could still fall. The girl pushed him away, complaining about his tobacco smell. Kang Seol observed, realizing that Nobira was a place where relic hunters were respected, and transmigrationists like him were a blessing. He smiled faintly. At first glance, this seemed like a friendly city. Not a bad start. First, he needed to understand the city's situation and gather rumors about Chiao at the Nobira Adventurers Guild. Kang Seol scrolled through the bulletin board posts. News of relic hunters acting strangely and the sudden death of Borgo, one of the 5 strongest hunters. He asked a pair of hunters about a black-haired, big-eyed woman named Chiao. They shook their heads, having never seen anyone like that. Kang Seol continued to ask, but they still didn't know. He scrolled past another post, talking about crazy transmigrationists trying to survive. Suddenly, a brown-haired woman with a neat bun and a red headband remembered someone. Ah, perhaps you're talking about her? She recounted that someone had arrived a month ago, looking like it was their first time here, and she had given them some directions. Kang Seol asked for more details, but she seemed hesitant, as if her memory was vague. He didn't hesitate to offer a gold coin, and immediately she brightened. Ah, I remember now. She said that the black-haired woman named Chiao wanted to rent a room for research, and she had recommended a place. It was an old, abandoned mansion. Few dared to rent it because it was too large. Now, Kang Seol had found this place. The sturdy main door was tightly locked. The system suggested several ways to break in. Break the door, check the basement storage room, smash a window, or ask a ghost. Inside, the mansion was as dark as a deep pit, but Kang Seol could still sense traces of life. Footprints were imprinted on the ground, still quite fresh, perhaps only a few weeks old. He was certain that no one was home at the moment. This was a golden opportunity. Kang Seol summoned Jamad, ordering him to find Chiao's research room. Jamad grumbled, but still obeyed. Kang Seol turned to Kaluna, asking, Are you always so silent? Kaluna replied that when he was an apprentice in the ruins, he had no one to talk to. What about when you were a spirit? Kang Seol continued to ask. I don't remember, Kaluna answered. All memories before becoming an apprentice are vague. Kang Seol thought to himself, Kaluna was his first summon, and there were many mysteries yet to be uncovered. Learning about his allies was an important task. Master, Kaluna spoke up. We found it. A secret door opened slightly, light streaming in, leading the way to Chiao's research place. The secret room appeared, filled with research documents. Kang Seol held a torch, his gaze sweeping every corner, realizing this was where Chiao had spent her life. Old, crumpled papers, covered in handwriting. Things I must solve, a line of text appeared, making Kang Seol shiver as he wondered. Or are they things she must solve? He looked around, feeling that everything was strange. Most of the documents were incomprehensible. The content on the walls was chaotic, with no connection whatsoever. A true mess. Nevertheless, it wasn't without clues. Suddenly, a line of text caught his eye. Grizz's secret laboratory in the Great Forest has been discovered. Grizz, he mumbled. A familiar name. He was a genius, one of Pandea's most outstanding figures. Grizz, a pioneer in mechanical engineering, had created countless strange inventions with extraordinary abilities. To conceal his talent, he scattered secret laboratories across the continent. Another voice echoed in Kang Seol's mind. Oh, that makes sense. I'm so glad to have found someone on the same wavelength as me. Despite only a single encounter, Kang Seol had spent a lot of time with Grizz. That eccentric genius, if he could possess one of his inventions or blueprints, his strength would increase significantly. Despite the danger, Kang Seol remained determined. He looked at the map on the wall, silently praying that Chiao had gone to Grizz's secret laboratory in the Great Forest. System update. The quest Missing Summoner has changed to Grizz's secret laboratory. A solitary adventure without teammates awaited him. Adventure 5. Grizz's secret laboratory has begun. Kang Seol stood amidst the dense forest, wondering if the genius's laboratory was hidden somewhere nearby. Clear objective. Investigate Grizz's laboratory. Find traces of Chiao and collect treasures. Time remaining. 71 hours, 59 minutes. A daunting challenge awaited. Kang Seol's eyes gleamed, his clairvoyance ability activated. These trees are strange, he realized. Someone deliberately hid something here. His clairvoyance ability had become much stronger. As clear as day, these trees were artificial. They were uniformly tall and thick, neatly lined up. Certainly not the natural landscape of the Great Forest. So it was true. The laboratory was right here. He walked cautiously, the staff in his hand, a reminder of the hidden dangers. His clairvoyance ability activated again, warning of an unknown danger lurking. Kang Seol frowned, preparing himself to face the challenge. He found it! A bird-shaped surveillance device. A familiar sign of Grizz. Kang Seol pondered, wondering how to disable it. A notification panel appeared, listing options for dealing with the device. He scanned through them, realizing there was no truly optimal choice. Kang Seol drew a sharp, cold dagger. Destruction was necessary, but a small mistake could cause big trouble. His eyes flashed with light. Looking at the blade, he believed he could do it. A fleeting shadow spirit with blue hair and pointed ears appeared, claiming to be a spirit. The shadow spirit threw the dagger towards the mechanical bird. Kang Seol thought to himself, it was strange for a shadow to claim to be a spirit. Kang Seol ordered the shadow spirit to destroy all surveillance devices on the way to the laboratory. The shadow obeyed. The dagger's blade cut through the air, embedding itself directly into the surveillance device, destroying it in an instant. Before him was an ancient yet technologically advanced metal door with a mysterious numerical keypad. He was surprised by this advanced technology. Even though this world had magic, mechanical engineering was also developed. He called Jamad. Jamad appeared, asking Kang Seol if he was allowed to break the door. Kang Seol replied, do what you need to do. Jamad swung his arm, preparing to strike. Kang Seol wondered, would breaking the door activate a trap? Jamad struck powerfully, and the door shattered. But no traps were activated, which surprised him. Jamad asked if it was enough. Kang Seol confirmed, and realized this was why Grizz was called the eccentric. Memories flooded back. Kang Seol recalled asking Grizz about the door to his secret laboratory. Grizz burst out laughing, explaining that the door was just a decoration because he couldn't make it work. Grizz's words still echoed in his ears, about the secret door being just a decoration. He smirked, remembering how the old man always broke convention. But Kang Seol knew Grizz was also interested in another intriguing topic. The second door, the words carved on the cold stone slab. Kang Seol deduced that if Jamad had destroyed one door, there must be other entrances. It was still too early to conclude that Chiao wasn't here. He decided to investigate more thoroughly. Stepping into Laboratory 3, a vast space appeared. Intricate metal pipes, hexagonal tiled floors, and dim lighting created a desolate, mysterious atmosphere. The whirring sound of a fan echoed from somewhere. Kang Seol walked slowly, the staff in his hand glowing blue. A strange device emitted a similar light, hidden in a dark corner. He took a deep breath, frowning. The air in this underground laboratory was surprisingly fresh, as if plants were growing. Did old Grizz grow plants here? He wondered. Kang Seol's face was pensive, his sharp golden eyes scanning every nook and cranny. A sense of unease crept in, signaling that something unusual awaited him. Suddenly, his gaze stopped. On the moss-covered stone wall, an old piece of paper was loosely pinned, attracting the young man's attention. Is that? He approached, gently taking down the paper. A mysterious smile briefly appeared on Kang Seol's lips, as if he had just found an important clue. Found it. The scribbled text on the paper clearly read, I'll secretly take this because I'm interested in it. Chiao. This was the trace of the Shadow Summoner. A system notification appeared, updating the quest. Grizz's secret laboratory. Objective. Investigate. Kang Seol wasn't surprised. He never intended to stop here. It's just, I wonder what Chiao took. Kang Seol mumbled, still holding the paper. Beside him, Jamad stood tall, silently awaiting his master's command. Master, look at this. Jamad suddenly presented another piece of paper. On it were chilling questions. Questions about death. What is death? Does death hurt? Do I truly vanish into nothingness? Or are those who believe in the afterlife correct? The haunting words continued to appear. Kang Seol read, his face growing more serious. Grizz's words echoed. No one on this continent has ever experienced death, except the immortals. He had created something to see through it, an invention that allows him to experience simulated death, Kang Seol deduced. A detailed drawing appeared. Simulated death device. A chilling machine, designed to bring its user to the brink of life and death. Kang Seol realized its horror. Why did Chiao take it? Kang Seol mused, holding the two pieces of paper. He recalled Grizz's words. I've confirmed its effect. It's truly horrifying. It's best not to die. Kang Seol stood before the giant metal door, entangled with vines, pondering the mysteries that awaited. He knew there was no other choice but to delve deeper into this place if he wanted to uncover the truth behind everything. The three, Kang Seol, Jamad, and Kaluna, stepped resolutely into the desolate corridor, Kang Seol's staff illuminating the way. An old sign appeared. Laboratory number 2. At the same time, a system notification rang out, signaling that the ability to sense through the door had been activated. Kaluna vigilantly drew her sword, a brilliant blue light emanating from the blade, ready to face any threat lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, a cylindrical device glowed bright red, and the sound of an old engine echoed, shattering the ruined silence. Kang Seol stared at the device, his expression tense as the system continuously reported errors. An ominous sign. A giant robot, tightly bound by vines, suddenly activated, its eyes glowing red and repeatedly crying, "Error! Error!" then announced that the entrance was locked. Kaluna was about to touch the robot, but Kang Seol stopped her in time, his sharp gaze signaling his teammates. Its movements are quite clumsy for its size, Kang Seol remarked, then decisively ordered, "Cut all the vines!" Without hesitation, Kaluna swung her sword, a dazzling blue energy tearing through the air, severing the vines binding the robot. The giant robot shrieked in pain as the vines were cut, fragments scattering onto the floor. Kaluna stood firm beside the growling machine, Kang Seol observing from behind, awaiting its next reaction. The cylindrical device now emitted an ethereal purple and blue light, a sudden and unexpected change. The giant robot opened its eyes, the blue light softening, and a mechanical voice rang out, welcoming the uninvited guests. "Welcome, humans." Robot Artha II introduced itself as the director of Greece's research facility, a newly established place. Kang Seol realized this change occurred when Kaluna removed the vines and decided to keep his infiltration purpose a secret. Artha II welcomed him into the facility. Artha II asked if Kang Seol had an appointment, as Grice was currently absent. Kang Seol replied that he came because he couldn't contact Grice. The robot announced Grice's absence but offered to guide Kang Seol on a tour of the facility. Kang Seol agreed. Artha II asked if he had already entered laboratory. No. 2 then promised to show him both rooms. No. 1 and 2. A stream of 300 virtual gold appeared, along with humorous comments from the audience, mocking Kang Seol's calm demeanor despite his infiltration. Truly thick skin. Artha II led the way to laboratory number 2, explaining that this was where spirits were researched and how they acquired physical bodies after proving the multi-attribute spirit theory. Kang Seol asked in surprise if Grice was the inventor of the multi-attribute spirit theory. Artha II confirmed it was Grice's greatest achievement. Artha II continued to explain that spirits tend to repel or attract each other, so if gathered in one place, they would collide. Artha II said that Grice had found an excellent solution. Kang Seol curiously asked how, but the robot replied, "I don't know," leaving him stunned. Kang Seol questioned Artha II about its role as director. The robot explained that the position held little meaning, as all research was conducted by Grice, and it merely followed orders. Kang Seol deduced whether this was a variant of the multi-attribute spirit. Artha II replied that the theory had not yet been proven. Artha II believed that Grice's idea could hardly be wrong, and also revealed a belt that could transfer the power of multi-attribute spirits to its wearer. The owner of the belt would gain that power. Kang Seol was astonished by the information about the belt, asking where it was. Artha II replied that it was still in laboratory number 2. Kang Seol was bewildered to realize the belt had disappeared. Artha II also confirmed it but didn't know why, while comments from the audience rang out mockingly. Kang Seol pondered, his gaze sweeping over the decaying vines wrapped around the room, thinking about the mysterious disappearance of the belt. Kang Seol didn't believe what he had just heard, asking Artha II about laboratory number 1. The robot replied it was just a biological research facility, but Kang Seol continued to question its scale. Robot Artha II firmly asserted that all the places they had passed through combined did not equal the scale of Laboratory Number 1, which was solely for biological research. Kang Seol listened, his eyes full of contemplation. Artha II continued to explain that this was Greece's project, aimed at solving the Empire's food and famine problems by cultivating powerful plants capable of surviving harsh conditions. The core of the research facility was also located there. Artha II offered to lead the way. Kang Seol nodded in agreement, already having suspicions about what had happened in this place. He called Artha II, questioning it about a mysterious name. Milan. The giant robot replied that the name was not in its database, and asked if it was a person's name. Kang Seol confirmed, but Artha II still didn't know. The black-haired young man pondered, small dialogue boxes appearing around him, showing his companion's curiosity about the name Milan. Milan. The name echoed in Kang Seol's mind. One of the last words Grease had spoken. Memories flooded back. A scene of Grease and Milan standing before a wall covered in ancient script. Milan, you truly are a genius. Milan, with a wise demeanor, praised Grease. I receive both great inspiration and an inferiority complex from you at the same time. You possess all the knowledge in the world. Now I understand why you are called the Great Sage. Grease seemed a little flustered by the sincere compliments. Milan laughed, asking if that was why Grease was tense. Grease replied, not tense, but overjoyed. He was glad that finally there was someone in this world who could truly understand it. In the memory, Milan suddenly begged Grease not to leave. He said that he needed Grease's presence for his very existence. Grease looked at Milan, his eyes deep, and asked in return, do you have any memories of longing for someone? The conversation was full of hidden meaning, like a prophecy of separation. The memory faded. Kang Seol told himself this was no time for sentimentality. The past was the past. The present was the present. He had to focus on the task at hand. Finally, they arrived. Laboratory Number 1 loomed, an ancient structure covered in vines and moss, concealing countless secrets. Inside the laboratory, the scene was even more desolate. Decaying vines wrapped around every corner. Kang Seol called out to Artha II, his gaze scrutinizing. He asked Artha II if it was the only one left here. The giant robot replied, revealing that besides itself, there were once over 20 other research members working at this facility. Kang Seol looked straight ahead, his gaze sharp, having sensed a suspicious movement behind the door. Now I understand why you are alone in this vast place. He touched the wall of decaying vines, a metallic sound echoing accompanied by a chilling tremor, as if something was coming to life. Turning his back, Kang Seol pondered, realizing Artha II had fortunately escaped these horrifying vine monsters. A giant vine creature appeared. Information about its colonization and rapid growth abilities revealed, estimated level 10 to 14. Holding a torch to illuminate, Kang Seol understood the problem. Ah, I see. They have taken over the golem researchers here with their unique colonization skill. The entire research facility had become an enemy. A pitch-black, thorny vine tentacle shot forward, as if to tear everything apart. Jamad growled, using his glowing golden fist to block the attack, his muscles bulging taut. A fierce battle had begun. Kaluna, without hesitation, swung her moonlight sword, tearing through the darkness, unleashing the skill Moonlight Striking Heavens. Stage 1, Half Moon. The vines were cut, but they recovered horrifyingly fast, as if nothing could destroy them. Kaluna reported, Master, I've seen it. These creatures have activated their rapid growth ability. Both faced an unimaginable threat. Artha II, with vines wrapped around it, admitted, it seems my memory is faulty. I will try to recall what happened here. In Artha II's memory, Milan urgently urged, Artha, hurry up! The scene was glowing red, vines attacking fiercely. Kang Seol in the memory lamented, this is a solitary adventure, but the difficulty is high. They've taught me a lesson I won't forget. It's absurd that I have to deal with this alone. The current Kang Seol started, his eyes wide with surprise, repeating the words from the memory. Wait, alone? Artha II's eyes suddenly glowed bright blue. The memory recovery process was complete. The truth was about to be revealed. Kang Seol stood amidst the ruins, his torch illuminating the gloomy space. He silently understood the reason for this solitary adventure. Artha II continued, recounting the sudden plant outbreak, which led to losing contact with the great sage Grease. Artha II further revealed that the director of the research facility was a new mechanical golem. These anomalous creatures were not only intelligent but also extremely aggressive, turning this place into a hell. Every word from Artha II painted a horrifying scene. Plants quickly overpowered the researchers, rendering them inactive. Artha II had to evacuate to Laboratory Number 2 to avoid danger, then met Kang Seol. Kaluna bravely sliced through a tentacle, questioning the monster's weakness. Artha II replied that they were vulnerable to pests and diseases, and especially highly flammable, like ordinary plants. Kaluna worried that if they used fire, they too could be engulfed in flames. The blue-haired knight asked if there was another way to destroy the plants without endangering themselves. Artha, too, affirmed there was. If they accessed the central control unit, they could activate a large-scale fire, incinerating everything in a controlled manner. Kang Seol smiled confidently, his eyes flashing with determination. He ordered Artha too. Artha, give me some oil. The plan had formed in the young man's mind. Without hesitation, Artha too replied all right and quickly opened a compartment on its body, preparing to provide what Kang Seol requested. Oil was poured onto Kaluna's glowing sword, causing the flames to erupt more fiercely, signaling an impending incinerating attack. Kaluna stood amidst the raging inferno, her gaze resolute, ready to face the enemy. The flames enveloped the night like a brilliant shield. Kang Seol also stood there, amidst the furious flames, his expression confident and powerful. He was ready for the life-or-death battle, incinerating all obstacles. The monstrous plants began to burn to ashes. A notification appeared, stating that the quest Grise's secret research facility had changed to Sleeping Forest Golem. The new quest, Adventure 5, Sleeping Forest Golem, appeared. The objective was to destroy the plant creatures and rescue the controlled golems, with a time limit of 68 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Kang Seol noticed the monsters moving slowly, seemingly afraid. He immediately ordered Jamad. Jamad, to the front, attack! The black-haired young man pointed directly at a golem tightly bound by vines, decisively ordering, burn that part of it! The battle had reached a critical point. Jamad blocked a fiery attack from a golem. Kaluna also charged in, her sword swinging to slash. The battle at the research facility grew increasingly fierce and relentless. Artha too revealed that the other researchers were bound by vines and needed Grise's riddle to reactivate them. Kang Seol understood. The new quest was to find the password. An ancient device appeared, along with a perplexing question: who is the smartest genius in the world? Kang Seol was dumbfounded. What kind of riddle was this? Kang Seol smiled, knowing Grise's personality well. He's a narcissist. The answer is number 4. The young man decisively pointed to the option. The golem activated, greeting them. It is a pleasure to meet you, human. I am researcher Alberu 23. How may I help you? The system confirmed. A golem has been rescued. Kang Seol thought about these games, and the goal was to bring as many golems as possible to the central control system. Another riddle appeared, about the fastest horse on the continent. Kang Seol quickly solved it, successfully activating the 9th golem. He urged, next! The 10th riddle, about the most influential person on the continent, appeared. While Kang Seol continued to decipher it, Kaluna and Jamad fought fiercely, protecting the young man. Finally, Kang Seol declared, we're here. His gaze was firm, the objective right before his eyes. Before them was the core control center of the research area, tightly wrapped by giant vines, concealing secrets. Suddenly, Jamad roared a warning. Hey! Danger! He sensed an immeasurable threat approaching. From the depths of the darkness, a giant vine monster rose, its body writhing, emitting a deadly crimson light. The monster opened its mouth wide, revealing countless sharp fangs. Kang Seol stood opposite, his eyes horrified by the grotesque creature. Oh no, Kang Seol exclaimed, but then his gaze became firm again. We've come this far, there was no turning back. The monster roared ferociously, its sound tearing through space. Kang Seol stood firm, facing the danger, ready for the final battle. Amidst layers of danger, Kang Seol dodged a deadly lunge from the vine monster, his eyes burning with determination. Hey! He roared, not backing down. Jamad, amidst a blazing inferno, blocked the terrifying attack. Run! Hurry! He shouted, signaling to Kang Seol. Kang Seol didn't hesitate, calling out his comrade's name. Jamad, don't make me say it twice. The vine monster continued its relentless, ferocious assault. A flickering green light, the giant vine monster activated enchanting pollen, a new threat erupting in the suffocating space. I'll be right behind you, Jamad replied, his body surging with power, ready to switch to earthquake mode to confront the enemy. Kang Seol turned his back, his face extremely tense. All right, he muttered, then cursed, realizing the situation had worsened. He looked at the research center, swallowed by vines, wondering why this monster was here. Artha, he called out, needing a solution. Artha too appeared, but reported an error, unable to process data without a command from Grise. We'll be dead if we stay here. Connect quickly, Kang Seol urged. Override it, Kang Seol roared, his eyes bloodshot. It's about to attack again. He knew time was running out. The vine monster didn't miss the opportunity, lunging to attack Artha too, its powerful blows shaking the giant robot violently. Vines wrapped tightly around Artha too, trying to crush it. The robot stood firm, but the situation was becoming more dangerous than ever. In a life-or-death moment, Artha too activated Override Authority, declaring itself Director of Research Institute 81, accessing the central control system. Connection successful. Artha II emitted a powerful blue energy stream, preparing to issue a supreme command: delete all research records. The command was issued, echoing throughout the space. A bold decision to erase all traces. Command accepted. Artha II began the data deletion process, flames erupting fiercely, incinerating everything in sight. Destructive flames erupted, but the giant vine monster still attacked frantically, its sharp-toothed tentacles lunging as if to tear everything apart. Jamad roared in fury, his bulging muscular arms blocking the attack. Flames raged around him, but he didn't back down. "How dare you!" The monster frantically tightened its grip, vines wrapping around Jamad's body. He gritted his teeth, resisting with all his might, every muscle fiber taut. The vine monster activated materialization, its tentacles becoming tougher and stronger. Jamad wondered. Was it trying to overwhelm him? Entangled by countless vines, Jamad remained unyielding. He looked at the monster, smiling disdainfully. How desperate. Is it worried because there's only one last flower left? But nothing could stop Jamad's will to fight. He gripped a vine tightly, power erupting from his palm, flames swirling. He looked up, his eyes blazing towards Artha II. "Hey, Tin Can, right now!" The command had been given, no hesitation possible. In the decisive moment, Kaluna appeared. The Moonlight Knight unleashed Moonlight Surge Stage 3. Full moon, a brilliant swordlight tearing through the darkness. A brilliant blue swordlight, Kaluna swept past like a gust of wind, swinging his sword repeatedly. Each strike carried destructive power, severing the vine shackles. The knight didn't hesitate, his swordlight tearing apart the vines binding Jamad, while simultaneously delivering a fatal blow to the giant monster. The monster roared in pain as the swordlight pierced its body. The glowing core inside shook violently, signaling the imminent end. A dazzling explosion erupted, blue light engulfing everything. The giant vine monster vanished into nothingness, leaving only fragments. After the fierce battle, Kaluna and Jamad stood side by side, their eyes exchanging understanding. Jamad smiled contentedly, victory within reach. Kang Seol breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Artha II standing tall. "Finally, we can rest." A statement filled with exhaustion and hope. Artha II stood firm amidst the ruins, the flames still smoldering. A notification echoed. "Vine monster destroyed. You have leveled up. You have received skill point." Amidst the crumbling ruins, the blackened monster tree stump stood tall, hazy smoke like lingering spirits. Two golems stood motionless, witnessing the calm after the storm. An ancient scroll appeared, listing the spoils. An unfinished multi-attribute soul belt, blueprints, absolute vitality powder, and countless glittering coins. The black-haired young man smiled mysteriously, his sharp gaze sweeping over the belt. "I knew it was here," he thought to himself, as if he had anticipated this treasure. He flipped through the ancient book, the belt's blueprint clearly visible. "And the blueprints," he whispered, holding the key to unlocking hidden power. Each old page revealed forgotten secrets, details on how to complete the multi-attribute soul belt. Suddenly, a dazzling light enveloped him, a notification echoing. "Hidden quest. Until the hardest has begun." The quest scroll floated, confirming this was a mandatory linked quest, which could not be refused or ignored. He thoughtfully looked at Artha II, wondering if the blueprints were the start of this quest chain. Whatever, I was going to do some silly quest anyway. He continued to check other items. A set of leather armor and a packet of absolute vitality powder, each holding its own potential. With a satisfied smile, he raised the packet of powder. "I know where to use this powder," he declared. "This is a bountiful harvest." After collecting the spoils, the young man turned to look at Artha II, a new thought forming in his mind. His gaze stopped on the last golem, still chained, considering freeing it. He touched the golem's chest, wondering what the great sage Grize's riddle held this time. A spark flashed in his eyes as his mind began to decipher the mysteries. The golem's screen displayed a perplexing question from Grize, along with answer choices, awaiting his selection. He pondered, his gaze sweeping over the excited chatter on the screen. The readers were impatient, but the answer wasn't so easy to find. Then a voice echoed, as if from the depths of memory, begging him not to leave. "I need you for my existence." The mysterious question flashed through his mind. "Do you have any memories of longing for someone?" His hand reached out, preparing to make the final decision. He had chosen. Amidst countless questions from viewers, the name Milan shone brightly, like an answer to Grize's perplexing riddle. A faint crack echoed. The hand of the ancient golem, tightly wrapped by vines, began to crack, signaling an awakening. The giant machine sprang to life, brilliant blue light emanating from its eyes. A notification appeared. "You have activated Grium 1. Pleasure to meet you, human." The golem spoke, signaling the successful completion of the task. Rewards awaited, and new mysteries were revealed. "How may I help you?" the golem asked. He briefly thought. He had never seen the narcissistic wizard Grise choose someone else's name as the answer to his riddle. He pondered. Milan. How important was that name to Grise that it was chosen as the key to the riddle? A big question remained unanswered. Sir, Golem Griam once said solemnly, thank you for resolving the issue in the laboratory. The thanks echoed, full of respect. The reward appeared. A pair of boots. Shoes, he muttered, his eyes curiously examining the brand-new item, unsure of its function. Rare-grade boots, light as a feather but imbued with Grise's power. Escape danger? He realized. These were speed-boosting shoes. Activate them, and sparks will erupt, allowing extremely fast movement. The duration was imprecise, but no problems had arisen yet. No problems yet bothered him. But anyway, it was worth using when being hunted. Grise was always fascinated by new materials, constantly experimenting with mechanical techniques. And he invented this? He asked. The golem replied, yes. The core inside is even more advanced than his other inventions. The black-haired young man turned his back, facing the giant golem. My name? He asked again, as the mechanical machine wanted to know his identity to report to Grise. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, a smile hiding mystery. No need, he replied, a shimmering light as if wanting to conceal something. He turned and walked away, leaving behind the brilliant lights. A new adventure had begun, but the sixth journey was still unfinished, an unsolved puzzle. In another room, a giant golem hand suddenly glowed emerald green electronic circuits, seemingly coming alive on its old metal casing. This is Artha 2 from Research Institute 81. A metallic voice echoed. Griam 1 tried to connect, but the signal was intermittent. Sorry, connection not good. Could you repeat that? Artha 2 continued, its voice urgent. It's me! I heard something urgent happened there. Strange creatures have overgrown in our biological laboratory. What? How did you deal with it? Artha 2 queried. Griam 1 hesitated, seemingly trying to sort through its memories. A stream of information poured in, replaying the image of the black-haired young man standing before Artha 2, holding a torch, in a gloomy space. The memory continued to become clear, of a blue-haired warrior swinging a sword amidst a swarm of monsters, his gaze resolute. A chaotic scene unfolded. The blue-haired warrior, a shadowy entity, and a giant fighting. An uninvited guest? Griam 1 silently wondered. Artha 2 couldn't believe his ears. You're saying that man restarted all the golems in the building? That's impossible, Griam 1 affirmed. It's true. Artha 2 was stunned. No way. Artha, the questions embedded in the golems can only be answered once. Do you understand what that means? Griam 1 replied. I don't understand. I even answered that question incorrectly once, Artha 2 revealed. It seems that man knows my connection to Milan. How interesting. Where is that thief now? Artha 2 asked. Griam 1 replied. He left after taking care of everything. Artha 2 mused. Well, nothing else can be done. Milan won't be coming back, Artha 2 sighed. I plan to visit Research Institute 81 soon with some important investors. Griam 1 was ready. All right, I'll prepare. A fantastical world appeared, with majestic mountains and mysterious blue light piercing through the sky. An adventure called Incomplete Color Study awaits, along with a warning about spirits and multi-spirit containers. Time remaining, 1 month. The young man Kang Seol strode across the green grass, a sturdy staff in his hand. He gritted his teeth, his voice full of annoyance. 1 month? I only have 1 month to do this? His gaze was sharp, frustration clearly visible on his face. Clearly, this adventure was going to be very troublesome. Not only was time tight, but the name Incomplete Color Study also worried him. Furthermore, there was no information about the multi-spirit container appearing. This mess was truly meant to make things difficult for him. Meanwhile, 2 other figures were quietly moving deeper into the forest. They were adventurers, just like Kang Seol, on the same path. One of the 2 hunters turned around, spotting Kang Seol. Huh? Someone's there! The other reassured him. Don't worry, he's just a rival. But the first hunter still had some reservation. Kang Seol briefly turned his head, his cold gaze sweeping over the 2 newcomers. Rivals, huh? So they must also be those summoned here. He thought to himself, a faint smile appearing on his lips. The 2 hunters continued walking, discussing Kang Seol. Just because someone is summoned doesn't mean we have to cooperate. Depending on the mission, we might even have to compete, or even fight. The man in the hat said, let's go, don't mind him. Otherwise, he might steal our credit, and our reward will be smaller. Kang Seol glanced towards the 2 hunters who were hurrying away. He knew he wasn't alone on this journey, and the competition had begun. Not long after, Kang Seol also arrived at an ancient tower. He thought to himself, based on the direction they went, it must be here. Inside, a girl with braided hair and glasses was sitting at the reception desk of the Aquarius Magic Tower. She looked up and greeted, Ah, welcome. This is the reception desk of the Aquarius Magic Tower. Are you an adventurer from Nobira who has come to help? Kang Seol replied curtly. Yes. The girl sighed. looking tired. It seems we've summoned too many adventurers. Please show me your identification card. Kang Seol's hand placed the card on the table. The girl took it, scanning it. Ah, you registered in Congaree. And your name is... Suddenly, both the girl and the hooded man beside her widened their eyes in surprise. Huh? Is something wrong? Is it a fake card? Kang Seol asked. The girl stammered. No, it's not that. Kang Seol stood there, calmly looking at the two. The girl swallowed, exclaiming, So, you are Snowman? He nodded in confirmation. The hooded man beside her was stunned. What? Snowman? Isn't Snowman that adventurer? The one who... The girl quickly covered the hooded man's mouth, frantically apologizing to Kang Seol. Quiet down. Ah, I apologize for raising my voice. But are you the one who made a significant contribution to annihilating the Rockmauler tribe in the Jagged Mountains recently? Kang Seol calmly replied, unsure about that significant contribution. The hooded man beside him was still in shock, exclaiming, Oh my, it's really him! Snowman! The girl quickly covered his mouth, urging, Stop panicking and bring that out quickly! In his mind, the reputation from 5 good brothers was taking effect. Snowman's achievements had created a major change, making the whole world aware of his disbanding of the Rockmauler tribe. Fame needed to be built gradually, through harsh adventures. Initially, the effect was negligible. But over time, it even made the most arrogant mages change their attitudes. The hooded man brought out an improved spirit container, explaining that it was a rare model, only given to trustworthy individuals. Kang Seol received it, while 2 other men behind them whispered complaints about the unfairness. Kang Seol refused the item, saying he already had one. The girl then asked him to register his item for easier tracking and future rewards. The hooded man marveled at the unique design of Kang Seol's spirit container, asking if he made it himself. Kang Seol replied curtly, I received it from an acquaintance. Both the girl and the hooded man were surprised when they inspected the container. Friend, look at this, he exclaimed, recognizing its unusual shape. Friend stared at the item, her eyes wide with astonishment, seemingly having recognized something unusual. Kang Seol stood there, calmly looking at the two. A system notification appeared, showing that the content of incomplete color study had changed. Friend looked up, her eyes full of doubt, and asked Kang Seol directly, Can you tell us where you got it from? The scene shifted to a lush green forest, sunlight piercing through the canopy, creating a mystical beauty. Kang Seol walked along the path, muttering to himself about the gentle green spirit. He recalled the instructions in the book found in Grease's laboratory, detailing how to capture each spirit and the power they granted. But one thing worried him. The origin of this spirit container was quite troublesome to reveal, as the person who gave it did not like being publicized. Kang Seol returned to the counter, asking Friend, Is the registration complete? The hooded man quickly replied, Yes, it's done. Friend added, Now you just need to bring the dead spirits back in those containers. The young man stood silently, hearing the ominous news. Many adventurers had gone missing. He frowned, the hooded man's words like a warning, telling him not to expect help. He understood that it was a roundabout way of saying he had to fend for himself. The busy period they mentioned must mean the spirits were causing bigger problems than expected. Kang Seol touched the ancient tree trunk, sensing something unusual. The trees here grew abnormally, as if distorted by some power. He looked around. The ground cracked, and hot air billowed up. A chaotic scene. No one would recognize this as the majestic, great green forest it once was. If the spirits were left unchecked, the forest would die quickly. Kang Seol bent down, touching the wild mushrooms, realizing the forest was perhaps on the verge of death. Time waits for no one. He had to hurry. 3 days later, the sunset descended, painting a corner of the sky red. Kang Seol continued walking, the dry leaves rustling under his feet. He thought to himself, this was why they gave him a whole month to complete the mission. He had sent Kaluna and Jamad to scout while he slept, but even they couldn't find or capture any spirits. That was because the great green forest was too vast. Fortunately, thanks to the barrier stone, there weren't too many monsters. But if he went deeper, things could get complicated. At this rate, even a month might not be enough. Kang Seol walked, his eyes showing clear worry. Suddenly, a strange gust of wind blew past. He stopped, feeling that something was changing. The damp smell of plants, a flickering green light. Kang Seol turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping across the forest. Found them, he silently cheered. 2 tiny spirits with delicate wings were peeking out from behind a tree trunk. They were as cute as small acorns. A selection panel appeared before his eyes. Kill, kidnap, talk, or follow? Kang Seol knew that only the last 2 options were reasonable. But talking was impossible, as he didn't know spirit language. So, the only option left was to follow them. The 2 tiny spirits stared at him blankly, then fearfully hugged the tree trunk, trying to escape. Kang Seol began the chase. The two tiny spirits clung tightly to the tree trunk, seemingly seeking comfort. Kang Seol stood there, observing the strange scene, wondering if they were playing. Suddenly, a spirit rushed over, hugging his leg tightly. Kang Seol was taken aback, wondering if it had mistaken his leg for another tree. He smiled faintly, an idea suddenly flashing. "All right, I'll follow them. Consider it taking care of my nieces and nephews." An unexpected but well-intentioned decision. In a flash, memories flooded back. He once sat deep in the forest, beside two familiar spirits, along with the giant figures of Jamad and spirit brother Bong, amidst the flickering firelight. Kang Seol began his journey, following the two tiny spirits frolicking ahead, leading the way deeper into the mystical forest. A spirit stopped, curiously staring at a strange glowing orb on the ground, as if mesmerized by its shimmering light. From the orb of light, young saplings sprouted, growing lush and green in the blink of an eye. They grew instantly, an unbelievable sight. A tiny spirit yawned amidst a vibrant carpet of flowers. Kang Seol thought to himself, this forest, once so full of life, was now so barren. It must have been caused by another spirit. The tiny spirit rubbed its eyes, looking sleepy, while Kang Seol stood beside it, his gaze full of contemplation about the forest changes and the role of the spirits. The tiny spirit reached out, gently touching Kang Seol's hand. He was momentarily surprised by this intimate gesture. Kang Seol took the spirit's tiny hand, and together with it and the other spirit, wearing flower crowns on their heads, walked through the vibrant flower field, like a small family. The spirit wearing the flower crown looked at him, gesturing adorably. "What is it? Do you want me to bend down?" Kang Seol asked, trying to understand its meaning. He bent down, and the spirit skillfully placed a pure white flower crown on his head. Kang Seol looked up, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. He smiled, faintly, feeling the flower crown on his head. This feeling, a sense of peace and relief, spread within him, evoking distant memories. A past image appeared. He was younger, playing dice with a masked man, back when I played dice in the eternal world. Escaping the brutal battlefield, I decided to step back from the central events and enjoy a relaxing adventure. This feeling is exactly like that adventure, he reminisced, looking at a large chessboard amidst the mountains. Kang Seol pondered, recalling the 5 harsh adventures he had been through. Perhaps because he was too busy fighting to survive, he had never realized how tired he truly was. A system notification appeared, stating that he had been with the green spirit long enough to permanently increase his spirit and magic resistance. The young man smiled. Though not intentional, this was not a bad reward. He turned back, looking at the two tiny spirits standing before him, and asked, "All right, so do you little ones want to come with me?" The two tiny green spirits didn't hesitate, nodding vigorously, showing their agreement and eagerness. Kang Seol reached for the spirit pouch at his hip, and a faint green energy began to flow. Green energy flared around him, enveloping the spirit pouch, signaling that a summoning or taming ritual was taking place. His finger lightly touched a round slot on the pouch, which immediately glowed brightly. A system notification appeared, confirming he had captured the spirit green. The black-haired young man smiled with satisfaction. He recalled that Grease's belt required at least 3 spirits to activate its effect. "So I'll have to quickly catch 2 more, he thought to himself. The scene shifted to another forest, where 2 men were walking heavily. The man with the headband carried a large bag, sighing deeply, his face tired. The blond man spoke up. "Hey, do you think continuing to look for spirits is the right decision?" The man with the headband replied irritably. "Huh? Shouldn't I, the guy carrying this damn heavy load, be the one asking that question?" The blond man continued. "No, seriously, think about it." He thought to himself, "We've been searching for a week and haven't found a single one. I think it's better to just accept the penalty and go on another adventure." The man with the headband nodded. "Now that I think about it, you're right, much better." The blond man said, "So when we meet the others later, I'll tell them everything." And suddenly, a black shadow darted past. Both men were startled in fright. The man with the headband quickly gripped his weapon, eyes wide. "What the hell was that?" he stammered. A dagger was deeply embedded in the tree trunk, emitting a faint glow. The blond man asked, "It flew in that direction, right?" The man with the headband tried to reassure him. "That's right. But since we're inside the barrier, it's probably just some animal." A glowing red shadow behind the man with the headband was like a warning. He gasped, swearing, "Damn it, I almost had a heart attack." Night fell, a full moon hanging perfectly round in the star-filled sky. The forest was silent, only faint smoke swirling, concealing an unpredictable mystery. He sat by the crackling campfire, his gaze distant. 2 spirits were already safely in his hands, but Kang Seol still felt it wasn't enough. The spirit pouch glowed, and a vibrant orange entity materialized. Green spirit, then morning orange, 2 souls have been captured. 2 gems in the pouch glowed, but he still felt it wasn't enough. 5 days. And only 2 spirits. I need to be faster! His gaze turned towards the night, secretly hoping for an encounter. If only the twilight purple spirit would also appear tonight. A faint sound broke the silence. He flinched, turning his head towards the dense bushes. The rustling grew clearer. Who's there? Kang Seol's voice echoed, breaking the deep forest silence. A gloved hand gently pushed aside the leaves, and a figure gradually emerged from the darkness. A reddish-brown-haired girl stepped out, her face filled with fright. Don't worry. I saw the fire and just wanted to warm myself a bit. Kang Seol subtly gestured. The girl quickly sat down, silently grateful. Are you lost? Yes. The flickering fire illuminated their faces. Where are your teammates? I don't have any. I'm traveling alone. The girl smiled, introducing herself. I'm Han Seo Ryong. And you? Ajusi? Called Ajusi. Kang Seol subtly frowned, then replied simply, Kang Seol. Reader comments appeared, teasing him about the name. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, startling Han Seo Ryong, her eyes wide. Thud, thud. Just now. Did you hear that? The girl stammered. Yes, Kang Seol replied. It seems to be spirits, and many spirits at once. Han Seo Ryong panicked. What should we do? My spirit pouch. Kang Seol calmly said. It's fine. Just stay put. 3 blazing fire spirits appeared behind him, astonishing the girl. What? Kang Seol smiled. I deliberately lit the fire to lure them here. The red fire spirits, though larger than Kaluna, were as gentle as lambs, never harming humans unless attacked first. Han Seo Ryong watched in amazement as a sleepy red fire spirit realized they had come here simply to find a place to rest. 4 brilliant red fire spirits, sound asleep around the campfire, created a scene both magical and peaceful in the middle of the night. One of them lifted its head, its golden eyes drowsy, as if asking, If you're looking for a place to sleep. Kang Seol extended his hand towards them, his voice full of invitation. Do you want to sleep here? 2 red fire spirits exchanged glances, seemingly considering his incredible offer. After a moment, one spirit subtly nodded, accepting the implicit invitation. Kang Seol drew the 3 spirits into the pouch at his side, completing his green, orange, and red collection. Finally, all 3 types. Han Seo Ryong exclaimed in surprise. That belt? Is it a spirit container? She couldn't believe it when she saw its color change. The spirit belt had been upgraded. Now, 3 brilliant green, orange, and red gems were clearly visible, signifying new power. Information about the 3 spirits item appeared. Enhanced strength, agility, and the blessing of spirits. With continuous growth potential, he pondered the blessing of spirits, wondering if it was like an elemental shield, capable of blocking unexpected attacks. Kang Seol imagined himself easily deflecting magical attacks, driving any opposing mage mad with rage. Han Seo Ryong was curious to touch the belt, but he refused, explaining that a spirit container couldn't be so small. He offered to stand guard for the night so she could sleep first, telling himself that the belt would reveal its true abilities once all 3 types of spirits were gathered. Kang Seol flipped through an old diary, searching for more information about low-level spirits, especially the bright white spirit and the dark black spirit. Han Seo Ryong writhed in her sleep, painful moans escaping her lips as if fear still haunted her. Kang Seol, with sharp eyes, thoughtfully looked at the dagger, his mind filled with information about the bright white spirit Venta and the dark black spirit Shades, 2 extremely rare entities. The diary clearly stated that spirit containers for Venta and Shades had a special design, as their aggressive nature required them to be exhausted before using the spirit poison solvent to capture them. Unlike other gentle spirits, Venta and Shades actively sought to kill humans, a chilling truth illustrated by a field of pristine white flowers concealing deadly beauty. In another forest, Wu Chiao and the ponytail man were astonished by the sight before them. Wu Chiao repeatedly exclaiming, This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Amidst the field of white flowers, numerous butterfly-shaped white spirits fluttered, causing the ponytail man to exclaim, They're real spirits. They've been hiding here all this time. Wu Chiao, with a tired expression, recounted how he nearly lost his life to find this place, then hastily suggested, Let's catch them quickly and head back. The ponytail man reminded him that they needed to find Hyunmin, but then his gaze suddenly stopped, warning Wu Chiao. Wait. Look, they're coming towards us. A white spirit flew closer, and the ponytail man asked if they should let them approach, but Wu Chiao seemed optimistic. They don't look very dangerous. They're probably just welcoming us. Suddenly, a white spirit reached out and grabbed Wu Chiao, startling him in fright. Huh? What are they doing? What do they want? The white spirits began to lure Wu Chiao and the ponytail man deeper into the field. Wuchil still trying to reassure himself that they weren't dangerous. Both young men clearly showed surprise and worry, the ponytail man only managing to utter a helpless ah. Wuchil was pulled by a spirit's hand, his body gradually sinking into the ground, while the white flowers around him seemed to be swallowing him. Both Wuchil and the ponytail man collapsed, their bodies swaying as if weightless. Wuchil confusedly wondering, huh? Wuchil sank deeper into the ground, a feeling of helplessness overwhelming him as he yelled, "What the hell is this? Why am I underground? Ugh." The ponytail man was also sinking, desperately calling out to Wuchil. "Wuchil, help me. I feel like I'm being affected by something." In the space plunged into darkness, the armored man smirked sinisterly, while the ponytail man exclaimed in horror, "What?" The armored man, with a gruesome smile and bloodshot eyes, questioned, "Who are you? You're not Wuchil." Suddenly, the scene shifted. Rain poured down, drenching the deep green forest canopy. A dazzling light burst from the tree trunk, followed by a piercing scream that echoed throughout the forest. Kang Seol, standing with his back to the burning tree, calmly reminded her, "Don't scream. You'll startle the spirit." Han Seo Ryong exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell? Anyone would be startled by this." Kang Seol sternly explained that spirits could kill people if startled. She asked again, half believing, and he affirmed, "That's right, so keep your voice down." Han Seo Ryong was utterly terrified, quickly covering her mouth, her eyes wide with horror. A brilliant yellow energy, like a lightning bolt, appeared. She felt the static electricity and asked Kang Seol if it was safe. He calmly replied, "As long as you stand still, you won't die." At the same time, a brilliant yellow spirit, named Static Yellow Spirit Spatz, clearly took shape. The spirit Spatz echoed towards them. "Who are you two?" Kang Seol subtly frowned, feeling the static electricity. He glanced through Grease's notebook, which clearly detailed how to capture Spatz. Kang Seol smiled, choosing the fifth answer. "Is there anything I can help you with?" The spirit Spatz was surprised. "You? Help me?" Kang Seol replied simply. "Yes." The spirit was doubtful. "Do you really think you can help me? You don't even know what I need." Kang Seol looked at the spirit, realizing it was asking in return, proving it truly needed help. He affirmed, "I don't know how difficult it will be, but I will help you." The black-haired young man reiterated his promise to help with all his might. The spirit Spatz seemed convinced, flying up and leading the way. "Then follow me." The spirit, Spatz, led them deep into a dark cave. The narration explained, Spatz was one of the few spirits that could converse, and they would follow if offered help. The cave became clearer, stretching deep into the earth. Kang Seol's notebook recommended that the way to capture them was to resolve one of their worries. After a long journey, Kang Seol and Han Seo Ryong arrived at the cave entrance. The girl panted, complaining about the yellow spirit's terrifying speed. Han Seo Ryong questioned whether the spirit's worry was inside the cave. A voice echoed from the depths, asking again if they would truly help it. Kang Seol seemed to have figured out what the spirit Spatz was worried about, surprising Han Seo Ryong. But then, a surge of dark energy erupted from his hand, signaling something ominous. That worry was far from trivial, as a giant, hairy foot emerged from the darkness. A yeti, a colossal snow monster, stood towering there, its eyes glowing fiercely red. The colossal shadow, covered in pristine white fur, stood upright. It was indeed a yeti. The girl tremblingly asked if it was dangerous. The young man calmly replied that a normal yeti would be, but he explained that this yeti was being controlled by a mysterious force. Perched on the yeti's head, a small, icy spirit, Prosh, sat casually, its gaze cold. The yellow spirit Spatz angrily spoke up, accusing Prosh of refusing to leave its territory. The black-haired young man wondered if the yeti was a kid in the spirit's eyes. He asked Spatz how it wanted to be helped. Spatz requested a test of strength with Prosh's kid, as it was too weak to win on its own. The girl was terrified at the idea of a test of strength with a yeti. The young man asked again, did it mean an arm wrestle? Spatz nodded. The young man set a condition. If he won, Prosh would also have to fulfill his request. Han Seo Ryong was astonished. Spatz happily agreed, flying straight towards the yeti. The girl frantically called out after it, but it was too late. The red-brown-haired girl questioned the young man in horror, unable to believe he dared to confront the giant monster. But the only reply was a cold, disdainful remark. Mid-air, the radiant golden entity Spatz and the icy spirit Prosh faced each other, their gazes sharp as a declaration of war. A spiritual battle was about to erupt. The golden spirit cheerfully announced that Prosh had accepted the challenge, believing that the underdog would never lose. The black-haired young man merely smirked, agreeing meaningfully. He smirked, his eyes flashing with terrifying confidence. "Don't worry," he said. "If their side sends out a kid, then we also have a kid." He corrected himself. "Ah, no. A friend will do it for us. A colossal, ferocious entity appeared, enveloped in dark aura. The red-brown-haired girl recoiled in horror at Jamad's appearance. The giant troll scowled, unwilling. "Do I really have to do this boring trick?" "Your life is still in my hands, Jamad," the young man coldly reminded him. Whatever." Jamad reluctantly accepted. He extended his massive hand towards the Yeti, his eyes full of disdain. "Give me your hand, kid. I'll crush you to the ground." The giant Yeti stood tall, its body covered in white fur, its red eyes glowing with defiance. Its aura was no less imposing. Jamad growled, clenching his clawed hand. He was ready for this test of strength. "Ready." The golden spirit spots shouted, giving the command. Immediately, Jamad gathered all his strength, preparing for the decisive blow. "Charge!" The two giants clashed in an earth-shattering arm wrestle. Muscles bulged, veins popped, and the impact of their strength made the air tremble. Jamad's strength was superior. The giant Yeti was pushed back, its arm trembling, its body gradually collapsing onto the icy ground. Jamad roared, pressing his opponent. The Yeti was completely overwhelmed, unable to resist, crushed to the ground by the giant troll. A sinister smile appeared on Jamad's ferocious face. He had victory firmly in his grasp. The black-haired young man crossed his arms, his eyes coldly watching the fight. He asked, his tone full of impatience. "Hey, no need to drag this out anymore, right? Can we finish it now?" Hearing his master's words, Jamad let out a resounding roar, delivering the final blow, decisively ending the match. "Ha!" Jamad's thunderous punch tore through the air, striking the Yeti directly. The white-furred monster roared in pain, its colossal body swaying as if about to collapse. The roaring echoed, the Yeti's body cracking under the overwhelming force. Jamad stood tall, his red eyes burning with triumph, completely dominating the battle. Jamad held the Yeti firmly, declaring he only rendered it temporarily immobile. "I won't hurt it." The icy spirit Prosh on the Yeti's head had also completely submitted. The black-haired young man turned his back, relieved, looking at the two spirits hovering behind him. "Thank you for resolving my worries," he said, his tone full of confidence. The golden spirit, true to its promise, accepted his request. "I will fulfill your request." "What is it?" Its eyes looked at Kang Seol with doubt. He touched his belt, making a simple but meaningful offer. "Come along." The golden spirit was stunned, seemingly unable to believe its ears. The two spirits were saddened, for the promise given could not be broken. Accepting their fate was the only thing they could do, even if unwillingly. The power of the golden and blue spirits swirled around Kang Seol, merging into him. The promise had been fulfilled. A new pact established. The system confirmed. 2 spirits had been captured. The belt now glowed brightly with 5 gems, transforming into the legendary 5-spirit artifact, enhancing his power. The Yeti still struggled to pull its hand from the ground, a faint growl echoing in the air. It was stuck fast, unable to move. The white-furred monster roared in anger, struggling in vain. Its red eyes burning with fury, it tried to escape the restraint but failed. Han Seo-ryong was astonished by the sound from the belt. How marvelous. He agreed, his eyes thoughtful. Both felt amused. The red-brown-haired girl explained that her spirit box was broken, and she had ventured too deep into the forest. "I will return with you," she offered, her eyes full of worry. He thought to himself, leaving the forest alone was too dangerous. Her offer to accompany him was perfectly reasonable, a reluctant but necessary cooperation. The reason was sound, he nodded. Both continued their journey, venturing deeper into the forest. "Next objective," he murmured, his gaze resolute. The current led the way, and they stopped before a majestic waterfall, where mist rose thickly. The next objective, surely, was where water flowed. Crystal-clear water meandered through moss-covered rocks, creating a babbling melody deep in the forest. And then, from the water, tiny, transparent water spirits appeared, playing playfully like children. Han Seo-ryong was astonished, while Kang Seol calmly observed, telling himself that this time the danger was significantly less. He walked slowly towards the stream, where the water spirits still playfully splashed water, creating cheerful sounds. Suddenly, a stream of water splashed directly onto Kang Seol's face, but he showed no sign of annoyance. The spirits continued to play, while the system presented Kang Seol with options, including capturing them. A mischievous smile spread across the black-haired young man's lips, his eyes flashing with amusement. Without hesitation, Kang Seol immersed himself in the water, splashing with the spirits, their laughter echoing throughout the forest. Han Seo-ryong stood from afar, bewildered by the scene, not understanding what was happening. Kang Seol continued to play, frolicking around the water spirits, who also responded with excitement. Water still clung to his face, but his smile had now become gentler. He gently extended his hand, inviting a spirit. "Do you want to come with me?" The tiny water spirit hesitated for a moment, then happily nodded, accepting the invitation. System confirmed. Water spirit Popo captured. Blue obtained. Total spirits captured. Says. Night fell, the sky sparkling with stars, a full moon hanging perfectly in midair, illuminating the tranquil forest. By the warm campfire, Han Seo-ryong handed Kang Seol a cup of hot water, asking, "Do you have nephews? You seem to get along well with them." Kang Seol calmly explained that he used to work at an orphanage, so playing with kids was something he often did. Han Seo-ryong was surprised, then quickly apologized, but he replied that it wasn't necessary. The black-haired young man continued, saying he wasn't good at taking care of children, even making them cry with his scary face. Han Seo-ryong chuckled, asking if he had thought about changing that. Kang Seol replied that if it were easy to change, he would have already done so. The red-brown-haired girl laughed, saying she knew he would say that. He thanked her for the hot chocolate, ignoring the chaotic viewer comments flying around. The comments continued to tease about their relationship, or wonder about the remaining number of spirits. Han Seo-ryong asked Kang Seol about his future plan. Suddenly, Kang Seol gestured for silence, his expression turning serious. He sensed something approaching. Han Seo-ryong asked again in surprise, but he only repeated, "Silence." Mid-air, a small shadow entity, enveloped in purple energy, appeared. The comment still popped up, but Kang Seol had found what he wanted. Kang Seol smiled confidently, confirming it was Ku, the night spirit. He had stayed up many nights searching, not knowing when he would encounter one. The black-haired young man looked directly at the night spirit, his gaze resolute. He believed that capturing it would no longer be an issue now that he had found it. With an inviting smile, Kang Seol asked the spirit, "Do you want to come with me?" He knew that finding Ku was the hardest part, while capturing it would be easy. A powerful surge of purple energy erupted from Kang Seol, enveloping Ku. The system announced, "You have captured Ku, the night spirit. You have obtained purple. Number of spirit types captured: 7. Purple resides in the 5 spirits." Kang Seol was surprised, his eyes wide. It seemed something unexpected had happened after capturing the spirit. Han Seo-ryong was also stunned, calling Kang Seol's name with a worried expression, seemingly sensing the abnormality as well. She asked Kang Seol, "Is that belt okay?" His spirit belt was glowing brightly, spinning and transforming. Kang Seol gritted his teeth, his eyes full of astonishment and a hint of fear. He uttered a name, "Grise." A brilliant rainbow light burst from the belt, spreading throughout the forest, creating a spectacular sight. The system announced, "The energy of 7 spirits has gathered. The 5 spirits transformed into a masterpiece, rainbow." The belt now glowed brilliantly with 7 colors, a yin-yang symbol in the center. Han Seo-ryong looked at the radiant belt, both astonished and relieved. She thought to herself, it was never ordinary, and now it shone like a true treasure, making her previously fear it would explode. Kang Seol sat by the fire, his eyes pensive. He apologized for still not knowing many things about the belt. Han Seo-ryong wondered about its origin, even though she knew it wasn't just a simple spirit box. Suddenly, Kang Seol looked up, his sharp gaze directed towards her. He didn't rush to explain, but instead asked her to tell him about the wounds on her body. The black-haired young man's eyes were full of seriousness, a question echoing like thunder in the silent night. "How did you get those wounds?" The red-brown-haired girl sat by the fire, her face downcast, her eyes empty. His questions seemed to touch a deep pain, causing her to fall silent. After a moment of silence, Han Seo-ryong began to recount, her voice somber. It was that night. After arriving here, she spoke of her anxiety about not being able to capture any spirits, and her decision to risk venturing deeper into the forest. A fateful decision that led her to tragedy. It wasn't just her, but also another girl her age. They met by chance, but due to their shared predicament, they became friends and ventured deeper into the darkness together. But then, something horrifying happened. A hand reached out in despair, and she blamed herself for not being able to handle it better. Arrows were deeply embedded in the ground, evidence of a fierce battle. They had defeated the monster hidden deep in the forest, but the price paid was too high. Kang Seol listened in silence, his eyes understanding. Han Seo-ryong continued, her voice bitter. "As you can see, I ended up like this, and for my friend." It was too late. She recounted the last moment, her friend trying to say something before taking her last breath. She wondered if it was a self-reproach. "It's all my fault?" Kang Seol gently closed his eyes, then opened them. He said that now it was impossible to know, but the only thing they could do was think positively. He gently comforted her, saying that perhaps her friend didn't mean it was her fault, and that she was a good person. Han Seo-ryong forced a smile. Teasing him about the word was, Kang Seol merely remained silent, offering no comment. The red-brown-haired girl again teased him as odd juicy, and said that she also used to think he was a good person. Dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight piercing through the foliage, dispelling the darkness. Han Seo-ryong looked towards the horizon, her heart heavy with a question. Is this the right path? The red-haired girl was restless, wondering if this path was the right one. She tried to search her memories, while Kang Seol calmly told her to take her time. He analyzed that spirits don't casually move territories, but she teased him, saying his words sounded like a complaint. Kang Seol merely replied coldly, "That's a subjective feeling." Kang Seol believed an archer like her would surely have tracking skills and would soon find the way. Han Seo-ryong was still highly focused, trying to recall. In Kang Seol's mind, a clear goal emerged, the path leading to the dwelling of the eighth spirit. She wondered about the eighth spirit. Then, she suddenly remembered a friend once spoke of white spirits. Could it be that when the barrier broke, more than 8 types of spirits flooded through? He pondered if she was talking about white light spirits. Kang Seol already had an idea of their location, not too far from here. Kang Seol turned, asking if she wanted to go check with him. Han Seo-ryong put her cup down, looking at him with a thoughtful gaze. Kang Seol's unique rainbow spirit belt still held potential. The rainbow effect indicated it could absorb more spirits, and its power would continue to transform. He explained that Venta and Shades were extremely dangerous spirits that hunted humans. The two continued walking, she silently beside him. Venturing into the dense forest, Kang Seol told himself that if he could enhance his equipment, every risk would be worth it. His determination was set. As night fell, a brilliant streak of light tore through the sky, like a shooting star soaring past, guiding their journey. From behind the tree, Han Seo-ryong peeked out, softly exclaiming, "It's here!" She turned, asking if he saw them. Kang Seol also hid, his sharp gaze sweeping across. He nodded, his voice low. "So, they really exist." He spoke, as if making a declaration. "I've found you, Venta." Before them, pure white Venta spirits, with magnificent butterfly wings, fluttered amidst a pristine white flower bed. Venta and Shades were not like other spirits. Their unique energy structure meant Venta couldn't hunt alone. They consumed a tremendous amount of energy and would weaken if they didn't absorb other life forces. This was the reason the barriers were broken. Kang Seol pondered, his gaze sharp as if piercing through the night. He knew the easiest creatures for Venta spirits to consume energy from were none other than human. Amidst the pure white flower field, Han Seo-ryong suddenly flinched. "There are people!" She pointed into the distance, where 3 figures sat silently. "What is it? Why are people gathered there?" "Do you know them?" Han Seo-ryong asked, her eyes suspicious. Kang Seol replied concisely, "No, but I remember seeing them before," she recalled. That was the group of people who had whispered behind her back when she received the spirit container at the magic tower. Her initial impression wasn't good, but they looked normal, not like a hunter's guild. "So, do you want me to approach them first?" Han Seo-ryong suggested, gripping her bow tightly. "I'm faster than you. I'll go check and come right back. But if it's dangerous, will you come help me?" she asked, her voice full of worry. Kang Seol merely nodded slightly, his gaze still fixed on the group of people. Without hesitation, Han Seo-ryong darted off like the wind, through the pure white flower bed, towards the mysterious group of people. Suddenly, a dry snap echoed. She had accidentally stepped on a dry branch. "Damn it." Han Seo-ryong cursed under her breath, her eyes wide with panic, as a pure white Venta spirit fluttered nearby. That Venta spirit didn't attack, merely glided past her like an illusion, then continued flying towards the group of people. Han Seo-ryong kept running after it. Kang Seol stood there, observing. Even though she stepped on a branch, that group of Venta spirits didn't approach her at all. He thought to himself, his eyes full of calculation. Han Seo-ryong finally reached the group of people. They were still sitting quietly, not appearing dangerous. "Are they talking?" she wondered. "Seol!" Han Seo-ryong called out loudly, her face radiant. "Come here! It's safe! The white spirits aren't attacking either!" Kang Seol remained motionless under the tree canopy, his golden eyes sharp and unwavering. "I refuse," he replied coldly. Han Seo-ryong was stunned, her eyes wide. "What? Why?" Kang Seol coldly explained his refusal. That place was too dangerous. The fake girl still didn't understand, trying to convince him that she had passed through safely without being attacked. Suddenly, the girl's eyes turned suspicious, and a cold question burst out, aimed directly at Kang Seol's mystery. "Why don't you have a shadow?" The fake girl appeared flustered, trying to hide her panic, asking Kang Seol back with a suspicious tone, calling him Ajasi and asking if he was injured. Kang Seol didn't answer, merely coldly warning about the dangerous nature of the white spirits. He continued, revealing the horrifying secret about the leader of the white spirits, the shadows that could steal human forms and lure prey. An old book page appeared, revealing information about shadows. They rarely appeared, but there were 2 ways to encounter them. The first was when a member was separated from their group. A shadow would possess their body and memories, luring their comrades to their death. The second way, if a lone traveler was weaker, the shadow would kill them immediately. But if the lone individual was stronger, They would borrow the form of a corpse, pretending to be friendly. Kang Seol gripped his staff, his eyes sharp. He concluded his explanation, his tone haunting, asserting that the shadow would lead its prey here. Kang Seol stood tall, holding his mirror staff, his expression resolute. Kang Seol directly questioned Han Seo-ryong about her death. The fake girl immediately panicked, stammering denials. The fake girl trembled, trying to maintain composure, but fear was evident on her face, asking why Kang Seol was acting so strangely. A gruesome snap echoed. The smile on the fake girl's lips twisted, revealing sharp teeth as the horrifying truth slowly unfolded. The fake girl still tried to maintain her facade, but her eyes were empty, and her smile turned into a chilling sneer. Two white spirits with glowing red eyes appeared behind her, revealing their true shadow nature. Information about shadows appeared, revealing them to be rare, intelligent, and cunning dark spirits, capable of imitation and combining with light spirits. A flashback appeared. Kang Seol recalled the warning from the mages before entering the forest, that the disappearances were caused by Venta and shadows. Kang Seol realized that if he was too vigilant, the shadow would flee. Therefore, he pretended to fall into the trap. He deliberately feigned innocence, unaware of the lurking danger, to make the shadow confidently reveal itself. Finally, Kang Seol revealed the truth. He had pretended not to notice the fake girl had no shadow. His eyes were sharp, preparing for the confrontation. Kang Seol knew the truth. He stared at the darkness swirling amidst the flower field, where the pure white Venta spirits fluttered. Shadows have no shadows, he muttered, as if reciting an ancient curse. The impostor Han Seo-ryong revealed its true form, its smile twisted grotesquely. It questioned Kang Seol, its voice full of disdain. "I thought you said I was a good person, uncle," Kang Seol calmly retorted, as if correcting a child. "You should rephrase your words correctly." He didn't flinch at his opponent's terrifying appearance. The black-haired young man smirked. "I said, you must have been a good person," he affirmed. The deceased Han Seo-ryong was certainly a good person. He continued, his voice as cold as ice. "You are merely a disgusting impostor, mimicking Han Seo-ryong's personality." His words were like a knife piercing the opponent's heart. The impostor roared, darkness and blood gushing from its body. "That's right. So you've been deceiving me from the start?" It was furious, no longer able to maintain its composure. "You dare to toy with me?" the shadow shrieked. But Kang Seol merely stood there, calmly smiling, as if everything was part of his calculations. Kang Seol shook his head, his voice sarcastic. A parrot that only mimics the personality of the deceased dares to be so confident? His smile only further enraged the shadow. The shadow snarled, its face contorted with rage. "Don't you think my confidence has a reason?" it asked, its voice full of menace. The impostor spread its arms, boasting of its achievements. "After this flood, the number of adventurers I've deceived like this. Do you know how many?" 3 former victims appeared in its memory, being swallowed by darkness. One of the victims, his face contorted in pain, gasped, "It's too late." Darkness billowed from his mouth. He screamed, his final curse. "You, too, will end up with us. Cough, cough." Darkness swallowed him. The 2 other unfortunate souls also couldn't escape their fate. They shrieked in despair, their bodies torn apart by darkness, transforming into formless spirits. The shadow stood amidst the sea of white flowers, its black tentacles extending, draining the life force from those it had deceived. Its cunning nature was fully revealed. "Han Seo-ryong, huh?" it sneered, blood dripping. Her life essence was inferior, not delicious at all. It looked at Kang Seol, its red eyes full of greed. "But you? Will you be as delicious as I expect?" The shadow had completely transformed, becoming a hideous dark entity with glowing red eyes and a repulsive smile, its sneering laughter echoing throughout the space. It extended its black tentacles, devouring everything in its path, growling its command. "All of you, come to me and offer your life essence." Chase's monstrous form lunged forward, the pure white Venta spirits scattering in panic, trying to escape the encirclement of darkness. Chase continuously transformed, absorbing energy, its body swelling terrifyingly, dark power surging. At the same time, Chase sneered, its power skyrocketing by 542% after absorbing the Venta spirits, while Kang Seol still stood there, calmly observing. "I will carve it onto your body," Chase snarled, its black tentacles writhing. It continued to transform, roaring arrogantly. "The weak power you trust will be useless against us." Kang Seol said nothing, merely raised his hand, and a swirling surge of dark energy summoned another shadow entity. In an instant, a shadow swordsman appeared, swinging a blue light sword that severed Chase's tentacles, creating a fierce battle. The shadow swordsman stood firm, his blue eyes glowing with vigilance. He coldly uttered, "Oh, so that's how it is?" Chase angrily looked at the shadow swordsman. "I've never seen that guy before. But aren't you forgetting something? Shays roared, transforming into a colossal shadow monster with a terrifying smile, surrounded by countless small dark spirits. The night is my domain. Do you really think you can contend with me, Shays, the spirit of darkness? The shadow swordsman turned to Kang Seol, warning, "It's very dangerous, master. Please step back." Kang Seol replied, "It does look a bit dangerous." Kang Seol gently stepped back onto the white flower field, his feet steady amidst the chaotic scene. The young man stood a little further away, still holding his staff, a confident smile on his face. "This distance should be fine, right?" Shays roared, its shadow form swirling, its red eyes burning with hatred. "You cunning bastard!" Amidst Shays' fury, Kaluna remained steadfast, his brilliant blue sword light forming a solid shield, blocking the attack. Shays sneered, continuously striking. "You puny summoned being, how long do you think you can hold out?" Kaluna's eyes flashed with determination. A notification appeared, signaling he had entered the crescent moon phase of heavenly moonlight strike. Soon, Kaluna broke through again. His sword light grew brighter. He had reached the half-moon phase of heavenly moonlight strike. Kaluna's power surged. His combat experience helped him shorten the time to reach the third stage. Without hesitation, Kaluna unleashed his power, advancing straight to the full moon stage. A massive sword beam struck Shays directly. Shays growled, his crimson eyes filled with contempt. "Is that all you've got? Then there's nothing left worth seeing." The shadow monster roared, dark energy exploding, preparing to absorb the life force of everything around it. The tiny spirits cried out miserably as Shays devoured them, its dark power growing increasingly berserk. Shays' body mutated, swelling monstrously, muscles bulging like a demon. It let out a terrifying roar. Shays' mouth gaped wide, a gruesome smile appearing on the monster's face, its eyes full of triumph. Kang Seol stood from a distance, his lips curving into a mysterious smile, his eyes flashing with absolute confidence. A ding sound rang out, signaling time's up. Shays clutched its stomach, writhing, its form beginning to disintegrate. Its plan to absorb life force had failed, and its power became unstable. Shays shrieked in pain, its body shriveling, pitifully weak. It looked at Kang Seol, questioning, "You, what the hell did you do?" Kang Seol smirked, looking at the writhing monster. His question was like a knife twisting deep into Shays' pain. "Do you like hot chocolate?" He casually uttered sarcastic remarks, while the great sage Gryze's diary entries gradually revealed the conspiracy. Shays, tricked into drinking life essence solvent, could now only vomit profusely in agony. Amidst the white flower meadow, the Venta spirits flew around in a panic. Beneath them, Shays continued to vomit streams of black energy, its body trembling from the poison. He looked up at the night sky, silently thanking the great sage Gryze. Beside him, a tiny Venta spirit was trying to vomit something, weak and pathetic. The shadow monster knelt, pleading miserably. Thick black drool flowed from its mouth. Shays promising loyalty if its life was spared. A truly pathetic sight. Shays tried to persuade, asserting that spirits always keep their promises. But can the words of a traitor be trusted? Kang Seol looked down at the pleading monster, his face showing disgust. He ordered Shays to get inside immediately, without hesitation. He raised the rainbow spirit bag, preparing to absorb Shays. The monster let out a desperate cry, trying to resist. Shays was forcefully pulled into the bag, screaming in vain. The surrounding Venta spirits were also affected, flying around in disarray. The monster continued to shriek threats, but Kang Seol coldly replied with a single no. He was completely unmoved. With a decisive motion, Kang Seol completed the absorption. Consecutive notifications appeared, confirming that he had subdued both Venta and Shays, completing the collection of 9 types of spirits. While other players buzzed about Hanseo Rayong and Shays, Kang Seol focused on the spirit bag. A brilliant light erupted from the item, signaling a major event about to unfold. A notification rang out, confirming that the energy of the 9 spirits had been gathered. Earth-shattering power was surging, preparing to erupt. He suddenly found himself standing in a vast cosmic space. The absorbed spirits had now transformed into sparkling stars, and another notification appeared, revealing the transformation of the spirit bag into an unparalleled treasure. The rainbow spirit bag transformed into a shimmering item, emitting a dazzling light. A series of achievement notifications appeared, confirming that Kang Seol had created something unprecedented and become its sole master. Amidst the endless universe, Kang Seol thoughtfully gazed at the peerless status board that had just appeared. He hadn't expected this title to come so soon. The Rainbow Spirit Belt, a legendary item, activated the unique omnipotence effect. It brought synergistic power, enhancing all of his stats and abilities. Not only that, this effect also increased elemental damage and magic resistance, helping Kang Seol become a more well-rounded warrior than ever before. What a bargain! Omnipotence could also be activated when he or his spirits entered combat, providing a significant advantage in every battle. He thought to himself, with this effect, Dealing with powerful enemies would be easier, and his spirits would also be better protected. Next, an eye-shaped item appeared, inviting him to enhance any spirit skill. Kang Seol didn't hesitate, pressing confirm. A dazzling light flared up, and Kang Seol found himself standing in the middle of a circle of elements. Are these the different elements of each spirit? He wondered. The elemental orbs sparkled, but there was only one choice. As a shadow summoner, he knew what he had to do. Without hesitation, he reached out and touched the pitch-black orb, a symbol of the dark power he pursued. A surge of dark energy enveloped him. Oh my God! Kang Seol exclaimed as he saw the notification. Dark energy strengthened. Summoning space increased by 15%. The summoning space was expanded, allowing him to summon more powerful spirits like Kaluna and Jamad. He could immediately summon a new spirit if he wished. The spirit shield effect from the belt now also provided 10% passive magic resistance. He wondered, how many effects did this belt actually have? Finally, a special title appeared, Master of Peerless Items. This was a rare achievement, allowing him to challenge other masters. Master was a title for those who possessed many peerless items. These items were extremely rare and hard to come by. He told himself he had to speed up. Leaving the system space, Kang Seol stood amidst a meadow of white flowers. Looking towards the distant tower, he yawned softly, feeling the need to act quickly. At a stall, the brown-haired girl Frin and the hooded man were dozing off. "Excuse me," Kang Seol said, startling them awake. Kang Seol asked if there was a problem, as one of the two urgently asked him to wait, explaining that they were just apprentice mages and not knowledgeable about spirit vessels. Frin held the spirit vessel, suggesting they show it to their master since he was nearby. Kang Seol agreed, but asked how long it would take. A brilliant blue spirit appeared between their hands, bringing reassurance that the master was right there so it wouldn't take long. The hooded man chanted a spell, and a bluebird spirit flew out. Kang Seol decisively ordered, "Go." He thought, if they were from Zodiac, he might know their master. Kang Seol spoke up, asking for the master's name. The hooded man respectfully replied, "Blaine, the pioneer of ice magic." Kang Seol bowed, feigning ignorance, but promised to remember. Kang Seol unexpectedly asked back about the Grand Duke of Ice, the legendary mage who founded Zodiac. He confirmed he had heard the name before. 12 magic towers rose high on the map of Pandia, each named after a constellation, forming Zodiac. The founder was none other than the Grand Duke of Ice. Kang Seol looked at the image of the Grand Duke of Ice, his eyes flashing with mystery, and whispered, "And he is also one of my pawns." The hooded man enthusiastically spoke of Blaine, who had been helped by the Grand Duke of Ice to break through the wall of awakening and become a pioneer of ice magic. Kang Seol suddenly realized, "Huh?" The hooded man flinched when Kang Seol misspoke. He quickly corrected himself, praising Blaine as an extraordinary person. He continued to praise his master, who had personally seen the Grand Duke of Ice. Kang Seol mumbled the name Blaine. Kang Seol looked up at the towering spire, memories flooding back. He remembered Blaine, that kid from back then. A voice echoed, "Sir." While Kang Seol's hand was covered in frost, his emotions slowly fading. In a frozen landscape, a light blue-haired young man, his hands also frozen, agonizingly wondered, "I don't feel pain, nor sadness. Is this really okay?" The explanation appeared. Ice magic had the side effect of erasing emotions when reaching high levels. But if someone guided one past the wall of awakening, it could be overcome. The Grand Duke of Ice had helped Blaine overcome that. So Kang Seol reassured himself that there was nothing to worry about. Kang Seol stood in the forest, his gaze fixed forward. A towering figure approached, exuding an imposing aura. The fated encounter was about to begin. In a room full of potions, Frin and the hooded man were grumbling. Blaine, with a calm demeanor, created a cerulean spirit and said, "You lack training," Frin urged. "Snowman is waiting. Go!" Kang Seol and Blaine faced each other, a polite handshake exchanged. "Hello, I am Blaine," he introduced. "Also the manager of the mages dispatched from the Aquarius Magic Tower." Kang Seol replied, "Snowman." Blaine recognized him. "Ah, you're the one from the Spire Mountain incident that we heard about from afar in Congaree." He asked about the spirit vessels, and Kang Seol agreed to let him inspect them. Blaine explained that this was standard procedure, then reached out and touched Kang Seol's rainbow spirit belt, and a surge of blue magic power flared up. The magic power surged, enveloping Blaine. He frowned, his eyes a mix of surprise and concern. There was something unusual about this belt. Blaine questioned, "How did you get this belt?" Kang Seol calmly replied, "I received it from an acquaintance." Blaine snapped his fingers, and a burst of blue light exploded, spreading throughout the space. He had decided to act. Blaine's mind-freeze spell immediately took effect. Fran and the hooded man were frozen in place, their eyes blank. Kang Seol looked at Blaine in astonishment. "Mind freeze? Why would he use that spell on his own disciples? He questioned. Why would you? Blaine turned back, his expression serious. I apologize. This is something my apprentices shouldn't hear. I cannot let anyone else hear what I am about to say. Kang Seol asked again. What are you implying? Blaine looked directly at Kang Seol, his tone warning. Snowman. That item is very dangerous. He pointed at the spirit belt. Blaine explained. This belt restrains the power of 9 spirits and uses them in harmony. But because Kang Seol had restrained Venta and 2 other hostile spirits, the harmony was broken. He continued, pointing his finger upwards. If this delicate balance is lost, the individual powers of the spirits could merge into one. And if that happened, Kang Seol finished his sentence. Then they can't be restrained? Blaine nodded. Exactly. It wouldn't be a problem if you could maintain the balance yourself, but I see you don't have the power related to it. Therefore, let me make an offer. Blaine looked at Kang Seol, asking, what do you think about exchanging that item for one from Aquarius? A selection panel appeared before Kang Seol's eyes. Kang Seol decisively refused the offer. Blaine pondered, then nodded in agreement, admitting he would do the same with a rare item. Internally, Kang Seol was surprised by his opponent's easygoing nature, wondering if he truly wanted the item. Nevertheless, Blaine didn't forget to remind Kang Seol not to take his warning lightly. He stated sternly that the belt would definitely cause trouble in the future. Then blue magic power suddenly flashed in his hand. From the brilliant magic power, an exquisite blue glass vial appeared. Blaine handed it to Kang Seol, instructing him to use this item as an invitation if he ever had the chance to visit Aquarius. Kang Seol doubted he would have the opportunity to visit the magic tower, but Blaine only smiled mysteriously. He said that life was unpredictable, and perhaps there would be a time when they needed to help each other, or Kang Seol would be of use to Aquarius. Kang Seol smirked, reminding him that Zodiac always repaid twofold, both favors and grudges. Blaine nodded in confirmation, while the system announced that Kang Seol had received an invitation to the Aquarius Magic Tower. Blaine gave a faint smile, admitting that Zodiac often avenged more than repaid favors, but never forgot gratitude. He looked forward to Kang Seol's visit, feeling that there was still much for them to do. At the same time, the mind-free spell was also dispelled. The spell dissipated, and Fryn awoke, bewildered, asking what had just happened, and if she had fallen asleep. The hooded man was also vague. Blaine called her name, his tone calm. Blaine announced that Kang Seol had captured all types of spirits, asking Fryn to record it accurately. Fryn initially agreed, then suddenly flinched in surprise. All? Do you mean even Shays was among this flood of spirits? Blaine confirmed that Shays was the cause of the missing adventurers, and Kang Seol had captured it. He ordered a worthy reward for him. The hooded man was utterly astonished, repeatedly asking how Kang Seol had done it, then hurried off to prepare the reward. A colossal notification board appeared, listing countless generous rewards. From the title Spirit Hunter, level ups, skill points, to valuable items and a mountain of gold coins. Kang Seol was stunned. Kang Seol looked at the treasure, realizing that the gloves, weapon, and cloak were all equipment for a summoner. He was astonished, wondering if these items had been prepared in advance, as if they had known he would use them. Blaine smiled mysteriously, explaining that all rare items in the world had to pass through the magic towers. He hoped Kang Seol would consider this a commemorative gift for their first meeting, calling him by the nickname Snowman. Kang Seol smiled contentedly, picking up the cloak. Items like these. Thank you, he said, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. In the familiar room, Fryn thoughtfully told Blaine that the events at the Spire Mountains didn't seem to be a lie. Blaine turned back, asking if she was implying that Kang Seol was a special person. Blaine replied that he didn't know, but Kang Seol had given him a special feeling. Fryn nodded in agreement, then asked if her master also felt something similar from him. Blaine maintained his mysterious demeanor, saying they would know when Kang Seol visited the magic tower. Fryn was bewildered, wondering how he could come when her master hadn't given him an invitation. She suddenly realized something, then fell silent. The spell dissipated, and Fryn awoke, angrily questioning Blaine for using magic on her. The magic tower stood majestically amidst the trees, like a reminder of the hidden power. Kang Seol stood there, like a shadow amidst the light. The adventure scoreboard appeared, his score soaring high. On the leaderboard, his name proudly sat at the top, far surpassing others. He smirked, his score having far exceeded all standards. The system announced an urgent rest order. Novira, the city of treasures and items, awaited him. 20 days had passed since his last rest. The black-haired young man decided to check his rewards first. The title Spirit Hunter appeared, sounding ordinary but concealing power. Next was Venta's Veil, a rare cloak. It enhanced intelligence, physique, and notably could glow in the dark. A perfect item for a summoner like him. The cloak glowed in the dark. He smirked. From now on, troublesome torches would be a thing of the past, an undeniable advantage. Another pair of rare Spirit Guardian gloves appeared. They increased intelligence and granted immunity to damage once per day, a wonderful gift for self-protection. And finally, the treasure-grade reward from this adventure. A pitch-black orb, radiating mysterious energy, floated in his hand. It was Shaze's blessing, a crystal orb that significantly increased intelligence and spiritual power. Excellent. But Kang Seol still frowned. There was one thing that left him dissatisfied. Shadow summoning had two schools. One was to summon a small number, but each spirit was extremely powerful and elite. The second type was to summon countless low-level shadow spirits, forming a formidable army. He belonged to the first school, so all skills that enhanced or supported spirit stats were top priority. Every spirit was important to him. Ironically, Shaze's blessing reduced summoned spirit stats. He looked at the full moon staff he was using, comparing the two items. The full moon staff also increased intelligence and boosted all stats at night. Both had their own pros and cons, making it difficult for him to choose. A sigh escaped him. There was no other way. He put the item away, his footsteps decisive on the stone path. He decided he would go to the auction house. Outside, crowds bustled, jostling each other, a familiar sight in this world. The Novira auction house, one of the largest in the south, was always bustling. Whispers about treasures from the latest expeditions echoed, proving Novira lived up to its name as the City of Ruins, a place that produced countless artifacts. To meet the enormous demand, an item search feature was integrated, acting as a community portal. Goods poured in continuously, but prices were also driven sky high, turning the place into a chaotic market without this system. Kang Seol didn't hesitate. First, I'll sell off the unnecessary consumables I got from my adventure. He took out a bag of items and placed them on the transaction table. The system quickly registered the items awaiting auction. Lacking negotiation skills, auctioning was the optimal choice for Kang Seol to get the true value for his items. A golden light flashed, announcing item successfully registered. Indeed, consumables always sold like hotcakes. After dealing with the old items, Kang Seol began searching for what he needed. He scrolled through the categories, his finger lightly tracing the virtual screen. What if I filter by summoner exclusive? A glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. His gaze suddenly stopped. A special item appeared, surprising Kang Seol. What is this? He squinted, his mind beginning to analyze the information before him. Galata's tongue? He exclaimed. Before him was a coiled leather whip, emitting an ethereal blue light. Detailed information appeared. An exclusive artifact for summoners, recommended level 120, capable of improving shadow summons. Galata is the common name for notorious black snakes, hidden in the ruins near the Great Forest. Their shadow venom is extremely difficult to cure, and they are known for their tenacious vitality. I've never hunted them, but someone caught one? This was an item coveted by any shadow summoner. Kang Seol was determined to acquire it, no matter the cost. But he also realized there must be a reason why this item hadn't been sold yet. The reason was its side effect. Using it can be addictive. And Kang Seol looked at the fluctuating auction price. It's too expensive. A colossal price appeared, along with a countdown timer. Even if I gather all my money, it won't be enough for the starting bid, he muttered, his eyes glinting with calculation. In that case, a bold idea suddenly struck the black-haired young man. What if I try to contact the seller directly? Kang Seol decided. He walked to the transaction counter. A blonde girl with tired red eyes greeted him. Welcome. I'm Manager Rita. Are you here to register an auction item? That's right, Rita, Kang Seol replied, placing an item on the table. The manager smiled. You can place the item here. She had no idea how astonished she would be by the item he was about to present. Kang Seol placed a small dark orb on the tabletop. A surge of dark energy emanated, making the surrounding air feel thick. Rita flinched, her red eyes wide with astonishment. What is this? Rita stammered. Kang Seol calmly replied. Nothing. For this item, what starting price do you want? He maintained a cool expression, awaiting her reaction. Set it at 200 white gold coins, Kang Seol said. Rita's eyes widened, and she exclaimed in horror. What? But at that price, no one might buy it. He merely smirked. It's fine. A mysterious smile appeared on the young man's lips. Kang Seol was not in a hurry. He wanted to use Rita's auction service but still retain the initiative. He had plenty of time to wait. The young man secretly calculated, hoping the owner of Galata's tongue would realize his intentions. He said he would buy a few more things, and then left. Rita secretly peeked through the crack in the door, her eyes showing clear astonishment and a hint of worry. It seemed she was keeping an eye on Kang Seol. The door creaked open, and Rita cautiously stepped out, her eyes darting around in search. Where had he gone? In a hidden corner, a hand extended a piece of paper, handing it to the person opposite. A mysterious transaction was taking place. The recipient of the paper was a middle-aged man with a goatee, wearing a dark cloak. He read intently, his eyes filled with contemplation. Kang Seol deduced that whoever could put Galata's tongue up for auction must be an influential figure in Novira. He was standing in front of the Novira Explorers Guild. Inside the guild, Kang Seol listened to the whispers of the explorers. He needed to understand the situation of the factions hunting for ruins in Novira. The bulletin board was full of chaotic news. A new Cold War after Borgo's disappearance, and troubles involving the Heka, Kibo, and Shur factions. Novira was in turmoil. Heka? Kang Seol muttered. Other news mentioned Kibo, Heka, and even Han Yomyung, indicating a complex power struggle unfolding among the guilds. He recalled that Novira had 5 major ruin-hunting factions. Borgo's death had disrupted the balance, plunging the city into a tense underground war. The latest news revealed Novira's secret landing point and the appearance of Han Yomyung. It seemed things were getting more complicated. Rumors about Han Yomyung and the factions spread everywhere. Kang Seol realized this was just a trick by Kibo to buy time. He decided not to get involved, only wanting to rent a room for a month. The next day, Kang Seol inquired about renting a room where he could cook. The center manager informed him there was an empty building, but the rent would be quite expensive. He accepted. The manager handed Kang Seol an old key. He thanked her and prepared for his new life in Novira. Kang Seol asked about Chiao, but the manager had no information. However, he did have news about the ruin hunter who had acquired the artifact. Kang Seol immediately requested it. Kang Seol thoughtfully read the news fragment. The information about the Galata's tongue artifact being auctioned was clear. He concluded that the valuable item surely came from one of the ruin hunter factions. Rumors spread far and wide. The owner of Galata's tongue was Kibo, a ruin hunter and shadow summoner. Although not official, Kibo's silence, in the face of Heka's provocation, implicitly confirmed everything. He continued to ponder. Kibo was frantically searching for a mysterious item through an internal information network. A truth was slowly revealing itself, making Kang Seol thoughtful. The paper containing important information burst into flames. Truly valuable information, he whispered, his sharp eyes following the ashes. Kibo, the leader of a major faction in Novira, was also a shadow summoner like him. Kang Seol was certain that he was the one who put Galata's tongue up for auction. That person is definitely addicted to shadow poison, he deduced. Although it was an artifact, the side effect of Galata's tongue was truly a terrible curse. So, the item Kibo was searching for was none other than the antidote for shadow poison. A grand plan was slowly forming in Kang Seol's mind. He turned around and walked away decisively. All right, Kang Seol told himself. Starting there will be the safest. The path ahead was decided. The doors of the Novira auction house opened slightly, revealing a new world. On the glowing screen, a hand was scrolling through mysterious information. A buzz of excitement arose. Another new artifact. A weapon? A starting price of 200 white gold coins? Greedy, astonished eyes focused on the screen. No surprise with such an exorbitant price, someone grumbled. Who put it up this time? Is it the one who sold Galata's tongue? Whoever it was, they would surely become incredibly rich. Mr. Snowman, you're here early? Rita greeted Kang Seol with a smile. Are you here to check on the item you registered? Hello, Rita. Any news? He replied. No one has bid on Shaze's blessing yet, Mr. Snowman, Rita reported. Kang Seol pondered, then stated decisively. No, I don't want to lower the price. However, Kang Seol continued, I am willing to trade. Rita was surprised. Trade? Have you thought of any specific item? I haven't decided specifically, he replied, his gaze distant. If it's an item of equivalent value, I will consider it. An item of equivalent value, huh? Rita murmured, her hands clasped on the table. A promising new transaction was beginning. Rita proposed, Galata's tongue, an item with an equivalent starting price. She looked at him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The young man's lips curved slightly, a mysterious, knowing smile. He seemed to have his own calculations. Galata's tongue, huh? Kang Seol murmured, his eyes flashing with contemplation. It's not a bad option. Rita smiled, her face radiant. She asked again if they should proceed with this proposal, as if to confirm his decision. Rita's smile grew even brighter. She patiently awaited the final answer from the black-haired young man. Kang Seol inquired about the item's true owner. Rita explained that she was only the person in charge and could not reveal the identity, but she could arrange a meeting. Understood? He nodded. Then, I'll trouble you. Rita assured him she would contact him as soon as there was a new development. The young man turned and walked away, his figure gradually disappearing. Rita remained standing there, her eyes following him with surprise. The door creaked open, and a middle-aged man suddenly appeared, startling Rita. What was the meaning of this unexpected encounter? In the quiet room, Kang Seol looked out the window, lost in thought. Things aren't as easy as I thought, he told himself. He thought about the shadow flower he had just bought, a rare item. Even though he hadn't found a suitable summoning spirit yet, he still needed to process it first. But the processing was not simple. Gelatin of the suppressed phantom and the antidote ingredient Galata's tongue were both extremely rare, especially in the south. The young man leaned back in his chair, his gaze distant. The faint purple flower glowed weakly in his hand, like an invisible burden. He pulled out a mysterious card, recalling the instruction, "When you want to buy something with madness, tear this card." Although he didn't want to use it, there was no other choice. Kang Seol decisively tore the card, and a fierce purple light erupted. A lucid dream descended upon him again. He felt extremely uncomfortable, haunted by the horrific events that had occurred in the celestial realm. The lucid dream led Kang Seol to a dark place, where grotesque, shadowy figures surrounded him. "Janet?" he exclaimed, but then realized it wasn't just one, but an entire group. One of them stepped forward, a demonic face hidden behind layers of shadow. "Welcome, Snowman," the voice echoed, cold as ice. Kang Seol confronted them, asking directly, "Are you the mad merchants?" The red-faced figure confirmed, mentioning a previous encounter, hinting at a mysterious connection. He continued to inquire about Janet, but the mysterious figure refused to reveal anything. "Why not?" Kang Seol growled, impatience evident in his eyes. "To ensure fair transactions," the figure explained. "You are merely an individual caught in the world's convergence," it said, "but you possess an attractive amount of madness." Kang Seol understood. They feared he would only deal with Janet. "So what should I do?" he asked. A shadowy hand extended. "Just look at our wares." The mysterious figure said he only needed to pay with madness. Kang Seol mentioned his promise to Janet, but was then told that very promise had imposed a restriction on her. Beneath his feet, the number 13000 madness glowed. Kang Seol accepted, but requested to only see the most essential items at that moment. The red-faced figure agreed, and 2 fang-shaped earrings appeared. "They will increase your explosive power once every day," it enticed. Next were armor, a fiery bracelet, and an ancient book. "This armor is perfect for you at 20,000 madness," the figure said. "Or exchange all your madness for this book." Kang Seol thoughtfully looked at the unique, expensive items. Then 2 mysterious potions appeared, one dark-colored, one sealed. Kang Seol's lips subtly curved into a confident smile. He had his own calculations. Standing before the 2 potions and the shadowy figure, Kang Seol unexpectedly spoke. "It's you, Janet." The mysterious figure, now revealed as Janet, burst into maniacal laughter, her bright red mask concealing cunning. "See?" Janet scoffed. "Didn't I tell you?" Janet, her white hair flowing, was surrounded by other merchants. She turned to look at Kang Seol, her face furious. "Damn it!" she roared. A merchant wondered how he knew it was her. Kang Seol questioned Janet, asking what she had done. Janet replied, asserting that she was only doing a merchant's job, and asked him and the others in return if they understood the difference. The red-masked merchant sneered, challenging those who didn't understand to get lost, calling them cursed third rates. The 2 remaining merchants looked annoyed, one saying he would see her later. The other wondered about Janet's attitude, but she brushed it off, telling them not to worry and ordering them to leave. Janet laughed loudly, looking pleased that Kang Seol recognized her. He replied that he knew immediately just by seeing the item. She praised him for his keen eye. 2 items appeared, damaged illusion jelly and poisonous herbal powder. Kang Seol asked how she knew he needed them. Janet reminded him that she had once sold him black flowers, so of course she knew how to process them. Janet continued, saying that an ordinary person caught in a merged world wouldn't know how to process them, implying Kang Seol was no ordinary person. He pondered. The red-masked merchant looked at Kang Seol with a meaningful gaze. Kang Seol turned away, saying that unique situations could arise from world merging, and he was one of them. He also believed she wouldn't be brazen enough to expose a customer's weaknesses. Kang Seol asked how she knew about the poisonous herbal powder. Janet winked, saying she had been watching him. He secretly hoped she hadn't seen anything embarrassing. She finalized the price at 3,000 madness for both. A colossal number 10,000 appeared, signaling a brilliantly successful transaction. Janet cheered. "Excellent, a successful deal." Kang Seol asked if there was anything else. Janet, calling herself the giant of the industry and the witch of the marketplace, asked if he thought she had only prepared 2 items. She challenged him to guess what her dear customer needed most. Janet dramatically pulled out a pair of black pants, the cloak of the Black Phantom. Along with it was the item's detailed information panel. Kang Seol wondered about madness quality. Janet explained that when traded items surpassed a certain quality, they would transform into madness. He asked if this was a treasure quality item. Janet said, considering their circumstances, she would sell it for exactly 10,000 madness. Kang Seol asked if she wasn't setting conditions this time. She replied that it was a fair price, and he already knew that. Janet proudly declared she was much better than other mad merchants. Kang Seol secretly admitted she was truly extraordinary. Kang Seol asked her one last thing. What did merchants do with madness? Janet spread her arms, replying that madness was everything to them, and he already knew that. Janet smiled mysteriously, declaring, "Even those who were once your gods have sold you out to madness." Her words echoed like a curse in the pinkish-purple space. Janet's statement was cut short, leaving an unsettling silence. Kang Seol clenched his fist, his face clearly showing indignation and shock. Kang Seol's face darkened with anger. Around him, the blurry figures of mad merchants seemed to mock him, encircling him in a vortex of betrayal. In that tense moment, Janet unexpectedly presented a mysterious purple invitation card. "I almost forgot to give you the invitation," she said. "Here." She waved goodbye, telling him not to die and hoping the next transaction would be interesting. At the same time, the system confirmed Kang Seol had received Madness's invitation along with several other items. The scenery changed. He had returned to his solitary wooden house amidst the lush green meadow, a temporary haven after perilous transaction. Kang Seol coughed violently, standing beside a bubbling pot of antidote. He muttered that the antidote for Snowman would be complete with just another quarter day of simmering. The antidote was done, but another problem arose. He pondered, holding a deep purple shadow flower, wondering how to process it. Kang Seol sat down, carefully sprinkling intact vitality powder onto the flower. He realized that with these ingredients, he was ready for the next step of the process. The shadow flower glowed brilliantly, emitting a golden aura, a miraculous, promising transformation. Holding the overgrown shadow flower in his hand, Kang Seol read its information. However, he couldn't be satisfied with just this. He wanted more. He looked out the window, his gaze resolute. "I will fully process it here, no matter the cost." His vow echoed in the quiet space of the wooden house. He began cooking, but the result was disastrous. A sickly green, sewer-smelling jelly. He gagged, but the system announced his cooking skill had slightly improved. Failure followed failure. This time, it was burnt black jelly. He was furious, wondering if he truly had any cooking talent. He persistently tried the undercooked jelly, trembling with disgust. The system announced he had earned the title Eater of Strange Foods, a bitter mockery. After 2 days of struggle, Kang Seol vomited violently again. The final jelly didn't even have a discernible shape. "Stop it!" a lament echoed. "Where is his cooking talent gone?" In the tranquil night, all things slept. But in that room, a strange sound echoed, shattering the peace. A bubbling sound, like a promise or an omen. After many days of struggle, finally, a masterpiece was born. A dreamy purple jelly, shimmering brightly, like a precious gem in the night. The system confirmed. A perfect success. He sighed in relief, his eyes shining brightly. The jelly was not just a success, but a treasure. His morale soared, cooking skills improved, and he even felt inspired. He wondered if this was innate talent, or just a stroke of luck. But the path of a shadow summoner was never easy. He could only summon those weaker than himself, and to become stronger, he had to confront formidable opponents and turn them into his minions. The further he advanced, the greater the obstacles. The level gap would be an invisible wall. But this treasure jelly, it could bridge 30 levels. A terrifying summoning power awaited. But when would be the right time to use it? He was determined. He had to find the strongest one and make it his own. Suddenly, urgent knocking echoed, shattering his thoughts. "Excuse me." A voice resonated from outside. A middle-aged man, trembling at the door, as if he had just encountered something terrifying. "You have a visitor." His stammering words hinted at fear, signaling an extraordinary encounter. He subtly turned his head, his gaze sharp. "It's time." A brief statement, yet it held a long-awaited anticipation, as if he had foreseen this visitor. He flashed a sinister smile. Sensing countless souls outside, he knew this visitor hadn't come alone. "Coming with a faction? So where do I need to go?" he muttered, full of calculation. "No need." A low voice resonated. Kibo, with a weathered appearance, walked straight in, disregarding all formalities. "I am impatient." The middle-aged man hastily excused himself, leaving the space for the impending confrontation. Kibo stood tall, behind him the mysterious figures of the Mad Merchants Guild. He introduced himself, his gaze as sharp as a knife. "I am Kibo," a name carrying a past and a future full of upheaval. Kibo's gaze swept over Kang Seol, full of challenge. "Are you going to make me stand outside?" His voice was deep, but held a hidden threat, allowing no delay. Kang Seol maintained his mysterious smile. "It's a bit messy in here," he said, like a subtle invitation. "But if you don't mind, feel free to come in." Without hesitation, Kibo and a companion entered the messy room. The atmosphere between the two sides was as tense as a violin string, signaling a far from simple negotiation. Kang Seol turned his back, his tone full of sarcasm. "You don't need to be wary. I'm just a toothless beast now." Kibo smirked. commenting on the host's excessive caution. Kibo's eyes swept across the room, his face disdainful. "A dormitory where you live alone, and it smells like shit," he remarked bluntly. Kang Seol merely replied softly, hinting at many secrets. "Well, that's due to a few reasons." Kibo smiled, expressing gratitude for being received, despite his unexpected arrival. Kang Seol responded with a mysterious smile, inviting him and his companions to sit down and talk business. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. Kibo flinched, turning sharply towards the door, his face scowling. An angry voice from outside shattered the atmosphere. Outside, a fist continuously pounded on the wooden door, a fierce thudding sound. "Kibo, let me in! It's dangerous! I'm coming in!" The voice was full of panic. Kibo clutched his head, sighing exasperatedly at the noise. Kang Seol stood beside him, subtly smirking as he watched, while the shouting outside continued to echo. "Bastard! I'll break down that door." Kang Seol calmly suggested Kibo let those outside in, because otherwise they would continue to cause trouble. Kibo reluctantly agreed, then turned and opened the door. The door opened, and a young black-haired girl stepped in, her face annoyed. Kibo called her Yumira and reminded her to keep quiet. She immediately grumbled about not being let in sooner. Kibo introduced Yumira as an interesting child. She immediately reacted sharply, asking, "Who's interesting?" then complained about the stench. Kibo quickly told her to lower her voice. Kang Seol asked about the purpose of the visit. Kibo explained that Rita had relayed that he wanted to exchange items. Kang Seol replied that if it couldn't be sold for a good price, exchange was a better option. Kibo observed Kang Seol, noticing his unusual calmness. He guessed Kang Seol must have known Kibo was the owner of the item, as the young man showed no surprise. Kang Seol chuckled softly, explaining that with such a valuable treasure, it was no surprise who its owner was. He maintained his composure, hinting at many mysteries. Yumira lost patience, loudly demanding Kang Seol stop beating around the bush and quickly exchange the item because they were in a hurry. Kibo hastily reminded her. Kibo reassured Yumira, telling her to just stand there and learn. The girl angrily asked what she was supposed to learn, leaving Kibo to only sigh helplessly. Kang Seol looked sternly at Kibo, declaring that since Yumira had revealed everything, he truly needed their treasure. The young man asked again, "Why?" Yumira stood behind Kibo, her gaze sharp. Kibo asked Kang Seol if he knew the situation in Novira. The young man replied with a question about the War of Nerves. Kibo confirmed, then pointed to the ground, where cracks appeared, signaling a real war was about to erupt. A map of Novira appeared, divided into 4 regions. Kibo explained that Heka and Doju were very strong, while Shur and his faction were more moderate. Kibo added that they were never truly harmonious. Kang Seol thoughtfully asked why a direct confrontation hadn't happened until now. Kibo revealed the secret. Borgo was the one in the middle, keeping everything under control. Kibo continued to speak of Borgo, a vicious individual who, despite having few troops, always lurked for weaknesses like a jackal. He was the reason other factions were wary, avoiding direct confrontation. Kibo explained that Borgo was the fuse, the one who would strike from behind if war broke out. His presence had maintained a fragile peace. Kibo said, ironically, it was Borgo's brutality that maintained balance. But now that he was dead, Kibo's and Shur's factions were at a disadvantage. He worried no one could stop Heka. The black-haired young man directly asked Kibo if he could stop Heka. Kibo gave a faint smile, replying that he no longer had the strength to do so. Yumira suddenly burst in, angrily questioning Kibo how he dared reveal secrets to an outsider. Kibo calmly replied that trust wasn't naturally given, which only further enraged her. Kibo continued his philosophy on trust, saying that if he didn't trust others, they wouldn't trust him either. Kang Seol silently looked at Kibo's blackened right hand. Yumira remained annoyed, while Kibo explained that whoever needed trust more had to create a reason for it. That was the harsh rule of this world. Kibo's right hand was blackened, emitting a gloomy aura distinctly different from Han Yomyoung's demon-possessed hand. This was a sign of shadow toxin having deeply permeated him. The black-haired young man looked at Kibo searchingly. He recognized the sign, questioning Kibo about touching Galata's tongue and asking why. Kibo admitted he had been hasty. After Borgo's death, Heka and Doju allied, threatening Kibo's faction, leading him to mistakenly believe he had to use all means to fight them. Kang Seol asked about Shur. Kibo replied that Shur was just a cowardly individual who got lucky to rise to power. Although his faction currently followed him, if the situation worsened, they would easily surrender. Kibo warned that if that happened, Novira would collapse. He revealed that Heka and Doju treated transmigrators like slaves, exploiting them for everything. They exploited their labor, seized their money, and even bought and sold transmigrators as commodities. A dark scene, full of chains and burdens. Many transmigrators lost their lives trying to revolt against Heka's brutality. Arrows pierced deeply into bound bodies, staining a corner of Novira red. Yumira indignantly called Heka a mad bastard, one who had killed many transmigrators. Kibo nodded, confirming that rumors of Heka killing people just for amusement were entirely plausible. The black-haired young man coldly declared that Heka had crossed the line. He asked Kibo if he needed his treasure to stop them. Kibo offered to exchange an equivalent treasure, but Kang Seol sneered, asking in return, "Can a treasure that devoured your arm truly be equal in value to mine?" Kibo wisely argued that the value of an unsold item is 0, so 2 unsold items have equal value. Kang Seol coldly retorted that it was merely sophistry. The black-haired young man pondered, his eyes sharp and cold. He knew that if they traded this way, he would be the one to benefit more. But Kibo looked ahead, his voice deep. "I don't want Heka to swallow Novira. That was the only reason he was here," he continued, revealing a shocking secret. "Surprised? I'm a transporter too. As a fellow transporter, he couldn't accept an organization harming people like himself. He worried that if the Heka faction monopolized relics and grew stronger, there would surely come a day when they would confront him. And, if that happened, he would be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, a decaying Novira was not what he wanted either." Yumira grew impatient, urging Kibo to leave. "Kibo, he doesn't want to trade. We've been out here too long." She was angry because she had placed too much hope. Kibo turned, reminding her that she was also a transporter. He explained that others hadn't yet integrated into this world, hadn't yet become family. He looked at Kang Seol, his tone full of hidden meaning. "I heard that relic hunters know the value of items." Then Kibo placed a purple vial on the table, surrounded by an ethereal glow. He questioned Kang Seol. "Tell me, what is the value of this item?" Kibo picked up the vial, observing it carefully, his expression pensive. He muttered, "Is this a reagent? Or—" Yumira panicked, quickly trying to stop him. "Kibo, wait! Your shadow!" But Kibo ignored her. He poured the liquid from the purple vial onto his injured arm, and a thick black smoke rose violently. Kang Seol looked directly at Kibo, his gaze scrutinizing. "Do you know the value of this item?" Kibo looked up at him, his expression complex. He took a deep breath, slowly uttering, This is the shadow antidote," Kibo declared. Yumira was utterly astonished, unable to believe her ears. If this is an antidote, then Kibo can recover? Kibo pondered, his eyes heavy. Kang Seol asked what he wanted in exchange for the antidote, wondering if it was Galata's tongue. The black-haired young man coldly replied that it was already part of the deal. He wanted an additional rare treasure or useful information. Kibo explained his difficult situation, saying he had sold everything due to the Cold War with Heka, pleading with Kang Seol to reconsider. But he only replied, "I have shown enough favor." Yumira angrily questioned Kibo about that favor. Kibo explained that Kang Seol agreeing to trade the antidote was already a great boon. Kibo continued, saying that if Kang Seol brought the antidote to Heka or Doju, the consequences would be dire. The black-haired young man tacitly agreed. Kang Seol thought to himself, Kibo had guessed his intentions, and the man's story had helped him gain some goodwill. However, this favor also had its limits. If Kibo didn't clearly see the situation and tried any tricks, this deal would fall apart. In another scene, a young man wearing a conical hat sat beside someone lying motionless on the ground in the forest. A pink-haired girl with fiery red eyes looked straight ahead, her expression innocent but hiding something. A blonde-haired young man in white armor smirked mysteriously, his eyes sharp and cold. A long, brown-haired woman, her face terrifyingly disfigured, her wide, vacant white eyes staring into nothingness. A blue-haired girl wearing sunglasses smiled eerily and declared, "The time has come." The scene shifted to a desolate battlefield, with giant craters and black smoke rising from a burning village. Amidst the dead land, a small figure in a solitary blue cloak walked. Beside him, a small fox lay motionless. Back in the present, Kibo gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, his face showing pain and determination. Yumira called his name in astonishment. The black-haired woman tried to stop Kibo as he was about to hand over the ring. Kibo knew this, but he said he had no other choice. Yumira tried to stop him, asserting that the ring was Kibo's symbol, but he replied that he was his own representative, and protecting family was more important than any item. Kang Seol calmly held the wolf's warning ring, reading the information about the wolf tribe's treasure, which could warn of danger and enhance power. He showed no surprise. Kibo smirked, cautioning Kang Seol to be careful with the item. He added that it was an item he had worn for 20 years. The scene widened, showing Kibo and his group standing in a desolate area, seemingly the trading spot. Kibo looked at the ring in his hand, his eyes sharp and cold, muttering to himself, "Now then, let's see if this works." He decisively brought the vial of poison to his mouth and drank it all. Yumira stood beside him, her eyes filled with horror. Kibo grimaced, sweat pouring down. He felt his throat burning. He said that even the strongest alcohol didn't burn like this. Kang Seol calmly replied, That's because it's poison. Ymira angrily drew her knife, lunging towards Kang Seol, shouting loudly. The other men in Kibo's group also showed indignation. Kang Seol calmly said, "Wait." Kibo, meanwhile, was looking at his arm, where dark energy was rising. He admitted the poison was very painful but effective. Everyone watched Kibo in astonishment. His arm was miraculously healing. Kang Seol smiled faintly. Rita, the blonde-haired girl, appeared, holding transaction papers. She said she would proceed with the treasure exchange and asked Kang Seol to sign. She also said she would pay all fees. Kang Seol received a whip named Galata's Tongue. He read the information. A treasure of the Shadow Summoner, increasing intelligence and summoning power, but with a risk of shadow poisoning. Kang Seol looked at Kibo, his eyes full of doubt. He asked, "What are you doing?" Kibo held a purple energy orb, surrounded by dark energy. He replied that he was just playing around, but seemed disappointed that Kang Seol wasn't surprised. Kibo looked at Kang Seol, his eyes profound. He said that although the transaction was over, he still had a request. Kibo, with a resolute gaze, made his final request. "Can you help us in the fight against Heka?" The offer echoed in the silent space, a weighty plea. Kang Seol coldly retorted, decisively refusing. "I refuse. I hate interfering in other people's business." Kibo tried to persuade him, warning of dire consequences if Heka wasn't stopped. But the black-haired young man only asked, "Are you done talking?" Kibo accepted defeat, smiling. He asked Kang Seol's name, and the black-haired young man replied, "You can call me Snowman." From above, the entire town appeared. Kibo said they would meet again, but Snowman merely said indifferently, "If we still have business with each other." Ymira questioned Kibo, wondering why he showed deference to someone without influence like Kang Seol. Suddenly, Kibo clutched his chest, writhing in pain. Ymira realized in horror. Kibo? Was that not an antidote after all? But just a few seconds later, Kibo stood upright, smiling as if nothing had happened. He suggested, "It's not that. I'm just calming down. Let's sit and talk for a bit." Kibo sat down, his eyes profound, and asked Ymira, "What do you think makes relic hunters special compared to others?" Ymira replied a keen eye. Kibo nodded, adding, "And intuition." He revealed that was why he chose her. Kibo's words brought back painful memories. Ymira recalled the first day, when she was filled with hatred, surrounded by corpses. She remembered clearly that back then, everyone who approached was like an animal. She only wanted to protect herself, and Kibo had appeared. Ymira expressed her gratitude, but Kibo sneered, "You'll survive. Those bloodshot, venomous eyes are still etched in my memory." "So what then?" Kibo continued, explaining the rumor that he and Heka were like a lion and a wolf. He admitted Heka was strong, while he avoided unnecessary battles. Ymira affirmed, "You're doing the right thing, Kibo. Heka is a crazy bastard." Kibo looked at her, preparing to state his true reason. Kibo admitted his extreme fear of the young man nicknamed Snowman. Ymira was astonished, unable to believe that a renowned relic hunter like Kibo would feel that way. Kibo explained that the previous display of power wasn't a joke, but his way of probing the opponent. A purple energy orb floated in his hand, emitting an ethereal glow. Kibo's face hardened, his eyes sharp and cold. He knew he was right. There was something unusual about that young man. Kibo's intuition, which had helped him survive and achieve his current status, was warning him that the young man was extremely dangerous. His silhouette appeared menacingly. Kibo continued, saying that it was already strange for an individual without influence in Novira to possess a treasure and an antidote for shadow poison. He believed the young man had many other treasures. He pointed to the young man's belt, an unseen valuable item, worth even more than the energy orb Kibo was holding. "Listen carefully," he said. "Don't approach him recklessly." Ymira frowned, annoyed by Kibo's excessive warning. "Who is he that you have to tell me this?" she questioned. Kibo recounted that after hearing Rita mention the young man, he mobilized his entire information network to investigate. As a result, he discovered that the private had appeared in Novira on the same day as that mysterious young man. Ymira wondered if it was just a coincidence. Kibo looked directly at her, his gaze resolute. "Initially, I was suspicious too, but not anymore. Because I saw him with my own eyes." "He is the private," Kibo affirmed. "And Heka has most likely realized that too." The young man's silhouette reappeared, full of mystery. Ymira worriedly asked, "So what should we do? What if he sides with Heka?" Kibo was stirring something in a pot, next to information about the whip Galata's Tongue. Kibo replied, "We should prepare for a direct confrontation with Heka. This person will likely be the most important storm in the rebellion." He continued stirring, next to information about the antidote. Kibo looked straight ahead, his eyes full of determination. "Let's hope that storm rises against the lion." 2 days later, the sky over Novira was clear blue, and an ancient wooden house appeared under the sunlight. A hand gripped the Galata's Tongue whip, now dry and ready. "All right. Everything is dry." The whip, Galata's tongue, appeared with formidable attributes, especially a paralyzing shadow toxin. Kang Seol smiled sinisterly, his fingers tracing the new weapon, secretly thinking about this precious treasure. Not only that, the whip also provided a 15% boost to the weak stats of summoned spirits. He smirked, wondering if it was time to reevaluate the full extent of his power that he had put off for so long. First, he checked his own status window. His basic skills remained unchanged. Only Summon Shadow and Summon Enhancement had been upgraded after yesterday's training session. Even so, the disparity in his stats was still immense. Intelligence, his main stat, was soaring, while vitality far surpassed even a warrior's. Thanks to Universe adding 15 points to all stats, even those he hadn't invested in, skyrocketed. The space within the shadow dimension still had enough room for new summoned spirits. Kaluna and Jamad had leveled up significantly, showing their exceptional growth potential. Life or death adventures had tempered him, and madness turned out to play a more crucial role than he had imagined. He told himself that to excel, he couldn't be ordinary. He had to attract attention to become stronger. A fleeting image of Corden appeared, as if saying, "Gather madness by any means, the more prominent the better. It will help you." With a mysterious smile, Kang Seol walked with full confidence. From now on, he would act more boldly, more ostentatiously, to achieve his goals. He strode through the crowded street, his imposing figure hidden beneath a black cloak, like a phantom gliding through the crowd. From a hidden corner, two men secretly followed his every step, their eyes filled with scrutiny and suspicion. Afterward, Kang Seol returned to the dilapidated laboratory, where he hoped to find traces of Chiao. But as always, the place was deserted, windows shattered, and no signs of anyone having returned. He mused, if he still couldn't find Chiao tomorrow, he would be forced to rely on the meager information remaining in the laboratory. Night fell over Novira, 3rd Avenue ablaze with lights, bustling with noisy crowds, a completely different scene. In a noisy tavern, a burly man laughed loudly, patting a young man on the shoulder. "Are you always getting tricked? I like the way you work. Come again next time." The young man gratefully thanked him. Kang Seol entered the tavern, calm amidst the lively atmosphere. A blonde waitress approached, asking for his order, and he began to order grilled eggplant but just as he spoke, the waitress suddenly flinched, her eyes wide with surprise as she looked at him, as if she had just heard something unbelievable. Kang Seol looked back at the stunned blonde waitress, his gaze sharp. He sensed an unusual aura, the strong smell of blood permeating the air. The tavern door suddenly burst open, and a burly, orange-haired man stormed in with a ferocious aura. Customers screamed, frantically trying to escape. "What's going on?" The orange-haired man flashed a gruesome smile. "It's Heka." That name sowed terror, causing the crowd to become even more chaotic, everyone trying to flee. Kang Seol remained calmly seated, his eyes following Heka. He had vaguely noticed someone following him since early morning, but he hadn't expected it to be this guy. Heka strode through the overturned tables and chairs, the strong smell of blood from him assaulting Kang Seol's senses. Such a pungent smell of blood. How many lives has he taken? Heka stopped in front of Kang Seol, a large axe slung over his shoulder. "I came here. I heard someone handed over a treasure to Wolf." He looked directly at Kang Seol, his eyes full of scrutiny. The orange-haired man, who called himself Heka, flashed a challenging smile. I heard you're very strong?" He seemed to be looking for a worthy opponent, or someone connected to the treasure. Kang Seol raised his head, a half-smile playing on his lips. "Who are you asking?" He showed no fear before the ferocious man in front of him. Heka growled, his face contorted with anger. "Who else but you?" He didn't like this game. His patience was running out. "This brat," Heka snarled, pointing at Kang Seol. "Where did you get that treasure? Don't hide it. I heard you handed it over to Wolf." Kang Seol remained calm, asking back, "Who told you?" One of Heka's black-haired subordinates sneered. Who do you think you're fooling?" Heka lost patience and ordered, "Hey, bring her out here." The short brown-haired subordinate hesitated. She can't speak clearly right now. But Heka remained cold. "Just bring her out. He'll tell the truth when he sees her face." Amidst the chaos, a blonde girl was dragged forward. Her clothes were torn and bloodied. Kang Seol looked at the scene, his eyes gradually turning cold. He stared at the girl, the indifferent expression gone from his face. Something in his eyes was changing, and anger rising. The blonde girl, Rita, was severely injured, tears streaming down her face, her body trembling. Surrounding her were Heka's subordinates, their eyes filled with contempt and cruelty. Kang Seol clenched his fists, his eyes suddenly turning to ice. He softly uttered the name, like a curse for those who had caused this scene. Rita. The door to Wolf Base opened, signaling an impending night of destiny, where Nobira's fate would be decided. In the crowded hall, the blonde leader asked, his eyes blazing, "Is everyone here?" A resounding reply echoed, full of vigor. "Yes, sir," he sneered. Such a lively crowd, So that day has finally arrived. Indeed, we cannot endure this uncomfortable coexistence forever, the leader affirmed. The burly brunette beside him showed a flicker of worry. Heka's and Doju's factions seem to have more people. Will we be all right? The blonde leader gave a faint smile. We are stronger individually, and no one on their side uses their brain. He turned away, Yumira's eyes behind him flashing with determination. Ready for battle. The reincarnated ones have sided with me against Heka's crimes, and sure hasn't given up either. The line has been drawn. Now, there's only battle. The firm declaration pushed the war to its climax. Tonight will decide Nobira's ruler. The leader looked at Yumira, instructing seriously. Focus, Mira. You must protect Kibo. Suddenly, a frantic brunette burst in, shouting, Kibo, sure! The entire room plunged into chaos and surprise. What's going on? The leader roared. The messenger stammered. Heka has already started fighting. They're at the bar on 3rd Street. Who could he be fighting? Everyone's still here. The leader was puzzled. The messenger mumbled. We couldn't see clearly, but it seems he's fighting a man with golden eyes. The report stunned the blonde leader. The image of a mysterious golden-eyed man appearing in his mind. Without hesitation, the leader ordered. The main force will attack Doju right now. A decisive, yes sir, echoed, full of explosive vigor. Mira, Germo, the leader continued to instruct, his eyes sharp. I want you two to immediately lead troops to 3rd Street. Yumira and Germo immediately obeyed. The burly brunette watched them go, his eyes filled with worry mixed with hope. If it's him, I'm sure he's still holding on. In a dark bar, Heka sneered, his red eyes fixed on Kang Seol sitting opposite him. Ha ha ha. Just as expected. You know her, don't you? He continued to explain, his tone cruel. I wanted to ensure this meeting, so I took care of her a bit. Just one blow was enough for her to spill everything, crying and apologizing. Rita lay tied up, covered in blood, on the ground. The blonde girl, Rita, sobbed, pleading. I'm not really involved in this, I swear. I was just an intermediary in a treasure exchange. Please believe me, it's the truth. Kang Seol listened silently to Heka's interrogation, his gaze firm and unwavering. Heka stood tall, disdainfully mentioning the treasure Kang Seol had given to the wolf, hinting at the deep enmity between him and that person. Heka suspiciously asked if Kang Seol knew about his enmity when he handed over the treasure. Kang Seol decisively replied, I know, which only angered Heka further. Heka noticed the ring on Kang Seol's hand, his expression full of hidden meaning. Kang Seol, without patience, bluntly asked his purpose. Heka narrowed his eyes, a challenging sneer on his face, directly questioning Kang Seol's stance. Are you siding with the wolf? Kang Seol coldly replied, not yet, asserting that he hadn't fully sided with Heka's enemy. Heka threatened him, but he held his ground. Heka sneered, calling Kang Seol audacious, then unexpectedly mentioned that he was the strongest reincarnated person, as if hinting at something. The smile vanished from Heka's lips, his eyes turning cold. He declared with utter hatred, I despise the reincarnated ones. Heka furiously called the reincarnated ones parasites, accusing them of invading this world, breaking all rules, and plundering resources. Heka declared that the only way to teach the reincarnated ones a lesson was to suppress them. He disdainfully called them blood-sucking insects, a complete contrast to how the wolf regarded them as family. Kang Seol asked if Heka mistreated the reincarnated ones out of annoyance. Heka burst out laughing, admitting it was just an excuse. He simply enjoyed bullying the weak. Kang Seol pondered, his eyes deep. He mumbled just as expected, as if everything Heka said had already been foreseen by him. Kang Seol realized that Kibo had told the truth about Heka's nature, not just trying to draw him to his side. Heka slammed his axe onto the table, creating a deafening sound, then declared to Kang Seol that there was still a way for him to survive. Heka presented a condition for survival. Kill the wolf. He promised to forgive all transgressions if Kang Seol accepted this offer. Kang Seol asked what would happen if he refused. Heka, without hesitation, raised his axe towards the suffering Rita, threatening to kill the girl right before his eyes. Despite Heka's brutal threat, the black-haired young man remained calm, questioning back, And then what? He growled, vowing to break his neck and kill him. Kang Seol continued to provoke, his eyes cold. Are you curious what will happen after I die? No one would bother being curious about a story even a fool like you could come up with. Kang Seol's sharp words were like adding fuel to the fire. Heka's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead. As he roared in anger, his face contorted with fury. Without hesitation, he swung his axe down, the cold steel blade cleaving straight into the wooden table, creating a horrifying crash as splinters flew everywhere. But Kang Seol was one step faster. A shadowy hand reached out, pulling his chair back, narrowly escaping the deadly axe blade. Heka sneered, signaling his comrades to charge. You walked straight into the tiger's mouth. Your path to survival just vanished. The black-haired young man remained terrifyingly calm. A dark energy orb formed in his palm, then vanished into thin air. Actually, it vanished a long time ago. Immediately, horrifying shadowy entities rose from the ground, surrounding Heka and his comrades. A giant orc demon and an elf warrior appeared, ready for battle. Heka was startled, realizing his opponent was a summoner. "He's a summoner! Fight him like you'd fight Kibo!" he ordered, his voice full of caution. The shadowy elf warrior charged forward, his sword glowing in the dark, his blue eyes filled with killing intent, preparing for a decisive attack. Heka roared, swinging his axe to parry. The battle erupted, the clash of metal echoing throughout the room, thick dust filling the air. The burly man was pushed back, his heavy body staggering. He gritted his teeth, a pained groan escaping his throat. Cough. Heka still tried to resist, but he was clearly injured. A surprised and angry, "Huh?" burst out, as he realized the situation had turned. Kang Seol stood up, his gaze firm as he looked directly at Heka, the shadowy entity towering behind him. "You asked if I was siding with the wolf, didn't you? Let me answer that question again. Now, I am on that side," he declared decisively. The shadowy elf warrior unleashed a fatal blow, dark energy engulfing the entire space. Outside the inn, panicked screams echoed throughout the street. "Inside! Help me!" The chaos had spread, signaling a merciless battle. Outside the inn, battle had erupted. The clash of swords and screams tore through the night. "It's the wolf! Kibo is here!" Kibo's enemies, the soldiers, were fighting desperately, but darkness had enveloped them. Amidst the blazing flames, a burly warrior appeared, roaring in anger. Doju is out. He was a living inferno, ready to incinerate everything in his path. Doju's face was red with fury as he cursed Kibo's name. "You bastard!" His words were full of hatred, his eyes blazing, wanting to tear apart the one who caused this chaos. Doju warned that Heka was coming to avenge the bite. But Kibo, with a cold expression, simply replied, "I know." He remained unfazed by the threat. Kibo stood there, amidst the shadowy figures, his hand clutching an energy orb. "Tonight will be long," he whispered, "even if you die." A chilling prophecy for the fate to come. Doju looked at Kibo with disgust, unable to believe what he saw. "You turn your dead comrades into your shadows?" he roared, revulsion evident in every feature. Shadowy entities stood behind Kibo, their eyes emitting an eerie purple light. They were imprisoned souls, now merely tools serving their master's will. Kibo looked directly at Doju, his gaze resolute. "This conversation has gone on too long." His voice was deep and cold, signaling an inevitable end. Doju roared, swinging his axe in a frenzy, trying to push back the encircling shadows. "Get lost!" He refused to accept his fate, fighting to his last breath. The fire had spread, incinerating the surrounding rooftops. Painful screams echoed, signaling an irreversible tragedy. Destruction was rampant. Amidst the ruins, Kibo stood tall, Doju fallen. "Doju is dead." He ordered his subordinates, "Spare those who surrender." A brutal, yet decisive victory. Kibo turned to a subordinate, his eyes sharp. "The real plan begins now. Heka is still alive." He instructed, "Find out his every move. Don't let your guard down." Kibo declared he would rendezvous with Shur. On the deserted street, Shur and his comrades approached, their eyes resolute. "Kibo!" A fated encounter. Kibo and Shur faced each other. "I heard you killed Doju," Shur said. "You're still doing well," Kibo replied. "You too." A brief, meaningful greeting. Shur asked about Heka. Kibo remarked that even if Heka was wild, he wasn't foolish. "He's definitely preparing for another battle." His words were cut short. A frantic subordinate ran up, delivering urgent news. "Mira has returned." Kibo and Shur were surprised. "Returned already? What happened?" An unexpected development. A frantic subordinate led Yumira over, his face tense. "This you should see for yourself." His words hung in the air, signaling ill tidings. Yumira appeared, her eyes tired, her face haggard. She softly called out the name of the person standing before her. "Ah, Kibo." Kibo, with an expression of extreme worry, rushed forward. "Mira, it's good that you're safe." He breathed a sigh of relief, but she only stammered, her gaze directed downwards. Kibo, this." Kibo's gaze suddenly stopped, his pupils contracting. A horrifying truth struck his eyes, leaving him stunned, his expression distorted with shock. On the cold ground, a fresh pool of blood spread, staining the entire space. It was like a silent accusation, evidence of a tragic death that had just occurred. Yumira stood there, her eyes bloodshot, dark circles prominent. She stared blankly into space, her face emotionless like a statue, concealing extreme horror. She turned, looking towards Doju's fallen body. A sword plunged into his back. "Kibo was right." Yumira whispered, her voice faltering. The lion. Yumira stood between Shure and a subordinate, her gaze distant. She continued her haunting observation. Met a storm. Snowman. The name echoed like a verdict. In the gloomy room, Kang Seol sat calmly on a chair, his eyes sharp. Before him, on the table, was Heka's bloody head, an unexpected end. The entire town of Nobira was engulfed in flames. Fierce fires swallowed every rooftop, turning everything to ash. Thick black smoke billowed, staining the night sky red. After the brutal battle, Kibo's and Shure's factions emerged victorious, stripping their enemies of life and hope. Shure, with his wisdom, ceded most of the credit to Kibo, and then quietly withdrew. That night, a new leader was born for the relic hunters in Nobira, Kibo. Later, this fateful night would be known by the haunting name, the Night of the Wolf. The scene shifted. Morning light shining through the window of a luxurious room, bringing with it a new beginning, or a new conspiracy. Kang Seol sat casually on the gleaming leather sofa, his expression nonchalant. He smirked. This chair is a bit ridiculous. Kibo, now the leader, sat opposite Kang Seol, surrounded by loyal subordinates. He replied, his voice calm. It's a guest chair after all. This position is completely opposite to our previous meeting. Yumira appeared, her eyes full of indignation directed at Kibo. She questioned, without reservation. But why did you decide to kill Heka? Yumira explained the reasons for her actions, while Kang Seol calmly accepted it. Kibo gently chided, saying Kang Seol should have joined his side from the start. But the black-haired young man merely replied that he hadn't wanted to get involved back then. Kibo decisively brushed aside the past, declaring they weren't ones to bother with trivial details. He looked at Kang Seol, asking bluntly, all right, let's get straight to the point. What do you want? Kang Seol didn't hesitate, replying curtly, anything, as long as it helps me. Hearing this, Kibo chuckled softly, muttering as if he'd known all along. Why do I have a feeling I'm about to open my purse again? After a moment of thought, Kibo nodded in agreement. He looked directly at Kang Seol, his voice deep and warm. All right, then let me tell you a story. You might find it interesting. Kibo began to recount his youth, when he wandered everywhere for money, taking on all sorts of jobs from guarding and scouting to assassination. One night, while camping, he saw someone frantically fleeing from pursuers. Instinct kicking in, the young Kibo didn't hesitate to plunge into the fight. The pursuers were exhausted after a long chase, and he buried all of them under the sand. The man he saved then told him something. The man promised to repay Kibo for saving his life. The relationship built from that day has remained strong until now, an unbreakable bond through time. Kibo finished the story, declaring he would use that old favor to compensate Kang Seol. The black-haired young man raised an eyebrow, a suspicious look on his face. Are you sure? Is it worth Heka's head? Kibo didn't hesitate, his eyes sharp. He is Orgo's successor. Hearing that name, Kang Seol flinched, his eyes wide with astonishment. Kibo chuckled softly, as if he had anticipated the other's reaction. Indeed, you know his name. Kang Seol pondered for a moment, then softly replied, Of course I know. Kang Seol stared into space, his voice low. Anyway, I am Orgo. He had created countless works with various ideas, and Orgo was one of his most memorable creations. Orgo, a simple blacksmith yet possessing extraordinary talent. Every item he created was superior, even surpassing the rewards of adventurers. Kang Seol believed that, if he continued, Orgo would rival his own peak creations. But tragedy struck. The weapons Orgo forged fell into the hands of evil, staining the entire continent red with blood and war. For that reason, Orgo was given the moniker Bloodstainer. Ultimately, his fragile heart was pushed to its limit, sinking deep into despair. A system interface appeared before Orgo, presenting a grim choice. Do you wish to abandon Orgo's adventure? Kang Seol looked at Orgo's image, deciding to let him live a life of his own choosing. The system confirmed. Adventurer Orgo will determine his own path and fate. Even if this dramatic adventure ends, his life will continue. I thought that was a much better fate than witnessing him have a tragic end. Though he began his journey as an innocent blacksmith, Orgo concluded his adventure, receiving bitter resentment from others. The black-haired young man didn't expect Orgo's name to be mentioned here again. So, the one who claimed to be his successor must surely be, in Kibo's memory, a young man with long black hair, blindfolded, appeared. His name was Hamun. Though he might have stopped being a blacksmith, he had promised to repay the debt of gratitude. Kang Seol asked directly, Where's Hamun now? Kibo replied with a loaded question. Why do you think I'm bringing this up now? Kang Seol's sharp gaze locked. He uttered the name. So he's in Nobira. After creating Orgo, Kang Seol had spent time searching for his traces. Now, he set foot in Nobira, an ancient city, wondering if Hamun was still alive after 10 long years. Amidst the bustling street, a familiar figure caught the young man's eye. Black hair tied in a ponytail, a slender build, It was Hamun. Hamun turned, offering a welcoming smile. "Ah, welcome. I've heard everything from old Kibo," Kang Seol implicitly confirmed. A young man with a mole near his eye. It was him. Though time had passed, Kang Seol still recognized him. This was definitely Hamun, who had matured greatly. He softly said, "I apologize. Have I disturbed you?" Hamun sincerely replied, "Old Kibo is my benefactor. If not for him, I would have been buried in the sand. Please, come in." In the cozy house, Hamun carefully poured tea into a cup, offering it to his esteemed guest. "I hope it suits your taste," Kang Seol declined, explaining, "I don't eat or drink anything offered by others. Please understand, it's just a professional habit." Hamun was surprised, then smiled faintly. "That's exactly what my master used to say." Kang Seol inquired, "Do you know that person?" Hamun replied, "I know a little," he continued. "So, did you hear about him before he received that shameful moniker?" Hamun pondered, then uttered, "Orgo, the Golden Hand," a name echoing from the past, before tragedy struck. Kang Seol nodded in confirmation. Everything Orgo created had strange effects, so bestowing upon him that lavish title was not an exaggeration. But even so, Hamun, in traditional attire, thoughtfully recounted tales of his great master Orgo. After his master left, his creations fell into the wrong hands, only adding to the deceased's ill repute. Not only that, Hamun personally hid his master's remaining works, so they would never be found. He knew well that those relics would only bring pain to Orgo and himself. Kang Seol suddenly understood. He asked Hamun if that was why he was pursued across the desert all those years ago. Hamun confirmed. He was hunted by those who coveted his master's works. He thought taking the difficult path would make them give up, but unexpectedly, they still clung to him in the desert. He breathed a sigh of relief, recalling his fateful encounter with Kibo. Thanks to Kibo, Hamun was able to survive and settle down until this day. Kang Seol asked about Hamun's current life. He replied that he hadn't used a hammer and anvil in a long time, and was now just the owner of a simple tea shop in the city. Nevertheless, Hamun hadn't forgotten his gratitude. With a resolute gaze, he promised to repay Kibo at all costs. "Tell me, Snowman, what do you want?" Kang Seol looked at the grayed out options. All locked. He silently told himself there was no more time to change Hamun's mind, as he still had to find Chiao. For now, he decided to give up on crafting a new item. Kang Seol placed down a broken helmet and a sword. Hamun, with a surprised expression, stared at them. Hamun picked up the helmet, immediately recognizing it as Orgo's helmet, made from soulstone. But now, it was just a pile of rubble. "I'll have to melt it down and remake it," Hamun said. He explained that if merely repaired, the helmet wouldn't be able to unleash even half the power of the soulstone. Kang Seol nodded. "Is that so?" Hamun shifted his attention to the sword, his eyes sharp. "But more importantly, this sword. Where did you find it?" Kang Seol replied that he found it in a forgotten moonlit ruin. Hamun was captivated by the sword's mystery, from its material to the hidden power within. Even stranger were the incantations carved into the blade, seemingly to seal its power. Hamun suspected even his master didn't know of such a sword. Perhaps it came from an ancient civilization. "Leave both the sword and the helmet to me," Hamun said, his eyes sparkling with interest. Kang Seol thought to himself, he's still the same, always radiant when he finds something interesting. Kang Seol expressed his gratitude, but also his concern. "I only have half a month, Hamun," the blacksmith confidently replied. "Half a month is more than enough. Just leave it to me. I am one of the few people on this continent who can awaken the sword's hidden power." An ancient edifice stood majestically under the deep blue sky, harboring profound secrets. This was Chiao's research chamber, a space filled with strange wonders. In the mysterious chamber, Chiao, who had an elven appearance, was conversing with the burly Karuna. Karuna grumbled about having to search himself. But when his master asked about the sword, the loyal orc boldly replied, "I can protect you, even without a sword." Chiao sneered, teasing Karuna's loyalty. The orc immediately reacted, calling Chiao a troll in annoyance. Kang Seol stood nearby, silently contemplating the strange chemistry of this pair, even though they were like oil and water. Chiao's eyes turned sharp, a surge of blue energy surrounding him. It seemed something had just caught the elven master's attention. Karuna suddenly looked up at the wall, where ancient characters and a mysterious sun-shaped symbol were deeply carved. "Master," the orc said, "this pattern, it looks familiar." Chiao was surprised, asking Karuna if he was sure, as these patterns covered everything. Karuna affirmed confidently, "Yes, I definitely remember it clearly." Kang Seol pondered. He remembered Karuna once spoke of his murky past before becoming a disciple. What's going on, he wondered, feeling a strange connection. A hand reached towards the mysterious pattern. Chiao was trying to decipher it. What is the benefit of the summoner rank? What is the solution to instability and fusion? He admitted he understood nothing at all. Chiao continued to deduce, the writings on the wall seemingly unveiling a hidden curtain. He realized someone was exploiting the vitality of the great forest, possibly remnants of eternal life, or an entirely different group. He was certain they were those who rejected death. Necromancers. What was their true objective? Where did the corpses they wanted to revive come from? Chiao was determined to investigate. Kang Seol also grasped the key words: vitality of the great forest. Necromancers. Unexpectedly, a system notification appeared. Linked quest. The necromancer's secret ritual has been scheduled. Kang Seol was stunned. This quest could not be refused. Karuna turned to look at Kang Seol, his eyes full of eagerness, as if he had to go there at all costs. Kang Seol recognized the strong urge from the orc. Chiao turned to ask Kang Seol's opinion, whether they should go to the place that Steel Lump, Karuna, was interested in. Kang Seol nodded in agreement. Karuna joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Master." Despite agreeing, Kang Seol couldn't help but worry. His luck was already bad, and now he was forced into a linked quest. How ominous, he thought to himself. He was determined to find Chiao quickly and leave Nobira. Below, a sword rack and the helmet were ablaze, like a reminder of the challenges awaiting. A brilliant sword bearing a crescent moon symbol appeared majestically on the magic circle. Its light seemed to reveal an ancient power waiting to be awakened. In the flickering flames of the forge, a young man with neatly tied black hair and bulging muscles swung a heavy hammer. His eyes were hidden behind dark glasses, but his resolute will could not be concealed. Orgo, a whispered name, like a vow deeply etched in his mind. Amidst the glowing forge, each strike of a moon's hammer landed with immense power. He was bare-chested, muscles rippling, his eyes burning with determination. "With this, I will finally surpass you." The vow echoed, blending with the clang of metal, creating an epic of willpower. Orgo, the great blacksmith, was immersed in bitter memories, the confession of a life deceived, of empty promises and accumulated suffering, echoed in the forge. He had failed, a harsh truth deeply etched into his heart. Hamun's memories resurfaced, his master's words echoing. Young Hamun, clutching a sword, listened to the message filled with hope and regret about a future he would have to bear. "Why do you say such things?" Amidst the snowstorm of the past, young Hamun cried out in despair, "How can I succeed when even you, Master, have failed?" The question was like a cut, deeply engraving fear into his soul. The hammering had ceased, but in his mind, the name Orgo still echoed. Amidst ancient ruins, the burly Karuna turned his back, his hair as white as snow. He questioned, his voice resounding, "Can't you have faith in yourself?" But then, an old memory flooded back, taking Hamun to the moment he faced the burly Orgo. "Are you afraid that the weapons you create will fall into the wrong hands, and you'll be called blood-soaked like me?" That deep voice still haunted him, like a warning from the past. Hamun was bare-chested, drenched in sweat, pouring all his strength into each hammer blow. The sword glowed fiercely on the anvil, emitting a magical aura, but the enchantment stubbornly clung. He struggled, as if battling his own destiny. The mysterious voice continued to guide, like a prophecy of those who would come. Kang Seol's silhouette flashed through his mind, a part of the destiny Hamun was trying to comprehend. "With the item you have created," the words echoed, along with the creator's half-smile. The sword, a weapon engulfed in red fire, contained terrifying power, or an inescapable curse. Within the ruins, an ancient sword suddenly flared, countless magical runes swirling like fire. Terrifying power erupted, engulfing the space. How much magic is left on it? A question, heavy with contemplation, echoed in the stillness. Returning to reality, Hamun still toiled at his forging. He thought he had removed countless enchantments, but no. There were still countless other spells hidden deep within, inviolable. A harsh truth, making him sweat profusely, mixed with helplessness and astonishment. But the truth was even more brutal. The glowing purple magical chains not only bound the sword's power, but also shackled its owner. Kang Seol stood there, imprisoned by his own weapon, a cruel curse. Returning to the harsh reality, Hamun still toiled with the cursed sword. With each decisive hammer blow, he wondered, after removing all the shackles, would this weapon reveal its true power or merely turn to ashes? Even so, despite all doubts, despite being surrounded by failure, Orgo's gaze remained resolute. A promise, a burden, or a glimmer of hope in the dark night, all lay within that incomplete statement. Amidst the surging red energy, Hamun gritted his teeth, every muscle in his body tensing like a taut string. Sweat poured down, but his eyes were resolute. This sword, for that reason, absolutely must not fall into the wrong hands. Hamun recalled his master's teachings about the regret of weapons falling into evil hands. and the ultimate quality of a blacksmith. Not talent, but the eye for judging people. The blade glowed fiercely, yet Hamun still didn't fully trust. A fateful question was about to be uttered, like a final test. He raised the sword high, his gaze resolute. If you answer incorrectly, I will melt it down, erasing it from this world. The threat was cold, without a hint of mercy. Hamun's eyes were sharp and cold, looking directly at his opponent. The crucial question was about to be asked, containing all his doubt and expectation. Snowman? Hamun called out the name, the sword glinting in his hand, pointed directly at Kang Seol, who stood silently at the doorway. In a ruined setting, Kang Seol was pensive. I didn't expect things to turn out this way while tracking Chiao. This is my fault. He blamed himself, realizing his mistake. Kang Seol frowned, beads of sweat forming. Hamun. A soft call filled with extreme worry and unease. Hamun, who had witnessed his master's pain, now placed the burden on Kang Seol. You have taken in the knight who will use this sword as his shadow. In the end, everything depends on you. Kang Seol turned his face away, his heart heavy. Are my mistakes from when I was Orgo coming back to haunt me like this? Hamun urged, demanding an answer. Kang Seol fell silent. He told himself that the question, once a multiple-choice test, had now become an essay, demanding a single, precise answer. Kang Seol looked up at Orgo's image. He didn't know what Orgo had gone through, or what he had taught Hamun after he gave up control. The answer. Hamun was stunned when Kang Seol replied, I don't know. He questioned, not understanding the meaning behind that puzzling answer. Hamun gripped the sword tightly. I don't know what I'll do with it yet. If there are enemies, I will strike. If there's something to protect, I will wield the sword to protect it. A powerful promise, full of determination. Kang Seol looked at Hamun, his gaze scrutinizing. So you'll do as you please? Are you really that uncertain? Surely. Kang Seol looked up at the dice of fate. I think being too certain about the future is what's strange, when we know nothing about it, right? Hamun turned and walked away, leaving Kang Seol with his thoughts. The conversation ended, but the question of the future remained open. In midair, a voice echoed. Snowman, I bestow this sword upon you. Kang Seol accepted it, his eyes flashing with resolve, preparing for the battles to come. The sword emitted a brilliant blue light, energy surging like electricity. A top-tier artifact containing terrifying power, ready to conquer all challenges with its master. Peerless Breath, the name of the legendary sword. At the same time, a madness contribution was granted, causing a stir throughout the virtual world. A surprising beginning, Hamun recalled his master's words. Those with faith do not need items. Those who need items will not have firm faith. Those teachings warmed his soul, guiding him. Holding the sword, Kang Seol was astonished by Hamun's talent. He hadn't expected Hamun to create such a masterpiece, far exceeding all expectations, in such a short time. Hamun then presented a helmet, Orgo's relic. Helmet of Calmness, another artifact, bestowed strength and clarity upon its wearer, helping him face danger. The task complete, Hamun prepared to leave. Kang Seol sincerely thanked him, inviting him to visit any time. A new connection had just been established between the two. Hamun smiled, willing to help when needed. The system confirmed him as Orgo's successor, a powerful ally who would accompany Kang Seol on all his adventures. Kang Seol confidently accepted the offer. Everything went smoothly, beyond expectations. The young man smiled contentedly, ready for a promising new journey. He hadn't expected the seemingly difficult adventure to have such a good outcome. New quest. Necromancer's Secret Ritual. Find Chiao's traces and explore the camp. Late at night, Kang Seol stood amidst the desolate camp in the forest. Ethereal light surrounded him, illuminating the path ahead, signaling a journey full of mystery. The young man's sharp gaze swept across the scene. The insight skill activated, helping Kang Seol see through hidden things, searching for clues in the silent night. Wagon tracks were deeply imprinted on the ground, along with deliberate knife marks carved into tree trunks. Someone had left a message, guiding those who followed, revealing a secret. Kang Seol touched the carvings, confirming they were intentional marks, perhaps a guide, or someone else wanting to lead him deeper. A thought flashed in his mind. If not them, then it could be Chiao. The familiar name reappeared, suggesting a mysterious and dangerous connection. He had no choice but to venture deeper into the forest. The pungent smell of death led the way, revealing a horrifying secret awaiting Kang Seol ahead. Suddenly, a notification appeared in midair. A double-layered trap has been set here. What will you do? 4 options appeared, signaling a dangerous challenge. Kang Seol ventured deeper into the forest. The smell of death grew stronger, confirming he was on the right path. The eyes of perception skill activated, helping him sense the pervasive curse energy. He realized that overcoming the trap wasn't difficult, but the curse was the real problem. The black-haired young man needed to find the intermediary object to dispel it. Ah, it's over there. Eyes of perception activated again, revealing the curse's intermediary. A glowing red owl-shaped figure hidden in the bushes. Without hesitation, Kang Seol unleashed a mystical purple energy whip, his eyes sharp and decisive. The whip tore through the ground, and the dark power vanished. The curse covering the area was completely dispelled. The curse dissipated, but Eyes of Perception was also damaged. He thought to himself, Snowman is truly meticulous, but everything is still under control. The deep forest held secrets. The name Necromancer in his memory brought to mind those who controlled the undead. They were certainly involved. He deduced that someone was hiding in the forest, possibly remnants of the Eternal Church. Chiao's words left him worried. Eternal Church, a haunting name. The Eternal Church, sowers of chaos across the continent, had a deep connection to him, because its leader and founder, the master of dark magic, Immortal, was him. He, Immortal, had left long ago. Yet the Eternal Church still existed? An ominous premonition arose within him. He envisioned a mysterious camp. Though he was once their leader, now, if they met, those individuals would relentlessly hunt him down. Kang Seol hid in the bushes, looking towards a tent. He decided he had to confirm whether the Eternal Church was involved with this place before acting. Inside the tent, two cloaked figures argued. The schedule was delayed. One grumbled. The other reassured him, reminding him of the demon that had devoured over 20 members with just its mind. Eavesdropping, Kang Seol was astonished. The demon had devoured 20 people without moving? Demon? The mind of the dead? He whispered, the truth growing more terrifying. Kang Seol secretly guessed that the two men were discussing the Crystal of Death's Judgment, an item used to forcibly control souls, turning corpses into undead. A necromancer could easily revive low-level corpses, but for stronger ones, or stubborn souls, the crystal was needed. It pierced memories, broke wills, forcing the dead to obey. Outside, Kang Seol still held his breath. The two cloaked figures continued to argue, worried about the massive investment and the ability to control high-level undead. The stagnant situation made them impatient. Then, a shocking piece of news was revealed. The Archbishop would personally appear. The other cloaked figure was terrified, because the appearance of the Eternal Church's leader only signaled ill omens. Kang Seol realized that the Archbishop was dissatisfied with the Eternal Life Church. The two cloaked figures knew well that if this act were exposed, they would be torn apart by the Eternal Church and fed to pigs. If the Archbishop personally intervenes, what will happen? Kang Seol wondered, then suddenly dashed away, leaving rustling bushes behind him. He ordered Karuna, his subordinate, to check the remaining tents, instructing her to report immediately if there were any changes. Karuna obeyed. Sneaking into a tent, he saw a man sleeping soundly, his snores echoing throughout the cramped space. Kang Seol looked at the man with contempt. I didn't expect him to be so nonchalant after just setting a few traps. Karuna stood silently behind him, awaiting orders. Anyway, I found what I was looking for immediately, Kang Seol thought to himself. He knew he was right to target the largest and most ostentatious tent. Before him was the Crystal of Death's Judgment, a glowing red crystal. It should have been pitch black, but this deep red color proved that countless souls had been devoured by it. Kang Seol picked up the crystal and the ancient scrolls. This is proof of the truth of the Church of Death, about the conspiracies they are hiding. He skimmed through the notes, recognizing the mundane spells, but the purpose was clear. Forced resurrection of corpses. The documents revealed that the Church of Death had found this corpse in the Mirage Desert. The documents described, one day, as a sandstorm cleared, a mysterious corpse appeared, standing tall in armor. It was powerful, but no one knew its origin or purpose. He looked at the sketch, a female warrior in armor. So this is the mysterious corpse that Chiao was once interested in? Kang Seol silently asked, a spark flashing in his eyes. Kang Seol stared at the drawing, his face full of astonishment. But this body, it's so similar, it could be mistaken for. A name popped into his mind, a name he couldn't believe. Karuna? Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared beside him, Chiao's blue eyes looking directly at him, a tense atmosphere enveloping them. Chiao softly uttered, his voice haunting, I remember her. This person is in my memory. Chiao's confession sent shivers down Kang Seol's spine. In your memory, this body? Kang Seol pressed, then quickly decided. All right, let's get out of here first. We must go to where they are holding the ritual. He ordered, and Chiao immediately obeyed. The documents further revealed, the messenger faction saw this as a golden opportunity to suppress the Eternal Church and be reborn. The plan was immediately put into action. Despite attempts to turn the body into an undead, they failed. The ritual required too much life energy, so it was moved deep into the forest, where a death declaration quartz was used to amplify its power. 21 lives had been devoured by the Death Declaration Quartz. Even the Archbishop could not intervene. This was the end for the sect, forcing them to report to the Eternal Church. Deep in the forest, Kang Seol and Karuna faced mysterious enemies. "Karuna, deal with them," he ordered, and the orc warrior immediately charged. A surprise blow struck. Karuna fell to her knees, a painful groan tearing through the air. Kang Seol now understood the situation. The messenger faction was creating undead. He suspected someone was being coerced, and Karuna was also in a strange state after seeing the drawing. What the hell was going on? Heavy rain fell, Kang Seol's face clearly showing annoyance. Damn it, do I really have to return empty-handed like this? He gritted his teeth. Finally, they arrived. The mysterious body was chained in the center of the ritual circle. Kang Seol recognized its armor as identical to the armor Karuna once wore. What should I do now? Kang Seol nervously pondered. The best outcome was to find clues without using the quartz. The worst was to be devoured by it. The survival rate depended on the body's level. He told himself that if the body wasn't too strong, it wouldn't be a problem. But what if it was stronger than he thought? Kang Seol suddenly turned to Chiao, pressing, "Who are you?" Chiao was stunned, repeating the question like a whisper. "Who am I?" Kang Seol yelled, trying to rouse him. "Karuna? Karuna?" The pain surged. Chiao clutched his head, his blue eyes filled with agony. Ugh! He collapsed, his body bound by invisible chains, the extreme pain tearing at his soul. With no other choice, Kang Seol gritted his teeth, raised the glowing red quartz stone, and activated it. Damn it! A blinding light erupted, engulfing Kang Seol into another world. Death Declaration Quartz activated. He was pulled into the corpse's spiritual world, a place holding secrets about the necromancer's transformation and an ancient promise. Mission information appeared. Mission 9.1. The Promise. He had tracked the necromancer, searching for Chiao. The reason they were hiding was to revive a powerful corpse which had sacrificed 21 lives. He had come here, carrying the quartz, and was drawn into this spiritual world. Objective: examine the corpse's spiritual world. Time: remaining none. In the spiritual world, a red-haired elf boy, chained, knelt in an empty space. A blond man sitting on a throne appeared, looking at the boy. "Yes, so you are those children. Do you have names?" The boy replied, "No, no names. We never had such a thing." The blond emperor smirked, declaring, "Then the blue-eyed child will be Karuna, and the red-eyed child will be Karen." He asked, "What do you want from me?" The red-haired boy Karen looked up, his eyes burning with hatred. "I wish you dead, Emperor." A cold, sharp sword suddenly pressed against Karen's neck, its chilling light reflecting in the boy's hateful eyes. Emperor Jim of Mantra asked, "You want me dead? Why do you wish for my death?" Karen replied, his voice full of resentment. "You don't know what hunger or cold is." Karen continued his curse, his voice full of hatred, recounting what the Empire had stolen from them, even before they had names. Chiao stood beside him, his eyes lifeless. Tears streamed down Karen's face. The boy choked up as he spoke of their lost village, of the life they should have had if not for the Empire's war. Emperor Jim, with a cold expression, admitted he knew about the elf village's destruction during the territorial dispute with Ungad. Emperor Jim sneered, declaring he would accept Karen's curse, his eyes full of self-satisfaction and contempt. Jim rose from his throne, his eyes sharp and cold, reiterating his promise to grant Karen what the boy desired. But Jim then said, "Not now," a meaningful smirk on his face, believing that fulfilling it immediately would be too unfair. He presented a cruel condition. If Karen became the Empire's strongest knight, he would reconsider the old curse. Karen and Chiao stood there, their eyes empty. Karen accepted, promising to dedicate his life in exchange for the chance to destroy the Empire. Kang Seol appeared, telling Karuna that this was the corpse's spiritual world. He realized this was his own past, and everything was rushing back. Kang Seol realized these were the memories of someone with a past similar to his own, everything being clearly replayed. The Death Declaration Quartz was replaying all memories. The Mantra Empire, Emperor Jim, and 2 elves transformed into slaves, then knights. Many years later, Karuna and Karen had become knights. They stood on a balcony, looking down at a vast square. Emperor Jim, a nearly perfect man, but also with flaws. He asked Karen if the boy still remembered the promise from 18 years ago. Karen, now a knight, replied with a resolute gaze. The boy asked in return if Jim's intentions had changed. Jim confirmed the promise still stood. He asked Karen if he was worthy, and Karen admitted his shortcomings. Jim warned of the threats lurking around the Empire. Karen, Karuna. Jim's voice echoed, calling the names of the 2 knights standing on the balcony, their gazes fixed on the distant horizon. Emperor Jim, with a smile hiding ambition, declared the condition. "If you wish to keep your promise to kill me, Then swear to become my knights and protect me. Old hatreds do not fade easily. But for the past 15 years, Karen had witnessed the Empire's greatest contradiction. Their emperor, one who strived for perfection, because he was not. One who embraced death to avoid death. Karen replied simply, I accept. And so, Karen and Karuna would become knights of Emperor Mantra, Automantra. They swore their oath under the sun and stars. The two twin knights protected the emperor only to kill him. For the first time in history, they broke the rule of the Imperial Guard having only 8 members, becoming the 9th and 10th. It was a shocking event, unprecedented in the history of the great empire. Kang Seol stood there, observing, then realized, Karuna was once a knight of Mantra, but now, among the empires of Pandaea, the name Mantra no longer existed. What the hell happened? Are you truly alive, Karuna? The narration echoed. Jim once said Karuna would travel the world he had shown him. Karuna wondered if that was all this world had. He remembered the promise. No matter how much time passes, the people of the Mantra Empire must keep their word. The promise that you will return when I seek you. You must remember that. Karuna gripped Karen's hand tightly, his words heavy with instruction. Karen replied, I will remember. The blue-haired boy added, and don't come back too late. Karen nodded slightly. Okay, you must stay safe and healthy. We've been through too much together, Karen said, his eyes red-rimmed. Karuna could only reply, yeah. But then, Karen asked, when will you let me go? Karuna turned his back and walked away, leaving Karen's furious shout, Go now, you bastard! A letter appeared. Is this a letter from Karuna? Jim asked. Yes, Jim. He smirked. How disrespectful. When will you ever respect me? He answered himself. Come on, you hate formal relations more anyway. Jim teased Karen about her coldness towards Karuna over the past 3 years. The red-haired elf replied that it was just because they were too busy. She also mocked Jim, the emperor who rarely left the capital, showing how vast the world was. Karen sneered, asking Jim if he needed sympathy. He responded with a hearty laugh, then retorted, teasing that she was the truly pathetic one. Jim continued to tease, recalling how Karen had cried every night after Karuna left. The elf blushed, angrily told him to shut up, then threatened to fulfill the promise immediately. Jim mentioned Serlane, the Knight of the Sun, making Karen flinch slightly. He smirked, saying that the old knight didn't have much time left. As he himself had once said, he would be surpassed within 10 years. Jim revealed Serlane's praise, that if Karen and Karuna had been present, the vanguard position would have belonged to them. The red-haired elf smiled faintly, admitting it was a great compliment. Jim asked about the letter's content. He skimmed through it, realizing Karuna was on his way back to fulfill the promise. It's been so long, he murmured. Karen looked at the letter, secretly hoping to see Karuna again. The space suddenly shattered, replaced by a horrifying scene. The city engulfed in flames. Screams and cries for help echoed everywhere, signaling an impending catastrophe. Invaders poured in like a flood. Amidst smoke and chaos, Karen, in her knight armor, screamed, ordering to stop the traitors. She desperately called out Old Lane's name. The silver-haired knight, Sir Lane, in his battle armor, roared a warning to Karen to be careful. He revealed a horrifying truth. There was a traitor right within the guard ranks. Karen was stunned, her eyes wide with horror. A traitor among them? She couldn't believe her ears. The sword in her hand trembled. Amidst the ruins, Karen stood alone, facing the encroaching darkness. Heavy footsteps echoed, signaling a menacing arrival. A mysterious figure appeared, leading the traitorous army. She, Leona, with a cold expression, ordered Karen to open the gate, her voice full of authority and death. Karen painfully realized the traitor was Leona. Leona declared the end of Mantra, and that Jim would be dethroned. She even taunted Karen, asking if this was what she also desired. Karen roared in fury, her flaming sword swung out. She could not accept this lie and betrayal. The red-haired elf, her eyes burning with hatred, declared she would kill anyone who dared cross the line. Her resolute vow echoed amidst the flames, signaling a merciless battle. Amidst the hateful flames, the traitor Leona sneered. She whispered venomous words into Karen's ear, saying that Karuna would never return, and she should abandon her futile hope. Those cruel words were like adding fuel to the fire. Karen roared madly, her bloodshot eyes tear-filled, her armor gleaming in the sea of flames. She resolutely denied it, clinging to the fragile promise. But that vow could not stop the cruel reality. The sky cracked like a shattered mirror, the castle engulfed in flames. Kang Seol looked up, feeling the destruction consuming everything. Amidst the chaotic scene, a memory flashed. Karuna, in blue armor, stood in the great hall. He had sworn to return, a sacred promise echoing in his mind. However, that vow was now just a haunting. A fiery red figure like the flame of betrayal appeared in his mind, questioning, "Why did you abandon the promise?" Pain and fury transformed Karen into a demon. She screamed in despair, her eyes bloodshot, her sharp fangs seemingly wanting to tear through the night. Why? Why? Her face contorted with resentment, blood staining the corner of her mouth. The final question echoed like the roar of a wounded beast, piercing straight into the traitor's heart. Suddenly, a system message appeared, signaling the end of the painful spiritual world. The death declaration quartz had activated, and a new adventure was about to begin. The scene shifted back to reality. Kang Seol and the man in the blue cloak stood in a room, surrounded by surging red energy. He quickly warned Karuna. A burst of blue energy erupted, striking directly at Karuna. Kang Seol and his comrades quickly dodged, leaving cracks and flickering flames behind. Amidst the chaos, a glowing red crystal shone, emitting strange energy, like a premonition of the upcoming event. Karuna, with his massive body and glowing red eyes, growled in the water. He had escaped the rage, but something still seemed to bother him. Rain poured down. Kang Seol and Karuna stood amidst the ruins. He explained that the rainwater had damaged the crystal, almost turning both of them into bloated corpses. A new notification appeared, announcing the 10th adventure, The Burned One. It turned out that this corpse was one of the Mantra Empire's guardians. Karen and Karuna had once been one as well. The mission was incomplete. Chiao was still missing. Now Kang Seol had to face Karen, a powerful guardian despite having only half her sanity. The decision was in his hands. Fight or flee? Red Lotus Knight, Karen. Her information was clearly displayed. Level 35 to 40. A powerful guardian of the Mantra Empire. He muttered to himself. The level difference was too great. She was also absorbing life force to recover, certain death if he confronted her now. Run. We have to run. Karuna roared, his voice full of panic. All three dashed away. Behind them a raging fury, a destructive power that could not be confronted. A decisive stomp on the ground created an explosive surge of energy. It was a signal for a rapid escape, a final effort to evade the Reaper's scythe. He was thrown forward by an extremely powerful force. A system notification flashed. Skill, emergency escape activated. Movement speed greatly increased for a short time. Luck had smiled upon him, if only for a moment. Behind them, a colossal sea of flames erupted, engulfing everything in sight. Karen's terrifying destructive power had turned the forest into a living hell, demonstrating the brutal power disparity. The horrifying explosion threw him to the ground. Kang Seol coughed violently, his body aching. Though he had narrowly escaped death, the aftershocks of the attack still left him exhausted. He panted, trying to regain his composure amidst the ruins. That explosion was too massive. If I hadn't escaped in time, I would have turned into a dried corpse or dust. A chill ran down his spine. I can't win against her right now. He gritted his teeth, his eyes full of helplessness. A nearly 30-level difference. Even a light blow would be enough to wipe out the entire group. Confronting Karen now would be nothing short of suicide. Give up? Accept the punishment and abandon this adventure? No. He was resolute. Each punishment was terrible, not only losing honor, but also all rewards, losing everything he had built. Think, Seol. Think, he told himself. The system rarely gives an impossible quest. The win rate is almost zero, but there must be something in this adventure to turn the tide. His eyes flashed with determination. The system always grants players a challenge that can be overcome, as if fated. There must be something here. Something I can use. Only at this moment. What the hell is this? Amidst the desolation, hooded figures appeared, resurrecting the undead. The Church of Death's Truth. A new force, an unexpected variable, had just revealed itself, bringing chaos and danger. He looked at the hooded figures with cold eyes. That's right! It's them! Something I can exploit! Just in this moment. A glimmer of hope flashed in his mind. A daring plan was forming. The hooded figures simultaneously cast magic, creating a brilliant purple energy stream. Stop that monster! Come on, everyone! The Archbishop will be here soon! They screamed, trying to hold Karen back. Another hooded figure, holding a glowing item, his face clearly showing horror. What the hell is happening? He exclaimed, seemingly shocked by something beyond imagination. A figure appeared amidst the pouring rain, aggressively questioning the hooded group. Didn't you get the message? The church told you to wait! He growled, his face full of authority. The hooded figures were terrified, realizing the hidden meaning in the stranger's words. The church? Could it be? You are an envoy from the Eternal Church? They exclaimed, their eyes clearly showing fear. Kang Seol sneered, mocking their slowness. Only realizing it now? How slow? Though late, I have personally come to assist you, he said, his tone full of confidence. He immediately ordered a situation report, omitting no details. The hooded figure trembled as he replied. The undead have broken free from their shackles and are resisting. There haven't been major casualties yet, but the problem is the undead are gradually getting stronger, he said, while Karen growled, dark energy erupting. The Archbishop has also announced he's arriving soon. The Archbishop's foresight has saved you, Kang Seol declared, promising to buy time. The hooded figures breathed a sigh of relief, profusely thanking this envoy. Amidst the chaos, Kang Seol suddenly turned to a pointy-eared, blue-haired young man. "Karuna," he called, his voice lowered, his eyes full of hidden meaning. "Save Karen." A short, decisive command rang out. Kang Seol looked at Karuna, his golden eyes blazing with determination. Karuna was stunned, his blue eyes wide open. An unexpected command, completely contrary to what was happening. Kang Seol analyzed. Karen, despite being chained and surrounded, was still incredibly strong. She was weakened, and this was the only chance to act. Karuna charged straight into battle. The hooded figures cheered, doing their best to support the envoy. Magic erupted, enhancing Karuna's defense and magic resistance, clearing a path for him to advance. Karuna roared, activating Soaring Moonlight, Crescent Moon Level 1. He charged straight at Karen, his sword glowing brightly, urgently calling out, "Karen, wake up!" Karen growled in response, her red eyes blazing with mad fire. She was still consumed by rage, a monster chained by dark magic. Karuna and Karen confronted each other directly, energy erupting. The pointy-eared young man activated Soaring Moonlight, Half Moon Level 2, ready for a life-or-death battle. Karuna's sword flashed blue, striking Karen's white armor. She counterattacked with blazing red flames, creating a fierce clash, sparking fire and magical energy. Karen, with fiery red hair and bloodshot eyes, swung her sword, blazing with blue energy, her face full of fury. A true warrior, showing no quarter. The two figures clashed like a storm. Karuna's and Karen's swords collided fiercely, creating explosive bursts of power that tore through space. From behind, Kang Seol observed coldly, ordering the hooded figures to continue providing support. He knew Karen's combat instincts were strong enough to repel Karuna, even in his half-moon state. Karen grew stronger, her speed and destructive power soaring, leaving dazzling streaks of light. Kang Seol calculated he couldn't display his full strength yet, couldn't use Jamop at this moment. Karuna roared, trying to awaken her. "Karen, I'm back! Don't you recognize me?" His urgent call echoed across the battlefield. But Karen only responded with an angry roar, her entire body ablaze with fiery red flames. "Open your eyes, Karen!" Karuna desperately yelled. Another fierce clash. Karuna tried to penetrate Karen's fiery defenses, but she remained resilient, like a war goddess possessed by flames. Karen's flames spread, incinerating everything around. Karuna, trapped in the sea of fire, screamed in pain. "Fire! My whole body is burning!" Immediately, a blue magical barrier enveloped Karuna. Kang Seol had activated Spirit Barrier, protecting him from the flames. But this skill required 1 minute to reactivate. Karen's elemental firepower was truly terrifying, not only pure but also spreading incredibly fast. She pushed Karuna back, as if wanting to show off her might. The situation was critical. Kang Seol wondered whether to let Karuna enter the full moon state. Suddenly, a hooded figure frantically reported, "His Eminence, the Archbishop has arrived!" Archbishop Galifa of the Church of Death's Truth appeared, a bald old man with a cold demeanor. He was the leader of an organization specializing in training necromancers. "Ha ha, this is our first meeting," Galifa spoke, asking about the original envoy. Kang Seol, in the role of Kendrick, envoy of the Eternal Life Church, responded with thanks. Galifa narrowed his eyes, his face full of suspicion. Kendrick, an unfamiliar name. He asked directly if Kang Seol carried a church card. Kang Seol frowned, his eyes cold. "A church card? Are you mocking me?" "If that's the case," Galifa quickly appeased him, forcing a smile and apologizing for his senility. Kang Seol accepted the superficial apology, but his eyes remained cold. He reminded the Archbishop about the increasingly serious problem. "Let's cooperate," Kang Seol ordered, declaring he would go first. He also boasted about a special skill, time-consuming but extremely useful. The hooded figure immediately obeyed. Galifa responded calmly, but Kang Seol was growling internally. A forced smile hid his extreme annoyance. He knew the old man had seen through him. "He's got me," Kang Seol cursed inwardly. Galifa, with a sinister expression, was certain. "He's an imposter." Church law clearly stipulated that envoys must have a certification card. Galifa couldn't believe Kang Seol's excuse. A member of the Eternal Life Church couldn't possibly be unaware of the certification card. Meanwhile, the battle with the undead was still raging fiercely. Despite his suspicions, Galifa decided to exploit Kang Seol. After all, the undead he had set his sights on were truly too strong. He would accept this help, but would deal with Kang Seol when the time came. Kang Seol sensed a fleeting killing intent from Khalifa. He knew the old man had recognized him as an imposter, but still let it be. Clearly, Khalifa wanted to use him. Now, Kang Seol had to face Karen while also being wary of Khalifa. Everything would be decided in an instant. He roared, calling Karuna's name. "Release it!" Kang Seol commanded. Karuna exploded with power, his entire body enveloped in mystical blue light. The young man had entered the third stage of moonlight ascension, full moon. Karen roared madly, her eyes blazing blood red. Flames engulfed her, transforming her into a burning entity full of hatred. Two opposing forces clashed fiercely. Karuna charged in, his blue sword glowing brightly. Karen retaliated with Incinerate, transforming herself into a raging inferno. "Are you awake yet, Karen?" Karuna roared, trying to call her name. But Karen, still possessed by the flames, could only utter a painful why. "Why?" Karen screamed, attacking wildly. Karuna struggled to defend, each blow carrying despair. Karen's fiery red eyes welled with tears. She screamed in pain. "Why didn't you?" Her words broke off, lost in the sea of fire. "Wake up!" "Why?" Karuna desperately called her name. But Karen, pushed back by a dazzling light, remained engulfed in blazing flames. Karuna, his body staggering, was pushed back by a surge of blue energy, a painful groan escaping his throat. Kang Seol roared Karuna's name, while Karen, now a living flame, walked heavily, questioning, "Why didn't you come back?" Karen's fiery red eyes welled with tears. She growled, asking in pain, "Why? Didn't you keep your promise?" Karuna roared in despair, his body erupting with green energy, a furious power rising. The hooded figures cried out desperately as they were attacked by the green energy, screaming Archbishop Khalifa's name in panic. Khalifa, with a cold smile, declared he would use magic to tear apart his opponent's body, regardless of having to piece it back together himself afterward. He unleashed a massive green vortex of hatred, a unique skill that could cause everything it touched to rot. Khalifa mocked Karen, calling her a masterless undead, asserting that no matter how strong, a corpse would still rot. Karen, with fiery eyes, activated Karen's pride, temporarily ignoring most damage, trying to overcome the vortex. Khalifa continued to provoke, asserting that the dead could not escape the energy of hatred, ordering her to vanish. Amidst the chaotic battle, Khalifa suddenly called out Kendrick, as if summoning a mysterious power to end everything. Kang Seol, with a serious expression, mumbled Karuna's name, his eyes full of worry and determination. In the pouring rain, Kang Seol and Karuna charged at Karen together, three opposing forces clashing fiercely. Karuna and Karen faced each other, both with tears in their eyes. Karuna called her name, but Karen only responded with his name without explanation. Karen's bloodshot, tear-filled eyes, now containing pain and helplessness, looked directly at Karuna. Karuna painfully confronted Karen, who was still lost in illusions of the fallen empire. Karuna screamed the cruel truth. The emperor was dead, Mantra was destroyed, and they were in a new world. But Karen refused to believe it. Karuna tried to awaken Karen, but the Nidus only sneered, admitting her own death, a painful truth Karuna had witnessed. Despite accepting death, Karen firmly believed that the Mantra Empire still lived within her. The sword in the Nidus's hand glowed with unpredictable power, signaling a change. Amidst the fiery battle, Kang Seol suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. An ominous premonition, an invisible fear crept in, making the black-haired young man shiver. Karen growled, her eyes burning red. She declared that the Empire still lived within her, and she was still a Mantra Knight, ready to fight to her last breath. Karen unleashed her power, activating Final Comeback. All damage and status effects she had suffered were delayed, but when the skill ended, they would return with double intensity and duration. Khalifa, who had sown hatred, was horrified to realize his magic had been nullified. The curse of hatred vanished, making him unable to believe his eyes. At the same time, Kang Seol received a danger warning from the system. A mysterious energy swirled around his hand, signaling an imminent threat. The system updated a new quest. Karen had transformed into Ember, a more powerful entity, burning with destructive flames. The objective now was to survive for 5 minutes against her terrifying power. Kang Seol broke out in a cold sweat, realizing Karen had regained her senses. But this lucidity brought no hope, only a greater threat than ever before. Blazing flames enveloped Karen, transforming her into a terrifying warrior. Kang Seol felt extreme danger, because a lucid Karen, with new power, was an opponent even he couldn't anticipate. Facing Karen's new power, Khalifa smirked hideously. He decided to go all in, using a final move, a deadly trump card. He called out Kendrick, declaring he still had a secret ultimate skill. Kang Seol, watching from afar, couldn't help but be curious and wary of the old wizard's intentions. Khalifa raised his hand, summoning an army of undead from the fallen cloaked figures. The skilled Corpse Knight turned them into mobile bombs, ready to explode upon contact with any living creature. The old wizard gave the command, and the grotesque undead army charged forward, growling in a frenzy. They were puppets of death, bringing destruction to all. A man in a black cloak appeared, questioning Khalifa's brutal actions. But the old wizard only sneered, exposing the identity of the one who had just spoken. A foolish messenger from the Church of Eternal Life. The old wizard Khalifa sneered, declared Karen was his, then ordered the newly risen undead. Now, become one with my corpses. The grotesque undead growled, tearing into the remaining cloaked figures. Kang Seol watched from afar, shivering at the brutal sight. Suddenly, a giant orc appeared, his muscular body encased in stone armor. Kang Seol confidently entrusted the undead to Jamad, and he himself received a defensive effect from the stone armor. Jamad sneered, realizing the undead would self-destruct upon touching a living creature. But for a shadow like him, this trick was completely useless. Without hesitation, Jamad charged straight towards Khalifa, leaving the useless undead blown away behind him. The orc roared, declaring an end to the old wizard's game. Khalifa was horrified to see Jamad, an incredibly powerful foe. The old wizard hastily ordered the undead to return and protect him, but it was too late. Jamad gave the old wizard no chance. The orc swung his steel fist, crushing the undead trying to block his path, heading straight for his target. Khalifa screamed in despair, trying to repel Jamad with magic. But the orc's power was too great. Nothing could stop him. A fatal blow ended everything. Jamad coldly sent Khalifa to the Eternal Realm, the old wizard's body dissolving in a sea of blood. The quest was complete. Kang Seol stood amidst the ruins, contemplating. Keeping Jamad as a trump card was the right move, but he knew the real problem was still unresolved. The real problem was Karen. She was now enveloped in blazing red flames, her white hair flying, charging straight towards Kang Seol like a destructive whirlwind. Kang Seol recalled the description of Karen's final comeback skill. All status effects and damage received so far are delayed. He realized the horrifying truth. The undead penalty that halved her power had vanished. Karen was now completely unleashed, destructive flames burning fiercely, ready to sweep away everything. Seeing Karen with her terrifying power, Kang Seol could only despair. He knew that in his current state, he couldn't possibly defeat her. Karen erupted, creating a powerful fiery vortex. Karuna stood there, facing her, a countdown clock appearing, signaling that time was running out. Karuna painfully looked at Karen, the old promise echoing in his mind. Time was running out, and the elf knew he had to do something, no matter the cost. Burning with rage, Karen charged with her blazing sword, roaring accusations of Karuna betraying Mantra. The elf could only parry, his gaze resolute even as time ticked away. "It's true, I went to the capital that day," Karuna replied, but it only fueled the flames of Karen's anger. "You, traitor!" she shrieked, the death timer still counting down. Two figures clashed in midair, Karen unleashing the fiery crimson lotus slash, Karuna retaliating with the icy full moon slash. Two opposing powers collided, creating a dance of destruction. Ear-splitting explosions and blinding light erupted as the two ultimate techniques clashed. Wild energy spread, tearing through space, leaving behind a desolate void. Despite giving his all, Karuna could not withstand Karen's terrifying power. The elf was pushed back, his feet sliding across the cracked ground, leaving long, painful streaks. Karuna fell to one knee, his sword plunged into the ground, breath coming in ragged gasps. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes remained resolute, like a blue flame burning amidst a sea of red fire. Kang Seol watched from afar, encased in stone armor. Karuna was pushed back, as expected, he muttered, but a hint of doubt lingered in his golden eyes. But, although the elf was pushed back, his injuries weren't too severe. He could still recover. With such a large power disparity, he should have been sent flying much further, Kang Seol analyzed. Karen walked slowly towards Karuna, like a goddess of fire. "You're too weak, Karuna. You've become too frail," she whispered, her voice filled with disappointment and pain. However, she still hasn't delivered the finishing blow. Kang Seol realized Karen was hesitating. Has the world you chose, the price of abandoning the empire, made you so weak? Karen wondered. Suddenly, a colossal figure charged forward, blocking Karen's blazing sword. It was Jamad, the orc with steel fists, appearing like a sturdy wall between the two. Jamad roared, enduring Karen's attack with his bare arm. The Nidus's terrifying power made the orc recoil, but his eyes still burned with defiance. Karen stepped back, looking at Jamad in astonishment. "What kind of power is this?" she exclaimed. A furious question in her mind. "Why are you interfering? What is Karuna to you?" Jamad burst out laughing, his laughter echoing across the battlefield. "Ha ha ha ha! Stop clinging to that hunk of metal! Or do you want to try fighting me, monster?" The orc provoked. Jamad's words were like a knife plunged straight into Karen's heart. Her blazing red eyes widened. Tears streamed down. A pained expression clear on her face. Monster? Me? Karen repeated, her voice shattered. The sword in her hand trembled. Just then, the countdown clock displayed 0, signaling that an end had come. Karen's final comeback effect had ended. All accumulated damage and negative effects now surged forth, doubling their destructive power. A terrifying silence enveloped everything. She collapsed, her bloodshot eyes now stained dark, as if her soul was being torn apart. A tragic sight to behold. Rain poured down as if weeping for the tragic fate. Karuna embraced her, the girl's body trembling, black blood staining her armor. In her dying breath, Karen called Karuna's name, then whispered to hear his story. I'll tell you everything, Karuna replied. His voice choked. She looked at Karuna, her bloodshot eyes filled with countless emotions. That day, did you really come back? The question pierced deep into his heart. Karuna bowed his head, tears streaming down. I was there. I understand. I know you would never intentionally break your promise, she told herself. I'm sorry, Karen. I didn't keep my promise, Karuna whispered. She asked why he had become a shadow. Because I died, he replied, then explained that his power was sealed. Yes, that makes sense. You were invincible, Karuna. Even stronger than me, she whispered, her voice full of bitterness, remembering the heroic Karuna of old. Karen looked towards Kang Seol and Jamad. Are you serving that ugly human? Have your memories of Jim vanished? Karuna replied. Jim is still my emperor, but now I serve someone else. Karuna burst into tears. He's a good person. Thanks to following him, I met you again, Karen sneered. He might not be as good as Jim, but if you say so, he's an excellent master too. I always wanted to ask you this, Karuna whispered. Ask what? Karen replied. The world outside the empire. What's out there? The elf asked, his gaze distant. Karuna looked up, as if gazing at a distant place. The sea? The sea? That place full of water? Karen was surprised. Yes, the young man affirmed. The vast sea appeared in Karen's mind. The sea. It really exists, she whispered, then doubted again. Don't lie to me. I won't fall for it this time. Karen writhed in pain. Karuna, you're still someone's knight. This body, this heart, all burned to ashes. What do I have left? What else do I have? What is a knight without a master? Just a monster. Karen despaired. Karuna held her tightly, tears streaming down. You're not a monster. You're my only sister. Let's go see the world I've seen. Karuna took her hand. We can finally be together. But Karen refused. No, I can't go with you. The king you serve is too weak to accommodate me. Karuna desperately embraced her, begging death to release her. But Karen, her soul fading, could only feel emptiness and the final fear of death. In her final moments, Karen's mind flashed through old memories of peaceful days with Karuna. She wanted to say something, a heartfelt word. Choked words echoed. A part of me once wished you would take me with you. A small wish, now shattered in the rain. The knightess's pristine white armor, her symbol, now crumbled into dust under the pouring rain, like her very life fading away. Amidst the tragedy, a cold notification appeared. You have defeated Karen, the Crimson Lotus Knight. Along with it were rewards, an invitation to end the adventure. Karuna screamed her name, his heartbreaking cries blending with the sound of the rain. The pain of loss tore at the elf's heart. Kang Seol stood there, witnessing everything. A sigh, or a suppressed scream, echoed in the cold rain. He questioned himself. Ultimately, the luck of the journey was affected. He didn't find Chiao, almost died in the mysterious ritual, and was imprisoned in the mind of a corpse. The black-haired young man recalled, almost dying when Karen woke up. And Karuna, who always stood by him, what would his fate be now? A tragic chain of events. He knelt, rain pouring down. Blame the luck of the dice? Too many strange, unfair things are happening. Karen's refusal echoed in his mind. The king you serve is too weak to accommodate me. A grim prophecy. He pulled out a small pouch. I knew this would happen. A prior preparation? Or a dark premonition? Karuna looked up, his eyes tear-filled. Master? The elf didn't understand. Didn't know what Kang Seol was planning. A system notification appeared, granting him the skill Rainy Day Miracle. Dark energy surged around Kang Seol, his eyes flashing. He reached out towards Karen's corpse, purple energy swirling. A cold command echoed, serve me. Amidst the rain, Karen's soul plunged into darkness. Whispers from other players echoed, crazy. Did he plan this far ahead? No way. Really? Sweat beaded on Kang Seol's tense face, dark energy swirling around him. For 17 years, he had cast countless dice of fate. Tens of thousands of dice rolls, he fought relentlessly to create the optimal outcome. But in this tiny eternal universe, could a perfect ending truly exist? Nevertheless, he knew well that this was precisely why one must always strive. Another Kang Seol, in an elegant suit, held the number 13 die, his gaze fixed steadfastly on the void, fists clenched. Light erupted. It was an iron will, a determination to transcend all rules of the game of fate. Back in reality, Kang Seol, with blazing golden eyes, reached out his hand, purple energy surging violently. He growled, "Serve me, Karen!" Karen's soul was torn from her body, writhing in agony. Piteous moans echoed, while Karuna could only scream in despair. Karen's heart-wrenching scream mingled with Karuna's sobs. Her linked soul had been activated, an invisible thread binding her to this world. Karen's soul transformed into a blurry shadow, dragged away in the rain. Meanwhile, Kang Seol received a special achievement. Dice are just numbers. And the title? Outlaw. Deep sadness appeared on Karuna's face, yet a flicker of determination shone in his eyes. He couldn't let her go like this. Karen's soul materialized. Facing Karuna, she said coldly, "Mantra no longer exists. Everyone we knew is dead." She continued, "So are we. Whatever happened, it no longer matters now." A harsh truth, but Karuna wouldn't accept it. "If we want to survive in this new era," Karuna began. Karen interrupted. "A new era? How can you say such things?" She couldn't believe it. Karen painfully mentioned Jin. Karuna replied in a low voice, "Unfortunately, everyone dies. Me, you, even Jin. A cruel affirmation of the cycle of life and death." "I don't understand. What are you trying to say?" Karen asked angrily. Karuna pleaded, "Let's step into this new world together." She questioned, "For what? What more do you want from this world, Karuna?" Karuna looked at her, his eyes filled with affection. "It's because I want us to be together." The unexpected confession stunned Karen, and then her eyes grew sad. Karuna continued, "After leaving the Empire, I realized how small it was. This world is vast, Karen, filled with mysteries we've never known." He wanted to explore it with her. Karen's soul was in pain, her memories shattered. She had lost everything, her lover, Jin, the entire empire. All had turned to ashes. What was left for her to fight for? Karuna looked at her, his eyes resolute. "I don't know, but perhaps." He wanted to guide her. Amidst the shattered memories, Karuna suggested, "Perhaps you should find a reason to burn first." A glimmer of hope flickered in the darkness. "A reason," Karen murmured, her eyes filled with sadness, but also beginning to show a glimmer of thought. A new seed was sprouting in her soul. Karuna smiled gently, extending his hand. "Let's go, Karen. An invitation to a new beginning." Karen looked at him, her eyes complex. "Let's go to the sea. A promise, a simple wish for the future." The sky was clear blue, the sun shining brightly. Karen's soul finally accepted. "All right, take me with you." She was ready. Kang Seol stood there, looking bewildered. Clearly, the conversation between Karuna and Karen's soul had exceeded his expectation. Karen's soul materialized as a shadow, standing beside Kang Seol and Jamad. "I may have unexpectedly become your shadow, but I haven't accepted you yet," she declared proudly. She smirked, her eyes sharp. "So, I still need to think about why I should serve you. A strong-willed soul, not easily subdued." Kang Seol froze, while Jamad burst out laughing. "Interesting." The burly orc seemed to greatly appreciate her stubbornness. A series of system notifications appeared. Kang Seol had surpassed 1 million points, achieving the first steps on Snow achievement and the title Wealthy. The Wealthy title granted a special effect, 1 bonus skill point. He topped the Adventure Point leaderboard with over 1 million points. The system announced that Kang Seol was beginning his rest period at an important location. He was taken to Nobira, the ruined city. Nobira, a ruined city in the forest, was engulfed in chaos. Kang Seol was assigned a 30-day rest and maintenance period. So, that adventure is over, he thought to himself. Walking through the streets of Nobira, Kang Seol realized that this rest notification was somehow different. He told himself to be wary of the lurking chaos. Kang Seol pondered, considering how to increase his strength to distance himself from others. But then he was surprised by another thought. Are they all human? Suddenly, Karen's soul appeared, grumbling at him. "Where are we going? You promised to buy me clothes first." His conversation with Karen's soul made those around him look at him like a madman. He simply replied, "You're already wearing clothes." But she kept demanding prettier outfits. He remembered Karuna, who was much more easygoing. Karen kept grumbling that Karuna was just holding back, demanding that he buy clothes for him when he returned. Jamad stood by the throne, just laughing. Karen and Jamad started arguing loudly again about how to address Karuna, giving Kang Seol a headache. He just wanted Karuna to return and take this troublesome little sister away. Despite his annoyance with Karen, he still felt the void left by Karuna. The talented elf was sealed away, and he clearly felt that absence. He recalled the moment he summoned Karen. A sudden black lightning bolt struck right after the shadow summoning ritual succeeded. He wondered if something was wrong. Anxiety began to creep into his mind as he witnessed that strange sight. A sphere of darkness suddenly appeared, swallowing the lightning bolt, creating a mysterious and unpredictable spectacle. Powerless before the sight, he could only stand and wait, unable to know what was happening to Karen and Karuna inside. After a long wait, Karen finally appeared, with silver hair and blazing red eyes surrounded by dark energy. Thanks to special items, he had transferred skills and upgraded Karen to legendary level. Her strength and constitution were truly astonishing. But where was Karuna? He realized with a shock that the elf had disappeared. Karuna? Is he gone? He wondered. Just then, a dazzling burst of light suddenly erupted, capturing his full attention. A series of notifications about skill transfer appeared, leaving Kang Seol surprised and confused. Notifications about connected souls and twin night balance continued to appear, explaining that Karuna's and Karen's stats would be combined and evenly distributed. He was stunned. Based on the keyword twin, he suspected that Karuna had also possessed this unique skill before the incident occurred. A deep mystery. It was shocking that both had leveled up from hero to legendary, but their stats were split in half. This meant that as long as the balance existed, neither could truly surpass the other. The surge in power was real, but it came with a penalty. He couldn't summon Karuna for the next 42 days. Was this balance a blessing or a curse? Then, a dazzling flash of light streaked past, signaling a new beginning or an unexpected transformation. In midair, Karen appeared in a splendid pink dress, asking proudly, "Am I beautiful?" Kang Seol was astonished, thinking to himself, was she always this beautiful? Jamad sneered, complimenting her that she wasn't bad. As for Kang Seol, though a bit flustered, he had to admit that she looked very good. But Karen was still not satisfied. She and Jamad began arguing about the definition of beauty, making the atmosphere awkward and comical. "It's a mistake to ask a demon," she grumbled. Kang Seol could only sigh, watching the two bickering. "Hey," he snapped, wanting to end this charade. After transforming into a shadow, Karen had escaped her old body, retaining most of her original appearance. She was still herself, but now a free soul. Nevertheless, her silver hair remained unchanged. "I can't change it for some reason," she explained, her voice a little disheartened. "All right, let's go," Karen said excitedly. "There's a place I intended to go as soon as I returned." The two began to walk, heading towards a mysterious destination. Along the way, curious eyes focused on Karen. People whispered, mistaking her for a noblewoman strolling through the streets, and him for her attendant. "Look at her slave," whispers echoed. Kang Seol was furious, while Karen was delighted, giggling at this unfortunate misunderstanding. Karen looked around, her blazing red eyes reflecting the changes in the world. "Everything is so strange," she whispered. "The world has changed so much." "Is that so?" he asked. "Yes," she replied. "Everything is new." Their footsteps glided along unfamiliar roads. Only one thing remained unchanged amidst the flow of time, she thought, and that was herself. An immutable soul in a world of constant change. Amidst the bustling crowd, the young Kang Seol stood there, his golden eyes filled with countless thoughts. The world had changed, but his mind still lingered on unspoken matters. His footsteps led to an old wooden house where time seemed to stand still, with only lush green vines silently clinging to the weathered walls. The door opened, revealing an ancient forge. From deep within, a warm, deep voice echoed, breaking the silence. "So, you've returned." Kang Seol bowed. "I apologize for coming without notice, Hamun." The man replied, "It's all right. Good news always comes unexpectedly. More importantly, the person next to you. Is that a new member?" Hamun, with a calm expression, knelt on the mat. "That's right," Kang Seol confirmed. "I see," Hamun said. "So the reason you've come today is—" The young man didn't speak, only silently drew a sword. The blazing red light from the blade reflected in his golden eyes, sharp as a declaration needing no words. Hamun stared at the sword, his face showing a fleeting surprise, then sinking into thought again. "Another difficult problem, perhaps?" Hamun mused. You've brought another difficult problem." Kang Seol could only reply, "I apologize." The destroyed red lotus sword, a mysterious relic. Hamun took the sword, feeling the residual energy. "This sword," he whispered. "You should be grateful it's still breathing." Kang Seol looked straight ahead, his gaze unwavering. He knew well the value and story behind this ruined weapon. Karen's Red Lotus sword. After completing the adventure, another treasure chest appeared. Among the valuable items, some were even more special. A set of equipment took up almost all the chest space. It was Khalifa's cloak, which helped Kang Seol change his appearance, bringing power from the deceased. Thanks to it, he not only changed his attire but also helped Jamad get out of his old clothes. The burly orc grumbled, "So you finally care, do you?" And then, the lucky gloves, the item Karen had earnestly pleaded for, now rested neatly in her hands, sparkling like the girl's radiant smile itself. From the bonus reward chest, 2 items appeared. One was the lucky gloves Karen had always wished for, and the other was this destroyed Red Lotus sword. Kang Seol looked at Hamun, his eyes serious. "This sword, can I entrust it to you?" A proposal heavy with responsibility. Hamun carefully held the shattered Red Lotus sword, his contemplative gaze sweeping over every detail, as if searching for an answer. He spoke softly, his tone solemn. "This is no ordinary sword. You must already know that, don't you?" Hamun sighed, his voice full of helplessness. "Currently, there's nothing I can do. This sword is exquisitely crafted, very similar to a sword I once enhanced." Kang Seol wondered, "If it's the Moonlight sword, didn't you restore it to its original state?" Hamun replied, "The situation was different then. I had no materials to enhance it, and everything except the hilt had to be replaced." Kang Seol asked again, full of hope.
"So, if I find enough materials, can you fix it?"
Hamun nodded, but his eyes still held a worried look. "Yes, but I don't know what material would be strong enough to replace this blade right now," Hamun continued, his voice heavy. "Furthermore, I haven't fully recovered my breath yet. I can only simulate it as best as possible, but its original power must be much greater." Kang Seol fell into thought, his heart stirring. A peerless quality item? That's just a replica? How powerful, then, is the original sword? Suddenly, the silver-haired girl appeared, flashing a charming smile. "Don't worry, Master. Only the Red Lotus sword can withstand my flames without melting." "Even without a sword, I'm still very strong." Kang Seol was surprised. "Master? What is your relationship?" The silver-haired girl smiled mysteriously, extending her hand as eerie dark tentacles rose. "Something like this?" Kang Seol flinched in horror. Hamun looked at Kang Seol, his eyes full of remorse. "I thought you had the unique energy of an elf. Turns out, you're a shadow." "I was completely fooled," Hamun pondered. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. "If it's a shadow using a weapon, perhaps we can try a method." Kang Seol was surprised. "Really?" Hamun turned away, his voice full of mystery. "Yes. Do you know about the legend of the Fire Spider Queen?" Hamun asked. And suddenly the image of a terrifying giant spider appeared in the space. Kang Seol was surprised. "Are you talking about Anakindria?" In his mind, questions and a strong dislike for spiders arose. Hamun smiled. "So you know." "I'm always surprised by your knowledge, Snowman. It's a famous legend in southern Pandia." Hamun continued to explain, his tone serious. "Anakindria is the legend of a fire spider. It spits sulfuric fire from its mouth and has a habit of storing victims in cocoons after draining their fluids. Fire spider blood erupted, dyeing the entire area red." Kang Seol pondered, recalling Hamun's words about Anakindria. The giant monster, with countless unpleasant abilities. "Don't tell me you want me to bring back its blood?" he asked, his voice full of caution. Hamun smiled mysteriously, his hand unfolding an ancient map. "Of course not. Everyone knows Anakindria died long ago. What we need," Hamun's finger stopped on a point, his eyes sharp, "is the blood of its last descendant. Although unconfirmed, it's very possible that someone carrying that bloodline still exists." Kang Seol was surprised, looking at the image of the fire spirit stone and spider blood. "You intend to combine fire spirit stones with spider blood?" he asked. Hamun nodded, explaining that spider blood makes the spirit stones more durable, eliminating their biggest weakness. "That's why the user must be a shadow," Hamun said, his gaze sweeping over the silver-haired girl. "If it were a living person, their mind would be corrupted. Shadows aren't truly alive, to begin with." Kang Seol sighed. "But fire spirit stones aren't easy to find either." Hamun replied, "Better to try than do nothing. You crave a sword for her, so what about armor?" The silver-haired girl tilted her head, her red eyes innocent. "Armor? Do you melt armor too?" Kang Seol looked at her, his face helpless. The silver-haired girl giggled. Not as serious as a sword, but still a small problem. Kang Seol could only sigh to the heavens, looking at her with exasperation. Hamun looked directly at Kang Seol. "So, what do you think? Will you go?" As twilight fell upon the town, a new adventure was set. Anakindria's last descendant. In the night lights, a burly man with an axe appeared, his face confused. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Kang Seol replied concisely. You don't need to worry about the details. We're talking about your equipment. The silver-haired girl walked beside Kang Seol, her lips slightly curled. It's a bit troublesome. Because I'm not your knight yet. He replied, just prepare in advance. You'll need it anyway. There's nothing wrong with preparing early. She looked at him, her red eyes flashing. So you're quite confident I'll serve you, aren't you? Kang Seol replied. You're not wrong, though it is a bit troublesome. She walked away, looking thoughtful. Just take your time to think. The silver-haired girl placed her hand on her chin, her deep red eyes thoughtful. Anakindria. I feel like I've heard that name before. She suddenly asked, that spider, does it have 12 legs? Kang Seol was surprised. It's called the 12-legged demon. Do you know it? Just a rumor, she replied, her gaze distant. It once hid in a canyon, blocking all paths. It must have been a very long time ago if you know it. I only heard about the conquest, but whether it won or lost, it's been too long, I've forgotten. Kang Seol was pondering mantra, a generation gap, and Karen, who seemed to have aged considerably. He pointed at the map, muttering that if it was that canyon, he knew it well. This will be quite troublesome, he mused to himself, his face pensive. Shadow Canyon, a colossal abyss that even the most desperate guides and merchants avoided. Treacherous terrain, countless patrolling monsters, and it would take a month to travel from Nobira there and back. A truly deadly place. Kang Seol was still lost in thought, recalling unpleasant memories of that place. Suddenly, a small hand gently touched his shoulder. Look, master, the silver-haired girl's voice rang out, pulling him from his recollections. The silver-haired girl stood before an ancient castle, her bright red eyes sparkling under the moonlight. She smirked, asking, We've arrived, haven't we? A mischievous look was clear on her face. Kang Seol asked if there was anything important here. He needed information, and if he found nothing, he would give up. The silver-haired girl suggested, We'll go in through the window, all right? Kang Seol frowned. Knights don't sneak in like thieves. Cover your ears for a moment. A loud crash echoed as the silver-haired girl shattered the window, pulling Kang Seol inside. He was stunned, while she burst into laughter, her voice reverberating through the space. What the hell was that? Kang Seol thought to himself. Kang Seol turned to ask, Were all your previous missions infiltrations like this? The silver-haired girl shook her head, smiling mischievously. Not at all. I just wanted to celebrate my new beginning. Kang Seol sighed in exasperation, turning his back and walking away. Was that too much? The silver-haired girl asked. He didn't answer, only saying, Let's go to the research room before anyone arrives. The silver-haired girl smiled brightly and asked, Certainly. Which way? Kang Seol pointed forward. If we go down that hallway. Both began to proceed deeper into the gloomy castle. Suddenly, the ring on Kang Seol's hand glowed brightly. Wolf's warning activated. The wearer is in a dangerous situation. A mysterious energy was approaching. The silver-haired girl immediately pulled Kang Seol back, her eyes becoming serious. Step back, master. Bloodlust. Kang Seol was surprised. Bloodlust? An invisible threat was drawing near. The long corridor stretched endlessly, dark as ink, with large windows casting eerie shadows. A cold, murderous aura filled the space, signaling the arrival of an uninvited guest. A figure emerged from deep within the shadows, walking slowly. So you're not a hunter? A cold voice echoed. Quite a showy entrance for uninvited guests. The world we live in is truly strange. The figure approached, revealing a young girl with long black hair and sharp purple eyes. She stopped, looked directly at Kang Seol and asked, Do you know who I am? Kang Seol looked at her, his gaze firm. Chiao, a dark summoner from Congaree, am I right? He had recognized the identity of the person opposite him. The black-haired girl smiled, her face full of mystery. So, you've investigated me, she continued. However, I only reside in Congaree. I'm not from there. Then she asked directly, Name? Kang Seol stated his alias directly. Snowman. Chiao frowned, seemingly annoyed that he knew her name, but she had never heard of him. That's not fair at all, is it? Chiao smirked, her purple eyes flashing with challenge, and a mysterious aura began to envelop her. Kang Seol flinched, his sharp gaze sweeping over her. He stood upright, his body tense like a drawn bowstring, ready to face whatever was about to happen. In a fleeting moment, Chiao suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Karen's hand tightly. A dramatic encounter, yet it seemed like a joke. Oh, you have an interesting shadow, Chiao said, flashing a mischievous smile as Karen also laughed in response. Kang Seol exclaimed irritably, Your joke is going too far. Kang Seol thought to himself, a seasoned dark summoner like Chiao had easily recognized Karen. He looked at her, asking directly, Why did you do that? Chiao pointed at both of them, explaining, I was just curious. I'm the owner. I came in through the window, but you guys broke down the main door to get in. Why didn't you use the front door? She smirked, raising a finger. Because I'm being pursued. Hiding has become a habit. That's all. Kang Seol asked if she had heard about his disappearance from the Shadow Prophet. Chiao replied, Not anymore. So those bookworms must have sent you here, she scoffed. They're kind, but I have no intention of returning to Congaree. Hearing this, Kang Seol sighed, his face showing clear disappointment. She smiled brightly, raising both hands as if in celebration. That's right, you've probably come here for nothing. Congratulations. She waved her hand, her expression becoming more serious. It's fine. I just need to deliver a message. I sought you out because I need your help with something else. Her gaze turned sharp, looking directly at Kang Seol. What do you want? Kang Seol replied, his tone resolute. I'm stuck at the Wall of Awakening. I need your help to overcome it. The Wall of Awakening. An option that appears when players reach level 10 and enter the class training center in each city. Related to Dark Summoners. The Wall of Awakening. A cruel barrier that prevents players from progressing further even if they visit the training center. The skill tree also stops developing, trapping all potential. To break those shackles, experienced seniors are needed. Chiao, with a mysterious smirk, asked Kang Seol. Really? You've been searching for me for months, just for this? Ha 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 ha! You're truly a tough player! Chiao burst out laughing, then suddenly mused. That shadow. Could it be a corpse from the Great Forest? No wonder it's so strong. Kang Seol, beside Karen, urged her to answer. Chiao raised an eyebrow, feigning thought. Hold on. You have to give me time to think. Why are you in such a hurry? While my precious time is being stolen? She lightly bit her finger, her eyes flashing with determination. All right, I've decided. But first, you have to help me with something. Chiao asked Kang Seol if he had accepted any recent quests. He replied, In about a month, I have to go to Shadow Canyon. Chiao repeated the name, her face pensive. If it's around there. All right. Chiao nodded, then quickly signed an ancient scroll. Then I'll entrust him to you. She handed the scroll to Kang Seol. He asked in surprise, What is this? Chiao replied, An order. After you're done in Shadow Canyon, follow what's written on the scroll. Chiao instructed, Try to return to Nobira within 3 months. When you come back, tie a piece of white cloth to the pole near the main entrance and return here every midnight. She also promised to come back if there were no issues. Then, her voice suddenly turned cold. And if I don't return, burn this room to the ground. Kang Seol, holding the scroll, thought to himself, Does she want to turn me into a criminal? He asked directly. Why do you want me to burn it? Chiao replied, If you don't understand the reason after burning it, then we're not fated. In that case, find another summoner. Kang Seol retorted irritably, What the hell? Won't I be wasting my time? Chiao, her body radiating a mystical purple light, gave a self-satisfied smile. Not at all, because I am the only master you'll ever want. Kang Seol was stunned, his golden eyes wide with astonishment at her confident declaration. Chiao, now completely engulfed in surging dark energy, revealed a shocking secret. Anyway, I used to be a disciple of Gregory, the master of dark summoning. An image of Gregory appeared, a bearded, imposing old man, surrounded by dark magic. He was an eerie summoner, renowned, even mentioned among the world's elite. Kang Seol was astonished, not expecting Chiao to be Gregory's disciple. She smirked, explaining that the urgent situation forced her to reveal this secret, and asked him what he thought. Chiao said goodbye, and a scroll appeared, confirming that the sleeping potion quest had been scheduled. Outside the building, Kang Seol and Karen stepped out, preparing for a new journey. Karen mischievously teased Kang Seol, telling him he hadn't stopped smiling since meeting that little girl. He denied it, saying he wasn't that excited. But Karen insisted he was happy. Kang Seol admitted that Gregory was far ahead of him on this path. Karen asked if Chiao being a disciple would help, and he simply replied, Perhaps, I hope so. In Kang Seol's mind, he already had a plan for everything. Suddenly, a rude voice rang out, and the gigantic, muscular figure of a troll appeared. Karen snapped, yelling loudly at the troll, ordering it to shut up, and asking how long it intended to be noisy. The silver-haired elf continued to grumble, pushing the troll away, complaining about how noisy it was, while Kang Seol stood watching. A narration echoed about the importance of a good teacher in Pandaea, one who could impart skills and enhance power efficiency. Kang Seol wondered if Gregory had passed on the segmentation technique to Chiao. If so, even with a slim chance, he might still learn from her. These were rare techniques, on par with unparalleled equipment. He realized that adventures with Chiao were always difficult because she wasn't an ordinary dark summoner. Although he knew it would be hard to learn that technique easily, he would still be satisfied if he could just improve his efficiency. Night fell, and ancient tiled roof houses were bathed in sparkling starlight, a tranquil scene enveloping everything. Kang Seol lay on his bed, his gaze distant. He was thinking about Shadow Canyon, a place he hadn't visited in a long time. The image of the majestic canyon appeared in his mind, where a solitary figure once stood, preparing for an adventure. It was Kiri, a bird of prey hunter, holding a feather-shaped blade, standing next to a bird's nest with an egg, her gaze resolute. But then, a haunting image appeared. Kiri's blood-stained hood, scattered on the cold ground, evidence of a tragic death. Kang Seol closed his eyes, negative emotions surging as he thought about the canyon. But he quickly dismissed them, telling himself that since he had decided to go, he shouldn't overthink it. The long night was tranquil, but Kang Seol's mind couldn't rest. He tossed and turned, knowing this night would be filled with unnamed thoughts. Suddenly, a frantic cry pierced the night, and Karen rushed in, urging, "Master, wake up quickly!" Kang Seol stirred uncomfortably, asking her what was wrong. The excited elf girl replied that there was a bakery right in front of them, its aroma spreading everywhere. He sat up, still looking sleepy, and asked again. Karen deduced that such a strong bread smell must surely hide an earth-shattering secret. The scene outside became clear. A bustling bakery. Kang Seol asked what the secret was, and Karen innocently replied, "It's incredibly delicious." He was surprised. Kang Seol buttoned his shirt, asking Karen if she could taste anything. She proudly boasted that her 5 senses had returned to normal, and she even felt full. Karen suddenly panicked, pointing outside. "Someone else is buying bread. The bread I marked. Should I kill him?" Kang Seol sighed, reminding her to restrain herself. A knock echoed. Karen was still babbling about kicking someone's ass, while Kang Seol realized she was overly excited. Outside, a voice called Mr. Snowman. Kang Seol, now wearing his cloak, asked who was at the door. The messenger replied that he was Kibo's envoy, and Kibo was waiting on the first floor. The black-haired young man remained silent, deep in thought. Behind him, Karen was still engrossed in looking out the window, her face full of regret. Kang Seol smiled faintly, agreeing to go down and meet him. Karen immediately cried out, "My bread!" her face filled with regret. Heavy footsteps echoed on the stairs, leading down to where the mysterious meeting awaited. On the first floor, Kibo appeared with a few others, smiling and greeting. "Ah, there you are. Nice to meet you, Snowman." Karen immediately flared up. "Are you that thick-skinned Kibo? How dare you come and ruin my most important breakfast so early?" Kibo was surprised, asking who this girl was, and Kang Seol replied, "You could say she's my ally." Kibo smiled, holding a fragrant bag of bread. He said it was rare to see an elf in Novira, introduced himself as Kibo, and invited them to eat bread together. Karen immediately changed her attitude, taking the bread. "Why didn't you say so sooner? I thought I'd have to teach you manners." "I'm Karen." She chewed the bread, then seriously asked, "Breakfast is good, but can I ask you something?" Kibo smiled, inviting Kang Seol to speak freely. He explained that the people of Novira were worried due to recent events, and adventurers needed rest. Kang Seol asked if something had happened in Novira. Kibo asked in return. Kang Seol replied that there were rumors of unrest among the people. Kibo fell silent, his face thoughtful. Kibo confirmed that something had happened. He asked Kang Seol if he knew the nearest city north of Novira. Kibo pointed out Wiggletongue, a northwestern border town. Kang Seol recalled hearing about an attack there. A map appeared, marking the unstable region. Kibo explained that Wiggletongue was frequently plundered despite being near Gulia Fortress. But this time, the entire town was razed. The perpetrator of the crime remained a mystery. Kang Seol asked if there were no witnesses. Beside him, Karen was still engrossed in gnawing on her bread, her pointed ears twitching slightly. Kibo's voice deepened. The attacker was too powerful, leaving no witnesses, and even evaded the fortress's surveillance. Fortunately, half the population was away, escaping death. But upon their return, they found only a town reduced to ashes. Kibo asked Kang Seol if he now understood the fear of Novira's people. Kang Seol nodded decisively, his gaze firm. Kibo changed the subject, asking Kang Seol if he could listen to him. Kang Seol sarcastically remarked on this expensive breakfast. Kibo didn't deny it, stating frankly, "I have a request." Kibo began to explain his vision, a future where the people of Novira and newcomers could live in harmony. He looked into the distance, his face full of worry. Kibo sighed, admitting he wasn't strong enough to do it alone. He was old, times had changed, and a younger person was needed to adapt and lead. Kang Seol asked about Yumi-Ra, who could provide support. Kibo nodded, admitting she was also an option. Kang Seol looked directly at him. "You want me to help directly?" Kibo sneered, saying he wasn't that shameless. He just needed Kang Seol to occasionally check on Mira's situation. Kang Seol narrowed his eyes, seeing through Kibo's thoughts. "You speak as if you're about to go somewhere," he blurted out, his eyes full of suspicion. Kibo smiled mysteriously, saying that age made people worry more, but he hoped Kang Seol would see it positively. "Let's just say I've prepared thoroughly," he said. A few days later, on a forest trail, Kang Seol and Karen were on their way. "How much longer until we return?" The elf girl's voice rang out, full of impatience. On the forest trail, the elf girl Karen lamented that returning within a month would be difficult, as she had grown attached to this place. Kang Seol asked in return, "Because of the eateries?" Karen nodded vigorously. "Especially those places." She explained that the eateries in Novira stimulated her taste buds far more than mantra, perhaps because it was the South. The black-haired young man asked, "So you don't like them?" The elf girl immediately retorted, her red eyes glowing. "No, I absolutely love them. The food in Mantra was sometimes so bad I just wanted to flip the table. Novira is top-notch." Kang Seol smiled, handing her a wooden box. "All right, take this first. It's an armor box. The teleportation will begin soon. Get ready." A dazzling burst of light erupted, engulfing the two. Brilliant golden light spread throughout the forest, signaling that an instant teleportation had begun. After the dazzling moment, the scenery gradually became clear, but Kang Seol was still a bit stunned. His gaze was sharp, scrutinizing his surroundings. The young man looked around in confusion. Where is this? Everything around him was shrouded in a hazy mist, full of mystery and unfamiliarity. Kang Seol frowned, wondering why his vision was so slow to recover. Everything was dark and blurry, with only a dilapidated old carriage appearing before his eyes. An ancient scroll suddenly appeared, hovering before Kang Seol, presenting a dilemma, a trapped merchant in need of help. He realized this was the legendary expedition system in the world of eternity. When adventuring far from base, there are two main methods for traversing vast lands. The first method is to move from one stronghold to another as quickly as possible, shortening the distance to the destination. However, this method is time-consuming and full of risks. The second method is the expedition movement system. Time passes normally, but the player is instantly teleported to their destination. During this process, travelers must choose different options, and the outcomes of those choices will determine their status. Kang Seol understood that in this system, both luck and personal ability played a role. A wrong choice could cause the adventure to begin with a severe penalty, such as mental disorder. He told himself to make careful and effective choices. Faced with the trapped merchant's situation, Kang Seol decided to ignore it. "I don't know his intentions. I can't risk it. Damn it." No sooner had he spoken than misfortune grabbed him. Another scroll appeared. Food disappeared. He chose to search around, but it only depleted his stamina and increased his fatigue. After ignoring the merchant, bad luck persisted. His food disappeared, and he had to search around. A poisonous mushroom appeared, and the system presented a choice: eat it directly or use his cooking talent. Thanks to his cooking talent, the poisonous mushroom transformed into a nutritious meal. His stamina recovered, his steps became light, and negative thoughts vanished like smoke. The journey continued, but it was far from easy. He had to cross a muddy swamp, severely damaging his boots. Fatigue piled up, and he had to face a pack of wild wolves growling in the dark night. Fortunately, he found a dead wolf carcass. Though a bit gruesome, it was an excellent source of meat to replenish his energy. With his superior cooking skills, he prepared the wolf meat into a safe meal, eliminating all parasites and toxins. A hearty meal in the wilderness. He continued walking, his body in a semi-conscious state. This arduous journey would be etched into his memory, even if currently it was just exhaustion. Accumulated fatigue made his body heavy. The system warned that if he didn't get sleep, he could be in danger. Finally, Kang Seol and Karen reached their destination. The silver-haired elf lamented the arduous journey, but they had overcome it. From here, the real challenge began. They had arrived at Shadow Canyon, and a new quest appeared. The 11th adventure, her last descendant. The detailed quest appeared. Hamun needed rare materials, and Kang Seol had to find traces of Queen Anakindria's descendant. The goal was to collect the descendant's blood to reforge the Red Lotus sword. Time remaining: 30 days. Under the crescent moon, Kang Seol asked Karen how long it had been since they started. She replied, "I don't know. About 5 days? Why?" He realized that time in the expedition system passed faster, feeling only like an hour. Karen expressed her boredom, saying only the fall into the swamp was memorable. Suddenly, Jamaat appeared, burly and full of energy, suggesting they build a campfire. He wanted to move around after being in the dark all day. Kang Seol praised Jamaat as reliable, his large physique perfect for blocking the wind. Jamaat replied, "It's nothing. You trust me the most, after all." Karen was surprised, asking again if Jamaat truly trusted Kang Seol the most. She thought he hadn't accepted Kang Seol as his master yet. Jamaat laughed loudly, admitting that was true. Karen continued to question. She asked Jamaat if he had immediately followed the black-haired young man as soon as he became his shadow. Jamaat, lying beside her, curtly replied that he hated half-hearted relationships. Karen continued to wonder why someone who once held such a high position as Jamad would accept becoming a shadow. The burly orc remained silent, his eyes glowing red like a campfire. Jamad began to reminisce. He remembered the mighty Stone-Tooth tribe he once ruled, a force that controlled the entire mountain, where no one dared to pass freely. The orc once believed that as a leader he could control everything, from the thoughts of his tribe to the strength of the entire horde. An arrogant pride, but he was wrong. In just one day, the renowned name Stone-Tooth completely vanished, wiped out by a single individual, Snowman. Jamad recalled the fateful battle. He once had a chance to win, once stronger than even Karuna at the time, but everything collapsed. In the end, he was defeated by Karuna, and the Stone-Tooth tribe disappeared, or more precisely, he lost to Snowman, the one who used Karuna to crush everything. So why did he choose to become a shadow and serve his enemy? The reason was simple, yet cruel. He had admitted defeat, acknowledged Snowman's power to his very core. His tribe, his brothers, everything he had was defeated by Snowman. The black-haired young man lay there, peaceful as if unaware of the orc's tragic past. Karen subtly smirked, asking if Jamad followed simply because he lost. The orc denied it, saying it was because of how he lost. That person used every trick to achieve his goals and was always the ultimate victor. Becoming Snowman's shadow, Jamad realized he unconsciously moved forward, helping him. A renowned leader of the Stone-Tooth tribe willingly submitted. He found accepting Snowman to be a matter of course. Karen replied that the strange thing was that Jamad didn't accept him. She wondered if the orc was bound by his brother. She pondered, what did Karuna see in Snowman that made her follow him? Jamad burst out laughing, advising Karen to think carefully. That person might be weak, but he was a deep thinker. Karen also laughed, admitting it, because she herself was following him. Karen suddenly asked Jamad a strange question. Troll, have you dreamed of anything since becoming a shadow? The orc was surprised, replied no, then asked her back. The silver-haired elf mused. Yes. Horrifying dreams. Karen recounted that she always dreamed of her time in Mantra, where the most painful memories awaited. A terrifying scene appeared. The capital engulfed in flames. Armored figures stood tall before the burning city gates, like devils from hell. The silver-haired elf was lost in memories. The horrifying sounds of the usurpers and Jim's silhouette still haunted her. She lamented that terrible memories were hard to erase. Karen said she had tried every way to strengthen her resolve on the journey. She had to keep that bastard alive until Karuna returned. But every time she intended to swing her sword for others, she couldn't. Karen knew she had to face Karuna again, but the sword in her hand felt so heavy. Jamad was surprised by Karen's words, asking what was wrong with her that she couldn't draw her sword. He found it illogical. Karen could only shake her head. She didn't understand it either. Jamad burst out laughing, saying Karen was driving him crazy. Karen laughed along, the tension between the two friends easing slightly. Kang Seol stirred slightly, his golden eyes slowly opening. Jamad leaned down, asking if he was awake. Jamad said he intended to wake Kang Seol. The black-haired young man replied that sleeping could wait, implying there were more important matters. Karen and Kang Seol were fully awake. The elf asked Kang Seol if he was woken by a strange cry. The young man nodded, saying it was getting closer. Kang Seol asked if the thing was attracted to fire, then ordered Karen to put out the campfire. The pointy-eared elf quickly complied, extinguishing the last embers. Suddenly, a gigantic black shadow tore through the night sky, plummeting straight down. Kang Seol quickly recognized the danger, shouting, "Duck!" All three immediately dodged. The black shadow grazed past, creating a strong gust of wind that almost swept them away. Jamad looked up, asking if it was a griffin. Kang Seol denied it, saying it was just a giant bird. A giant vulture with dark brown feathers and a majestic white head appeared. It was Koopa, the predator of Darkness Canyon, a creature of levels 15 to 24. Kang Seol stared at the monster, his eyes wide with astonishment. He uttered the name Koopa, his voice full of surprise. Karen raised her sword, trying to draw it from its sheath. But the sword remained stuck, unmoving. Red magical chains suddenly wrapped tightly around Karen, binding her to the cliff face. She struggled in vain, pleading, "Pull it out! Please, pull it out!" Karen struggled in the magical chains, her sword still stuck. Jamad roared a warning, but the elf only wanted to use her scabbard to strike down the monster poised to attack. The giant vulture Koopa swooped down, its sharp talons tearing through the air, blowing everything away. A pained groan echoed in the swirling dust. But then, inexplicably, Koopa soared back into the sky, leaving the chaotic battlefield. The black-haired young man silently watched it go, while the pointy-eared elf gasped in astonishment. Kang Seol's golden eyes locked onto the fading silhouette. He mumbled, his voice filled with surprise and an indescribable emotion. "Koopa, so you're still alive?" Jamad asked the black-haired young man, nicknamed Snowman, about his next plan. But Kang Seol just shook his head, wanting to find a safer shelter, preferably with a roof. The desolate scene of the dying campfire appeared. A voice spoke, telling of Koopa, the loyal beast of Kiri, the falconer who died in Darkness Valley, leaving Koopa abandoned. The black-haired young man sighed deeply, fatigue evident on his face. He felt exhausted, perhaps from the old memories that had just resurfaced. I never thought I'd have to face this again. A voice echoed from memory, when the black-haired young man was still Snowman, being blamed by his teammates for choosing a vulture as his spirit beast. Harsh words continued to reverberate in his mind. His former teammates constantly criticized Koopa, calling it useless, violent, and just a burden to the group. Kiri, Koopa's former owner, tried to justify that the young vulture had been abandoned, but the masked man coldly advised Kiri to discard it when he found a better spirit beast. Kiri remained steadfast in defending Koopa, believing it would be useful, but the taunts continued. With those claws only good for killing insects? Why choose a vulture? The masked man was right. Falconers relied entirely on their spirit beasts. Despite auxiliary skills, the bird was the key factor, determining their strength. Each bird species had unique characteristics. Some were elemental resistant. Others had sharp beaks that could pierce steel. They were sought after. Vultures, however, were shunned and completely ignored. Back then, the black-haired young man was unknown, just an ordinary player. But because he chose a vulture as his spirit beast, he was labeled an eccentric, ostracized, and looked down upon. The adventure continued. Koopa gradually matured, becoming large and heavy. It was also at that time that Kiri and his group ventured into Darkness Valley, camping at the edge of the canyon on the fourth night. But on the fourth night in Darkness Valley, the most horrifying thing happened. The cold words "you have died" appeared, greeting them on that fateful morning. After Kiri's group, many others also ventured into Darkness Valley, but all met the same tragic end, for reasons no one could explain. Rumors spread far and wide that sleeping in this valley meant death. Fear enveloped the area, causing players to avoid it, leaving behind a huge mystery. Amidst the towering cliffs, Kang Seol's group cautiously advanced. Karen breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the path was wide enough, while Jamad teased the optimistic elf. Karen complained that they couldn't light a fire because of that damn vulture Koopa, which meant they couldn't cook. She wanted to kill it, but Jamad just laughed, telling her she was more talkative than Karuna. High in the sky, Koopa still soared, scouting every nook and cranny. Kang Seol thought to himself, he wanted to find traces of the spider without being detected. Suddenly, Karen flinched, pointing ahead, her voice full of caution. "Look! Over there!" In the dim light of the cave, a group of goblins appeared, their eyes red and their growls menacing. Karen suggested dealing with the goblin scouts, but Kang Seol refused, not wanting to make any noise. The elf asked suspiciously, "Are you worried about that bird?" Kang Seol explained that he was worried Koopa would hear them, and their target would hide deeper. Jamad agreed, as Pandaya did not reward killing meaningless monsters. The black-haired young man decided, "For now, we'll go around them. We don't have time to waste." Jamad nodded, understanding. They continued forward. Karen looked at Kang Seol, then casually remarked, "Nothing. I just thought you were working hard." He replied, "My life depends on it. Of course I have to work hard." Meanwhile, the goblins were still trudging through the cave, their growls and small noises echoing. The goblins gathered around a small fire, their eyes greedy and their chilling cackles echoing. Suddenly, a sharp black blade tore through the ground, burying deep into the cave floor, startling the goblins in terror. On the fifth day of exploring the canyon, the group continued their arduous journey. The terrain was treacherous, with towering cliffs, but they still hadn't found anything worthwhile. The elf, Karen, grumbled with a scowl. "Great. I remember seeing this cave already." Her frustration was evident on her face. "This is where we saw the goblins before," Karen said with a sigh. Kang Seol mused. "So we've been wandering around half the canyon for 5 days. Time is running out." Karen continued to complain. "The most disappointing thing is that we haven't even seen a single spider web, let alone a spider." Kang Seol replied, "You don't need to tell us. We already know." The elf wondered, "What's the problem?" Karen turned to Jamad. "Have you found anything, Orc?" Jamad shook his head. "Nothing special. But where have all the goblins gone?" He looked around suspiciously. The cave was empty, without a trace. They're goblins. They can't just disappear without a trace. No way. They must still be here. A sense of unease arose. Suddenly, Kang Seol felt a surge of energy. The perception ability has been activated. "You have found traces of something." His eyes gleamed. "Come here. Both of you, this way," Kang Seol called. Karen hastily asked, "What's going on?" The group moved towards him, their footsteps urgent. Kang Seol stood before a disturbed patch of ground, emitting a strange light. "I think I found it," he said, his eyes full of contemplation. Karen and Jamad approached, looking surprised. "Suspicious, isn't it?" Karen asked. Jamad nodded. Very suspicious. This might be why we haven't seen any spiderwebs. Without hesitation, Jamad swung his massive fist, delivering a thunderous blow to the ground, sending rock fragments scattering. The layer of earth and rock shattered, revealing a deep, dark passage. Jamad exclaimed, "Weaker than I thought." "Look," Kang Seol realized. "A passage leading underground." Jamad asked. "So whose territory is this deep underground?" Kang Seol frowned. "Well, I'm not sure about that." A new mystery unfolded. Without waiting for anyone to speak, Karen rushed forward, delivering a powerful punch to the passage, widening the path downwards. "We just need to confirm." The elf was full of determination. Kang Seol and Jamad could only stand and watch, helpless. "Never mind. We don't even have time to stop her," Kang Seol sighed. Karen quickly slid down the hole, only her hands clinging to the edge of the rock before she completely disappeared into the darkness. A new adventure had begun. Karen struggled to climb out of the deep hole, her breath ragged, her bloodshot eyes signaling bad news. "It's blocked below," Kang Seol asked again in surprise, a premonition rising in his heart. The elf explained that the passage was wider than expected but was blocked by a rock similar to the previous one. Despite attempts to break it, the rock remained solid and unyielding. Jamad doubted Karen's strength, suggesting the previous rock was easy to break because it had been exposed to air. Karen angrily retorted, refusing to be outdone. Kang Seol pondered, speculating on how the goblins dug tunnels and then filled them in, leaving them unaware of the secret passages. He believed something underground had killed them. Karen added that the blocking rock had a strange characteristic. It wasn't entirely hard, but had soft, wet parts. She thought this information might be useful. The black-haired young man mused. An artificial rock, half hard, half soft, like concrete. A small detail, yet it raised many questions. Karen impatiently asked Kang Seol about the next plan. He replied that there was one more strange thing that needed to be clarified. Kang Seol asked, "How did that monster find the goblin's location?" Images of the goblins and the mysterious shadow appeared in his mind. Karen suddenly had an idea, suggesting it might be due to fire. That was the only difference between them and the goblins. Jamad immediately dismissed it, explaining that they had also lit fires, but at a higher altitude, and there was always someone on guard, so the monster couldn't approach. Kang Seol listened, his golden eyes gleaming. He connected lighting a fire with everyone falling asleep, and a terrifying thought gradually formed. He recalled Kiri's unconscious state. Could this be how the monster found and subdued its victims? A horrifying truth was slowly revealed. Kang Seol decided to verify it immediately. Jamad and Karen looked at him, ready for any plan. The black-haired young man clarified his purpose. To see if that guy really appears because of fire. The truth needed to be exposed. The experiment was very simple. Hunt a wild animal in the canyon, place it in a suitable location, and light a fire. Karen sighed heavily, wishing the monster would appear quickly. She was utterly fed up with the canyon scenery. "What if you can't do anything when the spider appears, elf?" The old orc Jamad taunted. Karen exploded. "My strength isn't just in swordsmanship. I can show you right now if—" A hand was raised, stopping the argument. "Silence," Kang Seol ordered coldly, his eyes sharp as knives. The group immediately fell silent, hiding themselves in the dense bushes. The canyon air suddenly became eerily quiet, with only the rustling of the wind. Suddenly, a giant black shadow swooped down from the sky. "That bastard is here again," Karen exclaimed, her voice full of indignation. Koopa, the canyon's predator, had appeared. The giant vulture swooped down, its cold, golden eyes sweeping over the campfire. A piercing cry tore through the air. Without hesitation, Koopa used its sharp talons to extinguish the flickering flame. A kaak echoed, like a challenge. After completing its mission, Koopa flapped its wings and soared into the sky, leaving behind ashes and astonishment. "That damn bird!" Karen gritted her teeth, her silver hair seemingly ablaze with anger. "Set it up again," she growled. Once again, the campfire was mercilessly extinguished. Koopa, the intelligent predator, had ruined their plan. "Why does it put out the fire?" Kang Seol murmured, his gaze distant. "Did it attack last time to put out the fire too?" A terrifying hypothesis gradually formed in his mind. He frowned, fragmented memories suddenly flooding back. Could it be? Koopa circled in the sky, like a solitary spirit. "Because of Kiri?" Kang Seol whispered, a dull pain rising within him. He recalled the words of the man in the tall hat. If Kiri's group was destroyed because they lit a fire, and Koopa ended up alone in the canyon because of it, then Koopa must hate fire. The bitter truth became clear. In his memory, Kiri smiled while stroking the vulture. "Koopa is smart, isn't he?" The warm voice of the man in the tall hat echoed. A feeling of extreme regret welled up in Kang Seol's heart. If I had brought Kiri to the Hall of Ascension? If only, Karen called out loudly. "Master!" Kang Seol turned his head and replied, "Yes, come here." Jamad grumbled, scolding Karen. "Ha! Don't be like that anymore," he yelled. "Elf! Enough with the nonsense, come here!" Karen was annoyed. "Did you just call Karen's words nonsense?" Jamad threatened to leave her as a corpse. Kang Seol chuckled softly, thinking they were trying to comfort him. The plan was repeated many times in the canyon, but the carefully arranged experiments were all in vain. Koopa appeared, using its giant talons to extinguish the fire. Frustration mounted. Karen gritted her teeth, indignant. "I'll kill that bastard!" The group fell into despair as Koopa continuously sabotaged them. Finally, they had to resort to a special measure. "Set up fires in 2 places?" Kang Seol asked. Karen nodded. "Yes, a little separated." "Then even the bird whose feathers we're going to pluck won't be able to do anything," Kang Seol said. Karen asked who would light them. He replied, "Just 1 person. I'll go." Not bad, but 2 places aren't enough," Kang Seol mused. "Let's do it in 4 locations." Karen was stunned. "Are you telling me to set fires in all 4 places?" Kang Seol looked at her, reminding her, "You said you would do it." Karen was annoyed, but couldn't retort. The plan went smoothly. Karen lit fires in 2 designated locations. Jamad and Kang Seol took charge of the remaining 2, and the flames blazed brightly. A small animal was tied near the fire, serving as bait. "Is it done?" A voice echoed in the silent space. Kang Seol and Karen stood on the cliff, looking down. "Ha ha 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 ha! That damn bird still hasn't appeared?" He laughed loudly. Karen pointed. "No, look!" Koopa had appeared. The giant vulture was devouring the wild animals. Kang Seol frowned, anger flaring up. Karen smirked. "All right, I almost said something really bad." Kang Seol glanced at her. Koopa was already there, ruining everything. Since Koopa took longer to extinguish the fires, the strategy of increasing the numbers seemed effective. The giant vulture continuously stomped, putting out each flame. But once again, there was no sign of the spider. Kang Seol was disappointed, wondering, "Have we failed again?" The pointy-eared girl suddenly exclaimed, breaking the silence. The black-haired young man started, his gaze turning towards her. The ground cracked open, and the flames still blazed fiercely amidst the ruined landscape. From within the rubble, a red-black shadow shot out, tearing through the air, carrying a terrifying aura. The silver-haired elf smiled triumphantly, her eyes gleaming with self-satisfaction. "We were right. The predator finally revealed itself." A giant spider with glowing golden eyes and a hideous body crawled out from underground. Red-bodied, hairy, it looked truly disgusting and terrifying. He stared at the monster, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. "Why isn't my intuition working? Isn't it a descendant of Anakandira?" The young man silently wondered, his face full of doubt. Damn it, he realized. The elf was furious, about to charge but was stopped by Kang Seol. The giant vulture Koopa swooped down, its eyes burning red like fire, charging straight at the spider. Koopa attacked with its sharp talons, fire erupting from its mouth. The black-haired young man, stunned, called out the vulture's name. The giant vulture flapped its wings and soared upwards, carrying the blazing fire, creating a magnificent sight. Koopa swooped down again, using its sharp talons to seize the struggling spider, a gruesome sound echoing. The giant vulture carried the spider, soaring into the sky, leaving behind a cloud of dust and 3 onlookers. He took the spider. "Should we chase after him?" the elf asked. "No, it's too late," Kang Seol replied. The black-haired young man suddenly realized. "Luckily, the hole is no longer covered. We'll go in from here." The deep, dark hole appeared, leading down into the abyss. The spider was already down there, waiting for them. A dazzling light erupted from the black-haired young man, illuminating the dark space and astonishing Jamad and Karen. "Venta's veil has been activated. You can illuminate your surroundings," the system announced. "It's all thanks to my efforts until now," he said. "I don't deny that." "Well done," Karen exclaimed, her red eyes gleaming with approval. The 3 plunged into the abyss, the light from Kang Seol guiding them like a lighthouse in the darkness. They fell straight into an underground lake, splashing white foam. The sound of rushing water echoed throughout the cave, signaling a new beginning for their challenging journey. The storyline has changed. A new quest appeared. The Predator of the Canyon. Only 21 hours remained. A new adventure, a new challenge awaited them. The black-haired young man landed on the water, his feet gently touching the cold surface. "Good thing there's a lake here," he sighed, his tension somewhat eased. Jamad asked, "What do we do now? The spider we struggled so hard to find was carried away by that giant bird." Kang Seol calmly replied, "It's fine. Perhaps that wasn't a descendant of Anakindira." "I see. You think so too," Karen said, her sharp eyes looking forward. "That spider was certainly large, but there's no way it could occupy this entire cave by itself." Karen continued to analyze, pointing out the webs everywhere. "And if you look at all the webs strung everywhere, there's no way just one spider could do that." Kang Seol nodded. If this cave is so large, its owner must be of similar size. That other one was probably just a pawn. So, in short, we're going to keep moving forward, right? Karen asked, her pointed ears twitching slightly. Yes, let's go, Kang Seol replied, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in their minds, like an eerie whisper. Come closer. Even closer. The black-haired young man flinched, turning to ask, Who said that? Karen and Jamaad simultaneously denied it, their faces surprised. What? I didn't say anything, Karen said. I didn't say anything either, Jamaad affirmed. Kang Seol frowned. I definitely heard a voice. A voice? Karen and Jamaad asked again, their faces full of doubt. What did it say? Karen asked. Kang Seol repeated, the voice still echoing in his head. Come closer. Even closer. Is that some kind of psychic magic? The black-haired young man speculated, clutching his head. Karen was surprised. That thing can even use mind manipulation? Then leave it to me. Things like psychic magic can't, Karen said confidently. But Kang Seol interrupted. You mean because of your mind manipulation resistance? That's currently sealed, isn't it? Ah, that's right. I forgot, Karen said, scratching her head in embarrassment. She looked around. There are no enemies nearby. It seems to have used a psychic attack from very far away. This is very advanced. Kang Seol looked deep into the dark cave, where giant spiderwebs and bones were piled up. It would be good if it only specialized in psychic magic. But if it lives in this giant cave, its other abilities must also be very strong. Dry, brittle bones covered in spiderwebs piled up like a curse. The predator had devoured countless lives. The traces of victims stretched back through generations. A chilling reminder. He wondered if Kiri had also been lost here. A hand gently picked up a skull, feeling the coldness of death. The dry, rattling sound of bones clashing was eerie. Suddenly, the empty eye sockets of the skull glowed, and a voice echoed in his mind. Will you also end up like this? Darkness enveloped him, and desperate pleas from trapped souls rang out. Save me. I don't want to die here. He was stunned, feeling the horror. A sharp pain pierced his mind, and he clutched his head, writhing. Phantoms lurked in the webs, plotting an attack from the depths. A ghostly voice whispered, luring him closer, promising the grace of fire. He struggled with the temptation, cold sweat breaking out. In the pitch-black void, an eerie flame ignited, demanding sacrifice. Offer your body for the life of fire. Suddenly, giant spiders with glowing red bodies and blue spots rushed out from the darkness, attacking fiercely. They appeared like nightmares. In a fit of rage, he gritted his teeth, giving a decisive order. Destroy them all. His voice was cold and full of killing intent. Jamaad, the fist of the mountain, activated stone armor, and his body glowed. This power spread, protecting even Kang Seol. Jamaad charged into battle, unleashing a devastating punch. His power tore through the air, crushing the monster. A sulfur spider melted into a glowing yellow liquid. A victory announcement rang out, and experience was accumulated. Jamaad roared a warning to Karen. Careful, fairy! The smell of sulfur in their blood is pungent. He realized the hidden danger. Karen responded with a powerful kick, piercing the spider's armor. She had also defeated another monster. Karen flashed a cunning smile, her eyes full of confidence. Is this a joke? Is that all you've got? She mocked the enemy. Karen was pulling a spider web, her face cunning. Do you like things hot? She sneered, her eyes full of challenge. The giant sulfur spider behind her was trying to counterattack. The pointy-eared girl's smile widened further, her grip tightening on the web. I also like them, she yelled, swinging her sword. A giant shadow monster charged forward, but her sword was ready to meet it. Karen's eyes blazed with golden fire. I will destroy all the spiders, her resolute declaration echoed, signaling a devastating attack. A fierce explosion erupted, engulfing everything in a sea of fire. A keek sound echoed, signaling the end of a terrifying creature. The system confirmed Karen had defeated a sulfur spider. At the same time, Jamaad also unleashed a fiery punch, destroying another one and gaining experience. In Kang Seol's mind, a mysterious voice echoed, accept the fire, causing him pain. Hey, are you listening? Kang Seol gritted his teeth, his gaze firm. Just wait there. I'll be right there. He responded to the call, his resolve unwavering. A desolate scene unfolded. Many sulfur spiders had been destroyed, their corpses scattered, still smoking. Kang Seol collected a vial of yellow spider blood. I don't know if this is blood or sulfur anymore, he muttered, his face pensive. The black-haired young man mused. But one thing is certain. These spiders are not descendants of Anakindira. They are a subspecies, or an entirely different species. This won't end easily. Jamaad turned to Kang Seol. Snowman, look here. They look like people who were eaten by spiders. His voice was grave. Jamaad's large hand touched a strange cocoon, its cracked surface hinting at the horror within. From the broken cocoon, a withered skeleton was revealed. The gruesome sight made Jamaad freeze. Karen and Kang Seol stared at the skeleton. How horrible, Karen exclaimed, her face filled with disgust. Kang Seol clenched his fist, his eyes sharp and cold. Let's go. Whatever it is, spider or not, we have to end it. He was resolute. Jamaad urged for a swift end, but grew worried seeing Karen not draw her sword. The silver-haired elf hesitated, wondering if she should draw her sword before engaging in combat. Kang Seol silently observed. Jamaad questioned if she could swing her sword once drawn. Karen suddenly realized this, clicked her tongue in acceptance, and decided to continue her familiar sweeping combat style. Suddenly, Karen's eyes widened, her face filled with extreme horror. She let out an urgent warning, seemingly having sensed something unusual approaching. The dungeon scene appeared, full of spiderwebs and giant cocoons. Karen affirmed this was the place they needed to find, but the gloomy atmosphere made her words heavier. Kang Seol was astonished by the vastness of the cave, likening it to a dragon's lair. All three stood in the immense space, sensing the lurking danger. Rows of spider cocoons piled up, forming gruesome hills. Kang Seol concluded this was a display of power, a warning from the ruler of this place. Kang Seol's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he gritted his teeth, wondering if Kiri, an old comrade, had also perished in this horrifying scene. Pain and rage surged within him. From the deep darkness, a gruesome voice echoed, accompanied by glowing red eyes. The mysterious entity mocked Kang Seol's group for their recklessness in venturing so deep. A giant, sharp claw slowly emerged. The voice continued, calling Kang Seol an interesting child, implying disdain and a hint of curiosity. Kang Seol looked up, facing the giant spider. It introduced itself as Atarak, the last descendant of Anakindira, the inheritor of a terrifying legacy in this world. The Spider Queen Atarak revealed her true form, a massive body with glowing red eyes. She proudly declared herself the last descendant of Anakindira, an assertion of absolute power. An information panel appeared, confirming Atarak's identity as the giant Spider Queen, the last descendant of Anakindira, the terrifying predator of the Dark Canyon. Atarak spoke slowly, regarding Kang Seol's group as prey. It declared it would give them a chance, but with a condition. They must bring more prey into the canyon to satisfy its endless hunger. Jamaad didn't hesitate to ask about the reward if they accepted the condition. Atarak replied with a mysterious promise. It would bestow upon them the grace of fire, an unknown power. A choice interface appeared, offering multiple response options. Kang Seol pondered deeply. Usually, he would consider carefully, but this time, something was different. Looking at the piled cocoons, Kang Seol remembered countless lost lives, including Kiri. He cast aside all hesitation, declared no compromise, and resolutely rejected Atarak's offer. Kang Seol's refusal was like adding fuel to the fire, causing Atarak to roar a threat. Be ready to fall from there. The Spider Queen furiously swayed her massive body. Countless sulfur spiders swarmed out from all sides, and she shrieked, "Kill all those little bastards!" Atarak continued her monologue, filled with resentment. Do you know how long I've had to hold my breath? To grow this strong, I've endured humiliation and hidden underground. The reason I've been hiding in a place like this, Kang Seol commanded. Karen, take that loudmouth down. The elf girl gave a cunning smile. All right, that sounds fun. Karen swiftly charged into the midst of the spiders, her sharp attacks continuously tearing through the sulfur spiders, destroying them in the blink of an eye. Atarak continued to shriek, her words full of resentment. Is so that I wouldn't be looked down upon by the likes of you. But the Spider Queen didn't just talk. She lunged forward, her giant spider legs striking down like hammers, creating deep cracks in the ground. The orc Jamaad was struck by an attack, crying out in pain, his muscular body recoiling amidst smoke and fire. The venomous blood of the baby spiders began to flow everywhere, forming disgusting greenish-yellow puddles that steamed profusely. Jamaad warned, "Careful, their blood is pooling." Kang Seol looked down, realizing the danger. Blood? Oh no. If the venomous blood keeps pooling, the space we're standing on will eventually disappear. Karen continued to fight, but the number of spiders seemed to be constantly increasing, and she angrily exclaimed, "Damn it, there are too many of them." Fatigue was evident on Karen's face. She was panting, covered in sweat, but her red eyes still shone with resilience. Suddenly, an even larger sulfur spider charged forward, attacking Karen with a powerful surge of energy. Atarak mocked Karen. "It seems your talk of taking me down was just empty words, little one. The more you resist, the more pleased I become, and the more delicious the meal." Karen's eyes widened in horror. realizing something unusual, an extreme sense of danger washing over her. Immediately, Atarak unleashed a deadly attack. Spiderweb bomb, a ball of venomous web flying straight towards Karen. The poisonous web ball shot forward. Karen quickly raised her hand to block the attack, but the destructive power still shook her. She was thrown back. Her blazing red shield fended off the fatal blow, but the force was still immense. The ball exploded, releasing a sticky mass of poisonous webs that corroded the surrounding air. Karen knelt down, looking at the poisonous spider silk. If I get hit by that, I'm done for. But there's no way I'll let myself get caught, she thought to herself, maintaining her confident demeanor. Atarak didn't stop and launched another web ball. Her motion-sensing ability made the attack more unpredictable than ever. At that critical moment, Jamaad rushed forward like a whirlwind, delivering a mighty punch that sent the poisonous ball flying. Ha! He roared with vigor. Atarak roared in fury, her red eyes blazing with fire. How dare you! How dare you all! She shrieked, her pride wounded. From above, Kang Seol looked down coldly. Why don't you stop babbling and come down here if you have a problem? You coward. His provocative words were like a direct stab. Atarak's eyes suddenly flared with a blazing red light. She growled, Fine. For daring to insult me, die in utter agony. The giant spider unleashed a new skill, a mysterious energy radiating from its red eyes. Sweet dreams? A sweet dream or a nightmare? Both Kang Seol and Jamaad were affected. Jamaad frowned in confusion, while Karen quickly warned, Be careful, that's a psychic attack. Jamaad gritted his teeth, his sturdy body resisting the illusion. His magic resistance dice rolled a 4. The orc successfully resisted sweet dreams. Kang Seol was also unharmed, his sharp eyes remaining clear. His magic resistance dice rolled a 5. He also escaped the dream's influence. But Karen wasn't so lucky. Her magic resistance dice only rolled a 1. Even with bonus points, she still sank into the sweet dream. Jamaad roared in anger, charging into battle with another sulfur spider. Damn it, he bellowed, worried for his comrade. Atarak stared at Karen, her red eyes full of malice. Kang Seol recognized the danger and quickly called out, Hey, you fairy! Her blazing red eyes opened wide in the hazy mist, as if trying to pierce through the surrounding illusion. What's going on? A voice echoed from the depths of her mind. The red-haired elf was stunned, realizing she was sitting in a familiar room. Jim's voice rang out, full of teasing. Only you would dare to doze off in front of Emperor Mantra, Karen. Emperor Jim smirked, his expression nonchalant. I dozed off? Ha-ha. No one saw. So, are you saying I'm lying? He asked, as if probing. Karen chuckled softly, as if accepting. If I dozed off, I dozed off. Yes, that's better, she whispered, her heart full of doubt. Did I return? Jim asked what she was saying, but Karen just shook her head. She asked about Karuna, and Jim replied that the elf was still at the training center, as usual. The elf smiled, her expression thoughtful. Yes, everything has always been like this. A strangely familiar, yet unsettling feeling. Karuna was still diligently training, his clothes drenched in sweat. The young elf always tried his best, as if he never knew fatigue. Jim maintained his smile, occasionally going out to relieve his headaches. A familiar loop, a peaceful life that seemed like it would last forever. But then, Karen's eyes suddenly showed anxiety. It seems I'm forgetting something very important. A thread of confusion crept into her mind. Jim noticed the abnormality and asked Karen what was wrong. She looked at him and suddenly asked, Jim, how does one become an emperor? The question was full of hidden meaning. Jim was surprised by the sudden question. Karen simply replied, Just curious. I wonder if people like you, Jim, are born great? Jim burst out laughing, explaining that he inherited the throne. He wasn't the one who founded Mantra. Karen was surprised, then also burst into laughter at his frankness. Jim became serious, saying that Mantra only became an empire during his reign. An emperor is made by the era, and the era is made by people, he concluded. Karen pondered, understanding the hearts of the people through Jim's sincere eyes. It's truly difficult to understand someone I wish to serve, she mused. Jim chuckled, saying the position of emperor was not easy. He advised her never to make anyone an emperor. Karen replied with a smile. Besides you, Jim, who else could I serve? But then, anxiety reappeared on Karen's face. Anyway, it seems you're still in trouble. Tell me, aren't we friends, sharing all our worries? Jim's voice was full of concern. Karen struggled in the illusion, awkwardly saying she couldn't draw her sword. Jim appeared, asking what she couldn't draw, and she replied, My sword. At the same time, Karuna was also chained in another illusion, trying to swing his sword, but his body was stiff. He painfully realized he couldn't protect anyone else but you. Jim smiled, asking Karen if she remembered the vow she had made to him. Karen confirmed her vow to serve only Jim and to draw her sword only for him. Jim slowly said that very promise was holding her back. The ground cracked open, Jim continued, saying that was why she was seeking permission to draw her sword for someone else. The surrounding scene shattered like a mirror. Jim stood there, coldly telling her she was asking permission from a dead man. Karen shrieked Jim's name in horror, rushing forward in despair as the illusion collapsed. Jim still smiled amidst the ruins, telling her, "This is just a dream, Karen." Karen was startled, realizing Jim was dead and Mantra had been destroyed. She painfully reached out in vain. She threw a punch towards Jim, but an invisible wall blocked it, preventing her from reaching him. Jim ordered Karen to go, never to look back. Karen, stunned, asked why. Why was it like this? She screamed Jim's name through tears, cursing the one who created this cruel illusion. Jim stood amidst the ruins, advising her to accept a new era and be saved. Karen struggled against this sweet dream. She screamed in utter agony, tears streaming down her face, struggling to break free from the illusion's chains. Outside the illusion, Karuna, stunned, asked what was happening, then called for Karen to come down and talk. A terrifying giant spider appeared. It was Atarak who spoke, asking Karen if the dream it bestowed was sweet. Within the illusion, Karen gritted her teeth, her blazing red eyes flaring with fury, her long silver hair flowing amidst a surge of crimson energy. She landed with force on the cracked ground, while Atarak's voice echoed, "That dream was very sweet, wasn't it? It showed you your most precious memories." Then the giant spider's voice, full of enchantment, said, "Offer yourself to me, Fire Queen, and I will let you drown in that dream forever." But Karen didn't flinch. She gripped her sword hilt tightly, its blade flashing. "Don't mess with me." A terrifying burst of fire erupted from her sword, tearing through the air. Karen roared, "You damn spider!" Her fire sword violently clashed with Atarak's leg, creating dazzling sparks. Karen coldly declared, "You shouldn't have touched Jim. Get ready, I'm going to roast you, well done." Her red eyes blazed like hellfire, her face contorted with rage. She growled, "I think I'm a little angry now." Atarak recoiled in horror, looking at Karen's explosive power. "What the hell is this? We have to stop that bitch." Karen charged like a fiery whirlwind, her sword blazing, crimson spikes rising from the ground as if to tear everything apart. She gritted her teeth, her sharp eyes fixed on the spikes. "These annoying things." Karen unleashed Fire Blossom, a powerful skill that drained ambient heat to enhance her attack power. With each spin, her fiery attack range doubled, transforming her into a blazing dance of death. Atarak panicked upon seeing Karen's attack. All damage she took while spinning was halved. Karen spun continuously, each rotation unleashing destructive power, forming a fiery whirlwind that incinerated everything around. Outside the illusion, Karuna stared in awe at the erupting pillar of fire, asking, "Is that why Karen is called the Crimson Lotus Knight?" The pointy-eared young man realized in shock. When she was an undead, she held back a lot, just because she was worried this Karuna would get hurt. Amidst the chaotic illusion, Jamad roared a warning, his blazing red eyes fixed forward. "Karen, it's coming!" The giant spider queen Atarak spewed a stream of blazing sulfur, growling, "Get drenched in sulfur, you witch!" The blazing yellow venom tore through the air. Jamad hastily rolled to dodge, only managing to exclaim, "Watch out!" Karen, with her silver hair and blazing fire sword, turned her head and replied to Jamad, "Everything's good." The silver-haired elf gave a scornful smile, her blazing red eyes full of confidence. "Oh my, how unfortunate," Karen provoked. "You missed, you fat-ass spider," Atarak retorted. "That was unfortunate, ignorant child. But do you think you can kill me?" The giant spider queen, her body pitch black with red fiery spots, spun webs everywhere, challenging. "If you are so confident, then climb up to me." Karen didn't hesitate, charging straight towards Atarak, her fire sword swinging with murderous intent. "You just wait there! I'll drop you down and kill you right now!" Outside the illusion, Kang Seol looked at Karuna in horror, roaring, "Fairy, what are you doing?" Karen was like a fiery arrow shooting down into the abyss, leaving a blazing trail. Kang Seol exclaimed, "That reckless girl!" A dry thwack sound echoed as Karen's foot hit the giant spider web, sticking firmly. Karen was startled, trying to pull free from the sticky web, crying out in pain. "Ah, this is sticky, damn it." Atarak looked down from above, her voice full of triumph. "You foolish thing. Eventually, you became overconfident." But Karen gave a wicked smile, her eyes glinting with cunning. "You fell for it, Spider Queen." A massive burst of fire erupted from Karen's sword, piercing straight into Atarak, making it roar in pain. The giant Spider Queen was engulfed in flames, screaming in horror. What did you do?" "Cock!" The flames erupted fiercely. The silver-haired maiden roared, swinging her sword as if to tear through the night. "Now die, you cursed spider." The declaration of war echoed, signaling a finishing blow. Facing the fury, the Spider Queen's crimson eyes flashed. It was still alive, and its rage was boiling. However, Karen's attack had left its mark. One of Atarek's legs burst into fierce flames, cracking and crumbling, falling to the ground. The maiden landed softly, her gaze resolute. The Spider Queen growled, "You dare to look down on me, you witch!" The battle was far from over. Karen narrowed her eyes, a little surprised by her opponent's tenacity, but her resolve remained unshaken. Despite being injured, the Spider Queen did not retreat. It recoiled, preparing a deadly counterattack. Now, fall, and from its mouth a brilliant yellow energy converged, carrying the breath of destruction. Taste the sulfur fire. The Spider Queen spewed a torrent of rolling sulfur fire, engulfing everything. This was Sulfur Release, its special attack. Outside the illusion, Kang Seol and Jamad hastily dodged, sulfur fire spreading everywhere. "Get out of the way!" Jamad roared. "Damn it! The cave is filled with its sulfur gas." The Spider Queen looked down, its eyes filled with amusement. "It's fun to see your face contorted in despair." It gloated at the chaotic scene. Just then, a gigantic black shadow plunged into the cave. So then, a giant vulture, Koopa, appeared. The giant vulture spread its wings, soaring straight towards the Spider Queen, catching it by surprise. A new predator had appeared. Kang Seol and Jamad were stunned. "Koopa?" Jamad worried. "We have to retreat. If this monster also joins, we can't hold out." Kang Seol wondered. "Did it follow us in because it sensed the sulfur heat?" Koopa glided majestically. "No, I don't think it's targeting us," Kang Seol said. "What?" Jamad was surprised. Koopa's cold golden eyes swept across the battlefield, revealing the ferocity of a top predator. Without hesitation, the Spider Queen spat out a pinkish-purple web bomb towards Koopa. It reacted quickly to the new threat. Koopa was trapped in Atarak's web, its mobility severely reduced. The giant vulture struggled fiercely, but the steel-tough threads tightened, binding it. Kang Seol and Jamad were astonished. The black-haired young man couldn't understand why Koopa would recklessly charge at the Spider Queen. Koopa's golden eyes suddenly blazed with a frantic fire. It had completely lost its reason, leaving only boundless rage. Koopa activated Nutrient Rush, compressing power from countless corpses it had devoured, ready to explode. The giant vulture growled, its eyes locked onto the target, preparing for its final desperate attack. With terrifying speed, Koopa charged straight at Atarak, without hesitation. The Spider Queen shrieked in fury. "It's you again! Why do you keep bothering me so much?" Koopa's sharp talons tore through the spider's armor, causing Atarak extreme pain. Koopa attacked frantically, continuously landing fatal blows on the Spider Queen's colossal body. Atarak roared in rage. "You annoying insects! I will burn everything! Everything!" Amidst the smoke and dust, Karen landed, her crimson eyes resolute like an undying flame. The silver-haired girl snarled, her flaming sword blazing fiercely. "No! The one who will be burned and die is you!" Atarak panicked completely, screaming, Don't come closer!" Koopa continued to tear at its body. Karen leaped high, her flaming sword glowing brightly, preparing to unleash the finishing blow named Red Lotus Slash. Red Lotus Slash. A fiery sword strike tore through the night, heading straight for the center of the Spider Queen. The Spider Queen Atarak was defeated, its colossal body melting in a blazing sea of fire, leaving behind resounding victory notifications. Amidst the sea of fire, the silver-haired, crimson-eyed Karen emerged, panting, and asked with a smug look, "How was that? Don't I look cool?" Notifications about madness points and player comments continuously appeared. Karen looked at Jamad, saying, "Don't celebrate too soon after doing what you had to do." More comments and madness points poured in. Karen muttered about not having wings, while a sparkling vial of blood essence appeared. The young man Kang Seol took the vial of blood essence, Atarak still melting. Karen ran to his side, the system announcing that the essence had been received and the adventure could be concluded. Kang Seol apologized. "I'm sorry." The sword melted. Karen replied, "It couldn't be helped. That power was too terrifying." The Orc Jamad watched Atarak's body slowly sink into the lava, urging, "We should leave if we don't want to become dry bones." Karen turned to Kang Seol, urging, "Master, let's go." But he was still looking up at the cave ceiling, his face puzzled. She asked, "What are you doing?" Kang Seol replied, "It seems confused." She asked again, "Who? The bird?" Koopa was circling the cave ceiling, seemingly having found something but now stuck, unsure what to do. Kang Seol anxiously called out, "Koopa, I'll help you. Come down." Koopa's golden eyes widened, filled with fear and confusion. Karen rushed over, trying to stop him. "Master, it's dangerous. What the hell are you doing?" Koopa's sharp talons extended, ready to attack anyone who came near. But Kang Seol showed no fear. He gently touched Koopa's head, like a close friend. Karen and Jamad were astonished. Jamad muttered, "I can't believe it. It's not afraid of us at all." Kang Seol gently stroked Koopa, softly saying that the vulture wasn't afraid of humans. On the contrary, it considered them friends. Koopa's golden eyes gleamed with trust, as if understanding every word the young man spoke. A strange bond had formed. Koopa turned its back, bowing low as if inviting them. Kang Seol was surprised, asking, "You want me to get on your back?" Before he could react, Jamaad leaped onto Koopa's back, growling, "Oh my! I'm riding on this monster's back!" Kang Seol stared at a spot on the cave wall, where Koopa continuously showed signs of regret. He muttered, "It must be somewhere around here." A flash of light appeared in Kang Seol's eyes. He suddenly realized something. Before him was a giant cocoon, covered by countless spider webs. A cocoon, he wondered? Koopa suddenly let out a mournful cry. Karen, who had also gotten onto the monster's back by now, hastily said, "It wants us to take that cocoon." Without hesitation, Karen jumped off Koopa's back, asking, "Why this cocoon?" With a decisive movement, Karen embraced the cocoon with both hands, pulling it from the rock face. "Got it! It's safe!" Karen shouted. Kang Seol immediately ordered, "Let's go!" Koopa shot off, pulling Karen, who was clinging tightly to the cocoon. She screamed in panic. "Ah!" The giant vulture flapped its wings powerfully, soaring high. Karen was terrified. "I'm going to fall! I'm about to fall!" Jamaad reassured her. "Hold on tight. We're going to fly up now." Koopa flew through a hole in the cave ceiling. Karen continued screaming, unable to believe this terrifying speed. "Where are we flying to?" Karen's crimson eyes widened, reflecting the dazzling light from outside the cave, filled with astonishment and a hint of fear. Koopa spread its wings, soaring past snow-capped mountain peaks, the brilliant sunset painting the horizon golden. A notification appeared, confirming the achievement, and the title, "Is Less Than Bird is Greater Than," had just been acquired. The orc Jamaad marveled at the magnificent sight. "Amazing!" The pointy-eared girl Karen also nodded, her crimson eyes sparkling. "This bird is pretty cool." The black-haired young man Kang Seol smiled at the system notifications. He thought to himself, "Koopa truly had broken its limits. The more I look at it, the more adorable it seems." Koopa continued to spread its wings, its sharp golden eyes sweeping over the snow-covered peaks, its cries echoing through the air, leading the group. Suddenly, the giant vulture landed in a valley ablaze with wildflowers, colorful petals fluttering in the wind, creating a breathtaking scene. Karen stepped down, looking around in bewilderment. She wondered, "I didn't expect a place like this in the canyon, but why did it bring us here?" Koopa bowed its head, its golden eyes gently closed, as if smelling something, or trying to listen for an invisible sound amidst the flower bed. Koopa's foot gently touched a strange object hidden among the flowers, creating a small sound that drew the group's attention. Both Karen and Jamaad stood beside Koopa, their eyes fixed forward, where the giant vulture was bowing its head, revealing a terrifying figure. Karen exclaimed, "A person?" But then she quickly realized the painful truth. No, it's a corpse. A tattered body lay amidst the flower bed. Koopa let out a mournful cry, bowing its head low to the corpse, as if weeping for a departed soul, a deep sorrow clearly visible. Jamaad mused, "Is that its master?" He sighed. "It's strange for a bird like it to be alone, separated from its flock." Karen could only regret. How regrettable. Kang Seol approached, staring at the corpse. He whispered, his voice trembling, "Kiri, that person is Kiri, isn't it?" Koopa raised its head, its brilliant golden eyes looking directly at Kang Seol, an indescribable pain clearly visible in its gaze, as if to confirm what he had just said. The black-haired young man knelt, his hand gently touching the grass, his eyes full of sorrow directed towards the no longer intact corpse. Kang Seol bowed his head, his somber voice echoing across the flower field, a belated apology for the deceased. "I'm sorry, Kiri." The black-haired young man silently looked at Koopa, the giant vulture now mighty and majestic, then whispered, "May you rest in peace." But the only reply was silence. The one who could answer had left this world a long time ago. Suddenly, a cold notification rang out. Kiri's legacy has begun. A searing pain tore through his mind. Kang Seol clutched his head, his face contorted in agony. He collapsed, his body seemingly shattering into fragments, a burning sensation spreading throughout him, pulling him into a bottomless abyss. Amidst the deep night, the flickering campfire illuminated two small figures, Kiri and a young Koopa, a distant memory flooding back. "Koopa, are you sleepy?" Kiri asked as the small vulture chirped. "Ha ha, quiet now. You'll wake everyone up." Kiri gently stroked Koopa's head, comforting it about its unique scent. "It's okay, Koopa. It's just that others don't understand." The young man's eyes were full of understanding. "Koopa, I will be the one to tell you. Everything is all right." Kiri looked up at the night sky, his arm pointing upwards. "One day, you'll be bigger, Koopa. Then you'll carry me up there." The blond young man smiled brightly, his eyes filled with hope. "I will look forward to that day." But the warm scene suddenly shattered. A giant spider with sharp scythes lunged forward. Kiri lay unconscious amidst the rocky ground. The tiny Koopa shrieked in horror, its golden eyes wide as it faced the ferocious, multi-eyed sulfur spider. It tried to cling to Kiri, but its small, weak body couldn't resist the monster's strength. Kiri was dragged away in despair. The spider had dragged away sleeping and poisoned comrades. Kiri was one of them. The small, weak Koopa couldn't hold Kiri back. After that, Koopa lived alone in the canyon for a long time, hunting, fighting, and constantly searching for Kiri. During that time, Koopa matured remarkably. Its beak became sturdy, its claws sharp, and countless spiders fell before it. Kiri caressed the small Koopa, his warm voice echoing amidst the snow. "You've really grown up. It must have been hard, right? You've lived and worked very diligently." Kiri gently stroked Koopa's head, a mystical light enveloping the two small beings. "It's all right now, Koopa," the young man whispered, his promise echoing in the air. Kang Seol knelt before the giant Koopa, his eyes filled with remorse. He had apologized to Kiri, but now Koopa's pain was also surging within him. A current of pain coursed through Kang Seol's body. He clutched his head and screamed, memories not only of Kiri but also Koopa's emotions flooding back, burning his mind. A system notification appeared, confirming that Kang Seol had inherited Kiri's unfinished will and the abilities of the deceased. He had received the passive skill Resonance. The new power allowed him to communicate smoothly with allies. The notification continued, showing that the Resonance skill also applied to Karen and Jamad, confusing both of them. Kang Seol clutched his chest, feeling a deep sadness and pain rising from within. He touched the flower carpet, as if seeking solace. Koopa, with cold golden eyes, looked down at Kang Seol. A deep, guttural cry escaped its throat, like a response to the surging emotions. Kang Seol reached out his hand, gently calling Koopa's name. The giant vulture's golden eyes stared at him, an invisible connection forming. He understood the burden in Kiri's heart, the worry for Koopa, who would be left alone. Kiri's faint figure appeared beside him, smiling peacefully. Kang Seol felt how happy Kiri would be to see Koopa grown so strong. A part of the burden in Kiri's heart would surely be lifted. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from Koopa. Its feathers stood on end. A brilliant light enveloped it, as if an ancient power was being awakened. Koopa absorbed a portion of power from Otterok's corpse. Its fire resistance soared, and its body size also significantly increased. Karen and Jamad stood afar, astonished, as they watched Koopa transform. "It's changing," Karen exclaimed, her voice full of surprise. Koopa had now completely transformed. A fire sac formed within its body, its feathers blazing with brilliant golden light, incinerating all foul odors. A spectacular sight. Kang Seol smiled, looking at Koopa, now a majestic fire phoenix. "You've grown extraordinarily," he said. Kiri would surely be very happy too. The system presented challenging choices, but Kang Seol merely smiled, his gaze resolute. "You can fly away now, Koopa," he said, granting the creature the freedom it longed for. A sky-shattering roar tore through the air. Koopa, now transformed into a brilliant fire phoenix, spread its wings before Kang Seol. It was a farewell, and also a promise for a new future. Koopa soared into the air, leaving behind brilliant crimson fire petals. The system confirmed. Heroic Koopa had become an assistant, ready to accompany him on all adventures, based on affinity. However, Kang Seol was immersed in a lingering sadness. Karen, with her ability to sense her master's emotions, worriedly asked, "Master, why are you sad?" Jamad chimed in.
Snowman, cheer up!
Kang Seol shook his head, trying to dispel the emotions. "That's right, let's cheer up and check what we've received," he said, a spark flashing in his eyes. A brilliant red chest opened, a dazzling golden light emanating. A series of system notifications appeared, listing countless items and reward points, including Ataric's heart and boiling blood essence. Kang Seol examined each item. A heart. "I wonder what it's for," he mumbled about Ataric's heart. But with the boiling blood essence, which increases fire damage, he knew immediately, "This one's for me." But then, an unexpected notification appeared. "You have used boiling blood essence on Karen, the twin knight." Karen grimaced, her face showing discomfort. Not tasty at all. Next was Leech's hat, a strange item with blood-sucking abilities. Kang Seol remarked, "It looks odd, but that special ability would be very suitable for a physically weak mage." And then, blazing leg armor, a sturdy pair of leg armor with superior fire resistance. "Is this for me?" Kang Seol wondered, his eyes full of interest. Karen, with a piece of leg armor on, giggled, "I think I can use this without giving it to Hamoon." She turned to Jamad. "What do you think, troll?" Jamad looked bewildered. Why are you asking me? Kang Seol was satisfied with the newly acquired titles, each providing valuable benefits. Long adventures can be quite nice sometimes, he thought. The adventure concluded. A brilliant notification appeared in midair. Is less than adventure end is greater than. A dazzling beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Kang Seol. He stood there, his gaze resolute, preparing for the transition. Expedition system, Kang Seol mumbled. Realizing he wouldn't be teleported immediately, a sense of unease arose. Suddenly, a dark energy enveloped him. Kang Seol flinched, his eyes wide. Oh no, I'm in trouble. Darkness enveloped everything. A desolate village appeared in the twilight. A lone wisp of smoke from a chimney was the only sign of life, and an implied invitation to rest from the locals presented choices fraught with danger. Kang Seol frowned. A bad premonition. He knew remote villages often shunned strangers, but this unusual hospitality was a deadly trap. In the dim light, an old woman with a friendly smile appeared, offering help. But Kang Seol, with his experience as an adventurer, couldn't help but be wary of this suspicious enthusiasm. Not wanting to risk overly extreme choices, Kang Seol decided to accept the invitation, pretending to trust them so he could secretly observe and uncover the truth hidden behind the peaceful facade. That night, a horrifying scene unfolded. From deep within the village, prayers of eternal immortality echoed, revealing a chilling truth. The villagers were cultists, manipulated by a mysterious entity. Eternal cult? Kang Seol was horrified. He never expected the village's shocking secret to be this. Every choice carried risks, pushing him into a dilemma. Ultimately, he had only one choice: to stay, pretending to know nothing in order to observe. But even this decision left him mentally exhausted, haunted by suspicion and negative thoughts. A brutal scene unfolded. The villagers were sacrificing innocent travelers to their evil god. Kang Seol was stunned, facing a terrible decision. Destroy them all, or remain silent? Things have gone too far. Kang Seol gritted his teeth. Whichever path he chose, he would suffer losses. A feeling of helplessness enveloped the young man. In a moment of despair, Kang Seol decided to follow his instincts. He pointed to one option, hoping it was the path of least suffering amidst crossroads filled with blood and tears. The consequences of that choice were grim. The entire village was wiped out. The dying words of a departing soul echoed like a curse. The apostle is coming. You cannot escape death. Karen was also haunted by nightmares and exhausted. The warning had come true. While Karen was still hesitating, strange creatures, dark as night, began to flood the mountain, signaling an unforeseen calamity. While fleeing from the monsters, Kang Seol and Karen stumbled upon a rushing river. Once again, he faced life or death choices, and the deadlock made him exclaim, "Damn it! This is the worst." I tried to avoid danger as much as possible, Kang Seol despaired. But now, he had no choice but to cross this raging river. Other options were too risky or impossible to execute. Kang Seol had no choice but to gamble his fate, pointing to the only remaining option with a faint hope in his swimming ability. Before he could collect himself, Kang Seol was swept away by the swift current. He struggled in vain amidst the cold water, facing imminent danger. The ferocious current swallowed the young man, sweeping away all his attempts to resist. In a moment of helplessness, his consciousness gradually faded, sinking deep into the cold abyss. Between life and death, he wrestled with the grim reaper, waking and fading, fading and waking. Finally, his exhausted body was pushed ashore by the current, escaping the deadly jaws of the rapids. He coughed violently, his body aching. The system coldly announced, lost in a strange place, exhausted, hypothermic, mentally broken. And more horrifying, 7 days had passed. A week? He cried out in despair. What was this adventure after all? Had he arrived at the right place, or was it just a deadly mistake? Amidst extreme confusion, a voice rang out. A blonde maiden appeared, her eyes filled with worry, calling out to him. He tried to respond, but his body was heavy, as weary as wet cotton. Even summoning a shadow was unthinkable. He was at his weakest. The girl rushed off to call for help. Kang Seol thought to himself, if this was an enemy, he wasn't sure he could survive. Weakness enveloped him. Time passed, and he woke up in a wooden room. Faint light streamed through the cracks in the door, but his mind was still heavy. He sat up abruptly, his head spinning. Fragmented memories slowly returned, but there were still too many gaps. A familiar figure appeared. "Karen," he uttered, his voice hoarse. "What happened?" He wanted to know. She looked at him, her eyes red. "Don't you remember?" Her voice was cold, containing an indescribable disappointment. Then memories flooded back, fierce as hellfire. "We burned down the cultist village," Karen said, her voice like an echo from the past. "That's right," he whispered, clutching his head. "After burning the village, we were chased by monsters and fell into the river." The grim truth became clear. He bowed his head, his eyes empty. "I don't understand." Why do people have to die for something like that? The question gnawed at him. Karen looked him straight in the eye, her gaze sharp. Do you feel guilty for killing people? She asked. No, he replied. How disappointing. She sighed, as if she was too used to this. Nothing has changed since the days in Mantra. The tragic past resurfaced, like a faded loop. Karen stood there, her eyes empty, pain etched deep within. This world is still so cruel, she whispered. What did I come back for? Kang Seol listened in silence, his gaze distant. To see this happen again, he wondered? Karen might be a good knight, but as an adventurer, she was still too naive. The eternal world was full of cruelty, mental dangers always lurking. A newcomer like Karen needed more time to adapt. Hasty footsteps echoed. A giant orc appeared, its eyes glowing red. Hey, it growled. Someone's coming. Kang Seol was startled, looking towards the approaching blonde girl. Huh? She was surprised. The blonde girl panicked. You were definitely alone before. Who are you? He wondered if this was the girl he met by the river. Karen appeared, her gaze sharp. Are you thieves stealing from patients? The blonde girl stammered. What? What? Me? Kang Seol quickly explained. No, she's just a member of the master's party, Snowman. We temporarily separated due to the situation, and she came looking for me after I fell into the river. The blonde girl's eyes widened. Really? She quickly bowed. I apologize for my rudeness, Karen sneered. It's all right. I would think the same if I were in your shoes, human lady. The blonde girl smiled brightly. Ah, I'm Sarah, the beautiful fairy Unny. Karen burst out laughing. Did you hear that? She called me beautiful. Kang Seol interrupted, his eyes serious. Sarah, excuse me, but where is this place? Sarah smiled radiantly. This is Mistwater Village, a place north of Odnan. It's named that because fog covers the lake every morning. Kang Seol nodded. I see. Sarah, excuse me, but I'd like to change clothes. Sarah quickly said, Yes, please do. I'll go outside. Sarah hastily left, leaving Kang Seol and Karen in the wooden room. The door closed. Mistwater Village, huh? Kang Seol mumbled, pulling out an old scroll. I think we've arrived at the place Chiao mentioned. The scroll clearly stated, east of Shadow Alley, there is a village called Mistwater Village. Your mission there is to. The scroll revealed the mission, to seize the sleeping potion from a mysterious individual. That person might flee if questioned, so caution was needed at every step. Kang Seol thoughtfully looked at the potion bottle, asking Karen again about the mission. The silver-haired elf only gave a concise reply, her eyes still cold as ice. The 12th mission had begun, to seize the sleeping potion to break the curse from Dark Summoner Chiao. The countdown was only 180 days. Death was lurking. Mistwater Village appeared under the twilight sun, a strangely peaceful scene. But did this peace hide something sinister? Kang Seol, now dressed in new attire, asked Sarah about who brought him there. The blonde girl quickly denied it, saying the villagers had all helped. Sarah gave a forced smile, explaining she wasn't strong enough to do it alone. Kang Seol nodded, his eyes still full of doubt. Along the deserted village road, not a soul was in sight. Kang Seol wondered about this unusual emptiness, asking Sarah about the villagers' work. Sarah replied, the blonde girl's voice dropping. The villagers were originally farmers, but now their lives were facing a difficult problem. Everyone is sick, Sarah revealed, her voice trembling. More than half of the villagers were being treated in the main hall, a chilling explanation for the emptiness. Zhao's instructions suddenly echoed in Kang Seol's mind. He turned to Sarah, his eyes firm. Lead us to the village hall. Sarah was startled, quickly agreeing, but not forgetting to warn them about the horrifying sight they were about to witness. The village hall stood imposing, an ancient structure yet imbued with a gloomy aura. The air was heavy, signaling something ominous. Stepping inside, the first sight that met their eyes was a man lying motionless, his eyes wide open but lifeless. Throughout the main hall, rows of sick people lay scattered. Caregivers moved silently, a somber atmosphere pervading. Kang Seol exclaimed in astonishment. The villagers looked like they were sleeping, but the truth was even more horrifying. They were so motionless their bodies could rot without them knowing. Kang Seol asked about the disease and its contagiousness. The caregiver explained that the mist disease was not contagious, according to the doctor. Sarah pointed. That's him! Sarah hastily called out. Dr. Gunt! The blonde girl breathlessly reported. The adventurer is awake. Kang Seol stood beside her, his eyes sharp, silently observing. Kang Seol's golden eyes narrowed. He thought to himself, the village is experiencing an outbreak of eternal sleep. A cruel truth was slowly unfolding. The village where the holder of the sleeping potion is hiding. A gruesome image appeared in his mind. A doctor wearing a bird mask standing amidst a sea of sick people. If there's an imposter doctor here, he's the #1 suspect. Kang Seol compared that image to the sketch in the instructions. He subtly smirked. Ah, you did well, Sarah. Dr. Gunt, a man wearing glasses, was diligently working at his desk. He turned to Kang Seol, asking kindly, "Are you feeling better, adventurer?" "I am Gunt, the village doctor. If you feel any discomfort, please say so." Kang Seol's golden eyes flashed sharply. He looked directly at Gunt, a spark of suspicion crossing his mind. In Kang Seol's mind, the sketch of the sleeping potion holder became clear. A cold, gaunt face, full of mystery. Kang Seol decisively replied, "No." Dr. Gunt was surprised, asking again in confusion, Are you all right?" He didn't expect Kang Seol to refuse help. Kang Seol looked out the window, the entire village appearing desolate and gloomy. "I thought this was a peaceful village, but something big is happening." A sense of unease enveloped him. Karen stood beside him, asking Kang Seol, "So what shall we do, master?" Kang Seol replied, "Find the person you are looking for." The search began. Kang Seol unrolled the scroll, Zhao's sketch appearing. "That's right. I must find the holder of the sleeping potion. The only clue is the sketch Chiao drew for me, and the information that this person is in this Mistwater village." He looked at the villagers lying scattered, sick. "If I think carefully, with the mist disease spreading, it's very likely the cause is that person's sleeping potion." Kang Seol looked at Gunt, then at the sketch again. "But the face of the village doctor, the first person suspected, is completely different. Not just a small difference, but no similarities at all," he affirmed. "And with such a detailed sketch, I can't say it's wrong." In that case, a voice rang out, "Adventurer." Sarah and Karen ran over. Sarah said, "Sorry, I took a while because I had to take care of the patients." "Are you well enough to move?" Karen added. "He's fine, though he looks a bit thin. He's a healthy companion." Kang Seol turned to Sarah, his eyes full of worry. "I'm more concerned about the villager's condition. Is there still no cure for the mist disease?" He remained steadfast in his rescue objective. Sarah sadly replied that the cure had not yet been found. Dr. Gunt had tried his best, but there were still no results. The fog sickness remained a burden on the village, causing Kang Seol and Karen no small amount of worry. Kang Seol called the girl's name, his eyes resolute. He wanted to help, to find a solution to this mysterious illness. Karen proactively asked if there was anything she could do. Sarah was astonished, couldn't believe her ears, and stammered a question in return. "That's right. This guy and I are good people," Karen confidently declared, making Kang Seol beside her a little awkward. Kang Seol thought to himself that Karen showing goodwill wasn't bad, as it would help him integrate easily to pursue his objective. He said he would help with the village's work in return. Sarah burst into joy, her eyes welling up with tears. "Really? You guys will really help? We'll be so grateful." The girl recounted the despair when all pleas for help were rejected. With no one to assist, the village had to fight the illness on its own. Tears streamed down Sarah's face as she choked out thanks to Mr. Snowman and Sister Karen, their last rays of hope. Karen smiled reassuringly, patting her chest confidently. "Leave it to us, Sarah. Your big sister here is very strong." And so, their secret investigation began, hidden within the village's daily chores. Karen carried 2 enormous water barrels, asking Sarah if it was enough. Sarah was astonished, not expecting the elf to be so strong. "Carrying water is nothing," Karen said confidently, ready to carry an entire river. She asked what was next, and Sarah awkwardly suggested gathering firewood. "All right, I'll be right back," Karen replied. The villagers were surprised by the elf's enthusiasm. "Aren't times you times the one who isn't working hard, Uncle?" Karen teased, making the old man force a laugh. Amidst the villagers' laughter, Kang Seol quietly carried things, his eyes pensive. He looked around, noticing that since their arrival, the village had gradually regained some vitality, even if only a small part. Karen, with extraordinary strength, single-handedly took on heavy tasks that normally required many people. Thanks to her, the wall separating them from the villagers quickly crumbled. The initial gloomy atmosphere had dissipated. The village came alive, and Karen too seemed revitalized. The black-haired young man quietly observed, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. He secretly hoped this adventure would help the pointy-eared girl cleanse the worries in her heart. Dr. Gunt hastily set off again. The number of patients in the neighboring village was increasing, signaling an unpredictable danger. The black-haired young man asked about the fog sickness. Gunt confirmed that the epidemic was spreading throughout the region, though not yet at an outbreak level. Patients lay writhing. Gunt mused that the disease was not just physical debilitation, but also bore the hallmarks of a collective addiction. He had once suspected the food source, but all investigations led to dead ends. The mysterious fog still enveloped everything. Kang Seol offered to help. Gunt replied that caring for the sleeping patients was already the most valuable assistance. Sarah's call rang out amidst a mountain of firewood piled high as if to touch the blue sky. Karen carried an entire stock of firewood, asking Sarah where to put it. The blonde girl awkwardly pointed towards the village hall. Gunt praised Karen, But Kang Seol felt that she was too engrossed in helping Sarah, forgetting their initial objective. Sarah admired Karen's strength, worried about having nothing to repay her with. Karen just smiled, saying they would leave when they felt they had repaid enough. Kang Seol wondered about Gunt's free medical examinations. The doctor simply said it was a physician's responsibility, even if it made his work busier. Gunt bowed his head. His feet couldn't stop moving when he saw the villagers hopeless in the face of disaster. He clutched his bag tightly, feeling as if this wasn't someone else's problem. A reason so simple it was foolish, yet it compelled him to act. Gunt said goodbye, instructing Kang Seol to care for the patients. He would return soon, bringing hope to the village engulfed in sickness. Under the dim moonlight, the black-haired young man walked, his golden eyes sparkling as if holding 1,000 thoughts. A tranquil night enveloped the village, with only the sound of wind rustling through the rooftops. From somewhere, a voice broke the silence. "Master." In the simple room, the pointy-eared girl stood, looking towards the young man lying on the bed. "Can't we just stay like this?" she asked, her voice full of worry. Karen's red eyes were tinged with sadness, and she thought to herself, perhaps living like this isn't so bad. The black-haired young man quietly pondered, envisioning a peaceful life, free from killing and moral conflict. He sat up, facing Karen's reflection in the window. He asked if it was because of what happened in the fanatic village. She nodded slightly, admitting the burden of having to take action. Horrific memories flooded back. A burning village, weak but ferocious heretics. She wondered if they truly knew they were wrong. Karen agonized. Killing the weak but wicked? Is that what we have to do? The black-haired young man suddenly understood. That was why she was so enthusiastic about this life. He realized she had found the peace she lost after bloody expeditions. Peace was only truly precious when one returned from a sea of corpses. However, a small sound rang out, and Kang Seol sat up abruptly. He knew that if they didn't act, there would be more innocent victims. He told himself to trust his choices, because there was no time to doubt right or wrong. Some things he was compelled to do. Karen smiled, her eyes full of hidden meaning. Master still lives diligently, as always. It would be wonderful if we could just live peacefully like this forever. She continued to tease, saying that in this cruel world, those who couldn't change their fate would envy him. Karen bowed her head, her voice apologetic. "I'm sorry. I haven't been clear-headed lately. That's also why we lost that guy." The black-haired young man frowned slightly, looking at her. "You mean the one who was chasing me?" The horrific memories from that day still haunted his mind. Unidentified monsters had pushed Karen and him to their limits, both physically and mentally. Kang Seol recalled the mysterious figure in the hooded cloak, who stood amidst the monsters and exuded terrifying energy. The memory of him was still hazy, but the haunting feeling was clear. Karen confidently asserted that she would catch him next time, but Kang Seol only replied indifferently. Little did she know, promises sometimes were just burdens. The silver-haired elf flashed a radiant smile, her red eyes burning with determination.
"It will never happen again. You're safe now."
Her words seemed to want to dispel the darkness in his heart. Suddenly, a frantic knocking echoed, shattering the silence. "Hey! Is anyone in there?" The urgent voice carried an ominous premonition. Kang Seol quickly got out of bed, calling out, "What's wrong?" A panicked voice replied, "Things aren't good." Both felt uneasy. Karen's red eyes widened in horror, and she cried out in fear, "Sarah!" An ominous premonition struck her, leaving her stunned. The elf rushed out like an arrow, grabbing the arm of the bearded man standing there. "Karen!" Kang Seol also hurried after her, his heart heavy with worry. Her red eyes bloodshot. Karen almost screamed. "What's wrong, sir? What happened to Sarah?" Extreme fear was evident on her face. Amidst the thick fog, Sarah lay motionless on the ground. What happened? A heartbreaking scene, full of mystery. Through the window, Sarah and another person lay on the bed. The call Sarah rang out, full of worry and despair. Karen knelt by the bed, shaking Sarah in a panic. "Sarah, open your eyes! Sarah!" Around them, the villagers also couldn't hide their worried expression. Kang Seol asked the bearded man about the situation. He learned that Sarah had collapsed near the village entrance and was brought here. A worrying truth. The elf cried out in pain, tears welling up in her eyes. "It seems she's contracted the fog sickness. Sarah!" The mysterious illness had struck again. Sarah stirred slightly, her tired eyes fluttering open. "Honey?" Her weak voice was like a lost whisper in the heavy air. Karen hastily asked, her face full of worry. "Sarah, are you all right?" Sarah weakly replied. I saw." Her eyes closed. Sarah whispered her last words. "The fog." A dark mystery was slowly unfolding, enveloping the entire village. Within the thick fog, a gigantic silhouette appeared and disappeared, spreading terror. It was the monster, the one bringing disaster to this land, as Sarah had whispered. Karen panicked by the bedside, shaking Sarah. The weak elf lay there, her breath shallow. "Sarah, Why did you rush into that fog? The villagers buzzed with worry about Sarah and the deadly fog. Kang Seol pressed for details about the hidden monster, and the brown-haired man began to recount. The man explained the monster only appeared when the fog was thick. No one had clearly seen its form, but all affirmed, it's not normal. Finally, Kang Seol asked skeptically, what happened to those people? The man nodded, his face heavy. A horrifying truth was revealed. Everyone who encountered it contracted the fog sickness. Karen's hand trembled as she grasped Sarah's. Upon hearing this, Karen exploded. The silver-haired elf shot out like an arrow, her face filled with rage and despair. Karen! Kang Seol quickly called after her. Ignoring the warnings, Karen charged straight into the thick fog, the spear in her hand gleaming with vengeful determination. Kang Seol didn't hesitate. He extended his hand, dark energy swirling, summoning a familiar figure. Jamad, the burly orc, appeared from thin air. Kang Seol jumped onto his shoulder, urging, hold on tight, I'll take you to the elf. In a daze, Sarah whispered, tears streaming down her face. A promise, some secret, was being buried in the fog. The fog enveloped the forest, swallowing everything. Only a faint light from afar, like a dangerous invitation. Karen stood in the middle of the forest, sword in hand, magical flames blazing around her. Where are you? Come out now, she screamed, searching. Rage consumed the elf. You cursed monster, come out now. Karen's furious roar tore through the fog. Kang Seol appeared, Jamad standing beside him. Karen, he called, his voice calm. Calm down. But Karen's anger could not be extinguished. She plunged her sword into the ground, and flames erupted fiercely, as if wanting to incinerate everything. Damn it! Karen's rage erupted violently. She screamed, damn it! Then plunged her sword into the ground, magical flames blazing as if to incinerate everything. She desperately asked, why? Why is it like this? Kang Seol stood there, his eyes heavy, his inner self also screaming, why is this happening? Why can't I do anything? Karen's pain welled up. She sobbed. This is the first place I've loved since becoming a shadow. So why does it have to end like this? Why? Kang Seol quietly turned his back. Jamad stood tall behind him. A heavy silence enveloped the space. Only his inner voice echoed. That was the first time Kang Seol heard Karen's pain. But now, with Karuna fast asleep, no one could hold back this lost elf. In that moment, Karen suddenly remembered the past. When everything seemed much simpler and clearer, memories flooded back. She in armor, standing next to Jim and another knight. Jim was speaking, and Karen believed that as long as she followed him, everything would be fine. He would change the world. Jim turned to Karen, his eyes sharp as he asked, Karen, do you know what the dullest sword in the world is? The elf looked up, confused, and replied, the dullest sword? Jim smirked, his tone full of confidence. Not those things. It's a sword that thinks. If it thinks, it won't be able to cut anything. He continued to explain. A sword exists to cut, Karen. Therefore, a sword like you only needs to be sharp enough. Karen angrily asked, what the hell? Are you telling me to live without thinking? Jim spread his arms, his face arrogant. I'm telling you to trust and follow me. The one who decides what to wield the sword and cut is its master. With that power, I will change the world. Yet reality was harsh. The sword was plunged deep into the ground. The world remained the same. The weak still died without understanding why, and evil still ran rampant, craving power. Karen, an ethereal figure like a spirit, turned to Kang Seol, her bloodshot eyes asking, what do you think? Do you think I was right? Kang Seol understood Karen's pain, that she had to face right and wrong on her own without Jim. He thought he should give her the answer she wanted to hear. But in the end, Kang Seol merely closed his eyes slightly, uttering a cold and honest answer. I don't know. He turned and walked away, his back resolute. As I said, I have work to do. Therefore, I don't have time to think about right or wrong. I will find out if I was right or wrong when it's over. Amidst the vast universe, a fated game was unfolding. He knew one thing for sure. When he reached the peak, breaking this abominable game, he would question the gods about their sins. An ironclad vow, etched deep into his heart. And when it all ended, he believed this world would become a better place. The black-haired young man's resolute gaze carried a promise, a burden he willingly bore. Setting aside profound thoughts, Kang Seol turned to reality. Now, let's do what we can, he said. Karen understood, asking about the Mist Phantom, their objective. That's right, he replied. Tomorrow we will begin our search in the mist. The next morning, the mist still hung heavy over Mist Lake, a silent space, harboring secrets and dangers awaiting them. Karen and Kang Seol delved deeper into the mist. She asked if the one holding the antidote was the Mist Phantom rumored by the villagers. That possibility has increased, Kang Seol replied, his sharp gaze sweeping through the hazy space. Karen still wondered. I thought he would hide in the village. Kang Seol shook his head. We can't be sure yet. Not until we confirm the true form of the Mist Phantom. Caution was necessary. The silver-haired elf pondered, her crimson eyes revealing discomfort. Not a single villager they had met resembled the one they were looking for. Suddenly, a faint figure appeared in the mist. Shh! Kang Seol whispered. Someone's there. Both immediately became alert, preparing for anything that might happen. Heavy, decisive footsteps echoed in the silent space. Was that figure approaching, or merely an illusion of the thick mist? A middle-aged man wearing glasses suddenly flinched in terror. He had just been attacked unexpectedly by something, his eyes clearly showing extreme panic. Ugh! A shriek rang out as Karen pointed her sword at the man's neck. Gunt! The elf exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the one she had just subdued. What the hell is this? Gunt stammered, recognizing Kang Seol and Karen. Adventurers? Are you two done yet? Karen quickly apologized, explaining that they were looking for the Mist Phantom. A phantom? Gunt turned pale. Don't tell me it's appeared here again? Kang Seol nodded. That's right. There's already a victim. The atmosphere grew tense. A victim? Who is it? Gunt pressed, his eyes full of worry. Karen softly replied, her voice choked. It's Sarah. This news was like a heavy blow. Gunt was stunned, his face changing color. She's in the village hall. Please treat her. He rushed, explaining that Sarah's initial symptoms were similar to mist sickness, but they had no medical knowledge. Oh my God. No, no, no! Gunt cried out in despair, then rushed off like a madman, continuously calling Sarah's name. Kang Seol and Karen immediately followed, their hearts heavy. Amidst the thick enveloping mist, Kang Seol and Karen stood silently, a sense of unease creeping into the still air. A deep voice echoed in Kang Seol's mind, calling him by the nickname Snowman. It was Jamad, the burly orc, warning urgently. Now is not the time to stand still. Something is approaching. Karen turned to ask Kang Seol if anyone else had come to the village besides Gunt. He shook his head, asserting that no one would dare venture out while the mist hadn't cleared. The elf's eyes suddenly blazed with determination, a scorching hot aura burning around her body. Then, she declared coldly, drawing her sword, that is definitely the presence of the Mist Phantom. From within the thick mist, a grotesque figure gradually became clear, carrying a chilling aura. The monster roared ferociously, its golden eyes blazing, charging straight towards them with terrifying speed. Kang Seol was stunned, realizing something unusual was happening. Karen rushed to confront it, her sword slashing through the air. Are you one of those monsters from the previous village? Is that you? The monster growled, as if responding to her accusation. The one who caused the plague in the village. Is that you? The elf unleashed a fatal blow, a blazing sword light slashing straight into the monster's body. The monster collapsed, its dark form vanishing into nothingness, leaving a black stain on the ground. Kang Seol mused, realizing, this is perception-dampening magic. It covered the entire body of this monster. He frowned, a deep question arising in his heart. As the magical shell dissipated, what remained made Kang Seol shudder. A flayed human face, lying exposed on the grass. Twilight Village was engulfed in flames, a colossal shadow spreading terror. The one behind this heinous crime controlled countless monsters, relentlessly pursuing them while Karen was still in shock. A precarious situation, or even Jamad couldn't predict what would happen. A sense of unease surged, and Kang Seol decided to plunge into the rushing water to avoid combat. Now, a lifeless body lay before him, one of the monsters that had attacked them, its face flayed. He pondered, unable to believe the enemy had tracked him across the river. If it were a tracking spell, he would have noticed. So, how did they find him here? The flayed face was still alive, weakly whispering pleas for help, a gruesome sight, making the atmosphere even heavier. Karen asked in shock, Is this the ghost we're looking for? Kang Seol softly shushed her, signaling for silence, his eyes still fixed on the horror before them. The bare face trembled, trying to utter fragmented words. I found it. Then it whispered again, its voice pitifully weak. Give it back. Kang Seol stared, his eyes full of doubt. Give it back? He muttered. The face screamed in despair, a heart-wrenching cry. My face. Kang Seol maintained a cold expression, but in his heart, a horrifying puzzle piece was slowly falling into place. It was demanding its face back. Had someone taken it? Kang Seol remembered a type of magic that could flay one's face. Could it be? Karen was surprised. Flayed face? Kang Seol explained that this might be why they hadn't been able to find the culprit all this time. He had used someone else's face to blend in. He continued. The culprit had infiltrated Mist Village by usurping a resident's face, acting freely as if they were that person. Right beside them, an unexpected culprit. Karen was stunned, She pictured the familiar faces in the village, realizing danger was lurking everywhere. "Oh no," she uttered. The timeline changed. The sleeping draft quest was now the face collector. New objective: uncover the truth. Find the one who stole faces. Time remaining: 10 days. Kang Seol admitted that Chiao's detailed sketch on the scroll had misled him. The culprit was definitely wearing a completely different face. Karen worried. "So what do we do? We know nothing about him," Kang Seol reminded her. "No, Chiao told us to find that man in Mist Village." The old scroll was still there, holding the final clue. Kang Seol and Karen stood amidst the mist. He speculated that the culprit might still be here, near where Chiao had seen him. From the melting mist monster's corpse, a faint whisper echoed, "Master." The mist monster's hand melted little by little, but it still tried to whisper, "Master, I found it." The monster's body collapsed, turning into a foul-smelling puddle of mud. Its last words echoed in the mist, "I found it. Give back." And to my face. Kang Seol looked down at the remains. The unfortunate creature's body had completely melted, leaving only a disgusting puddle of liquid. He pondered, wondering what the monster had found in this mist. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at a strange object. From the black mud puddle, a white rectangular object protruded. Kang Seol squinted. "Is that?" He bent down and picked up an old scroll. "A letter?" he wondered, his face clearly showing doubt. Kang Seol's eyes were sharp, intensely focused on the words on the letter, as if reading a top-secret order. Karen tilted her head, curiously asking what he was reading that was so serious. Kang Seol merely softly called her name. The pointy-eared girl looked at him in surprise, her crimson eyes clearly showing confusion. Karen's face changed color, her eyes wide with horror, as she realized something unusual. Kang Seol turned, his voice resolute. "Let's go back to the village hall. There are a few things I need to confirm." Both quickly returned to the village hall, where the mist still lingered, creating a gloomy scene. Inside the hall, flickering candles illuminated medical instruments and dishes, evoking the heavy atmosphere of sickness. A blonde girl was sobbing beside the sickbed. On the bed lay Sarah, motionless. Another man also grieved. "Oh, poor Sarah." The gray-haired man with glasses, gaunt, tightly held Sarah's hand, his face full of anguish. "If even Sarah is bedridden, what will become of this village?" he lamented. "The girl is young, but we all rely on her." In the gloomy house, the brown-haired man lamented the village's cruel fate, saying that perhaps everything had gone wrong. The woman in the white hat panicked, reminding him not to speak loudly, fearing Sarah might hear. Gunt, the man with glasses, painfully watched Sarah, who was in a deep sleep. He questioned himself, not because Sarah had fallen, but because the village had to abandon its fields to treat the infected villagers. He despaired. There were no nearby villages left to call for help. All had fallen into a deep sleep. Gunt decided that when the fog cleared, they would have to go to the city, as their strength was depleted. Amidst the pervasive despair, two figures appeared at the village gate. Kang Seol and Karen, the adventurers, had returned. Kang Seol stepped in, his sharp eyes searching. He called Gunt's name, his voice echoing in the silent space. Gunt turned around, surprised to see Kang Seol. He greeted him, but his face was still full of worry. Kang Seol didn't delay, immediately asking about Sarah's condition. Gunt bowed his head, his voice heavy. "Sarah is still sleeping. Her condition has worsened significantly." Kang Seol fell silent, a bad premonition washing over him. Gunt continued, his voice full of sorrow. "There's nothing more we can do. She will likely spend the rest of her life in sleep." The other villagers also shed tears. Kang Seol asked, "Does she have family?" Gunt clenched his fists, his eyes pained. "No, she's also an orphan." Sarah's misfortune made his heart ache even more. Gunt looked at Sarah, wondering why the world was so unfair, why kind, strong souls had to endure such cruel fates. He recalled that Sarah herself was his source of strength. Despite her cruel fate, the way she lived still shone brightly, full of resilience. Kang Seol listened, thoughts stirring within him. He had once only known how to blame fate, to hate this world. Gunt despaired once more. He wanted to be like Sarah, but this time, he was helpless. He gently touched Sarah's hand, feeling her weakness. Kang Seol stepped forward, his voice firm. "It's not too late, Gunt. If we have the fog sickness antidote, not only Sarah but the entire village will wake up." Gunt shot up, his eyes wide with astonishment. "What are you saying? Fog sickness antidote? There's no such medicine." Kang Seol didn't reply, only gazed into the distance, his golden eyes glowing with determination, as if he held some secret. Kang Seol didn't say much, only presented a letter, his sharp eyes fixed on the stunned Gunt. He retorted, his tone full of challenge. "The antidote doesn't exist? Are you sure?" He held up the envelope, questioning the entire village. "Then what is this damned thing?" The crowd's eyes converged on the letter, their faces utterly bewildered. A villager's trembling hand slowly opened the letter, each fold revealing mysterious lines of text. The atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. "I found the fog sickness antidote in the next village," a brown-haired man read aloud, his voice trembling. Those around him whispered, their eyes filled with both astonishment and hope. The letter continued to reveal a horrifying truth. The writer couldn't bring the medicine back themselves, advising Sarah not to trust anyone in the village, as the one causing the illness was hiding. He arranged for Sarah to meet him at a secret location to receive the medicine, emphasizing that she should only trust him. Gunt and the other villagers were stunned. Their faces changed color, from astonishment to indignation, suspicion, and then utter panic. A dark conspiracy was slowly coming to light. Kang Seol pondered. He had been curious as soon as he heard Sarah was in trouble. What had made that girl defy danger and venture alone into the deadly fog? The entire village knew well that when the fog was thick, no one was allowed outside. The villagers whispered anxiously, wondering about the monster hidden in the fog, about their fate when all they could do was wait. Gunt turned pale. He knew well that anyone who entered the fog would encounter monsters and fall ill. Sarah surely knew that too. So why did she defy everything? Despite knowing the danger, Sarah still plunged into the thick fog. She lay there, weak, like a withered flower, raising a haunting question about her motives. There must have been a reason significant enough, important enough for Sarah to risk her life, to accept the danger of stepping into that death trap. Her small torch flickered in the fog. It was all for the antidote. Sarah believed there was a cure that could save the village, save her loved ones. She moved towards the mysterious figure in the fog. She had left the village to search for the so-called antidote, believing in something that didn't exist. In Kang Seol's mind, Gunt's image appeared with a sinister, meaningful smile. Gunt exploded, angrily shouting at Kang Seol. "You're so disrespectful, mercenary! How dare you call me evil with this fabricated evidence?" He denied all accusations, his face contorted with rage. Gunt continued to protest, his tone full of injustice. "I didn't do anything. I owe Sarah. She helped me wholeheartedly. Why would I harm her?" The villagers' whispers grew louder and louder, suspicion spreading. The villagers were in utter panic, their eyes fixed on Gunt, then on the letter in the man's hand. The truth was slowly unfolding, and no one knew what would happen next. Gunt continued to deny everything, but the accusation struck him like a hammer. "Don't lie. This handwriting is yours. It's identical to the writing on the prescriptions." A villager grabbed Gunt by the collar, angrily growling. "Do you think Sarah, who trusted and followed you, wouldn't recognize it? You called Sarah out, didn't you? Tell us the truth." Gunt was in utter panic, trying to calm the crowd. "Everyone, please calm down. Don't do this. Do you trust a stranger's words more than mine?" Another hand grabbed his shirt tightly, pulling hard. "If you want us to believe you, prove that letter is fake." Wait, Gunt stammered. In a fit of rage, the villagers pushed and threw Gunt to the ground. Shouts and gasps echoed, signaling an impending riot. He slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over Sarah, lying motionless on the bed, then turning to look at the crowd. A terrifying change was evident on Gunt's face. Gunt's face no longer held fear, but instead a cold, cruel expression. "Since when? Has the truth mattered so much to you?" he asked, his voice full of sarcasm. The crowd of villagers was stunned, bewildered by his sudden change. "You don't care about that. You just want hope." Kang Seol stood there, his sharp eyes seeing through everything. "No matter how life turns out, don't you realize you've handed over the chance to fix it to others? You blindly believe what you want to believe." Karen, the pointy-eared girl, stood beside him, her face clearly showing horror and bewilderment at the harsh words. "Am I wrong?" Gunt asked, his voice challenging. Gunt tore open his shirt, revealing a strange mark on his chest. "Then, for you fools who secretly pray for salvation, a hero like me suits you better," he sneered. The mark on Gunt's chest was a complex shape, as if deeply carved into his flesh, emitting an eerie red light. Kang Seol suddenly realized, "I remember that mark. It's the mark used in the eternal ritual in Twilight Village." A memory flashed back. Images of villagers kneeling before an ancient altar where an artifact bore a similar mark. A grim ritual. Kang Seol turned to Gunt, his eyes full of murderous intent. "So you were the one behind what happened in Twilight Village." The villagers recoiled in horror. Gunt sneered, his eyes harboring madness. "So you figured it out? I guess you're not a complete fool after all." He smirked, revealing his cruel nature. Strange noises from outside terrified the villagers. A woman in a hat and the man tending to the sick looked out the window, extreme fear evident on their faces. The horror had arrived. Fog phantoms with glowing golden eyes and gruesome smiles tore through the night, growling as they advanced towards the village. "Monsters! They're coming!" The villagers panicked, using all their might to slam shut the rotting wooden door. "Close the door! Hurry! Bring anything you can to block it!" Shouts echoed in despair. Gunt coldly watched the chaotic scene, took off his glasses, and smirked contemptuously. All your efforts are futile. You cannot change the future by blocking a door. Kang Seol questioned. Did you create those monsters from the corpses of the sick? Gunt replied with delight. Indeed, they are far more useful than the previous ones. He gestured towards the villagers. He continued to mock. Don't you think they're foolish? They believe everything will change if they just buy time. The villagers were still struggling to push the door, sweating profusely. Gunt stomped hard on the floor, and a surge of dark energy erupted. They believe that if they can just endure this, a hero will suddenly appear to save them for no reason at all. He tore off his shirt, revealing the fiery mark on his chest and numerous stitches, a savage smile on his lips. But reality is never like that. Karen, with bloodshot eyes, painfully called his name. Gunt. Disappointment and fury surged within the pointy-eared girl. Karen looked directly at Gunt, questioning him with a trembling voice. Just one thing. Let me ask you one thing. Do you intend to turn Sarah into one of those monsters? The image of Sarah lying motionless on the bed, her face pale, appeared in Karen's mind, like a reminder of the fragility of life. Gunt smirked, sneering. Lady Sarah? What nonsense are you talking about? He denied it decisively, but his eyes held something unpredictable. He reached out his hand, as if to touch Sarah in his memory, then said, She is special. She is different from the common folk out there. A morbid reverence. Gunt's hand suddenly transformed into hideous tentacles with sharp claws. So, I will pour my efforts into making her shine as brightly as she did when she was alive, he whispered, a mad smile on his face. A fiery punch landed directly on Gunt's face, deforming him for a moment. The explosive power from Karen's fist pierced Gunt's defenses and sent him flying into the stone wall. The entire house shook, then exploded into fragments, engulfing everything in a sea of fire and dust. Amidst the thick smoke, Gunt fell, his body charred. He let out a faint, as if he had just realized something. Gunt's face cracked open, revealing gruesome stitches and a twisted smile. I can't use it anymore anyway. This mask tears too easily. Karen gripped the fiery sword tightly in her hand, her eyes resolute. Don't worry. She stepped forward, each stride carrying destructive flames. You'll soon be ashes. But Gunt, despite his shattered body, let out a savage laugh. Sounds fun, doesn't it? He stood up, his body completely transformed. Purple hair, a heavily stitched body. One arm turned into a grotesque tentacle with two fog monsters surrounding him. I have no intention of letting you leave here alive either. Gunt's face was now a horrifying combination of stitches and a mad smile. What do you think of my appearance? Is it scary? I find the way you look at me far scarier. Kang Seol stood there, his golden eyes glowing with resolve, facing the naked truth. Chaos enveloped the scene. Villagers fled in panic. Fog monsters attacked. Karen and Kang Seol fought amidst the encirclement. Oh my God, monsters! Save me! Someone please save me. Kang Seol didn't hesitate, summoning Jamad, a giant orc, and commanded, Jamad, protect the villagers. Don't let them into the house. Jamad replied, understood. The black-haired young man's eyes shone brightly, as if a veil had just been lifted. Finally, I see it. Gunt, the imposter, stood amidst the monsters, mocking Kang Seol. Ha ha! Playing the hero again. You seem to have too much free time, don't you? A scroll clearly identified him as the imposter, one who uses knowledge and illusions to manipulate. Amidst the fiery battlefield, the pointy-eared girl Karen confronted Gunt and the monsters. I told you to run, just like that day, she growled. You must have forgotten. Let me remind you. Without hesitation, Karen swung her fiery sword, a slash tearing through the air and embedding itself directly into Gunt, sending his blood splattering. Loser, she scorned. The imposter collapsed, his body horrifyingly disfigured with numerous stitches and disheveled purple hair. He was surprised, seemingly unable to believe the blow he had just received. Karen didn't give him a chance, continuing to charge forward, attacking relentlessly. Gunt screamed in pain, his body writhing under the fiery sword strikes. A close-up of Karen's blazing red eyes, cold and resolute. She spoke, her tone full of challenge. Get up. I'll wait for you. Her gaze was like a searing flame, her words like a blade. If you don't hurry up, I'll kill you with a single blow, an uncompromising declaration of war. Gunt, despite being severely wounded, still struggled to get up, clutching a blue potion. He growled, You are making a mistake. He drained the potion, and his body immediately underwent a grotesque transformation. Black tentacles sprouting from his stitches. His regenerative power increased exponentially, making him even more invincible. The fog monsters roared, surrounding Karen from all sides. The situation suddenly reversed, and she was overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies. Karen remained resilient, swinging her fiery sword, fighting amidst the encirclement. She screamed, resisting with all her might, but the monsters were too numerous. They attacked relentlessly, pushing Karen back. She was cornered, her strength gradually depleting. Amidst the fog and roars, Gunt summoned reinforcements. Jamad, the burly orc warrior, along with other monsters. Kang Seol still stood there, silently observing. The black-haired young man had a stern gaze. He mused. My perception, blindfold, is not yet complete. A limitation was hindering him. He looked towards Gunt and the monsters, continuing to ponder. I cannot read the information of those who have used magic to weaken perception. That's why I fled instead of fighting. Back on the battlefield, Gunt was attacked by Karen again, blood splattering. Despite his terrifying regenerative power, he still suffered painful blows from her. Despite being severely wounded, Gunt remained arrogant, scoffing at Karen's strength. He uttered a challenge, surprising the pointy-eared woman. Gunt's arrogant words further ignited her fury. Karen swung her sword, fiery slashes tearing through the air, making the monster scream in pain. Gunt's distorted face snarled a venomous oath. He had activated a physical enhancement magic, his power surging, transforming him into a terrifying engine of destruction. Although Karen continued to attack relentlessly, his new power had turned Gunt into a steel wall. Her fiery sword strikes now only made him roar in a frenzy. Karen was stunned by her opponent's horrifying transformation. Damn it, how? She exclaimed. Gunt, with his new power, now mocked. Is that all you've got? The monster roared in rage, his bloodshot eyes filled with hatred. Impossible! Impossible! He refused to accept his own weakness. Without hesitation, Karen continued to swing her sword. Gunt roared again, but this time she retorted, What's wrong? Her words were as sharp as a blade. Karen's eyes blazed with contempt. She continued to provoke, How dare you do such cruel things, when you yourself are so weak? Karen's words were like adding fuel to the fire. Gunt let out a terrifying roar. Shut up! Don't insult me as if you've already won! His rage transformed Gunt into a true monster. He lunged forward, black tentacles extending, roaring, Die! Karen stood firm, ready to face him. In that life-or-death moment, Karen dodged a fatal attack. Her silver hair flew in the wind, like a dance of death amidst a sea of fire. A terrifying explosion erupted right where Karen had just been. Gunt's immense destructive power tore through the air, leaving a deep, fiery crater. The battlefield was devastated, thick smoke and dust enveloping the ruined village. Half-burnt houses stood, only desolate wall fragments remaining after the fierce battle. Amidst the rubble, steady footsteps echoed. Kang Seol had arrived, advancing deep into the heart of the battle, his gaze resolute. The black-haired young man looked up, his golden eyes blazing with determination. Gunt. He softly called the enemy's name, like a silent declaration of war. Fire consumed the face collector's body, but Kang Seol's interrogation was colder than hellfire. Where are the sleeping pills and the antidote? The young man's voice rang out, decisive as a death sentence. In Gunt's wild eyes, a flicker of surprise flashed. He had once claimed there was no antidote, yet now, the person before him bluntly exposed that lie. Kang Seol looked down coldly, exposing the villain's cunning preparations. Gunt sneered, admitting the harsh truth. The antidote existed, but even Sarah, an innocent victim, was not given it by him. Gunt whispered, pointing to the bag beside him. The antidote is in there, hidden in the handle. A final confession, or a new trap? The truth remained hidden in the deceiver's words. Karen, with blazing red eyes, couldn't hide her suspicion. How can we believe the words of someone who deceived Sarah and the entire village? Her voice was full of indignation, questioning the truth behind the confession. Gunt sneered, his eyes contemptuous. If you don't need the medicine, then don't believe me. I couldn't care less about watching you play hero. He maintained his arrogant attitude, challenging all judgment. Gunt continued to spew venomous words, mocking the weak and even the hero standing before him. He was envious, because the role of savior did not belong to him. Kang Seol listened in silence, then spoke, his voice deep and muffled. Why did you do it? Do you crave to be a hero that much? A question that pierced straight to the villain's core. Gunt growled, denying any heroic aspirations. I just wanted to teach those fools a lesson. In his eyes, pain and resentment intertwined, revealing a wounded past. Memories flooded back. When the plague raged, when the entire village fell into the hands of heretics, those fools only knew how to sit and wait for salvation. A desperate scenario, where hope was merely an illusion. Gunt's eyes were filled with madness. There is no salvation. Heroes? They're just lazy bums. A harsh declaration, shattering all illusions of saviors. He was once the one who craved salvation more than anyone, imprisoned in darkness, seeing a blurry silhouette. He knew better than anyone the despair of waiting for something that would never come. Trapped in a mad old man's laboratory, he became a test subject for a horrific drug that melted flesh. Physical pain, humiliation, all transformed into hatred. Would the salvation from the hero I longed for ever come to me? His voice rasped, full of sorrow and indignation. Extreme pain had turned him into a monster. No, it was him. He saved himself by destroying everything. A roar of liberation, tinged with madness. He was the one who shattered so-called destined love and stabbed that old man through the heart. A brutal revenge, a journey from victim to destroyer. The face collector growled, asserting that the salvation he craved did not exist. Only he could save himself, even if it meant becoming the most despicable person. He sneered, regretting that he couldn't bestow his brutal enlightenment upon those ignorant fools. That there was no salvation in the world. Only self-reliance could find. But then, Gunt's tone suddenly softened, and he looked directly at the black-haired young man, as if he had just realized something. Gunt's stitched face contorted in surprise. He mumbled, seemingly questioning himself, whether a peaceful world and heroes truly existed. The black-haired young man replied, reminding Gunt of his own words. Salvation doesn't come on its own. He also admitted that Sarah possessed extraordinarily talented hands. Unlike Gunt, Sarah never blamed fate. She dedicated everything she had. The image of the blonde girl caring for the sick appeared as proof. Kang Seol looked directly at Gunt, his gaze sharp. He asked a final question, piercing deep into his heart. Were the words he spoke to Sarah truly sincere? Gunt's eyes wavered, a flicker of pain passing through his golden, stitched eyes. He let out a soft groan, his stitched body seemingly disintegrating, fragments falling scattered. A heartbreaking truth was about to be revealed. In a rush of memories, Gunt recalled, he had received strength from Sarah, who, despite her misfortune, lived resiliently and brightly. He confessed that back then, he only knew how to blame fate and hate the world. He wanted to become Sarah, but realized she was different from the start. No, that wasn't it. Gunt finally vanished in a puff of black smoke, leaving behind an ambiguous remark. At the same time, a system notification appeared, confirming Kang Seol's victory and valuable rewards. Gunt's words about the antidote in his bag were not a lie. After dilution, it was enough to treat all the villagers. Soon, everyone began to feel its effects. Among the slowly recovering patients, a finger twitched. Carrying a fragile hope, Karen exclaimed, pointing at Sarah's moving finger. The pointy-eared girl hurriedly shook her awake, while Kang Seol stood nearby, watching with expectant eyes. Sarah finally woke up, weakly calling Karen's name. She softly complained of pain from being held too tightly, causing Karen to quickly let go, overjoyed. Waking from a long stupor, Sarah weakly asked how long she had slept. Karen gently replied, her eyes filled with relief. She offered a weak smile, overjoyed to know she had been saved. A hopeful question burst out. Gunt, did he really find the antidote? But the joy didn't last. Karen and the surrounding villagers suddenly fell into a heavy silence. Sarah asked about the doctor, her innocent eyes unaware of anything. Not a single sound replied. The villagers' haggard faces and sorrowful eyes were like an invisible wall, blocking all hope. Karen bit her lip, heartbreaking pain evident on her face. She softly called Sarah's name, then choked out Gunt's name, like a farewell. Kang Seol stepped forward, his voice calm but full of regret. He recounted that Gunt had left, saying no one needed him anymore, and would probably never return. Sarah was stunned, her heart shattered. Karen squeezed her hand, comforting her in silence. A choice appeared, as if fate had ordained it. Gunt has left. Kang Seol thought to himself, knowing that the truth couldn't be hidden forever, but he decided to keep it secret. That lie, though painful, was the ultimate protection. She had been too close to Gunt. The shock would be immense. He didn't want Sarah, having just woken up, to suffer more. Karen wouldn't want that either. Karen gently held Sarah's hand, trying to soothe her pain. She said that Gunt had sent a message to take good care of Sarah before he left. Sarah looked around blankly, a strange smell of smoke wafting by. She weakly asked if someone was burning something. Black smoke billowed from afar, graying the sky. The caregiver replied that those were the patient's belongings being incinerated. Before the flickering flames, the caregiver and another villager stood, burning everything. So much, he sighed. Cleaning up will take a lifetime. The fire consumed the remnants of the past. Don't worry, Sarah, the caregiver said. The nightmare is over. An achievement notification appeared, marking victory over the plague. The scene transformed, from ashes to a radiant dawn. Kang Seol walking on a new path. Under the morning sun, Kang Seol and Karen walked side by side. He softly thanked her for lying about Gunt, then asked again if he had truly gone far away. Karen playfully patted Kang Seol's shoulder, declaring she would give him a point, leaving the young man bewildered, not understanding her intention. The mischievous elf explained the recognition point system, leaving Kang Seol speechless. Jamad, the giant orc, advised him not to indulge her antics. Karen shifted her target to Jamad, teasing the orc about the heavy treasure chest. She urged Kang Seol to open it quickly, her face full of anticipation. The sparkling treasure chest held by Jamad, a reward from the adventure. Kang Seol hadn't opened it immediately, feeling it was inappropriate while still near the village. Anyway, they had planned to use the expedition system to reach Ardennen. So, Kang Seol decided to open the chest along the way, turning the journey into an exploration. Before departing, Kang Seol unexpectedly handed Karen an envelope. The elf was surprised, not understanding what it was. He explained it was a letter from Sarah. The girl had asked him to deliver it personally to Karen when they left the village, being too shy to give it herself. The elf gazed thoughtfully at the envelope, her eyes showing a hint of confusion and contemplation. With a gentle motion, she opened the envelope, revealing the handwritten words inside. The letter began with Sarah's warm greeting. The girl expressed her gratitude, saying that both the village and she were happy because of them, then revealed a surprise she wanted to share. Sarah confessed her admiration for Karen, whom she saw as the embodiment of a strong and beautiful dream. The girl confided her longing to become resilient, to escape weakness. The girl wondered if strength brought reliability, and if a weak person could change the world even a little. Sarah's eyes looked out the window, filled with hope. Sarah yearned for answers, believing that Karen, with her strength, might know. The girl earnestly hoped she would visit again someday to share the solution. Sarah's final question in the letter echoed, "Will a world without suffering ever exist?" The image of the girl smiling purely amidst a rice field appeared hauntingly. The elf bowed her head, her eyes filled with sadness, as if bearing the weight of that hopeless question. Amidst the desolate scene of a ruined statue, Kang Seol thought bitterly, "Heroes are truly lazy." He told himself that even he had no answer to Sarah's question. Kang Seol held the letter in his hand, his gaze resolute. He silently vowed that from now on, he would no longer be lazy. A new determination had just ignited in the young man's heart. Karen, the silver-haired elf with blazing red eyes, stood amidst the trees, her expression cold and stern. A sudden change after a moment of contemplation. In just an instant, the elf's expression completely transformed, from cold to cunning, a challenging smirk on her face. "Well then, master, let's open the treasure chest." Jamad, the burly orc, carefully hugged the mysterious treasure chest beside Kang Seol with a helpless smile. He thought, "This girl is really overzealous." Karen eagerly urged them on, pulling Kang Seol and Jamad. "Come on, master, let's go!" The elf kept nagging, while he could only sigh in agreement. The treasure chest opened, a brilliant golden light erupting, revealing countless rewards from the adventure. Level-ups, skill points, money, and even valuable equipment. Kang Seol picked up a piece of armor, silently comparing it to what he had received from the fierce battle before. He understood that this was the standard reward for a normal adventure. He examined the Wanderer's armor, a rare item with impressive defense and strength stats. Notably, it had an effect that increased the wearer's turn speed. Karen suddenly appeared, her eyes blazing, demanding the armor. "Give it to me! Who else can spin around?" the elf confidently declared. Kang Seol suddenly realized that one of Karen's skills was Fire Blossom, an area of effect attack that dealt damage based on how many times she spun. He understood that with the armor's turn speed increase effect, Karen would be able to deal more damage and faster. The elf smiled triumphantly, and with the heat resistance issue still there, there's more than enough reason to change it. Kang Seol agreed. Karen happily took it, promising to return immediately. Karen vanished into a dark space to change. Kang Seol was surprised by the elf's attitude. He had expected her to snatch it as usual. He turned to Jamad, handing the orc a pair of stretchy leather pants. Jamad happily accepted them, promising to put them to good use. Finally, only the distorted hope ring remained. Kang Seol wondered if he should keep it for himself. The ring of someone who could not be saved. Suddenly, Karen reappeared, the new armor hugging her body, her eyes fixed on him with determination. "Master, could you give that ring to me?" the elf requested, not wanting to forget what had happened here. Kang Seol pensively looked at the distorted hope ring on his hand, his eyes full of thought. He didn't hesitate, handing the ring to Karen. "Here." A brief word, yet filled with trust. It seemed the events of this adventure had deeply affected Karen, stirring up painful memories. In the past, the elf had panicked, desperately reaching out towards a blurry figure. And then, the promise to Sarah echoed. "I need to keep my promise." Now, Karen wore the ring, her red eyes resolute, whispering, "Wait for me, Sarah." The system confirmed she had equipped the item. Kang Seol continued to check the spoils of war, a distorted faith necklace and 2 new titles, Savior and Quack. He calculated that he still had a few more titles. Kang Seol declared he was done and ready to leave. But Karen suddenly called out to him, her voice full of annoyance. The elf angrily turned to Jamad, loudly scolding the naked orc running around, declaring her armor was better than his leather pants. Jamad refused to back down, contemptuously retorting that elves should wear clothes made of skin and plants, calling Karen a fake elf for liking metal. Kang Seol could only sigh. Karen's face turned purple with anger. But deep down, Kang Seol realized she hadn't completely changed. Kang Seol ordered them both to stop arguing and continue their journey to Odnan as scheduled. Karen immediately demanded he unsummon Jamad. He could only sigh, wondering who the real master was. Finally, they arrived in Odenin, a large, bustling city with houses packed closely together. Karen marveled at Odenin's grandeur, larger than even Nobira. Kang Seol reminded them they had no time for sightseeing and had to go to sightsee immediately. Karen regretfully said, "Oh, what a pity. Another time then." Kang Seol explained this was the only way to keep his promise to Chiao and arrive on time. He considered ending the adventure to be instantly teleported back to Nobira, but that might make him miss his appointment with Chiao if something unexpected happened. Kang Seol activated the lucky dice, and a dazzling light enveloped him as the system confirmed his resting location had changed to Odnan, and the dice were rolling. The entire space seemed to tear apart, the surrounding images blurring, then quickly becoming clear, signaling an instant teleportation was complete. The dice stopped, revealing a glowing red number 2. The system coldly announced, "You are quite unlucky." Astonished comments appeared, no one expecting this misfortune. The black-haired young man gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with irritation. Damn it! Again! He couldn't believe his luck. Or rather, his misfortune. Suddenly, the dice began to spin wildly again, this time enveloped by a fiery aura, causing Kang Seol to exclaim in surprise. Miraculously, the dice stopped at number 3 thanks to Outlaw activating. Kang Seol breathed a sigh of relief, escaping imminent danger to the astonishment of the comments. The system displayed an ancient scroll, announcing that his luck had improved, and adventures near Odenin would proceed normally with fewer risks. Kang Seol looked at the scroll, telling himself, "It would have been terrible if I hadn't prepared." He decided to end the adventure here. An adventurer score ranking appeared, showing Kang Seol, anonymous private, in first place with nearly 1.9 million points, far ahead of the second-place private. The black-haired young man thoughtfully looked at the ranking, realizing Odenin seemed like a better place than Nobira. He considered returning here after finishing his business. Amidst the bustling crowd, Karen asked Kang Seol if he intended to return to Nobira immediately. He replied he needed to find a carriage first, and they continued walking. Behind them, a group of people excitedly discovered the newly updated adventurer score ranking, their attention drawn to the numbers. 2 men stared in astonishment at the ranking. Number 1 is another private. They couldn't believe their eyes at the enormous score. A brown-haired girl and a red-haired warrior discussed animatedly, astonished by the private's nearly 2 million points. They wondered what crazy adventures that person had gone through. A bearded man and a hooded girl wearing glasses were suspicious. That private didn't exist until a few seconds ago. They wondered about the origin and mysterious power of the top-ranked individual. The entire Odnan shopping district was abuzz, everyone asking, "So who is that person? Who is the other private?" A new mystery had just appeared. A middle-aged man in a fedora looked up, his eyes full of suspicion. "Nobira? Are you looking for death?" His voice rang out, full of warning. The black-haired young man faced him, his expression unwavering. "What?" he asked. The man snapped. "If you're asking such nonsense, then get lost. There are many ways to die." "Is there a problem with wanting to go there?" Kang Seol asked, looking puzzled. The man scratched his head, sighing. "Ah, so you don't know what happened." He lowered his head, his voice much graver. "Nobira was attacked not long ago." Kang Seol was surprised, repeating, "Attacked?" The man closed his eyes, his face hardening. "Yes, I don't think there's anything left there. The entire city burned down. Everyone either died or left. The only thing waiting for you will be ashes." The brutal truth struck, leaving Kang Seol stunned. "Nobira has." He gritted his teeth, then asked, "So where did the survivors go?" The man pointed towards a carriage being loaded. "Congaree. Coincidentally, there's a carriage going there. Do you want to go?" Kang Seol looked at the carriage, asking, "How many days will it take?" The coachman replied curtly, "About 10 days." "No way," Kang Seol thought to himself, his eyes sharp. 10 days is more than enough to go from Nobira to Shadow Canyon. The roads here are better, and it's a shortcut, so it shouldn't take 10 days. A notification panel appeared, suggesting options for Kang Seol to respond to the coachman. The people of Odnan were known for being slow, and clearly, travel time would be shorter if departing from another city. "Is there any way to go faster?" Kang Seol asked. The coachman shook his head vigorously. "The horses pull the carriage, not me. If it's too long, go find another carriage in another city." "Even if I pay extra?" Kang Seol asked. The coachman flinched slightly, hesitating. "What?" Kang Seol smirked confidently. "For every day you shorten the trip, I'll pay double the amount. What do you think?" The coachman looked at him, his face full of indecision. The offer was too tempting for him not to consider. Can you wait here for a moment?" The coachman hastily stood up and ran off. "I need to inform the other passengers." Night fell, stars twinkling in the deep black sky. Time passed, and a decision was made. The door creaked open, and a short black-haired man entered, facing his black-haired, ponytail-wearing comrade. "You're finally back?" The question rang out, carrying a hint of impatience. "Yeah, I'm back." With an inquiring gaze, the ponytail-wearing man questioned, "So, did you find anything?" The other man sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. "What the hell could I find? Spending a day in this huge city, finding another transcendent is like looking for a needle in a haystack. What about the others? Are they still searching?" The ponytail-wearing man worried. "Forget it. Everyone can see how crazy Changsik is getting. We've blocked all suspicious individuals, and now everything's a mess." In the shadows, Changsik mused. Could it be another guild found them first? He clicked his tongue, helpless. If that's the case, then we're out of luck. Suddenly, hurried footsteps, and an urgent voice broke the silence. "Hey, have you guys found them yet?" Both men flinched, turning sharply. Changsik, who had just run in, panted, collapsing. "Ha! Ha! I've run so much I feel like throwing up." He seemed to be in despair. Changsik's face was tense, his eyes blazing. "So, any news?" he growled, mentioning the target. "That 2 million-point guy. Oh, Changsik," the short black-haired man quickly replied. "Do you know how hard it is to find a single transcendent in this vast place?" Changsik roared. "What? Still haven't found him? I told you to do everything you could." Changsik clutched his head, his face full of frustration. "We're not gangsters. What else can we do besides this?" The other man helplessly explained. "Damn it. This is really troublesome." "All right, just keep looking." Changsik's face was contorted, his teeth clenched. "Yes, Changsik," the reply echoed. But inwardly he was annoyed. "Damn it. This is going to take a long time." A blurry ranking board appeared. Top adventurer ranking. Changsik gritted his teeth. That private suddenly stole my #1 spot. He couldn't believe it. And he has nearly 2 million points. It's unbelievable. Changsik's hand clenched. "I only have 990,000 points. He had gone through so much hardship to reach this position, yet he surpassed me, even doubling my score? Can a human being do that?" Darkness enveloped. A ghostly figure with glowing golden eyes appeared behind Changsik. "No, wait. Is he even human?" He resolved. "I must find him and clarify everything." Changsik's eyes were sharp, full of challenge. "There's only one thing I'm curious about," he growled. "That is whether he is truly stronger than me or not." In a cozy room, Changsik sat at ease, with 2 subordinates in front of him. A glowing holographic image appeared. "Recently, we received a clue about a new adventure," he said, his voice serious. "It's on an unprecedented scale and comes with astonishing restrictions." The holographic image clearly displayed reward, treasure level or higher, and restriction, no more than 5 people allowed to enter. Changsik explained. No more than 5 people allowed to enter means even an entire guild cannot assault it. He concluded, even if all ranked transcendent participate, whether we succeed or not remains a big question mark. Changsik pondered. If someone stronger than him appeared in this picture, everything would change. The score ranking appeared, with impressive numbers. The reward was treasure level or higher, Changsik told himself. He had to find that person at all costs. Suddenly, a "huh" rang out, interrupting his train of thought. The black-haired ponytail-wearing man asked the subordinate who had just returned. "What? What did you find?" The short black-haired young man hesitated, his face awkward. "It's just... I think he's already left," the short black-haired young man reported. Changsik was stunned, his eyes wide with surprise and anger. "What did you say?" The short black-haired young man explained that the person had disappeared from the ranking, putting Changsik back at the top. He had been surpassed by private for too long. Changsik wondered why someone with such a high score would die in Ardennen, or if he had left the city. A carriage was speeding away into the night. His rage erupted. Changsik punched the stone wall hard, creating a large crack. "Damn it," he roared, his frustration boiling over. He ordered his subordinate, "Check the information of the transcendent who left the city this time. If there's any trouble, just say I gave the order." A subordinate doubtfully asked if that person would help. Changsik sharply replied, "Help me? No. This is a fair exchange. He wouldn't tolerate any weakness or doubt." "Damn it. Next time I won't let you escape. I'll drag you in no matter what," Changsik swore. The carriage continued to roll, fading into the night. Inside the carriage compartment, a calm, black-haired, red-eyed man Saturday. A voice rang out. "You're the one who said you'd pay double the amount, right?" A white-haired old man sat next to him, leaning on a cane, saying, "Thanks to you, this old man saved some time. Thank you." The black-haired, red-eyed man replied, "You're welcome." The white-haired old man looked at him, asking, "Seeing you leave in such a hurry, do you also have family in Congaree?" He replied, "Not exactly, but I'm in a hurry." The old man nodded. "Is that so? I suppose it makes sense. With the current chaotic situation, rushing back is natural." The black-haired, red-eyed man asked in return, "Do you know what's happening?" The old man smiled. "Though I may not look it, I used to be a big merchant. If you're curious, I can tell you everything I know." The black-haired, red-eyed man replied, "Please do." The old man thought, "All right, let's see. Where should I start?" Then he asked directly, "Are you a transcendent?" He replied curtly, "Yes." The old man continued the story, pointing at the map. The kingdom of Nabenia appeared, a land not large, but famous for its great southern forest, where many mysteries lay hidden. The white-haired old man mused, recounting Nabenia's ambition as the kingdom tried to expand its territory, encroaching deep into the lands of the ferocious trolls. Suddenly, the old man asked the black-haired, red-eyed young man about a horrific event. "Have you ever heard of the tragedy at Wiggletongue?" He flinched, his eyes showing surprise. The story recounted a devastated village, plundered and burned to ashes. Although Gallus was nearby, no one understood why this tragedy occurred. The black-haired, red-eyed young man questioned, "Was it the trolls?" The old man confirmed, "Yes, the trolls plundered Wiggletongue, annihilating everyone without exception." Images of ferocious trolls sweeping through the villagers appeared. But the mystery was how they infiltrated. The brutality didn't stop. The old man continued. The trolls also attacked Novira, turning the entire city into a sea of fire, then capturing or devouring innocent people. Capture? The trolls did that? The black-haired, red-eyed young man frowned, clearly skeptical. He knew well that trolls never took humans as slaves. The old man sighed, explaining that the trolls were much stronger, so taking slaves was illogical. They could only eat or kill people for sport. The survivors had fled to Congaree, and that was all he knew. "Thanks for letting me know." The black-haired, red-eyed young man gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. This information angered him, a surge of frustration rising within him. He suddenly remembered Hamun and Chiao, two people who were in Novira. He wasn't sure about Chiao, but Hamun had settled there. A bad premonition arose. His hand clenched tighter. Hamun, the weak blacksmith, surely couldn't have escaped the disaster. It was highly likely he had been sacrificed in Novira. A shadow fell over his face. If Hamun was killed by the trolls, a smoldering rage began to ignite in his golden eye. He raised his head, his golden eyes blazing. "Whoever touches what is mine will pay a heavy price." The cold, murderous declaration echoed. A week later, in the bustling city of Congaree, the peaceful scene was in stark contrast to what had just been recounted. Congaree was bustling, but a tense atmosphere hung over it. Notice boards were filled with laments and fears about Novira's devastation, Bargo's disappearance, and rumors of a mysterious reincarnator. A flood of Novira refugees poured in, putting great pressure on Congaree. Rumors of Bargo's death, Nabenia's weakness, and the trolls' easy infiltration caused extreme panic among the populace. A disaster was imminent. In a noisy tavern, the black-haired, red-eyed young man listened to the white-haired old man through a magic screen, his heart heavy. Damn it, so the king isn't going to act? He gritted his teeth, enraged to hear that people were being taken like cattle, while the kingdom abandoned everything. The magic screen continued to show the night news, revealing the harsh truth. Nabenia's fate abandoned. The army was rotten, corrupt to the core. More and more refugees poured into Congaree, pushing the city into chaos. Sensational news kept coming in. Kibo captured by trolls? Ymira is searching for him. The black-haired, red-eyed young man was stunned by the new information, his eyes clearly showing worry. He mused, realizing that Novira had completely fallen. The influx of refugees to Congaree was their only option. "Just returned. And all the news is this surprising," he muttered to himself, trying to piece everything together. The black-haired, red-eyed young man wondered if Hamun was among the refugees. He decided to seek out adventurer guilds to gather useful information before going to the official information guild. Suddenly, a piercing creak echoed, interrupting his thoughts. Two men nearby flinched, looking bewildered towards the door. What was happening? Amidst the murmuring crowd, a proud figure swept past. The long-haired, black-haired girl walked with confidence, followed by a burly man. All eyes turned to them, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. "Look, it's Oh Yan-hee," a red-haired man exclaimed in surprise. "And Jin Jong-tak too. What's going on?" The appearance of this powerful duo caused a stir in the entire tavern. Oh Yan-hee, with a cold expression, thought to herself, "I wonder what the Federation officials are doing here." Her sharp gaze swept through the crowd, full of calculations. The black-haired, red-eyed young man stood from afar, silently observing Oh Yan-hee and Jin Jong-tak. He didn't say a word, but his eyes were locked on the two newcomers. Jin Jong-tak looked directly at the black-haired, red-eyed young man, his gaze resolute. It's him. Let's get closer to confirm. He signaled to Oh Yan-hee, ready to advance. As Oh Yan-hee and Jin Jong-tak approached, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared, blocking their path. A girl in a red hood, with long silver hair, stood in front of the black-haired, red-eyed young man. "Stop," the girl in the red hood spoke, her voice decisive. "I've never seen you before. Who are you?" Her fiery red eyes looked directly at Oh Yan-hee, full of vigilance. Oh Yan-hee frowned slightly, her expression annoyed. I never heard he had a woman with him. She was surprised by the mysterious girl's sudden appearance. Her plans seemed to be disrupted. The girl in the red hood stood firm, unfazed by Oh Yan-hee's scrutinizing gaze. She maintained a calm expression, but her determined eyes showed she wouldn't back down easily. "What do you want with me?" the girl in the red hood asked directly, her tone fearless. "Oh, Yon." He hesitated for a moment, then replied, "We only have one question." The tense confrontation began. Amidst the tense confrontation, a mysterious message appeared on the screen in Oh Yong-hee's hand. "Do you know Han Yo-myung?" The news content hinted at an alliance with Congaree and unusual circumstances surrounding Han Yo-myung. Oh Yon-hee coldly confirmed, "I know him." Jin Jong-tak stood beside her, his eyes sharp, adding, "So it's you." The red-hooded girl Karen didn't hesitate, her fiery red eyes looking directly at Oh Yan-hee. "Han Yo-myung is looking for you. Can you come to the Federation for a moment?" Night fell. Oh Yan-hee walked decisively up the stone steps leading to a massive architectural structure, warm yellow light spilling from the tall windows. The heavy door opened. Oh Yan-hee and Jin Jong-tak stepped in together. She gestured, "Come in." Inside was a bustling hall, filled with unfamiliar faces. A brown-haired, big-eyed man called out mockingly, "Yon-hee, busy?" Oh Yan-hee glared at him, her voice sharp. "Are your eyes just for show?" "I'm busy," he asked again. "Doing what?" she warned. "You might get hurt if you try to dig deeper into it," he replied. "I'll get hurt anyway." The man didn't give up. "Anyway, I'll be transferred soon." "Can't you tell me?" "Oh, Yan," he sighed, uttering a single sentence. "Then, come back as soon as possible." Jin Jong-tak's eyes swept through the crowd, noticing the differently dressed transferees. He secretly guessed this was a common space where many guilds operated together. Amidst the buzzing news, 2 posters were crossed out, clearly declaring, "The Predator and Justice Guilds had disappeared from Congaree." The narration echoed, "A place becomes cleaner when its biggest troubles are removed, just like Congaree currently being thoroughly cleaned up." A rapid knocking echoed. Oh Yong-hee and Jin Jong-tak waited. A deep, warm voice from outside. "I've brought him." Oh Yong-hee replied simply, "Thank you." The door opened, and a young man with a radiant smile entered, greeting Jin Jong-tak. "Long time no see, brother." Jin Jong-tak, surprised, called his name. "Yo-myung." Jin Jong-tak looked at the brown-haired young man, his gaze scrutinizing. He secretly wondered, is he an original private soldier? A question full of hidden meaning about Han Yo-myung's true identity. In a noisy tavern, a one-eyed man asked the red-haired girl beside him, "Really? He's the one who single-handedly took down the Justice Guild?" The girl replied, "You were adventuring so you couldn't see, right? The number of human limbs in that makeshift building. It still makes me shiver." A man wearing glasses and a mask asked again, "So, are we sure he's a private soldier?" The brown-haired girl next to the red-haired girl affirmed confidently, "As I said, he is. Oppa and I escaped the Justice Guild thanks to him." In the noisy tavern, Jin Jong-tak and Oh Yan-hee whispered about Han Yo-myung. Jin Jong-tak was surprised that he wasn't as crude as imagined, while Oh Yan-hee decisively demanded order. Han Yo-myung appeared, frankly stating he had heard they were looking for him. Jin Jong-tak quickly confirmed, explaining that the change in rankings made them suspect only he could have done it. Jin Jong-tak asked Han Yo-myung to introduce his companion, but Oh Yong-hee, with an annoyed expression, cut him off, as if not wanting to waste time. Han Yo-myung coldly declared he had no time for elaborate rituals. He was very busy and would leave immediately after hearing their request. Jin Jong-tak understood, nodded, and said he would get straight to the main point, no more beating around the bush. But before that, Jin Jong-tak curiously asked about the mysterious girl standing next to Han Yo-myung. The silver-haired, pointed-eared, red-eyed girl revealed a mischievous smile, confidently introducing herself. "I am Karen." Jin Jong-tak and Oh Yan-hee whispered in astonishment that she was an elf. Oh Yan-hee then stated directly that they needed help because of what had happened in Nobira. Oh Yan-hee continued to explain that the Kingdom of Navinia had made no move against the troll attack, and currently only city soldiers and transferees could protect Congaree. Jin Jong-tak added, affirming that they wanted to protect Congaree themselves and needed every strong transferee they could find. The burly young man emphasized that they needed his help to protect the city, the surrounding towns, and all the people. Han Yomyang subtly smirked, his eyes sharp, pondering the offer to protect Congress. A voice echoed, as if it were Han Yomyang's thought. Instead of adapting to this world, you have been swallowed by it. He wondered if teammates, bases, cities, or races were what mattered to them. Oh Yan-hee immediately retorted, asking what was wrong with wanting to protect Kongri, a priceless place for transferees to return to after their adventures, and asked if he didn't think so. Han Yeomyong decisively replied, "No." Karen stepped forward, declaring she only acted for herself, coming here not to protect Kongri, but for another reason. She revealed the true reason, believing that Oh Yeon-hee's group would know the names of the refugees who had arrived in Kongri. Han Yomyong placed his hand on the table, his expression unreadable. Kang Seol leaned over the table, his sharp eyes looking towards Han Yomyong, demanding information about Hamun, a blacksmith from Nobira, with a resolute expression. An hour later, at another location, the man in glasses and a black mask reported having investigated Hamun, but only a few refugees recognized the name. The bandaged man, a ruin hunter, continued the story, saying that someone had seen Hamun being abducted by trolls. This news was like a heavy blow. Hearing the bad news, Noel and the black-haired man with a ponytail were both stunned and astonished. A tense atmosphere filled the room. Kang Seol gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. He decided, I must pursue them immediately. Oh, Yan-hee looked in astonishment at Kang Seol standing up. What did you say? You're going to pursue the trolls who attacked us? Karen stood beside Kang Seol, silently observing. Karen stepped forward, facing Kang Seol. She reminded him, if what you want to protect is Kongri. Kang Seol turned away, his gaze resolute. What I want to protect is much simpler. It's myself and everything that belongs to me. Oh Yan-hee stood frozen, her eyes full of disbelief. Kang Seol had gotten the information he needed, and now he no longer cared about other matters. Jin Jong-tak and Oh Yan-hee stood there, their expressions puzzled. The one-eyed man and others in the tavern were also whispering. The man in glasses and a black mask exclaimed, What the hell? Is he crazy? Is he going to cross the border right now? The short red-haired woman also shook her head, thinking Kang Seol was too arrogant. Oh Yan-hee still stood there, her eyes full of annoyance and helplessness at Kang Seol's decision. The man in glasses and a black mask continued to comment to Noel. He must think he's everything. Moving alone right now. He's crazy. The short red-haired woman snapped. All of you, watch your words. He's not someone we can judge by our standards. Oh Yan-hee turned to Noel, her voice commanding. Noel, go back to the inn. Noel asked in surprise. Huh? Why? Kang Seol said no more, simply drawing his sword from its sheath. The dry clang of metal echoed, signaling an unshakable decision. Darkness fell, swallowing the noise behind them. Kang Seol and Karen walked, each step imbued with deep resolve. A powerful urge surged within him. Just follow. Where are we going now? Karen asked, her red eyes reflecting the moonlight. Kang Seol didn't hesitate. Find horses, then head straight for Gulia Fortress. Kang Seol's steps were decisive, moving forward. Gulia Fortress, the city near Wiggleton, was their destination. That's the closest place to the trolls, he explained, his voice cold. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. Brother, wait! Kang Seol turned, his eyes surprised to see Han Yomyang hurrying after them. Han Yomyang panted, his face full of remorse. He tried to stop Kang Seol, stammering, Wait! Listen to me first! I'm sorry. Han Yomyang bowed his head, his voice choked. Today was my fault. I know you hate such things, but I was too desperate. Kang Seol silently watched Han Yomyang. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. It's fine. I also got what I needed. He has changed a lot. He's no longer an innocent child begging for help. He's well equipped, with the experience and skills of an adventurer, Kang Seol thought to himself. Thanks to him, my plan is much clearer. Han Yomyang looked up, staring directly at Kang Seol. Your plan is to save Hamun, isn't it? That's right, Kang Seol replied concisely. Let me help, Han Yomyang insisted. Kang Seol was surprised, slightly furrowing his brow. What? To repay your life-saving kindness, Han Yomyang said, his gaze firm. Let me repay you. Karen subtly nudged Kang Seol. He looked at Han Yomyang, his voice lowering. Yomyang, you can't help me, Kang Seol declared coldly. Han Yomyang was stunned, his face full of surprise. But I'm stronger now, Han Yomyang protested, his voice full of indignation. I'm not like before. Karen turned to him, softly saying, Listen, I understand your confidence, Karen said, her eyes sharp and cold. But Master is right, you won't be able to help him. Han Yomyang's arm distorted, veins bulging, a surge of dark power violently erupted, like a roar tearing through the night. He gritted his teeth, his arm glowing bright purple. Want to test me? Go ahead. Han Yomyung challenged, determined to prove he was no longer weak. Karen smiled eerily, her red eyes flashing with amusement. All right, be my guest. She drew her sword, accepting the arrogant challenge. The power in Han Yomyung's arm exploded, a swirling stream of purple energy. He gripped his sword tightly, ready for the attack. The silver-haired elf darted like a whirlwind, her red cloak fluttering in the night. Her speed was terrifying, without a hint of hesitation. Their swords clashed fiercely, sparks flying. Han Yomyung's purple power confronted Karen's sharpness. Han Yomyung roared, pouring all his strength into each sword strike. His face was tense, determined not to back down from his opponent. Karen subtly curled her lip, her gaze sweeping over Han Yomyung's glowing arm. An interesting ability. Now I understand why you're so confident. Looking down from above, Han Yomyung continuously attacked, creating cracks in the ground. Karen calmly parried, unfazed. The clanging of metal was deafening. The elf parried the sword with one hand, her eyes cold as if evaluating. He continued to attack relentlessly. He reminisced about the past, when he was just an ordinary swordsman. If my opponent were also a swordsman like me, then I could be a few steps ahead. He recalled easily defeating a giant warrior, his sword stained with blood. He panted, standing amidst his astonished comrades. Did you all see that? I didn't even see his sword. Han Yomyung looked at his hand, remembering the gift from his sister. The hand my sister bestowed upon me to protect her. The power of the phantom hand. His hand glowed bright gold, a symbol of extraordinary power. A power that allows me to swing my sword faster and stronger than anyone else. Thanks to it, I have grown tremendously. He felt power surging through his veins, an unprecedented euphoria compared to when he was weak. The sword in his hand felt like an extension of himself, ready to tear through all limits. He thought this power would be unrivaled, helping him overcome everything. But reality was much harsher when his sword clashed with an unimaginable opponent. Another critical blow landed, making Han Yomyung fall to his knees. He gritted his teeth, realizing that even with all his strength, he couldn't harm his opponent even slightly. The silver-haired girl stood upright, sword held close. Sorry, I accidentally used a bit too much force, she said, her voice terrifyingly calm. Shall we continue? Despite the pain, Han Yomyung struggled back to his feet, his eyes burning. I'm fine. Keep going. He refused to accept defeat so easily. The battle erupted again. Han Yomyung poured all his strength, each sword strike carrying the power of the phantom hand. But the silver-haired girl effortlessly neutralized them, like a dance of death. She spun to dodge, her cold gaze sweeping past. Your speed is quite good. Her tone couldn't hide her assessment. But that was all he had. Every heavy step, every relentless sword strike was seen through by her. The rest, not so much, she concluded, her eyes sharp and cold as if to freeze all his hope. A lightning-fast counterattack sent Han Yomyung flying, crashing to the ground. The bone-deep pain made him groan. A sharp, cold sword was pressed against his throat, Han Yomyung motionless. He stared at the blade, his eyes showing defeat and shock. Is it over? Karen asked, her smile gentle, yet authoritative. Han Yomyung could only whisper in response, Yes. You've never learned swordsmanship, have you? Karen said. No matter how fast you are, if there's no destructive power, your attacks are easily blocked. Han Yomyung bitterly admitted. You're right. Your swordsmanship is truly astonishing. He bowed his head, his face full of disappointment. No wonder you said I was useless. Her words were like a bucket of cold water thrown on his confidence. Kang Seol appeared, looking down at the kneeling Han Yomyung. Didn't you say you wanted to protect your sister? He asked, his tone full of questioning. So why are you so insistent on following me? The young man bowed his head, unease seeping into every word. He wanted to protect his sister, but he felt a bad premonition, an unnamed worry constantly surrounding him. Kang Seol smirked, his eyes sharp and cold. Your intuition isn't wrong. That feeling of unease is completely justified. He posed a cruel hypothetical. What if I, with this power, wanted to harm your sister? Han Yomyung flinched, his sister's image appearing like a painful reminder. Kang Seol continued, his tone cold. If you were strong enough to stop me, that unease wouldn't exist. Han Yomyung knelt, his sword lying idly. Kang Seol's words were like a thunderclap. To escape his worries, there was only one way. He had to become stronger. Han Yomyung's hand clenched. If you want to go further, staying here is useless, Kang Seol said. It's best to leave Kongor. Han Yomyung looked up, his eyes bewildered. He repeated Kang Seol's words, as if trying to digest this harsh truth. Kang Seol offered a small object, a white bird statue. Take it. It will help us know each other's locations. Holding the statue in his hand, Han Yomyung gazed into the distance. He knew his time in Kongori was running out. Kang Seol smiled mysteriously, holding an identical statue. I will see you again, survive until then. The thundering of hooves. A voice rang out, full of surprise. I didn't expect you to know how to ride a horse. Truly a hidden talent. Kang Seol and Karen rode their horses like the wind. She asked about the plan upon reaching Gulia Fortress. He replied that he needed to see if Gulia would intervene. If not, he would pursue the trolls himself. Karen burst out laughing, looking at Kang Seol with interest. You're really crazy. Are you burning with zeal? Everyone understands the feeling of being robbed. Kang Seol pondered. Karen called him by his nickname, her voice full of hidden meaning. Snowman. I have something to say about this. He raised an eyebrow, waiting. In a deep cave, Jamad, the burly orc, meditated. He opened his eyes, his gaze burning red, declaring, I know why this happened, and I know where they are. Kang Seol questioned him. The old orc began to tell of the Stone Dog tribe, once part of the tribal alliance, but which had seceded due to disagreements. The tribal alliance spanned the continent, but Jamad questioned the meaning of such fragmented unity. An ancient stone tablet appeared, holding secrets. To resolve that issue, the Great Tribal Council was established. Old Jamad pointed to an ancient symbol, and Kang Seol repeated the name in surprise. It was where the major tribes in the region met. The black-haired young man deduced, asking about the Sulphur Skull tribe near Nabinia. Jamad confirmed, asserting that the power of the Sulphur Skull tribe was absolute, dominating the tribes around Nabinia. The old orc's eyes were sharp and cold. Then he revealed that, a long time ago, a young successor of that tribe had proposed the Purge Primordial God. Kang Seol was shocked and horrified. The Purge Primordial God, a horrifying ritual. The god of fire and sulfur, a giant fire monkey incarnation residing in Yogantun volcano, was a destructive calamity. Kang Seol couldn't believe his ears. He exclaimed, They intend to use the primordial god ritual? His voice trembled with horror. Jamad was surprised that Kang Seol knew about it. The black-haired young man questioned the source of his information. Jamad gritted his teeth. That's why they kidnapped the villagers of Novira. The burly orc continued, suggesting that the Wiggleton attack was also part of the plan. They had thrown the kidnapped residents into the mouth of the Purge to inherit its power. A map appeared, outlining the conspiracy. With new power, the trolls would attack Nabinia or Gulia. And when Nabinia was weakened, Satena would seize the opportunity to invade. Karen exclaimed in surprise, Trolls also know strategy. Jamad replied that this plan had previously been rejected for strategic reasons. Kang Seol asked the reason for the rejection. Jamad explained that the relationship with Satena was not good, and other leaders also opposed this plan. Kang Seol, his face extremely tense, pressed, How much time do we have before the kidnapped prisoners are sacrificed? Old Jamad looked straight ahead, his voice deep and muffled. About a month. A fateful pronouncement, sowing despair. A month? The pointy-eared girl Karen was stunned, skeptical. Could sacrificing a god really take that long? Old Orc Jamad explained in a low voice. The primordial god was no servant, following no one's schedule. Moreover, the purge was cunning, and the ritual to appease him consumed a considerable amount of time. Jamad continued to deduce. If they moved by land, and a week had passed since the Novira attack, Kang Seol's face darkened. He understood that the prisoners had already been moved to the volcano. Time was running out, and pressure weighed heavily on the young man's shoulders. The two rode their horses like the wind through the wasteland. A month didn't mean they could relax. The race against death had begun, without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, a ruined fortress was engulfed in flames. Thick black smoke billowed up, swallowing the remnants of a fierce battle. From a large gap in the ruined wall, Kibo struggled out, breathing a sigh of relief. Kibo pointed at the hole, realizing it was the way the trolls had infiltrated. He reported, It's quite tight, but large enough for them to squeeze through. The brown-haired man angrily said, Those bastards definitely came in through here. What were the border guards doing to let them dig such a big hole? Kibo replied, Who knows? Maybe those idiots haven't even found the trolls' infiltration route yet. He turned to Kibo, asking about their captain. In this mess, where was the commander? Kibo was held tightly by a black-haired man who reassured him, It's best not to disturb them right now. It seemed the internal situation was also chaotic. Kibo lay there, covered in blood. A hand shook him hard, a panicked voice crying out, Sir! Sir! Open your eyes! Kibo's eyes fluttered open, seeing Mira. He whispered, Ah, Mira. Thank goodness. A glimmer of hope flickered in his tired eyes. Mira wailed in despair, tears streaming down her face. What the hell happened? Kibo, what's wrong with you? The heartbreaking scene was gut-wrenching. Kibo whispered his last words, his eyes fixed on the ferocious troll horde under the blood moon. Listen carefully. Don't go. You can't. Go. A fateful warning. Amidst the blood-stained ruins, a blonde warrior collapsed, his breath ragged, coughing up fresh blood. The black-haired girl with a high ponytail embraced him, begging him not to give up, promising to take him to a healer. Kibo whispered, asking why she was there, then struggled to deliver the horrifying news. The trolls are attacking. The terrible news struck like lightning. Nobira was destroyed. Their home was no more. Mira was in extreme pain. She clutched Kibo's bloody hand, desperately asking what had happened to him. He weakly recounted, "I was captured because they needed the carriage. I don't know if he's still alive." Mira was about to rush off, but Kibo held her back, his voice hoarse. "Don't go, Mira. The survivors must keep living." She cried out in tears, unable to accept that command, unable to abandon her comrades. Kibo offered a weak smile, his eyes full of affection. That's the Mira I know." He pointed to the ground, signaling to her. "So what are you waiting for? Go, find them." Around them were bodies covered in white cloths. Mira silently touched Kibo's face, a final farewell, before he passed away forever. With a blonde, blindfolded young man, Mira discussed their pursuit plan. He said the trolls had left tracks, pulling the carriage north. The blonde young man worried. "Most of those who were transferred escaped to Kangri. The rest are scared. It seems only we can go." He looked at her, asking directly, "So, what's your plan?" Mira tightened her cloak, her eyes resolute. "It's fine. The only thing we need are wolves." Mira declared she would pursue them to the end. A cold, dangerous revenge adventure began. She ordered other units to prepare for departure. 4 days later, the group had ventured deep into the snowy mountains north of Navinia. Amidst the majestic scenery, a tired question echoed. How much longer until Gulia? Riding through the snow, Karen couldn't hide her frustration upon hearing the answer. Another 4 days? Ugh, that's too long. Kang Seol suddenly remembered his promise to Chiao, but then told himself, Nobira has burned down, she won't be waiting there. We'll find her after everything is over. The burly orc Jamad clicked his tongue, his face grimacing. Tsk. So it's back to normal. But hey, we have another problem. Of course, we're in the middle of icy mountains. Meanwhile, someone's hiding in a dark space babbling. It's because those weak humans can't stand my presence when I appear outside. The silver-haired elf snapped. Jamad shook his head, his voice lowering. That's not the problem anyway. The problem is, this space is getting very cramped. Just as Jamad said, the dark space where Kang Seol was hiding was reaching its limit. A brilliant blue light signaled instability. The main reason was that Karuna's stats were being adjusted. This process was almost complete, and the surging energy was overloading the dark space. As a twin knight, Karen possessed special abilities. If both Karuna and she could be summoned at the same time, the rescue mission for Hamoon would be a piece of cake. However, currently, Kang Seol could only summon Karen before reaching the limit. Summoning Karuna with her adjusted stats was impossible. In short, it wasn't the number of summons, but his lack of the crucial wisdom stat. He had to quickly find a way to increase it. Who could do that? Karen pouted. Karen, if you think I can't do it, then deal with the sulfur skulls yourself, Kang Seol said coldly. No, you shouldn't give up so quickly. I'll think of something too. We'll find a solution if we cooperate, the elf quickly replied. Night fell, swallowing the towering peaks. Only the flickering campfire light illuminated a small corner amidst the silent space. By the warm fire, Jamad stood guard, his red eyes vigilant. Across from him, Kang Seol was curled up in a blanket, deep in sleep. In his restless sleep, an eerie voice echoed, Come here, come here. Kang Seol slowly opened his eyes, as if hypnotized. A voice? Kang Seol mumbled, sitting bolt upright. The orc Jamad turned, his eyes sharp. You're awake. Save me some energy. Kang Seol woke up, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He asked if something was wrong, pointing in a vague direction where ghostly lights flickered. Amidst the silent night, the mysterious voice still echoed, urging, Come here, come here. The entire space seemed swallowed by mystery. Karen appeared, suggesting they might be sulfur skulls and asking if they should advance to engage. Kang Seol remained pensive. The orc Jamad shook his head firmly. No. He frowned, sensing an unusual energy stirring the space. In the deep darkness, a lone figure stood tall, a large backpack on his back, facing the moon suspended in the starry sky. A close-up of the backpack revealed familiar items, a classic lantern and some mysterious tools, hinting at a long journey. The stranger's face gradually became clear, with round glasses and sharp eyes hidden behind the frames. A sudden voice called him Snowman. Kang Seol was startled, wondering if the person knew his identity. Kang Seol and Karen stood side by side, their faces surprised. That voice, it was unmistakable. Cold sweat ran down Kang Seol's temples, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had recognized the owner of that voice. Mael, the orc wearing glasses, waved a friendly greeting. It's Mael, good to see you again. Male, who had been exiled from the Rock Molar tribe, appeared here again. Kang Seol couldn't help but wonder, what was he doing in this place? The two walked together on the rocky path. Kang Seol asked Male about his journey, and Male excitedly recounted his adventure in Navinia. Karen surprisingly asked Kang Seol if he knew any other trolls besides Jamad. Kang Seol nodded, introducing Male as someone who had helped him in the past. Karen politely greeted Male, then curiously asked, "Do trolls wear glasses too?" Male explained it wasn't for better vision, but a multi-purpose tool. Karen complimented Male, saying he looked smart and different from the trolls she had met. Male frowned, his eyes sharp, and asked back, "Are you talking about me, elf?" Mael looked directly at Jamad, calling his name. Jamad, with a stern expression, replied with resentment, "Is that you, tyrant of the Rock Molar tribe?" Male was surprised that Jamad knew his name, asking back, "You know my name? Who are you?" Jamad, without hesitation, declared his identity, son of the exiled Mayora. The name, the exiled, stunned Jamad. He couldn't believe it. That woman had a child? Male coldly replied, "I was in her womb when she was exiled." Jamad fell silent, his eyes full of thought, seemingly trying to piece together memories. A shocking truth had just been revealed. Then Jamad looked directly at Male, questioning, "You are the one who helped Snowman crush the tribe." Male did not deny it, calmly admitting, "That's right." He further explained the medicine and magic he used. Jamad growled, admitting that no one could have done that alone. He was curious about Male's poisons and magical knowledge, his eyes full of scrutiny. Karen stood next to Kang Seol, whispering, "He talks about the destruction of his tribe without a care. I don't understand trolls and their emotions." Then she turned to Male, asking directly, "Male, what are you doing here?" Male replied concisely, "Divination." He further explained that while it wasn't anything grand, he had learned how to perform it and saw a snowman in it. Male revealed the prophecy. It said there would be a great disaster, so I came here to prevent it. Kang Seol was startled. A great disaster? He wondered if it was caused by the sulfur skulls. Male continued, "The stars said I would meet you here." He had traveled for 15 days, and had also passed by the sulfur skulls. That was about 4 days ago. Kang Seol's face paled. 4 days? He mumbled. If it was 4 days ago, then by now they would have crossed the border. The situation seemed more serious than he thought. Male affirmed, "They are not an ordinary horde." He further explained that it was a gathering of the most ferocious troll tribes in this region. Male looked at the three of them. Trying to deal with all of them with just 3 people matches what I saw. Karen worriedly asked, "Do you think we can't?" Male clenched his fist, his face resolute. "Not with just the 3 of you." A weighty statement, emphasizing their helplessness. But then Male continued, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "But with the 4 of us, we can." His words were like an offer, a ray of light in a perilous situation. Jamad, still sitting by the fire, his eyes on Mael, seemed to be considering the offer. An unexpected alliance might be about to form. Kang Seol looked at the scene before him, the burnt ruins. He exclaimed, wondering if these were the traces of the notorious Sulphur Skulls trolls. Mael explained they only slept after setting up camp. Kang Seol asked again, confused, but Mael replied, a triumphant look on his face, that he had said they only passed by. Mael revealed a horrifying secret. The trolls had scattered soul powder as they passed. Kang Seol gasped his name in astonishment, while the system continuously displayed surprising notifications about a hero rank. Mael continued, they didn't use magic, only exploited the border's weakness to create a path. He asserted that if they found it, they could also use that path. A close-up of Mael's eyes through his glasses, gleaming with calculation and a predetermined plan. Mael's hand extended, surrounded by a shimmering golden light, like a pledge for the upcoming cooperation. Mael bowed his head, his voice sincere. I will never forget Snowman's help. Deep gratitude from an outcast. He raised his head, a knowing smile on his face. Finally, I can repay you. A glittering object appeared in Mael's palm. The glowing gem was handed over by Mael, like a promise to guide the way. The system confirmed. Requirements met. Helper. The child Mael will join this adventure as an ally. The scene shifted to the Novenia border wall, where a gaping black hole appeared, like a scar on the ground. Mael's hand touched the cold rock face, feeling every grain of earth. He realized the path was blocked midway. Karen worriedly asked if the Sulphur Skulls had caused this collapse. Mael denied it, saying they had no reason. He decided to check it himself, his eyes full of thought. Mael placed his hand on the ground. A golden energy flared, recreating the scene that had occurred. He said this was the memory the ground here preserved. In the golden light, about 20 figures appeared. Mael identified them as humans. Kang Seol stood beside him, his face astonished. The image of a black-haired girl with a high ponytail became clear in the memory. Mael uttered her name. You, Mira. Kang Seol curiously asked if he knew this girl. Mael revealed he had met Ymira before. She was hunting Kibo. Karen was surprised, feeling like she was the only one who didn't know. Mael suggested asking Karuna, which annoyed her. Mael rummaged through his backpack, musing about having to change course to Gwylia if the path was blocked. But then, an idea suddenly struck him, and he asserted that there was still another way. With a calculating glint in his eyes, Mael produced an orange-yellow berry, from which an eerie light emanated, signaling something ominous. He forcefully threw the berry into a deep crevice in the cliff face, awaiting a reaction from something hidden within. The berry shattered, and a brilliant light erupted from within the crevice, signaling that some creature was about to awake. From deep within the earth, a colossal rock monster, a rock bug, burst through the wall. The earth-shattering sound astonished Kang Seol. Mael calmly explained that rock bugs are extremely fond of kokurin berries. He had used them to suggest that the monsters open a path. Jamad praised Mael's talent, regretting that he didn't stay with the tribe. But Mael merely gave a faint smile, considering it a place of resentment, not somewhere to settle down. The rock bug lumbered along, unconsciously completing its task of clearing a path, leaving a new passage behind. With the path open, the three of them entered. Mael, the exiled talent, a troll hunter specializing in trolls, had proven his capabilities. Before them was the roaring Yoghnatun volcano, its fiery red lava scorching the sky. Kang Seol recognized it, and Mael confirmed they had entered dangerous territory. On the treacherous trail, Kang Seol turned to Jamad, asking about what to be aware of before facing the bloodthirsty Sulphur Skulls. Jamad warned about the aggressive Sulphur Skulls tribe, whose combat abilities were extremely high, especially their leader. Karen confidently declared, "Let me protect you." Mael scoffed, telling Karen not to underestimate trolls, as their alliance included individuals with incredible skills. Kang Seol immediately asked if there were any strong individuals among the Sulphur Skulls. Jamad simply replied, "One." And then, he emphasized, that individual was a true monster, his face utterly serious. Kang Seol and Karen were astonished. The black-haired young man quickly asked for the name of the one dubbed a monster. A horrifying sight appeared. A man lay slumped in a pool of blood. Kang Seol exclaimed, in shock, "A human?" Mael looked at the severely wounded brown-haired man, deducing that he was a member of Ymira's group. "Let me take care of him," Mael said in a low voice, preparing to provide aid. Mael knelt beside him, carefully offering a santuri leaf to the injured man. "This is a santuri leaf. Chew it with a little water." He tried to help, his eyes full of concern. The brown-haired man was barely breathing, gasping for air. Each heavy sound echoed, his body trembling, struggling in extreme pain. "Can you breathe now?" Mael asked, his tone urgent. The man tried to speak, only managing to utter a weak word. Run. Mael tilted his head in confusion. The brown-haired man, with his last bit of strength, lifted his head, his eyes full of horror, repeating, "Run, monster, run," he whispered, his voice trembling, his eyes fixed on nothingness as if seeing something terrifying. A final warning. Mael silently watched the dying man, his warning echoing in the air. A sense of foreboding enveloped the entire group. Kang Seol mused. "It seems the trolls have discovered our group. They must have tried to eliminate them," Jamad continued, his voice full of disdain. "They brought 20 people and were defeated so easily? The Sulphur Skulls won't have any trouble dealing with them." A brutal scene appeared. Ferocious Sulphur Skulls, trolls tearing apart their enemies. "The talented troll they sent was too weak," Jamad said. "Perhaps they only sent a small force, and he was left behind in the chaos." Kang Seol sighed, pondering. So they were strong enough to defeat a group of 20 people. In the worst-case scenario, no one survived. "Let's continue," Kang Seol said decisively. Karen nodded in agreement. "That's right. Let's not waste time. It's best to head straight to the volcano and settle everything there." Before them, the Yoghnatun volcano stood majestically, erupting fiery red lava that dyed the entire sky red. A magnificent yet perilous sight. Mael raised his hand and chanted. A stream of blue energy enveloped the entire group. Mael used shamanic magic, gentle wind enhancement. "You are protected from the heat." "Who taught you shamanic magic, Mael?" Kang Seol asked, feeling a cool sensation. Mael replied, "These ancient books are my only masters." The black-haired young man was surprised. "I heard they are very difficult to understand because the texts are full of metaphors," Mael explained. "They become easier to understand if you read them daily." He turned to Jamad. "Don't you read any such books, Jamad?" Jamad replied, "There's nothing for me to learn from books. They don't teach how to kill the previous generation or solve famine." Mael mused about the difference between a shaman and a leader, then chuckled. Now that he was a shadow, he could finally devote himself entirely to his shamanic path. Karen, on the other hand, enthusiastically declared that being a shadow wasn't bad at all. She could annoy her master to get delicious food and even travel the world. Kang Seol was dumbfounded by her innocence. Amidst the violently erupting volcano, with fiery red lava flowing, Karen suddenly wondered, "We're already close. Why don't we see any trolls?" Mail explained that they must have all gathered at the volcano's mouth. Jamad nodded in agreement, adding that all their plans revolved around the altar deep within the caldera. Kang Seol looked up at the volcano's peak, his gaze resolute. "We have to go up there. Who knows? There might still be survivors," he said, determined not to give up. Before them, a colossal structure appeared amidst a sea of fire. Massive iron chains wrapped around it, anchoring it to the molten lava, creating a magnificent yet terrifying sight. That was the altar of the Sulphur Skull tribe, an ancient and mysterious structure, standing tall amidst a living hell, awaiting barbaric rituals. Jamad exclaimed in surprise, "It's so tall. Is this an altar?" Kang Seol also couldn't help but marvel. "It's my first time seeing something like this, truly colossal." The whole group was overwhelmed by its scale. Even though Mail had used the gentle wind spell to ward off the heat, Kang Seol was still sweating profusely. He worried, "We chose the difficult path to avoid detection, but it has also drained too much of our stamina." Looking down from above, the vast altar was like an arena, with countless figures swarming like ants. Kang Seol observed, "An altar this large surely means their numbers are very high." An ancient parchment scroll appeared, clearly stating Adventure 13, Sulphur Skull. This mission was extremely dangerous, and the objective was to stop the sacrificial ritual and rescue the kidnapped individuals. Time remaining, 23:59. Jamad looked disdainfully towards the altar. "An arrogant bunch," he muttered, then added, "Their defenses are truly weak." The burly orc continued to analyze, stating that the Sulphur Skull tribe was one of the largest. The altar was impressive, but it seemed not all their soldiers were here, otherwise the defenses wouldn't be this weak. Mael urged sternly, "Then there's no more time to waste. The lives of the kidnapped individuals are in danger." He guessed they had completed preparations for the ancient god festival. Kang Seol nodded, pointing towards the altar. "That's right. Because they have attracted Purga's attention. They will wait for the right moment to sacrifice human." Mael clenched his fist anxiously. "It's hard to know how much time we have left. And even if they are still alive, we don't know if they've been affected by spiritual shamanic magic or subjected to cruel punishments." Mael asked Kang Seol if he had a plan. He mused, his eyes sharp. A distant memory surfaced. The heir of the Sulphur Skull had once proposed using Purga, the ancient god. He questioned if they were exploiting the ancient god festival. Kang Seol affirmed. The harsh truth became clear. Mael was surprised, unable to believe his ears. Kang Seol called his name, as if seeking confirmation. Kang Seol asked about the timing of the sacrifice. Mael explained that the ritual was quick, as ancient gods were inherently fickle. On the ancient stone slab, Mael revealed, "The sacrifice doesn't necessarily have to be a living creature. Humans are easy to acquire, but treasures can also appease the ancient god." Kang Seol mused, an idea suddenly flashing in his mind. If there was a suitable sacrifice, he came up with a bold idea. "Can't we perform the ancient god ritual ourselves?" Outside, the volcano still rumbled, dyeing the entire sky red, signaling an impending disaster. Amidst the desolation, Mira and Jirmo trudged along, exhausted and full of injuries. A tragic scene unfolded. A hunting party of over 20 people had been defeated by just 2 enemies. Everything was over. Mira gasped for breath, covered in wounds. Fear and despair enveloped her. Jirmo advised Mira to turn back. The girl resolutely said, "Are you going to die alone? Take me with you." Jirmo was stunned, not expecting Mira to be so determined. 4 figures glided through the cave, 1 colossal, 3 small. A troll. The horrifying truth was revealed. Jirmo was horrified, his axe swinging up. "Mira!" A heart-wrenching cry echoed, signaling imminent danger. Blood splattered. Mira roared, "No!" swinging her axe in desperation. She couldn't let Jirmo face the danger alone. But before she could act, a colossal hand with sharp claws struck down. Mira was dazed and helpless. The attacker revealed himself, a colossal troll with glowing golden eyes and sharp tusks. "Human, do you wish to die?" His voice boomed menacingly. Pinned down, Mira was astonished. "What? A troll that speaks human language?" Extreme surprise was evident on her face. The colossal troll looked down at Mira, his voice deep. "Miss Mira, long time no see." An unbelievable truth was unfolding. Mira was stunned, looking directly into the troll's golden eyes. "A troll? No, those golden eyes." "You are," she stammered, realizing. The troll gave a faint smile. "Snowman?" Mira exclaimed. "I didn't think we'd meet again under these circumstances," he replied. It turned out that Kang Seol had met Mira and heard her recount everything about the Sulphur Skull tribe, the pursuit of Kibo, and how the hunting party disbanded. Mira gritted her teeth, clenching her fists. "It's my fault. If I hadn't brought everyone here, This wouldn't have happened. She blamed herself. Jermo comforted her. How is it your fault? We came here to repay Kibo. Don't tarnish the honor of the deceased like that. Ymira continued. When we were about to catch up to Kibo's kidnappers, they discovered us and sent 2 trolls to block our way. 2, Kang Seol asked. The girl nodded. That's right. One used a long claw-shaped weapon, and the other used a large axe. Details about the enemies gradually became clear. Kang Seol said in a low voice, Jose and Kango, 2 skilled warriors of the Sulphur Skull tribe. He knew them well, but the more dangerous one was their leader. Kang Seol inquired about the enemy leader. Jamad replied that the name Jando came to his mind, the mastermind behind this insane plan. The menacing figure of leader Jando appeared. Kang Seol continued to inquire about Jando's strength. Jamad snorted, confidently declaring that even though he had never faced him directly, he believed he could easily crush Jando. After listening, Kang Seol nodded. Everything was gradually becoming clear. He turned to Ymira, called her name, his eyes holding an important decision. Amidst the fiery volcanic landscape, Kang Seol decisively declared, We're going in. Ymira and Jermo were surprised. The black-haired girl questioned, What are you planning to do? Kang Seol didn't answer, only asked Ymira in return if she wanted to fight again. The girl's hands clenched, her strong will unwavering. Ymira looked directly at Kang Seol, her voice full of determination. Take me with you, into the volcano. She didn't want to stay out of this fight. Kang Seol smiled in agreement, pulling a piece of cloth from his backpack. All right, then we have work to do. A new plan was being implemented. He suddenly covered Ymira's and Jermo's eyes, ordering both of them to close their eyes. Both were surprised, not understanding what was happening. Mael explained that for the plan to succeed, they had to get to the altar first. The Sulphur Skull tribe's forces were strong, but their numbers were much weaker. An orc guard blocked their path, demanding identification. Mael calmly replied that, thanks to Ymira's group's cooperation, they had found a way to avoid suspicion. Kang Seol, with Ymira and Jermo following him blindfolded, loudly shouted, We are moving the hostages. The fake plan was executed, but the guard still had some doubts. The guard questioned why they weren't with Jando. Kang Seol quickly fabricated a reason. We were late because we had to deal with a few escaped hostages. The orc guard looked thoughtful, then grumbled. We don't have time for delays. If you hesitate any longer, I'll suggest Jando turns you into sacrifices. Kang Seol feigned surprise, and he was allowed to pass. As Kang Seol's group passed, another guard was surprised by his size. Huh? Has anyone ever been this big? The first guard replied that he reminded him of Jamad of the Stone Dog tribe. The second guard scoffed that Jamad was dead. Then he suddenly remembered, announcing that Magra's army would arrive soon. A new threat was imminent. The orc guard asked Kang Seol if he had seen the hostages. Kang Seol, in his burly troll form, decisively replied that he hadn't. The other guard reminded him to be careful. The orc guard explained the chaotic situation because Magra had come to help with the ritual. Even Jando was sensitive about the primordial god ritual. He even teased his comrades to hurry if they wanted to have fun with the hostages. After the orc guard finished speaking, Kang Seol and his group continued deeper inside. The large gate behind them slowly closed, creating a gloomy and tense atmosphere. The colossal door slammed shut behind them, trapping Kang Seol's group inside the volcano. He led the way, walking steadily, followed by Ymira, Jermo, Mael, and Jamad. Kang Seol looked at Mael and Jamad, both appearing worried. He said, Hey, there's a problem. Mael nodded. Yes, this is serious. Kang Seol confirmed that reinforcements had arrived, but Magra was the biggest problem. Magra's appearance made the situation much more complicated. A diagram appeared, illustrating that the Tribal Alliance was an organization with a long tradition. Many other organizations helped form it, but the main organization was the Council of Elders, an organization consisting of previous generation elders with monstrous power, each representing a tribe. They were symbols of power, protecting the Alliance's safety. Mael explained that Magra was a renowned sorcerer, a member of the Council of Elders from the Sulphur Skull tribe. The old troll concluded, That means, if we fail, we die. Kang Seol sneered. If he says that, it's no different from what we always do. He turned to Mael. Let's begin, Mael. Mael replied, All right. I'll go to the central axis of the altar. Mael was tasked with destroying the altar's axis floating in midair. The old troll affirmed he would complete it quickly and regroup at the altar. Jamad's mission was to rescue the hostages, pretending to move them. Kang Seol looked towards Ymira and Jermo. You humans will have to fend for yourselves. He added, Now we have to find the hostages they've imprisoned. Kang Seol explained his and Karen's roles. My role and Karen's will be to open a path to where the primordial god ritual will be held. He turned to the girl. Let's go. The group walked down the ancient stone corridor, their footsteps echoing. Ymira suddenly asked Kang Seol, Do you know? Kang Seol replied curtly,
What?
Ymira looked at Kang Seol, his troll face clearly visible. She said, "You're really ugly now." Kang Seol replied, "You too, Karen." Kang Seol, in his troll form, was surprised to be called ugly. He secretly thought that perhaps Jamad was better looking than him, and suddenly felt pity for his comrade. The troll maiden reminded him of an old promise. He mumbled, saying he talked a lot, so it was hard to remember everything. She continued to remind him of the battle with the fog ghost years ago. A memory suddenly flooded back. The promise of a better world when everything ended. The trollman nodded, admitting he remembered, and believed the words were true. The troll maiden affirmed that he wasn't someone who acted for the purpose of saving the world. But strangely, everything he did, inadvertently, made this world a better place. She continued to explain. If successful, Nabenia would escape the troll invasion, and countless Novira refugees would be saved. His golden eyes suddenly flashed a brilliant red. The troll maiden concluded that even though he had left the Kongori Council, he was still indirectly helping. He frowned, questioning, "So, what exactly do you want to say?" Without another word, the troll maiden suddenly pushed him forward forcefully, like an unspoken urging. A thunderous announcement rang out. "The fire altar axis has been destroyed." The troll maiden cheered joyfully. Mael had completed his mission. A desperate cry echoed, "Emergency! Emergency!" A burly orc leader roared, ordering his soldiers to immediately check the problematic altar axis. He threatened, "If you're late, all of you will be thrown into the lava." Then he urged them to quickly go down and assess the situation. The orc soldiers still hesitated. The orc leader frowned angrily, questioning, "Didn't you hear the order clearly?" The orc leader roared, "Why are you still standing there hesitating?" Meanwhile, two familiar figures, still in troll form, dashed away like the wind, their weapons glowing in the dark night. Two consecutive announcements rang out. "Karen's disguise potion has worn off. Your disguise potion has worn off." Ymira's true face was revealed, and she smiled mysteriously. "We're going up." The beautiful Ymira, now back in her true form, swung her axe, charging straight into the battle with fiery momentum. Flames erupted fiercely atop the ancient stone statues, signaling that a fierce battle was about to unfold. In the dim shadows, colossal figures stirred. "What's happening? What's wrong with the altar?" A growling voice echoed, interspersed with trembling replies. "The altar's axis has a problem. The connection is unstable." Rage erupted. Jondo, the orc leader, gritted his teeth and choked his subordinate, growling, "What exactly is wrong with the altar's axis?" The orc trembled and replied, "Sorry. The soldiers are going down to check. It seems a few rats have snuck in," the subordinate reported fearfully. Jando bared his fangs, his eyes spitting fire. "Rats?" He gritted his teeth, radiating killing intent. In the deep cavern, Elder Magra majestically asked Jando, "What exactly happened at the altar?" Jando replied, his expression resolute, "You don't need to worry. The rats have infiltrated the axis to cause trouble." "Axis?" Magra repeated, his eyes sharp. "That's not good news." His voice deepened, signaling an ill omen. Sitting on his throne, Magra sighed. "To think this happened before the primordial god ritual. It's truly concerning." He looked at Jando, questioning, "What do you think they want?" Jando analyzed. "Their identities are unknown, but it seems they fear my plan. Their goal is to disrupt the ritual and delay me." Magra nodded. "Yes, they might buy themselves a little more time. If the axis is unstable, you are the only one who can bear the magical power to repair it," Magra said, his eyes profound. "This is definitely meant to hinder you." Jando bowed his head, apologetic. "I apologize, Elder," Magra reassured. "Calm down. You must show the courage of a great leader, worthy of your position." "Kango! Jose!" Magra called out. Two burly orc warriors appeared, responding in unison. "Yes, Elder Magra." Magra ordered Jose, "Go down. If there's a problem, resolve it immediately." Jando secretly thought, his heart filled with hope. "Jose, Magra's right-hand man. He's supporting me." Jando flashed a triumphant smile. "Thank you, Elder Magra. I will certainly perform the primordial god ritual and expand the Fire Skull's influence to Nabenia. I cannot let you bother yourself with this trivial matter," Magra said. "Focus on restoring the axis." Jando bowed. "Yes, sir." Jando strode away, leaving Magra with a profound gaze, watching his retreating back. Soon, Jando will lead the tribal alliance. Magra thought to himself, but he is still too young. A worry crept into his mind. Magra continued to ponder Jando, seeing that he only wanted other tribes to fear trolls, but that wasn't the way to free them from their inherent limitations. Elder Magra clearly understood the troll's innate wild nature, easily angered and easily collapsed. True strength only came from controlling one's instincts. No matter how much he thought, Magra still couldn't accept the way someone had left, a deep regret evident in his mind. The name Jamad suddenly appeared in Magra's mind. Jamad had once declared that he would not be bound by old rules and would overthrow the entire alliance. He wanted to overcome all limits, to become king of all, to be respected, not feared. Even gods were merely obstacles on his path. Magra thought painfully about Jamad, who was once the alliance's greatest hope. Is your ambition only this much? How could you abandon us so easily? He wondered if the mountain Jamad once claimed to conquer was just a pile of easily crumbling dirt. The disappointment over the one who had left still lingered. In a dark prison, prisoners groaned in pain. An orc guard stood watch, his face expressionless. They begged for water, cried for help in desperation, banging on the doors demanding to be released from this cold dungeon. Suddenly, the orc guard turned his head, vigilantly asking the one who had just emerged from the shadows, "Who are you? We're done with the brutal punishment of the hostages." Before the guard could finish his threat about the upcoming ritual, a terrifying punch landed squarely on his face, splattering blood. Stepping out from the shadows was a burly troll with white hair and golden eyes. He calmly picked up the stolen bunch of keys and uttered, "Thanks for the keys." The prison door burst open. "Everyone, get out quickly!" A prisoner shouted in surprise and joy. Ymira urged the prisoners to escape. Jirmo asked in astonishment why she was there, while she hastily asked about Kibo, without time to explain about the troll who had just saved them. Jirmo said the captain was imprisoned deeper inside. Suddenly he panicked and shouted, "Mira, behind you!" A surge of brilliant red killing intent erupted behind her. Brilliant red killing intent flared. A colossal figure appeared behind her. "Ack!" Ymira turned back in horror, as a growling voice echoed, "Indeed, you little rats. I knew you would come here." Jose, the red mohawked orc, revealed a bloodthirsty smile. He was the one waiting, a deadly trap set for those who dared to infiltrate. "You won't escape like last time, you brat," Jose growled. Ymira screamed in pain. "Jirmo, you bastard!" She had recognized her old enemy, and fear mixed with fury surged within her. Without hesitation, Ymira charged, swinging her axe straight at Jose. "Die!" The axe sliced through the air, carrying her long-suppressed rage. The two adversaries clashed, weapons clanging. Jose sneered. An old enemy, but not bad at all. He still remembered her strength, and seemed to want to provoke her. The orc Jose maintained his terrifying smile, his eyes full of challenge. "Aren't you tired?" he provoked, as if playing with his prey. Ymira gritted her teeth, drenched in sweat. Jose continued to taunt. "Your body clearly can't keep up with your will." She was gradually exhausting herself, but her fighting spirit still blazed. Jose easily parried the blow, pushing her back. He sneered, "If that's the case, you'll soon be a pile of flesh offered to Lord Purge." The situation grew increasingly dangerous for Ymira. A flash of light and a sharp blade appeared before her eyes. Ymira suddenly recalled the teachings of Kibo, her deceased master. The poisoned twin-blade sword was activated. She remembered Kibo's words. "Think fast, act decisively." A spark of hope ignited in Ymira's mind. Her attack power surged, and the Rending Claw's skill was activated. Jose was targeted, his evasion nullified. She unleashed a decisive blow. Jose was horrified, blood streaming down. What? I couldn't dodge that attack." He couldn't believe his eyes. The surprise attack had pierced his defenses. "That's right, you bastard," Ymira roared, swinging her axe and sword relentlessly. "Die! Die!" Jose could only whimper as the fatal blows rained down. Jose of the Blood was defeated. Ymira panted, exhausted, but her gaze remained resolute. The power of poisoned twin blades waned, but she had done it. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed. Ymira, though utterly spent, still stared ahead in horror. The battle wasn't over. The roaring tore through the air as a giant troll swung its axe down. Damn it! With fiery golden eyes, sharp teeth, and long tusks, the troll's face exuded ferocity. Ymira, exhausted with blood on her cheek, muttered to herself, "This time, I might really be finished." But no, the burly troll, Kango, had grabbed Jose's head. "Long time no see, Jose. How's that old man doing?" Without hesitation, Kango coldly finished off Jose, bidding farewell to the traitor. Kango turned to look at Ymira, snorting, "So Jose has been defeated." Kango urged her, "Hurry up, especially if you're looking for someone." Ymira flinched, realizing, "Is this one of Snowman's summons?" In her mind, Kang Seol's image appeared. She knew he was strong enough to wipe out the Heka group alone, but she had never witnessed it firsthand. Kango, despite being chained, still looked annoyed. Ymira thought to herself, "He can summon so many? Just how strong is he, really?" Kango approached the prison, roaring, "Hey, if you're locked in here, make some noise. Silence means you don't want to get out." The prisoners were astonished. A troll that speaks human language? What's going on? One person hastily cried for help. "We're here. Please save us." Ymira stepped forward, reassuring them. Everyone, listen to that troll. He's our ally. Jirmo unexpectedly blurted out her name. A prisoner rejoiced. We're saved. We can go back. Kango subtly frowned, seemingly displeased. With a terrifying punch, Kango shattered the prison door. Horrified screams erupted as the prisoners witnessed his power. Kango looked directly at Hamun, who was sitting on the ground. Found you. Luckily, you're still alive. Don't waste any more time. Get out of there, Hamun. Hamun was astonished, stunned by the name Shadow and the girl's affirmation. He couldn't believe it. Could this be true? Hamun asked if she was risking her life for him. The girl denied it, only saying she came for him, then urged him to escape. Kango loomed behind, like a mountain. Hamun heard a familiar voice and asked about Ymira. Kango replied, stating that she was looking for Kibo and rescuing hostages. Ymira's back clearly showed worry. Damn it. A voice spoke up, asking her what was wrong. She stared down in shock, her face stained with blood, her eyes wide with horror. At her feet, a body lay motionless. Tears mixed with blood on her face. Bo? Her voice trembled, choked as she called his name. The severely wounded man looked up, his eyes dim. Is that Mira? He whispered, recognizing her. He was tightly chained to a chair, covered in blood. Fool. You shouldn't have followed me to this dangerous place. You're truly too foolish. Ymira sobbed, blood still on her face. She asked how his eyes were injured, and if it hurt much. She rushed to embrace the man tightly, her sobs erupting in the dark space. The man also shed tears, but still tried to comfort her. Don't cry, little wolf. His hand gripped hers tightly. He said this was not a peaceful world, and emotions were only a burden for the battles to come. He placed his hand on her head, instructing, arrange your hunt and lead the lost. From now on, you are the wolf. A system notification appeared. Wheels ground on the earth, a creaking sound echoing, signaling a new journey. The other prisoners were stunned, horrified. Elder Kibo, they exclaimed, as if unable to believe their eyes. The wounded man reassured Ymira, saying he wasn't dead yet and had something to announce to all those gathered. He declared his resignation as leader, entrusting the entire hunting party to Ymira. The sudden burden weighed on the young girl's shoulders, making her pensive. The prisoners murmured, surprised by this sudden decision. Kango stood there, his gaze fixed on Ymira. Kango explained the situation. The Brimstone Skull army was approaching. As civilians, escaping would be extremely difficult. Fear enveloped them, and the prisoners frantically asked, so, what do we do now? Get locked up again? One person looked at Ymira, pleading for help. Amidst the chaos, Ymira decisively made a bold decision, her eyes blazing. We will go up. Kango was stunned, growling and asking if she was crazy, believing that escaping downwards was safer. Ymira turned her back to Kango, facing the prisoners. She asserted that it was too late to run, and the only way was forward. Her words echoed in the vast space, pointing the way up to the top of the tower, where the light of hope awaited. We'll go up to meet our allies. Deep underground, Jando was focused on stabilizing the energy axis. Suddenly, a frantic orc soldier ran in, bringing urgent news. The orc leader growled, annoyed at being interrupted while working. The soldier reported tremblingly, his words broken. The orc soldier frantically said that the sacrificial victims had raided the armory and were heading to the upper floor. Jando's eyes widened, his rage erupting. The leader roared, cursing his useless subordinates for letting the little rats escape their sight. Magra stood nearby, calmly observing. Magra spoke up, his voice calm, reminding Jando to stay composed and focus on stabilizing the axis. He assured Jando of his protection. Jando reluctantly apologized. Magra reassured him, promising to send more troops to hunt down the escapees, ensuring they wouldn't get away. Jando was still trying to stabilize the energy axis. He thanked Magra and requested protection, but a strange feeling crept into his mind. Magra asked if the enemy had any other schemes. Jando believed they were targeting him, using the destruction of the axis to keep him here. He deduced that freeing the sacrificial victims would cause chaos, scatter the army, and his being left alone on the lowest floor was certainly part of their plan. Suddenly, Jando realized the illogicality. Why would they abandon escaping downwards and instead go up to the altar? He was stunned. The altar. Wait! An angry roar tore through the space. Jando realized in horror that he had made a huge mistake. The enemy's target wasn't him, but the sacred fire. Jando's face contorted with rage. Did they dare target the primordial god ritual they had prepared? He roared, ordering them to stop the enemy. At the same time, the sacred fire blazed fiercely, signaling a terrifying ritual in progress. The 14th adventure through the fire had begun. The survivors freed by Kang Seol from prison, instead of fleeing, headed straight for the altar. Objective: eliminate leader Gulia. Time remaining: 167 to 59. Growls echoed as orc warriors struggled in battle. One was knocked back, yelling in anger. "Damn it! The door is blocked!" A white-haired, red-eyed elf warrior stood blocking the path, her sword raised to form a steel wall. "Quickly eliminate that fairy!" the orcs roared, but she remained resolute. Despite being knocked back, the elf warrior still tried to hold off the enemy. Kang Seol appeared, ordering her to hold out until the ritual ended. He thought everything would be fine. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind, calling Snowman, startling Kang Seol. It was Mael, the old orc with glasses and green magic. Kang Seol was astonished. "Mael, how are you so fast?" He just sneered. "Just a bit of magic. Come on, let's start the ritual now." Mael urged. The ritual must be completed before the elder arrived to deal with the problem. The fire on the altar blazed fiercely, as if devouring all hope. A blood-stained dagger, cold and sharp, was clutched in hand. The ritual had begun, and an innocent life had likely fallen. The young man stood amidst the sea of fire, dagger clutched tightly, uttering a plea. "O mighty flame, O burning sulfur." The ritual had begun. There was no turning back. He continued his plea, his voice echoing through the blazing space. "O wild purge, slumbering within the volcano, please manifest before this humble one." The pressure intensified. The flames erupted violently, like an earth-shattering explosion. Primal power surged, engulfing everything around. He stood there, tiny amidst the fury. Despite Mael's protective magic, the heat was still scorching, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure. Every cell in his body screamed, but he couldn't stop. More than just the heat, a terrifying pressure weighed on his mind, as if an ancient entity was awakening, demanding absolute reverence. A system notification appeared, affirming the entity's grandeur. Then a deep voice echoed. "First time meeting, kid." The flame was conscious. From the sea of fire, a colossal creature materialized, its blazing eyes looking down. "You, who dared to awaken me from my deep slumber. For what reason?" the majestic voice questioned. He bowed his head, offering his plea. "Purge, please accept our sacrifice." The fire entity sneered. "Sacrifice? Ki ha ha ha. All right, are you the sacrifice? Or all of you?" Kang Seol was surprised, then decisively replied. "The sacrifice is this." He extended his hand, preparing to offer something even more astonishing. Even the fire entity was momentarily taken aback. What could surprise an ancient god like Purge so much? He offered the Heart of Atarak, an ancient item carrying the bloodline of giant spiders. Purge laughed loudly. "Impressive. This is worth waking up for. An ancient bloodline, huh?" "Very good," Purge said. "All right. What do you want in return? What blessing do you wish for?" The decisive moment had arrived. A notification reminded Kang Seol to be cautious. Without hesitation, his eyes blazing, he pointed straight into the void. "Darkness. Abominable darkness." The fire entity growled in satisfaction. "Very well. Your desire shall be etched in flame." An agreement was made, and destiny began to change. Power surged into his body. Cracks appeared on his skin, and his golden eyes glowed terrifyingly. He was transforming, becoming something new and dangerous. Furious flames erupted, devouring everything with a terrifying roar, tearing through the night and even the sturdy stone walls. Scorching heat, roaring fire winds, and crumbling rocks fell with dull thuds, signaling a terrible event had just occurred. Amidst the ruins, a formidable orc army appeared, led by a burly chieftain with murderous eyes. "In that short time, you dared to interrupt us," the orc growled. "But it all ends here." Then, amidst the blazing flames, a white-haired elf maiden and the young man Kang Seol appeared, declaring, "The Sulphur Skull tribe has come to bury all of you in the volcano." Kang Seol frowned, his voice tinged with weariness. "It's Magra among all of them." "How unlucky." The orc chieftain, Magra, was surprised. "A human knows me? Why are you targeting the Sulphur Skull tribe?" Kang Seol replied bluntly, his gaze firm. "I'll be direct. The reason I'm here today is because you dragged my friends here." Magra bared his teeth. "Sacrifices. I see. But your luck ends here, for as you said, you are facing Magra." A vortex of dark energy suddenly appeared in Kang Seol's hand, and he chuckled softly. "Luck. You're right. I've never been lucky." He smirked, the tattoo on his face glowing. "That's why I'm the type of person who prepares thoroughly beforehand." Magra was horrified, eyes wide. "The Purge tattoo. You!" Kang Seol said nothing, simply raised his hand, and a massive surge of dark energy erupted, devouring everything. In the black smoke, the white-haired elf maiden screamed in pain, and Kang Seol softly called, "Karuna!" And then, from the darkness, another elf awoke, her blue eyes opening. That was a very long sleep. In the blazing red sea of fire, Magra roared defiantly, scoffing at the dark power Kang Seol had prepared. He declared, "Self-confidence is the key to becoming brave, however." For me, Magra unleashed a fierce attack, a surge of wild power exploding forth. He roared, Useless. This orc leader was a legend in the Troll and Orc tribal alliance, a warrior born from fire energy. With a sky-shattering roar, Magra unleashed his blazing hell skill, transforming the battlefield into a giant furnace, incinerating all living things within its attack range. Amidst the sea of fire, Kang Seol stood firm. He realized that most information about Magra was hidden, wondering if this was the limit of his eyes of perception. The young man knew Magra was the first legendary-grade monster he had faced. The power gap between them was too vast, to the point where even his eyes of perception couldn't see through it. However, Kang Seol thought to himself, Magra was unaware of his hidden power, the combined effect of the twin knights. Immediately, two figures appeared amidst the sea of fire, a blue-haired elf warrior and a white-haired female knight, both brandishing their swords and charging at Magra. The twin knight summon was activated, their power doubled, and their stats were also enhanced depending on the combat situation. Magra was stunned. "Urk?" The giant orc's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling the sudden surge of power. He roared, "What is this power?" The white-haired female knight laughed heartily, asking the elf warrior, "Karuna, how long has it been since we fought together?" Karuna, with resolute eyes, replied, "Since before Mantra fell, he had entered Phase 1 of Moonlight Surge. Crescent Moon." The female knight nodded in agreement. "That's right. Let's see if your skills are still as they were." Both attacked Magra simultaneously again. Deafening sounds of clashing metal rang out. Magra was pushed back, exclaiming in surprise, "Who are you two?" Karuna unleashed an extremely powerful punch, striking Magra directly and forcing the giant orc to retreat in pain. Both Karuna and the white-haired female knight attacked relentlessly, forming a storm of swords and fists, giving Magra no time to react. Kang Seol explained that there were two main factors behind the twin knights' increased combat power. First, Karuna had ascended to legendary grade, causing his stats to skyrocket and granting him many new skills. Kang Seol continued to explain that the power of the twin knights, especially the white-haired female warrior, doubled when summoned simultaneously. And Karuna, after ascending to legendary grade, was also elevated to a similar level of power, forming an invincible duo. The young man confidently declared that no matter how strong Magra was, he could not simultaneously contend with this enhanced knight duo. Magra was cornered, but a sneer still lingered on his lips. He unleashed a type of sulfur fire magic, will-o-wisp, engulfing the battlefield. The blazing blue flame shot forth like an arrow. Kang Seol was startled, realizing the true target of the attack was not the knights, but himself. Magra's attack aimed directly at Kang Seol. He narrowly dodged, but the flame still pursued him at terrifying speed. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the blazing blue sulfur flame erupted fiercely, devouring everything in sight. From within the smoke and fire, a gigantic hand reached out, blocking the terrifying destructive force and protecting Kang Seol from the deadly flame. Jamaat appeared, towering like a mountain, taking the blow for Kang Seol. He turned to Magra, his expression nonchalant. "It's hot." Magra glared, his blazing red eyes revealing extreme astonishment. He couldn't believe what he was witnessing. "Jamaad? You're not dead?" Magra roared. Jamaad replied that he had returned because he still had some unfinished business. Magra scoffed, saying that Jamaad was now no different from a guard dog, and that role had perhaps always suited him. Jamaad retorted, calling Magra pathetic for turning his back on the ancient gods to cling to a dragon. He said being with humans wasn't bad. Jamaad continued to philosophize, stating that to be respected, one must learn to understand others. He added that, even unwillingly, he had made new friends. While Magra was still distracted by the conversation, Karuna and the female elf warrior suddenly swooped down from above, attacking him relentlessly. The twin knight duo dealt fatal blows to Magra, giving him no time to react, only able to cry out in pain amidst the barrage of attacks. Karuna charged forward, his blue glowing sword flashing. Magra growled. Karuna's attacks seemed meaningless against his thick hide. Useless, the giant orc roared, trying to fend off the furious sword strikes. Karuna continued his relentless assault, blue electrical currents shooting from his blade. Magra sneered, declaring, "Soon, Jando will have stabilized the altar. By then, he will personally annihilate all of you." Magra looked at Kang Seol defiantly. "You've pushed me to this point, but by dragging out the time like this, your plan must have fallen apart," he sneered. "My troops are gathering. None of you will escape from here." Kang Seol calmly met Magra's murderous gaze. The black-haired young man coldly declared, "Don't worry, we will destroy the altar." Karuna gripped his sword tightly, his entire body erupting in an ethereal blue light. The power of Moonlight Surge Level 2, Half Moon, was activated. Energy surged, ready for a new attack. Kang Seol turned to Karuna, his golden eyes flashing with iron will. The young man's voice echoed, decisive. "Karuna, show him." Karuna let out a soft growl, his blue eyes blazing brightly. The light enveloping the elf's body became even more dazzling. Moonlight Surge had reached level 3, full moon. Ultimate power erupted. With newfound power, Karuna charged at Magra like a flash of lightning. The elf sword now carried destructive force, each slash tearing through the air, creating blazing blue energy currents. Magra roared in astonishment, his golden eyes burning with fire. He couldn't believe what was happening. Karuna's power had surged to an unbelievable extent. "What the hell are you two?" Karuna and the female elf warrior coordinated perfectly, simultaneously attacking Magra from two sides. Blue and golden energy currents clashed, creating a storm of power. "Where did you monsters come from?" Magra shrieked. The white-haired female elf warrior smiled brightly, charging straight at Magra. Her sword slashed down with terrifying speed, giving the orc no moment to breathe. "My turn first." The female elf warrior's sword plunged straight into Magra, creating a deafening clash. The giant orc groaned in pain, but still tried to hold his ground. Magra gnashed his teeth, his face contorted in pain. The continuous attacks from two sides had exhausted him, but Magra still tried to hold firm. Cough! Karuna once again delivered a fatal blow, his entire body erupting in dazzling blue light. Magra was terrified, feeling the destructive energy surge. My God, what is this aura? The ground cracked open, fissures spreading from Karuna's point of impact. The elf's terrifying power not only targeted Magra, but also threatened the altar. If this continues, the altar will, truly. From a distance, it was clear that the ground had been severely damaged. Dust and debris flew everywhere, obscuring visibility, leaving a desolate scene after the fierce attacks. The ground was ravaged. Smoke and dust filled the air. Amidst the rubble, a desperate cry rang out. "Is everyone all right? Hurry! The trolls are coming!" Amidst the chaos, the survivors looked towards the black-haired young man. "Look! Snowman!" one person exclaimed, their voice joyful. "We're fine. Thanks to you, everyone is still alive." But their joy was short-lived. The escape route was blocked. "There's no way out." Someone panicked. "They're coming here. What should we do?" The white-haired elf girl desperately pleaded. "We must protect Kibo. Mira is with him, but I can't fight anymore. Please, help us." The black-haired young man listened silently, his gaze resolute. Behind him, a woman clasped her hands in prayer, her face filled with worry. The white-haired elf girl looked directly at him, her red eyes burning with determination. "Snowman!" The urgent plea echoed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Magra coughed violently, trying to get up amidst the rubble. "Magra, you're awake!" he mumbled. "What happened?" "Those bastards?" Another orc, Jando, appeared beside him. "Jando," Magra called. "Yes, the fire altar is complete, and so is your plan," Jando replied, his voice heavy. Magra roared, his eyes bloodshot. "What did you say? Is it because of those little rats?" Jando shook his head. "We underestimated them." Magra stood up straight, power surging. "I may be old, but my instincts are still sharp. Today, I will die." "Magra! Our reinforcements have arrived! Now we can!" Jando said hastily, but Magra roared, cutting him off. "Shut up and listen, Jando!" he declared resolutely. "Reinforcements won't be enough. Today, I will die. But through my sacrifice, even if the Sulphur Skull tribe loses its leader, we will still survive." Magra ordered Jando. "Go back and contact the Alliance. Let them know I even had to use forbidden magic." Green energy blazed around his body. "And if you resent my death," Magra said, his gaze distant, "remember the shadow." Jando bowed his head, his voice trembling. "I understand, Magra. Thank you." Other orc warriors standing behind also watched silently. Magra roared, his body blazing fiercely, transforming into a gigantic fire entity. "Everyone! Quickly leave the altar!" Karuna stared at the fire entity, his face tense. He knew this was the forbidden art, divine transformation, sacrificing life to achieve ultimate power. "That troll," the fire entity roared, Magra's voice echoing tragically. "I, Magra, will not hesitate to use this final power. I hope you will be worthy companions." The white-haired elf warrior charged like an arrow, her sword flashing. She bravely confronted Magra, who was blazing fiercely. Karuna also joined the fray, attacking the fire entity with the elf girl. The two elf warriors coordinated perfectly, unleashing sharp sword strikes at Magra. Magra, in his fire entity form, laughed maniacally. He unleashed powerful streams of fire, pushing back the two elf warriors. The fire entity roared, its eyes burning with hatred. "I will burn all of you to death, every single one." Magra swung his gigantic fiery arm, creating a powerful shockwave. He aimed at the altar, wanting to destroy everything. This altar. You. All of it. The altar shook violently, swaying as if about to collapse. The civilians screamed in panic, trying to cling to anything. "Everyone, hold on tight!" The injured man and Mira struggled to maintain balance amidst the chaos. They tried to dodge the falling debris. The fire entity Magra roared, engulfing the entire area in blazing blue flames. "It's too late. All of you will be consumed by fire. Die with me. Oh! Darkness!" A message appeared, revealing Magra was using the forbidden art fusion and would soon self-destruct. The white-haired elf warrior watched the scene in horror. "What is that? What should we do?" The civilians knelt, desperately pleading for help. They didn't want to die in this sea of fire. "Save us! Please! I don't want to die!" The white-haired elf warrior trembled, tears welling in her eyes. She looked around, unsure what to do in the face of this catastrophe. "Please, save us!" "What is this? What should I do?" In her despair, the white-haired elf warrior suddenly looked towards Kang Seol and Kango. She shouted, "Snowman!" The civilians also saw Kang Seol, placing all their hope in the young man. They collectively cried out, "Snowman! Save us, Snowman!" The injured man and Ymira also turned their pleading gazes towards Kang Seol. "Please, Snowman! Snowman!" Amidst the exploding light, a mysterious smile flashed across the white-haired girl's face, her fiery red eyes harboring an iron will. In that life-or-death moment, Kang Seol realized he had no other choice. His gaze fixed on the girl. "Karen?" Memories flooded back. Kang Seol had once promised to give her a point. The white-haired elf asked, "And what are these points for?" The black-haired young man replied, "If you collect 100 points, I will acknowledge you as my master." He even generously gave her 99 points. And then, the white-haired elf fulfilled her promise, her fiery eyes declaring, "You have filled them all. 100 points." The fire flower skill was activated. The white-haired elf absorbed all the heat within a certain range, creating a violent explosion of light. Rocks and earth cracked beneath her feet. Each step carried destructive power, as if the very ground trembled at her will. Amidst a sea of fire and blazing blue energy, the white-haired elf charged forward, a vow echoing, "I will forever." Kang Seol stared in shock at the scene before him, uttering the girl's name like a plea. "Karen!" The white-haired elf, now engulfed in blazing flames, maintained her fighting stance, her resolute gaze unwavering. In a stream of memories, the white-haired elf revealed a deep wish. "I want to become your knight, Jin." After Jin's death at the hands of the usurper and the fall of Mantra, the white-haired elf's heart was consumed by rage and sorrow. All that remained was ashes. A lone knight knelt beside a blood-stained sword, a symbol of irreplaceable loss. The white-haired elf's face was covered in blood, her eyes lifeless. She once thought she had no reason to live on. That's how she used to think, during her most desperate days, when all hope seemed to have faded. But then, someone appeared and awakened her. Even though, at that time, the young man was still weak, not strong enough to change the world. The white-haired elf smiled brightly, recalling her first days of adventure with the black-haired young man and the burly troll. The nomadic life turned out to be more interesting than she thought. When hungry, he always cooked her hot meals, reminding her of Mantra, of a past that had faded. His hand gently stroked a small bird, saying it could fly away if it wished. He always granted freedom to all living beings. That young man was truly mysterious, always moving forward as if he knew the way. And strangely, they always ended up exactly where they needed to be. From then on, she began to think that being with him wasn't so bad. However, to forget Jin, to erase her most precious memories, she was still afraid. In the elf's fiery red eyes, the image of a blazing fire phoenix erupted, a symbol of sacrifice and pain. Then a chilling voice echoed, "Gunts, the imposters. Heroes are lazy. You're no different." She knew that too. The world was still as cruel as ever, and she couldn't keep wandering aimlessly. Like her, he also wanted not to fear what was behind them, and believed that the path he was on was the right one. The white-haired elf stood in the middle of a snowfield, her red eyes glowing with confusion. "What should I do?" Then Jin appeared, smiling. "Karen, you're as hesitant as ever. That's just like you. You need to realize how stubborn you are." Jin asked her which answer she wanted. She repeated his words. "An emperor creates an era, and an era creates people. So how does one recognize when a new era, a new emperor, is born?" Jin stood on the balcony, speaking to the crowd. "You want to know how?" "Yes," he replied. "Look into their eyes." A blonde-haired man asked again. "Their eyes?" Jin continued. "The eyes are the windows to the soul. You just need to see where they are looking." The crowd repeated. "Looking where?" Jin smiled, asking Karen if his answer was suitable. His gaze profound amidst the falling snow. A close-up of Karen's neck, where delicate red threads wrapped around it, like a reminder of her fate or the burden she carried. Amidst the desolate ruins, Karen silently looked towards Jin and the crowd, softly replying to him, "Yes." In Karen's memories, Kang Seol's figure appeared. She whispered, "I understand, Jin." Her words were for Jin, but her gaze was directed at the black-haired young man. The white-haired elf smiled through her tears. droplets rolling down her cheeks. "Thank you," her voice choked, "for everything." The sincere gratitude, laden with so many emotions, echoed in the girl's mind. Suddenly, the scene changed. A gigantic fire entity blazed fiercely, and Karen lay there, her white hair gradually turning fiery red like flames. Amidst the raging sea of fire, Karen stood up, her hair fiery red, her eyes blazing. She laughed maniacally. "It seems I can still burn." The terrifying Gunt appeared, observing Karen. He muttered, "She has absorbed all of Magra's flames, and her hair has returned to its original red color." In another moment, Kang Seol appeared, his gaze resolute. A voice called out, "Oh, summoner!" Red-haired Karen turned her back, standing amidst the sea of fire. She confessed, "I still don't know. I still don't know how to use my power or what I should destroy with my sword." She continued to plead, "Even so, I know that you know. So, I ask you, can you teach me the path I should take?" The black-haired young man smiled gently, his eyes warm. He decisively replied to Karen's plea, "Of course." A close-up of Karen, her fiery red eyes shining with hope, the corners of her lips curving into a satisfied smile. Karen leaped up, stomping hard on the ground, decisively declaring, "I, Karen, the 10th guardian of the Mantra royal family, hereby relinquish my position as guardian starting today." She charged into battle, her blazing sword striking a gigantic blue monster, creating a violent explosion. Lotus red flames erupted from Karen's sword, a power beyond control, yet stronger than ever. The Crimson Lotus Slash technique had been upgraded. The monster roared in the flames, but that was not the end. It was the beginning. Karen had awakened a new skill, a latent power that had just emerged. She unleashed Drawing Twilight, the special skill she had just awakened. A massive surge of energy exploded, engulfing the monster in a brilliant sea of fire. The monster's pathetic groans echoed. The special skill Drawing Twilight had officially been born, marking an earth-shattering turning point. Amidst the fading twilight, Karen reached out her hand, as if touching a distant figure. "Goodbye, Jin. I'm leaving now." The farewell echoed with bitterness. Amidst the white reed field, Jin stood silently, watching the small streak of light fly away. A sense of loneliness enveloped the warrior's back. A gentle smile, mixed with a touch of sorrow, appeared on Jin's weathered face. His eyes followed something that was lost. In Jin's golden eyes, light sparkled as if containing a sky full of memories, an unforgettable promise. Karen turned her head, as if hearing a whisper from the past. "You can fly away, if you wish, Karen." Jin's words echoed in her mind. Rocks and earth collapsed, the rumbling of destruction echoing everywhere. "Hurry! This place is collapsing!" an urgent voice urged. Amidst the ruins, a gigantic monster's body lay there. "Everyone, line up! Push the carriage!" The command rang out amidst the chaos. The monster's hideous face, now petrified, still retained its ferocious expression. A tragic end for the enemy. Amidst the desolation, Kang Seol and Congo stood there. "I have no regrets. I was prepared for death. But I shouldn't tell him that." Kang Seol thought to himself. Memories suddenly flooded back, figures of orc warriors appearing. To never forget them, to remember the shadows. The vow was etched deep in his mind. The monster's fiery red eyes, before fading away, still lingered on one last word. Humans. Kang Seol stared straight into the void. "I will not obey you. I have never obeyed anyone." The firm declaration echoed. Kang Seol stood amidst the ruins, his gaze distant, as if hearing an invisible whisper, a fiery red light flickering. Suddenly, Jamaat appeared, roaring, "No!" His face contorted with rage, blue flames blazing around him. A voice echoed, "You will have to obey, Magra. A new master, along with me." Jamaat remained resolute, Magra's power surging violently. System notification. Jamaat failed to absorb Magra's magic and took backlash damage. Flames blazed on his hand. Fire burned Jamaat's body, making him roar in pain, but his eyes remained full of resilience, without a hint of surrender. The flames consumed Jamaat, turning him into a blazing black silhouette in mid-air, heart-wrenching screams echoing. Kang Seol watched the scene in horror, realizing the danger of confronting a powerful mage like Magra Jamaat. Kang Seol clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination. "Don't look down," he told himself. Or was it a message to the one in pain? Jamaat, though engulfed in flames, still held his head high, roaring, "Don't underestimate me." The great Jamaat wasn't built in a day. He continued to assert his strength and will. I gathered every stone, every grain of sand. Little by little, the flames grew even more brilliant. The backlash notification reappeared. Jamaat recalled his ancestors being enchanted by ancient divine power, then declared, "But I am different from those fools. Another backlash notification. Jamad, though burning, remained steadfast in his ambition. I will become a king. By my own power. The flames around him flared up more fiercely. Jamad grandly declared, I will reach the truth about why the stars and I were born. He roared, his fiery red eyes burning. And I need your power to do that, Magra. A defiant declaration of war. A terrifying fire explosion erupted, engulfing everything. Kang Seol stood there, witnessing the shocking scene. Kang Seol looked directly at the epicenter of the explosion, his eyes full of astonishment and worry, unsure of Jamad's fate. Amidst the towering flames, Jamad coughed violently, his body trembling as Magra's power fiercely backfired. He gritted his teeth, enduring and trying to absorb the magic, while the system displayed terrifying stats. Legendary rank, enhanced stone armor, and a new power. Rising. Kang Seol was astonished to realize Jamad had recovered his original power. The summoning penalty had disappeared. The black-haired young man smiled mysteriously, secretly thinking that this was an incredible side effect, something that should only be removable by investing all skill points. The desolate landscape of the Yongtun volcano region appeared, flames still flickering on the horizon. And Kang Seol told himself he would investigate further when things were safe. The troll lands near Yongtun volcano were now peaceful. The trolls had dispersed. The group would head straight to Gulia. Ymira affirmed she would follow, while the scarred man and the other survivors expressed deep gratitude for having their lives saved by him. Kang Seol turned to the scarred man, called him Kibo, and asked him for a favor, to keep his identity a secret. The scarred man was surprised, asking what he meant, while the other survivors buzzed with discussion. The black-haired young man chuckled softly, explaining that he wanted to avoid attention from the Navinia royalty and military, though spreading his reputation in Gulia wouldn't be bad. He didn't want to get caught up in the military or be forced to undertake missions, wanting to stay away from political troubles in the early stages of his adventure. The scarred man understood, telling everyone to follow Kang Seol's words, as he had saved them all. A woman said no one would believe them no matter what story they told. The survivors bowed their heads, thanking Kang Seol, vowing lifelong gratitude and promising to fabricate a different story. Ymira looked at Kang Seol, called him Snowman and thanked him, while the black-haired young man simply looked back at her in silence. Kang Seol apologized about Kibo, but Ymira quickly reassured him that Kibo was alive and laughing. She asked for his real name. Kang Seol gently replied, Kang Seol. Ymira repeated his name, smiling, and saying that this name would probably be harder to forget. Ymira asked Kang Seol if they would meet again in Gulia, and the black-haired young man replied that he had something important he wanted her to see. Kang Seol agreed. Ymira's group would lead the remaining survivors to Gulia, beginning a new journey full of hope. Hamun also decided to go with them. The survivors expressed deep gratitude to Kang Seol for saving their lives. To avoid trouble entering the fortress from the outside, Kang Seol chose a detour through the Navinia border. He told himself to hurry so as not to fall too far behind. An ancient map led the way, revealing an arduous journey to find buried treasure. Step by step, each clue was deciphered, until a magnificent chest appeared, containing a 1,000-year-old secret. Kang Seol decided not to open the chest immediately, but to wait until they returned to Gulia. Karuna complained the chest was too big to carry, but Mael stepped forward to take responsibility, pushing Karuna aside. Mael declared his role was finished. Karen worriedly asked if he was tired, but Mael just sneered, saying everything would be fine if there wasn't a talkative elf constantly nagging in his ear. Kang Seol asked Mael if he intended to leave immediately. He affirmed that his worries had been resolved, and he would now leave Navinia and head west. Mael believed that if his fortune-telling and star-reading abilities hadn't faded, they would meet again. He waved goodbye to Snowman and gradually disappeared into the mountain path. Kang Seol watched Mael's retreating figure, muttering that he was truly useful, and that he indeed had a good eye for people. A few days later, Kang Seol's group arrived at the guard post of Gulia Fortress, a sturdy stronghold standing tall under the sunday. The guard requested an ID check. He was momentarily surprised to see an elf adventurer, but quickly confirmed everything was valid. Thanks to Kibo's connections, Karen had obtained a temporary ID card. The guard surprisingly asked if the rumors had spread so far already. Kang Seol frowned, asking about that rumor. The guard explained it was about the defeat of the Sulphur Skull tribe, and now more and more adventurers were flocking in. The rumors spread like wildfire, the guard said. He advised Kang Seol that if he needed work, he should find Patrick, who was recruiting reliable adventurers. Kang Seol politely thanked him. At a dilapidated inn, the heavy treasure chest was set down. Kang Seol panted, complaining that it was damn heavy. Karen teased Kang Seol that he only carried it from the inn's door, while Mael asserted he had carried it all the way from the volcano. Kang Seol could only sigh, advising them not to throw it away, but Karen immediately retorted dismissively. Kang Seol looked straight ahead, his gaze firm. He explained that they brought this chest here because the key location had been predetermined. If they opened it immediately after obtaining it, things would get complicated. A map appeared, illustrating clearly. If they opened the chest early, they would be pushed back to Audenine, which had just been designated as the nearest key location. Therefore, they had to set Gulia as their destination before opening the chest. Karen cheered happily, her red eyes shining brightly. "Now that we're here, can we open it?" she whined. "I'm dying to open it," Mael interjected, his tone half joking, half serious. "We're lucky to have Karuna here. Otherwise, that elf would have opened it while you were sleeping." Karuna stood nearby, while Karen pouted. "Didn't we agree not to tell the master?" Kang Seol turned his back, looking dejected. "There's a rule like that? I'll be more careful," he muttered. "No one will believe I'm using this room alone if they hear you guys talking." With renewed determination, Kang Seol reached for the chest. "I'm opening it!" A brilliant surge of energy erupted, signaling the imminent revelation of the treasure. The treasure chest sprang open, a dazzling golden light emanating from it, accompanied by countless system notifications. Continuous level-ups, abundant skill points, and a plethora of new items were collected. "A true treasure," Karen exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide. "Wow, so many items? No wonder it was so heavy." Mael and Karuna also stood there, looking surprised. Kang Seol replied, his voice tired. "I know, you elf. I was the one who carried it." Kang Seol mused. "Indeed, there are more items than usual." He looked into the distance. "However, since I'll have to go to Nobira with Hamun soon," he decided, "I must check everything quickly." Kang Seol began inspecting each item, his gaze focused. "Let's see. He picked up an item, his expression gradually changing. "This is..." A mystical glow enveloped Kang Seol. He widened his eyes in astonishment. "Wait, could this be?" A system notification appeared. "You have received an item that does not exist in this world." The notification continued, revealing details about the item. It was the Peerless Fire Monkey Cloak, a legendary item with sky-high defense stats and special abilities, believed to be related to the fire entity Magra. A series of messages from others appeared, full of surprise and excitement. What the hell? Really? Peerless? Another one? Can a summoner really be on the front lines? Kang Seol stared at the item, Karuna and Karen standing beside him, unable to hide their astonishment. "I suspected there was something special about this chest," he muttered. "But I never expected it to be a peerless item," he continued. "And each unique ability associated with it is incredible." He listed, "Evasion increases evasion rate, and daze significantly reduces the wearer's presence, making them difficult to detect." Following his astonishment, Kang Seol discovered the item's execution ability, which allows rolling dice to finish off enemies when their HP drops below 10%. He realized that not only the titles, but also the overall rewards from this chest were extraordinary. A series of other special titles appeared. The Blazing One grants immunity to burn effects. Pioneer of a New Era reduces cooldown times. And Purifying Flame increases fire damage. Clearly, this adventure at the altar had brought him ultimate luck. His hand clenched, the glove with the blue gem flashing under the light. A surge of power welled up, as if the whole world lay in his palm. A smug smile appeared on Kang Seol's lips. "Now I'm sure," he thought, "at this stage, no one here can compare to me." The confidence of the powerful had reached its peak. Even when he plunged into the abyss, he always wondered, is this truly the right path? Now, with new power in hand, the answer was as clear as day. Yes, this is indeed the right path, he affirmed confidently, his gaze fixed forward. There were still many things to confirm, and others were waiting for his return. The scene shifted to the majestic office of the Lord at Gulia Fortress. A blond man was summarizing the horrific events that had occurred in Yognathun. Lord Patrick, the blond man, sat sternly. He listened to reports about the Nabinia army, about how the trolls had angered Purge and been wiped out. "All of them destroyed?" he asked, his voice full of skepticism. Lord Patrick sighed wearily, rubbing his forehead. "Look," he said, "I'm the one who has to report this to the military. Who on earth would believe such a preposterous story?" His frustration was evident on his face. Kibo, the young man with long black hair and a scar on his face, replied calmly, "Whether you believe it or not is your business, my lord. So why ask me?" "I mean, why are you concealing the truth, Kibo?" Lord Patrick questioned, his expression annoyed. "This matter is being delayed because I have to report it to my superiors." Kibo remained firm. "Lord Patrick, I have told the truth." Kibo placed his hands on his knees, his gaze distant. "Our survival after that ordeal was a miracle. Do you want a logical explanation for this miracle?" His voice held weariness. Lord Patrick rubbed his temples, his expression growing more troubled. He seemed to have run out of patience. "If you want to hear what I've already said, I'll repeat it again." "No," Lord Patrick interrupted. "You may leave. I will forward this report to my superiors first." Kibo smiled faintly, bowing his head in thanks. He knew he had achieved his goal. Outside the fortress, the crowd of people was buzzing with discussion. "So, we're going back to Novira?" A voice rang out, full of worry. That place is no longer suitable for living. The crowd of commoners was still stunned, discussing their uncertain future. If we stay there long enough, won't it eventually become a livable place? A blond man asked. Well, there's no reason it can't, another replied, but his voice was full of worry. Anyway, it seems there will be a lot of work to do. Meanwhile, the scarred man looked towards you, Mira, smiling faintly. It seems you're ready to return. You've prepared everything, haven't you? He asked, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Mira, sitting in the wheelchair Hamoon had made, replied with a bright smile. The wheelchair Hamoon made for me seems to fit perfectly, doesn't it? I mean, I can still move well, even with one leg missing. Thanks to it, I can still work. The scarred man looked at her, his expression more serious. So, what do you plan to do when you return, Mira? The sudden question made the atmosphere heavy, forcing her to confront reality. Mira's gaze swept over the old notice board, her smile fading completely. I don't know. What should I do? Is there anything left for me at this point? A sense of emptiness enveloped her. Just then, the scarred man offered a surprising suggestion. How about you form your own hunting party? Mira was surprised, repeating the question. My own hunting party? He smiled confidently, his eyes sharp. Aren't you also a wolf? A wolf who has experienced countless battles. By now, most relics will have no choice but to reveal their secrets to you. Mira chuckled softly, a smile mixed with a touch of bitterness. Of course, the fact that the hunting party I intended to assign to you was almost wiped out also helps. That's right. She accepted the harsh truth. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a sharp, determined gaze. It was Kang Seol, his golden eyes flashing with a mysterious light, signaling that another story was about to begin. Elsewhere, Kibo and a long red-haired girl were walking on a cobblestone path. The girl spoke. Kibo, can we talk about this later? He's here. An important meeting awaited. In a cozy room with flickering candlelight from a chandelier, Kibo was reporting. Have you completed the task assigned to you? A deep, warm voice echoed. Everything has been resolved, Kibo replied. Kang Seol sat opposite Kibo, and the red-haired girl, his expression calm. What about the mission we assigned to you, Mira? The red-haired girl asked. Kibo reassured. Oh, don't worry. I've explained it clearly so there won't be any doubts from our side. That's a relief, Kang Seol sighed. Kang Seol looked directly at Kibo, his eyes sharp. Then, I think it's time I asked for the reason. Why did you want to meet me? He got straight to the point, without beating around the bush. Kibo said nothing, only bowing his head slightly. Kang Seol's hand slowly opened, revealing an important item. Light sparkled on his finger. The item was a ring, which Kang Seol held carefully. This thing, he whispered, before the readers were shown its details. Clumsy covenant ring. A treasure full of power and mystery. Mira was sitting, holding a ring, her eyes full of thought. The young girl made a surprising offer. I want to trade for Kibo's ring. He wondered if this was loot from her recent adventure. Kang Seol flipped the ring in his hand, his eyes sharp. A good ring. No, a great ring. True to its most basic form. He silently assessed that it contained the stats he truly needed, far surpassing Wolf's warning. Even so, he still felt regret having to give up the warning ability of Wolf's warning. The old ring appeared, like a reminder of the power once trusted. But then, a fierce image struck. Magra attacked! The ring hadn't activated any warning. In other words, he concluded, the ring's power isn't invincible. An unpredictable activation ability loses its value. Kang Seol smiled coldly, making his final decision. All right. Let's trade. Mira bowed slightly, her gratitude evident. Thank you. After the transaction was complete, Kang Seol looked at her, asking about her next plans. Mira's hands clenched, her gaze firm. For now, I plan to stay in Gulia until Kibo recovers. After that, I'll return to Novira. Even if it's in ruins, it's still home. Kang Seol nodded, understanding. The black-haired girl looked up, calling his name. Hey, Seol! Her voice was sincere. I truly owe you a lot. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to return, Mira continued. Her eyes filled with emotion. Her words were like a promise, heavy with gratitude. She gave a resolute smile. If you ever need help, just let me know. I'll make sure to repay every favor you've done for me. A solemn vow. A creaking sound echoed, followed by a clatter. The scene shifted. Kang Seol and the long red-haired girl sat there, as if a new chapter had just begun. He smiled contentedly, an ancient scroll in his hand. Mission accomplished. His eyes sparkled, signaling a resounding success. The lucky dice rolled an 11, bringing moderate luck. The system reported, the adventure near Gulia will proceed smoothly. He thought to himself, he was leaving soon anyway, so this luck wouldn't make much difference. The scarred man stood before the city gate, his gaze fixed forward. "We need to head straight to Novira. We must return to Novira." His words echoed, full of determination. He turned to Kang Seol, continuing the story. "Karen's equipment can only be forged in my workshop. All the rare materials are still there." He worried, unsure if the materials in Novira were still intact. The black-haired young man didn't bother to rest, deciding to devote all his precious time to heading straight for Novira. The ruined city appeared, harboring countless mysteries. The lucky dice landed on 13, bringing good fortune. Novira was now the new base, and the upcoming adventure promised not to be too difficult, though risks still lurked. Karen was astonished by the sight before her. "This place isn't as bad as I thought," the scarred man replied, explaining that the city was being rebuilt little by little. Thousands of people were bustling to rebuild. Novira, the once ruined city, was now rapidly reviving, burning with the desire for a new beginning. The adventure score leaderboard appeared. Kang Seol led with an enormous score, but the scores of others were suspiciously low. Had the incident caused many masters to leave? The system confirmed the new stopping point. Novira, the ruined city. Once a bustling center, it was now gradually regaining its vitality. But many remnants of the war still remained. Inside an old blacksmith's workshop, the scarred man was pensive. He had once hidden countless forges everywhere, but now the attack had destroyed them all, leaving only this one. The attack destroyed everything, leaving only this one. The scarred man sighed, then turned to invite Kang Seol inside. "Come in. Shall we begin?" the scarred man asked. Kang Seol presented a vial of orange-yellow liquid. "This is the blood of Anakinria's descendant, as you requested." The scarred man nodded, taking the vial of blood. "Just mix it with soul powder to make oil, then coat Karen's equipment with it. They'll be durable, undamaged, no matter how she uses them. Oh, by the way," the scarred man suddenly changed the subject, mentioning Kang Seol's sword. "There's a small problem." Kang Seol frowned. "Problem?" He showed him the broken hilt and blade, asserting he had kept them carefully. "You've also acquired one material, spider blood, but the remaining material, fire spirit stone, is now almost impossible to find." The news struck like lightning, leaving Kang Seol stunned. He looked at the map, suddenly understanding. Novira was attacked, and even the auction house, where materials were easily acquired, had been destroyed. Everything had its reason. "Damn it, do I have to run around again?" Kang Seol sighed, annoyed. The scarred man immediately suggested, "If there's no fire spirit stone, there's still another way to forge the sword, using substitute materials." Karen's fiery temper erupted. She sternly ordered Hamun to stick to the original plan, refusing any compromise on quality. Kang Seol stood beside her, surprised, uttering her name. Karen's eyes flashed with cunning, a confident smirk appearing. "If it's the fire spirit stone you need," she declared defiantly, "I have it!" A fiery, pitch-black sword with red veins glowing like lava plunged into the ground. The scarred man recoiled in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. Karen proudly took the sword, her eyes full of arrogance. "After all, it came from the weapon Magra used," she said, as if explaining its extraordinary origin. The scarred man stared at the sword, his face still stunned. That's a sword forged from a fire spirit stone," he whispered, his voice full of awe. The fire serpent sword blazed, its energy surging in a unique way. This was the adventure reward Kang Seol had given Karen, now reborn. In his memory, Magra, a giant warrior with similar twin swords, appeared majestically, proving the mythical origin of this treasure. The scarred man gently stroked the blade, his eyes full of interest. "These are the twin swords Magra used in battle," he said. "They're too unique, so I gave them to Karen to keep. This will be a rich experience." Kang Seol nodded, agreeing. "All right, I'll forge Karen's weapon," he said, then asked about the completion time. The scarred man replied that if all the tools were intact, it would take about 15 days. Amidst Novira's ruins, Kang Seol and Karen stood looking at the desolate scene. "It seems we're done for today," Kang Seol sighed. "Now what?" Kang Seol pondered for a moment, then made a suggestion. "We should go meet Chiao." Karen frowned, her eyes full of skepticism. "We can go, but look at Novira's current state," she said. "We don't even know if she's still alive." Kang Seol asserted confidently. "She's Gregory's disciple, so she must be alive." He explained that Gregory was one of the 3 most influential dark summoners of the era, and his disciples all possessed formidable skills. Kang Seol was pensive, his hand caressing an ancient scroll. His face clearly showed his apprehension. He admitted that he wasn't even sure if Gregory had a disciple named Chiao, and didn't even know how many disciples Gregory had, or who they were. In the dead of night, a question echoed. "What's important isn't now, but whether or not we find her. Only that matters." Kang Seol, along with Karuna and Karen, stood before an ancient building. Karuna exclaimed, "Look, it's still standing. We recognize this place, Master." Karen excitedly moved to break down the door, but Karuna stopped her in time. Ooh, they fixed the door. I should break it, Karen. No. Inside, dust covered everything. Karuna wondered. It seems like more dust has accumulated than the last time we were here. Aren't they using this place? Kang Seol replied. Let's go to the research room. The long corridor stretched endlessly, with only footsteps echoing in the silence of the abandoned mansion. Karuna cautiously opened the door, her eyes scanning the room. The research room was empty, devoid of people. Karuna sighed. It seems she's not here either. Karen asked disappointedly. What? Where is she? Karuna mused. It's been a long time. Perhaps we won't be able to meet her again. Should we give up? A memory surfaced. Chiao instructed. When you're done, return to Novira within 3 months. And when you return, tie a piece of white cloth to the main gatepost and check every midnight. If everything is fine, I'll also return within 3 months. If I don't? Chiao continued coldly. Burn that room down. Kang Seol was resolute. We can't let our connection with Gregory disappear like this. So they waited again. Night fell, and the white cloth still fluttered on the mansion gate, like a fragile promise. The narration echoed. We checked the mansion every day at midnight. But Chiao never appeared. Karen worried. Perhaps she's just playing with us, Master. We only have about 20 days left in Novira for maintenance. We can't wait for her forever. A thought suddenly flashed. Now that the ruin hunters are gone, why don't we try exploring ourselves? Are you crazy? Do you know how many people it takes to explore ruins? Why do you think all the transferred people flock to them? On a street corner, 2 men buzzed about the news that Kibo had returned, bringing his hunting party with him. They hoped for a new adventure soon. 15 days passed. Kang Seol and Karen strolled through the streets of Novira. The red-haired girl happily cheered when she saw the bakery reopen, while the narration implied this was their last day searching for Chiao. Karen suggested buying bread on the way back. Time continued to pass in waiting, but important news arrived. From Hamun, news arrived that the weapon was complete. The blacksmith smiled contentedly, raising the brilliant sword high, declaring it ready. Karen was utterly astonished, her fiery red eyes wide open, unable to believe what she was seeing. Kang Seol and Karen approached. He felt a familiar surge of energy from the sword, a sensation he had experienced recently. Karen gazed at the fiery sword, exclaiming that it was beautiful. Kang Seol recalled a similar feeling when he acquired the legendary fire monkey. Hamun wiped his sweat, revealing that the fire spirit stone used to forge the sword was no ordinary item, perhaps not even from this world. Karen took the sword, flames erupting around her. The narration confirmed this was the item unrivaled. Blazing, a creation that had never existed before. The livestream screen exploded with comments and donations. Kang Seol looked at it, realizing this was the second unrivaled item he had received from the adventure. He pondered the sword's 2 unique effects, break coercion and break single point, realizing both were extremely suitable for Karen. Hamun smiled, saying the sword was excellent, hoping Kang Seol would take good care of it. He thanked him and asked about the payment. The blacksmith smiled, saying that Kang Seol, having overcome so many dangers to come to Yogantun to save him, was more than enough. Kang Seol handed the sword to Karen, a sincere thank you. He told Hamun to inform him if anyone dared to bother him. Karen held the new sword, a mischievous smile on her lips. She eagerly declared she would teach anyone who dared to cause trouble a lesson they'd never forget. Kang Seol, with a mysterious smile, secretly thought about the 4 unrivaled items he had acquired. He had forgotten about them during the adventure, but now everything was clear. In his mind, a vision appeared. What would happen when he gathered all 5 unrivaled items? Would ultimate power erupt? Night fell, casting shadows over an ancient mansion, where secrets still lay hidden beneath the dim moonlight. Inside, Kang Seol and Karen, along with the elf-man Karuna, were quietly searching for something, their eyes scanning everywhere. The silence stretched on. Then Kang Seol sighed in disappointment. She's not here, he said. Let's give up. Perhaps this is the end. He irritably thought about having to find a new master to awaken his power, while he had already reached level 15 and couldn't delay any longer. A piece of paper appeared, presenting options. Karen, let's burn down the research room, Kang Seol said coldly. Karen asked in surprise if he believed the girl's words, to which he replied, who knows? It's the only thing we have left. Without hesitation, Karen unleashed a fierce torrent of flames, engulfing the room in a blazing inferno. Kang Seol and Karuna watched. He silently wondered, if even after burning it, I still don't understand its meaning, then perhaps it's not fate. What exactly did she want to say? The black-haired young man squinted, his face full of skepticism as he looked at the flames. Something wasn't right. Karen was also astonished. The fire still burned, but the room wasn't consumed. It's not burning? She exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Enraged by the absurdity, Karen roared, channeling more power, unleashing an even fiercer wave of flames. The flames surged, but the windows remained intact, completely unharmed. An unbelievable truth was unfolding. "How annoying!" Karen shrieked, her red eyes blazing. She declared, "I'll channel even more power, all right?" Outside, the mansion still stood majestically under the moonlight, but the research room now glowed brilliantly like a giant lantern, defying all laws. Karen glared, the flames still useless. Helplessness was evident on her face, as even her most powerful magic was rendered ineffective. Kang Seol let out a soft sigh, his eyes tinged with weariness. This prolonged battle had drained both of their strengths. The room still glowed brightly, and mysterious words appeared. "I am still alive. Come find me." The system confirmed the dangerous adventure had ended. Everything was settled. 5 days later, night fell, enveloping the deep forest. Time passed, bringing with it new beginnings. The black-haired young man walked amidst the ethereal light. He wondered, was this a silent forest, or a grand forest awaiting him? The 15th adventure, Tardy, officially began. Objective: break the wall of awakening. This time, there was no time limit. A strange scent wafted. "Tobacco?" Kang Seol stopped, then called out loudly, "Hey!" A black-haired girl with purple eyes, holding a pipe, stepped out. She asked, "You're late. Is everything all right?" Kang Seol confirmed everything was fine, but Karuna was late due to an incident. He asked her if she had confronted the Sulphur Skull tribe. The black-haired girl shrugged, saying no. Strange trolls appeared, and she quickly fled. Kang Seol was surprised, while she claimed to be busy. She explained that, because she was too busy, she had to rely on a subordinate dark summoner like him. The one she drew out had escaped, so she couldn't resolve it herself. Kang Seol realized she knew about Fogtown. Now, he had the right to ask for her help. He was about to speak. The black-haired girl quickly interrupted. "Wait. I have something I've been researching for a long time. It's in its final stages, but missing a few things." Karen appeared, her sword blazing. "Master, do you need me to kill her?" Kang Seol chuckled, praised the sword, but told her to put it away. The black-haired girl smiled, suggesting they use words like intellectuals, not be cruel, as both of them were dark summoners. The black-haired young man, Kang Seol, coldly questioned the black-haired girl. "What do you want, Chiao?" A mysterious smile bloomed on the black-haired girl's lips. "It's simple. Be my experiment," a chilling yet tempting offer. Hearing this, Kang Seol frowned, his eyes full of doubt. "Experiment? What do you mean?" He felt something was amiss. Chiao explained that the final experiment required a powerful enough shadow summoner and their summoned spirits, and in her eyes, Kang Seol was the perfect candidate. "Why don't you do it yourself?" Kang Seol asked. The black-haired girl sneered, saying there were some issues preventing her from doing it herself, which was why she had to find someone. "Issues?" the black-haired young man repeated, his face thoughtful. He implicitly understood that this was certainly not a safe experiment. "No physical danger," Chiao reassured. "It's only mental." Kang Seol remained wary. "How dangerous?" The black-haired girl uttered a chilling sentence. "You will have to die once." Immediately, Karen appeared, sword at Chao's neck, but Kang Seol stopped her in time. "Wait, Karen," Kang Seol reassured. He understood. "You intend to use the lethal device from Grizel's lab, don't you?" Chiao was surprised, then nodded, explaining she would separate his consciousness. That was the way to bring him to his purest state, then connect his mind to the darkness. Afterwards, she would pull him back, keeping the link unbroken. The success rate depended on the experimental subject, but for Kang Seol, it was merely 50-50, half alive, half dead. "So what's the reward?" Kang Seol asked directly. Chiao smiled, praised his straightforwardness, then asked back, "What do you want?" Her purple eyes shining brightly, Chiao declared, "I will pass on a supreme technique." The promise was like a curse, full of enchantment. Without hesitation, Kang Seol decided, "I'll do it." A supreme technique, something that could change everything, awaited him. That supreme technique was extremely difficult to learn, and even rarer were those who could teach it. It was a double-edged sword, requiring absolute perseverance. "Is this Gregory's ability?" Kang Seol asked. Chiao shook her head, her eyes smug. "No, this is something I created myself." The black-haired young man realized Chiao was even stronger than he thought. Nevertheless, he was ready to face the challenge, asking about the starting point. Chiao smirked, cigarette smoke swirling. "First, let's start with some simple exercises," she said, her eyes full of hidden meaning. "More specifically, you must spend time to better understand your shadows." Chao's words left Kang Seol stunned. The scene shifted to a wooden tent hidden deep in the forest, a place called Chao's lair. Kang Seol was still pondering this so-called training. "Have you summoned all your shadows yet?" "Good," Chiao said, then commanded. "Now is the time to open up, share your deepest thoughts, or even old stories." Kang Seol stood amidst his majestic shadows, the orc Jamad, the elf Karuna, and Karen. He turned to Chiao, questioning, "Why must we do this?" Chiao replied with a sharp question. "How much do you truly know about your shadows?" She explained that to avoid getting lost in the unconscious, he must understand every corner, every regret, every resentment of theirs. Chiao's smile held a threat. "If they secretly hide something, you might never wake up again." The black-haired young man was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He would leave, giving the shadows private space to begin their risky conversation. Karen, the elf shadow, sighed, complaining about the pressure. She suggested Kang Seol should take this opportunity to hear the story from the orc. The orc Jamad growled, saying Nana Luna might know a little, but he had kept everything hidden. He denied concealing anything, blaming a fairy who hadn't opened up yet. Karen pouted, saying she didn't know any such fairy. The burly orc sighed, then said, "If telling stories helps you escape this difficult situation, I will speak." He turned to Kang Seol, asking, "Do you have anything you want to ask, Snowman?" Kang Seol recalled Jamad's words by the volcano's mouth. "I will become a king by my own strength." He looked directly at the orc, asking about the meaning behind that statement. The orc pondered for a moment, then slowly replied. It was the purpose in life that Tancred had bestowed upon him. Kang Seol was startled, exclaiming the familiar name, "Earth Dragon? Tancred?" Jamad nodded in confirmation. He had never mentioned this since becoming tribal chief. When he was a child, Tancred had visited his tribe before falling into eternal slumber. Jamad reminisced, a small fist clutching a stone. And then, the narration echoed, beginning a painful memory. The stone flew, colliding with the tough scales of a colossal creature, creating a dry, defiant sound. The silhouette of a colossal black dragon appeared, growling. Other trolls panicked, trying to stop the screaming troll boy, calling Jamad's name. Young Jamad, tears streaming down his face, threw stones at the dragon. "Go away! Go away! You savage lizard!" the boy screamed, demanding his mother back. His father died young, and his mother also passed away from illness. Now, this dragon seemed intent on destroying the entire tribe, pushing him into despair. And then, the tribe offered the boy's mother's body as a sacrifice to Tancred. Other trolls knelt, begging the earth dragon to forgive the ignorant child. Jamad reminisced, his face drenched in tears. Trolls were inherently like that, and the Stonefang tribe was no different. The only difference was whether their object of worship was a primordial god or a dragon. The rotten, unchanging nature of dependence. He hated that tradition. Hated everything related to their revered object. Kang Seol listened, understanding. "I see, you are her son." Jamad continued. The dragon looked down at him, then spread its wings and flew away, taking him to another place. The scene changed. A large rock stood majestically amidst a field of wildflowers. Kang Seol looked at the sight, asking, "This is..." Tancred, the colossal dragon, appeared from behind the rock. "I remember your mother, little one." Jamad realized it was his mother's grave. The tribe had offered his mother as a sacrifice, but Tancred had buried her. Kang Seol bowed his head, feeling an unbearable pain. "Why?" The present Jamad replied, "Because of inferiority. He was consumed by the inferiority of himself and his race, to the point where he couldn't lift his head. Because he was so inferior, he had lost his mother, lost his reason, and tried to harm that noble dragon. In that moment, he realized he could only bury his face in the ground and bite." The present Jamad burst into sobs, tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry, Earth Dragon Tancred." The Earth Dragon Tancred, with profound eyes, spoke in a voice like thunder. "This world is vast, little one. Right now, everything might be harsh, difficult, and you are small, weak. But one day, your time will come. You will understand the meaning of your life and all things. Keep striving, little one, and you will reach the truth." Jamad's painful past story concluded. He had accepted his kin's curse as fate, even if the outcome was not good. The torment was still deeply etched in his eyes. Now, Kang Seol and Karen understood why Jamad disdained the power of the primordials, wanting to rise on his own. The story had ended, but its echoes remained. Jamad turned to the black-haired young man, his eyes seeming to say, "Next, Snowman, it's your turn to tell your story." But a sudden dry sound echoed. The door burst open. "Oh, Jan." He rushed in, breathing heavily, her face panicked. "Sorry to interrupt. Someone is pursuing us. We must leave here immediately." Kang Seol frowned, puzzled. "What do you mean, Chiao? Run away? Not fight?" The black-haired girl snapped. "Don't be foolish. Do you intend to die here?" Oh, Yanhee's eyes were serious as she revealed the enemy's identity. "Those pursuing us are the shadow hunters." Kang Seol's expression suddenly changed, realizing the danger. Outside, the forest was plunged into darkness, shouts echoing, "The witch has escaped! This way! They can't have gone far! Search every nook and cranny!" No time for explanations. Oh He decisively said. Run now. West. If both of you survive, we'll meet there. Both dashed away like arrows. The black-haired young man sped away into the night, a cold system notification appearing. The delay storyline has changed to Shadow Pursuers. The hunt officially began. A fierce growl tore through the night. A colossal hound with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs darted through the trees, relentlessly pursuing. Breathing heavily, Kang Seol looked back. The sound of the hound still clung behind him, undiminished. He knew he had to do something to shake them off. He raised his hand, dark energy beginning to gather. Looks like I'll have to shake them off somehow. Summoning is fine, so these hounds shouldn't be a problem. But another notification struck like lightning. You are within the influence of the no-shadow zone. Shadow summoning is impossible. Kang Seol froze. A sneering laugh echoed from somewhere, cold and full of mockery. Ho, ho, ho! Why don't you keep running, little one? Kang Seol was horrified, realizing he had fallen into a trap. Kang Seol fled in despair, the sneering laughter of the hunter Malachus echoing. He admitted the young man was faster than other prey, then drew his crossbow, ready to finish him. Malachus declared he would keep Kang Seol for later, as he had a more prioritized prey, the witch accompanying you. His eyes revealed a clear look of craving. A cutscene took us to the vast world of Pandia, where countless character classes awaited players' choices. Each class, a path, a destiny. Not only were there basic professions, but also many hidden secrets. Each class possessed unique abilities and stats, creating unpredictable diversity. But hidden deep beneath these obvious differences were invisible connections, intertwined destinies between character classes, forming a complex web of relationships. There were allied classes, fighting together, but also sworn enemies. Mages and engineers didn't get along. Investigators and fanatics were always in a spiral of conflict. And then, the story returned to Kang Seol. The Shadow Summoner was exerting himself, desperately trying to summon something, but a cold notification struck. He had been affected by Malachus's suppressive shot. The ring on Kang Seol's hand flashed, repelling the curse, but the shadows remained sealed. Malachus sneered, realizing Kang Seol still had tricks. He didn't hesitate, once again drawing his crossbow, his eyes sharp as if to pierce his prey. There won't be a next time, little one, Malachus threatened, demanding Kang Seol reveal the identity of the woman accompanying him before it was too late. Information about Malachus the Blind appeared, a hunter of shadow summoners, trading them for kidnapped children. He was always accompanied by his loyal shadow wolf. A living nightmare. Kang Seol suddenly realized, that deceptive witch, Morelli? He was stunned. Morelli? Aren't they chasing Chiao? A flash of lightning crossed Kang Seol's mind. If it was Morelli, then she was Gregory's third disciple, who was once the brightest hope. A memory surfaced, an exiled Morelli. Malachus lost patience, ordering the wolf, Deer, tear his throat out. The wolf, Deer, growled, lunging like an arrow towards Kang Seol. The black-haired young man dodged by a hair's breadth. A life-or-death battle had begun. Kang Seol and He fled together, trying to escape the hunter's clutches. Chiao! Kang Seol called out his companion's name in a critical moment. The black-haired girl curled her lips, a bored expression on her face. How annoying. I already said I don't like old men. From above, Malachus appeared, his sharp eyes looking down. It is Morelli indeed. I've been looking for you for a long time, he sneered. Did you really think you could hide forever? She replied. Oh, you recognize me? Still as romantic as ever, Malachus. Kang Seol was stunned. Oh, did you deceive me? She just smirked. Ha ha. Sorry. But it wasn't intentional. Malachus roared furiously. You're the one who came looking for me first, you beggar. Before he could finish, sharp arrows tore through the wind, heading straight for the two of them. In a flash, Morelli blocked the arrows with her bare hands, a smile still on her lips. These silly tricks can't do anything to me. Kang Seol stood behind her, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is she a summoner? Blocking a hunter's arrows with her bare hands? Unbelievable. Malachus looked at her with contempt. Look at yourself, Morelli. What have you become? Soon other hunters will arrive too. She replied. Oh dear, how scary. But what can I do? A mysterious smile on her lips, Morelli raised a finger. I'm not just going to sit here and wait to die. A surge of black mist immediately erupted, engulfing the area. Malachus's eyes widened, his face filled with extreme horror. Black mist! You still have that trick? Malachus roared furiously. I won't let you escape. He realized he was losing track of her in the thick fog. Damn it! Morelli gripped Kang Seol's hand, pulling him along. Let's go. Don't make a sound. Kang Seol was still dazed, only managing to utter her name. Morelli. Malachus angrily swore. I swear I'll catch you. Kang Seol looked back, his eyes full of worry. Malachus continued to scream. Hey kid, That woman is deceiving you! How dare she! How dare she deceive a human!" Leaving Malicus's screams behind, Kang Seol and Morelli continued to flee through the silent night. Under the full moon, the air gradually settled. A soft groan escaped, breaking the silence. Kang Seol asked worriedly, "Are you all right, Morelli?" She gasped softly, one hand clutching her wound. "Oh, I'm fine. I just need a little rest." Kang Seol impatiently asked about the next plan. Morelli reassured him that the wound was not serious, and she would take him to a nearby hideout. The young man worriedly asked if the hideout could be discovered. Morelli replied that even if hunters could track them, her sanctuary had special countermeasures. The young man continued, emphasizing the danger. Dark summoning magic was useless against them. He explained that these shadow hunters were specially trained solely to hunt down people like her. The abnormal abilities of the shadow hunters made Kang Seol shiver. He admitted that while someone like Gregory wouldn't flinch, for them, it was a death sentence. Kang Seol tried to reassure her, mentioning some experiment, but Morelli coldly cut him off. A decisive, no-like slamming shut the door of hope. The young man looked at her with disappointment, declaring he could no longer trust Morelli. She had hidden too much, from her identity and true name to those who were pursuing them. Even the fact that you are a shadow. Kang Seol's final accusation was like a knife, startling Morelli, her crimson eyes wide open. Kang Seol continued to question, suspecting her cigarette was a painkiller. He guessed this was why she always hid her physical condition. "I haven't changed my mind yet, but now you need to tell me everything." Kang Seol was firm. Morelli just smirked faintly, a smile full of hidden meaning, as if she had anticipated this. "All right, what do you want to know?" Morelli asked. "Everything," Kang Seol replied, demanding she tell him about her illness, the reason for her estrangement from Gregory, and the secret behind her becoming a shadow. Memories flooded back. Gregory, a strange and cold teacher, appeared. He yelled, his roar echoing, "You foolish brat! Give up!" Young Morelli, full of stubbornness, shouted in defiance of Gregory. The old teacher was angry, questioning her insolence, but Morelli was resolute, rejecting the teachings she considered meaningless. Gregory scoffed, thinking she had only learned how to argue back. Morelli retorted defiantly, "So what? I will continue my research. Don't stand in my way." She was firm in her chosen path, Gregory warned, calling her experiment insane. He asserted, "Shadows are merely tools, Morelli." Morelli countered, arguing that shadows were dangerous beasts, not just tools. Gregory insisted, they must be tamed. But she still believed shadows could become friends. Gregory roared, asserting he knew the terrifying power of shadows. He warned Morelli that showing weakness and trying to help them was extremely dangerous. Old Gregory, with his profound knowledge, was confident in what he knew about summoning shadows, something once merely a dreamer's illusion. But Morelli, with resolute eyes, believed she was the one who held the truth. Among ancient pages, she asserted that shadows were not merely slaves to power, and humans had not yet understood them. Gregory roared, calling her a fool. He warned that shadows were deadly entities filled with regret, and those who bore them would only be swallowed by that burden. "Enough," she replied, her gaze distant. "I will bet my entire life to prove myself right." Gregory uttered a prophecy. "The day will come when you understand." Those were their last words, a fated farewell. After that argument, she wandered the world, alone on an uncertain path, searching for answers. She took on countless identities, hid her true emotions, transforming into anyone she needed to be to survive. But after leaving Gregory, her reputation as his favorite disciple led to her being relentlessly pursued by shadow hunters. "Catch her!" the shouts echoed. Amidst the encirclement, she diligently continued her research. "Symbiosis with shadows must go far beyond assimilation," she wrote in her 107th notebook. Despite fierce battles, she never stopped exploring. Assimilation was merely control, not understanding. Morelli, a voice echoed, "You should continue your research in a safer place." The white-haired young man believed they had escaped pursuit. "Let's go to the next hideout as planned." She smiled gently at the shadow that had accompanied her for so many years. "All right, let's go." Besides Soden, her loyal shadow, she didn't need to hide anything, didn't need to wear a mask. But then, the pursuers reappeared, forcing her to flee once more, with a crazed smile on her lips. The fierce pursuit had just ended. Morelli was exhausted, her body covered in wounds. The dark-skinned, white-haired man quietly tended to her, bandaging her. In that rare moment of peace, the shadow crept in again, reminding them of the arduous journey still ahead. Deep in the forest, an old carriage lay isolated under a gloomy sky. A voice echoed, full of weariness and contemplation. "Are you having trouble, Soden?" Their journey was still long, and the challenges seemed never-ending. Amidst the relentless pursuit, the dark-skinned, white-haired man worriedly asked Morelli how she was. She, with a mysterious smile on her lips, affirmed she was fine. as if every danger was within her calculation. In her memories, Morelli recalled Gregory's warning about her thoughts, that they could be true, hinting at potential dangers. However, the dark-skinned, white-haired man's words echoed, his eyes filled with worry, as if signaling a fateful turn. Gregory's harsh words echoed in Morelli's mind, accusing her of weakness, lacking the power of shadows, but she brushed them aside. Enough! Her voice was firm. That's not the problem. The argument about the nature of darkness continued, unyielding. In Morelli's mind, her crimson eyes gleamed with a cold, resolute look. She delved deep into her thoughts, searching for a solution to her ultimate goal. The real problem is perhaps what I haven't found yet. A way to establish the fusion between the Shadow Summoner and the Shadow. Just calm down. Everything will be fine, her words echoed, full of confidence. The carriage rattled across the desolate land, but a crossbow was already strung, ready for the upcoming battle. She told herself she once believed she had enough time to accomplish everything, but the cruel reality had proven otherwise, with a blood-red hue engulfing her mind. Morelli was resolute. "Find the perfect way to coexist with shadows," Gregory roared, his eyes filled with rage and despair. Morelli, he could not accept the path she had chosen. In the dense foliage, 3 figures hid like predators. Leaves rustled. A bearded man clutched a crossbow, his eyes sharp. A dangerous shout tore through the air. "Morelli!" Her hunt was not yet over, but danger always lurked. The bearded man Malachus, the relentless hunter, pulled down his hood, his eyes sparking with fire. A malicious smile spread across his lips, and he growled, "This time, I've definitely got you." Suddenly, a shout tore through the air. "Everyone, fire!" Arrows flew swiftly, aimed straight at the carriage. "Don't let them escape! Kill that witch!" Curses echoed, signaling a merciless battle. The horrifying impact tore apart the carriage, flinging Morelli into the air, blood splattering against the blue sky before she plunged into the cold water. Her body drifted aimlessly on the water, her lifeless eyes wide open. "Ha ha! Impossible!" her voice whispered, full of bitterness. The genius Morelli. Making a mistake like this. Another horror struck. Oh, my research notes. Although they had escaped danger, the journey remained arduous. The dark-skinned, white-haired young man sat slumped, drenched in sweat, trying to recall memories. "How many times has it been now, Soden? Do you remember?" A voice, or perhaps his own mind, echoed. The 299th time. And so, they continued to fight, relentlessly. A hand reached out, grasping a swirling mass of dark energy. The 299th record of the genius Morelli. "I can't remember." The voice whispered, "Pain is overwhelming, yet it doesn't matter." Soden's face was drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with contemplation. "Death is strange, Soden. Have you ever felt this way?" he asked. And a deep echo replied, "Yes." Morelli floated in the water, her lifeless purple eyes wide open. A streak of blood stained the corner of her lips. "So from now on, I will start to change. Just like you, right?" Her eyes trembled, a tear rolled down. "Ah!" A sigh escaped, containing acceptance and fear. Amidst the void, a figure collapsed. This is how a summoner becomes one with the shadow. The narration echoed, "One must experience death to truly understand each other." Morelli coughed violently, finally regaining consciousness. "Now I understand. I must prove to Gregory." She whispered her name, a burning determination. Soden bowed his head, heavy with thought. "Will my end be just as Gregory said? Are you disappointed, Soden, if I cannot fulfill your wish?" He firmly denied it. Morelli offered a weak smile, accepting. "You have always been a warm and loving presence to me," Soden said. And she softly replied, with thanks. 2 hands clasped tightly together, a fated connection between light and shadow. Soden raised his head, his gaze strangely resolute. "I will try to buy more time." Morelli was stunned, asking again, "You? What do you mean?" Dark energy surged around Morelli. "You cannot die now," Soden asserted. "You once said you would leave a great mark, would overthrow Gregory, would lead shadows from death back to life." The darkness began to swallow Soden, but his eyes remained resolute. "I will offer this body." His words were like a tragic vow. Morelli was horrified, tears streaming down her face. "No, Soden, don't do that!" she screamed in despair. The swirling darkness swallowed Soden's hand. Morelli tried to hold on. "Finally, you were right." She desperately screamed, "No!" Soden's figure was engulfed by darkness. Only a painful whisper remained. "If I were stronger, I could have protected you. I'm sorry for this weakness." Soden's face gradually faded into the darkness, but his eyes were still fixed on Morelli. "My wish is you, Morelli. Please complete your unfinished purpose." Cigarette smoke drifted up, and a whisper echoed, "The living and the dead accept each other." Easy to say, but is it possible? Morelli, with cold eyes, exhaled smoke and declared she understood everything. She revealed Gregory, a powerful summoner despised for binding souls. "Is that the right thing to do?" Morelli asked. Then affirmed she would challenge it to the end, and through you. She offered a grim choice: turn back and be safe, or venture down a path fraught with danger. Kang Seol didn't hesitate, asking about another option. Morelli replied,
Help me complete this research, but in return, you will have to experience death.
"I'll do this experiment," Kang Seol stated firmly. "What's the plan?" Morelli smirked. "So you're ready to die? All right, I'll explain how this experiment will proceed. A wooden house hidden deep in the forest, where deadly secrets were about to be revealed. What do you think awaits after death?" Morelli asked. Kang Seol just shook his head. "I don't know." Morelli mused that even she had experienced death, but remembered nothing. She explained the device wouldn't kill, only induce a near-death state to peer into the deep consciousness. "Deep consciousness?" Kang Seol repeated, a puzzled look on his face. Morelli explained it was the innermost part of oneself, not from the mind, but from the heart. She continued, accessing this consciousness would cause extreme pain, and the success rate was a mere 1%. Suddenly, she held up a blue vial, excitedly saying, "Tada! A sleeping potion! This is what I'll give you!" "Are you crazy?" Kang Seol exclaimed, startled. Morelli reassured him, explaining the potion had been thoroughly analyzed, with no side effects if the user woke up on their own. In short, if properly controlled, it's both an effective sedative and a powerful stimulant, she said. Kang Seol was skeptical. "Only if the user can wake up on their own. Do you think that's something I can control?" Morelli sneered. "Don't be afraid. The potion and the device complement each other. Anyway, the plan is this. First, you'll drink the potion. Then, through the simulated death device, you'll enter the deep consciousness, and not just you." She clarified that one of his shadows would also join. This was an experiment to explore the symbiosis between a summoner and their shadow. Ultimately, the deep consciousness would dredge up his deepest regrets and most terrifying memories, imprisoning him forever. Escaping that trap would conclude the experiment. Kang Seol thought to himself, it sounded simpler than he imagined. The procedure was simple, but the crucial part was choosing who would enter the deep consciousness with him. As Morelli prepared the device, Karen and Karuna anxiously asked if there was another way. Since the Shadow Hunter appeared, they had been trapped. Dealing with him was dangerous enough, but this experiment was far more terrifying. Kang Seol acknowledged the danger but was resolute. This was a major step towards achieving his goals. There was no other choice. Karen sighed, accepting her fate, but still muttered that she didn't want to die. Suddenly, Kang Seol asked, "What exactly is death?" Karen was surprised, responding with a question. Karen mused, describing death as the ground suddenly vanishing, with nothing left to support. Kang Seol asked if it was losing one's footing. She recalled death coming in a fit of extreme rage, the whole world turning red. Then consciousness gradually faded, and everything ended. Karen asked Karuna about the afterlife, but the elf remembered nothing. For Karuna, everything was just black. Then consciousness flared for a moment before fading. Nothing special. Jamaat affirmed that death was a common fate. Kang Seol concluded that there was no need to worry too much about what happened afterward. Karen volunteered, wanting to end this quickly. But Kang Seol coldly stopped her. "You cannot go." Karen, stunned, asked why, and Karuna reminded her this experiment would dredge up the most painful memories. Karuna continued, hinting at terrifying memories that could surface from Karen's mind, making her shiver. Jamaat boldly declared he would go instead, as he had no painful memories. But Kang Seol still flatly refused. Jamaat remained resolute, only remembering things related to mantra. But Morelli coldly exposed. That was just surface consciousness. As for the deep layer, would it pull out erased memories, unknown horrors? She continued to warn that if those memories resurfaced, they could destroy his very foundation, pushing everyone to their deaths. This was a life-or-death gamble. Dared he say there was no risk? Karuna stood there, his face full of worry. Jamaat didn't flinch, boldly declaring he would be the one to go. He remembered everything since birth, and no matter what memories surfaced, they were merely a past he had overcome. A resilient affirmation. With fiery eyes, the burly orc raised his head, challenging all gazes. "Does anyone have a problem with that?" His voice rang out, decisive, allowing no objections. But when Jamaat woke up, he was tightly bound by giant chains. "What the hell is this girl?" he growled. Morelli calmly exhaled smoke, explaining it was a safety measure, in case he went berserk and destroyed the device. "With this cage, Jamaat, don't even think about escaping," Morelli said coldly, holding a blue-green vial. Kang Seol was also tightly chained, listening as she gave important instructions before starting. She explained they would witness each other's most terrifying memories, and through that, understand each other better. Morelli offered a mysterious smile, but her eyes held a stern warning. Don't foolishly try to help the other person. If you interfere with their memories without thinking, you could ruin everything and kill everyone. Understood? Kang Seol replied gravely. Understood. Morelli nodded in satisfaction. Good. Instead of worrying about others and losing your life, focus on yourself first. That's the smart way. She exhaled smoke, concluding her instructions. A system notification appeared, confirming Morelli, the Shadow Summoner, had become Kang Seol's hero-grade assistant. She would appear in all adventures, supporting him based on her favorability. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Magical dice rolled in the air, then fell onto a table. A masked man, Kang Seol himself, looked up, his eyes full of contemplation. Oh wow, unbelievable, cheers rang out. Hey, come look at this. Snowman is about to take down Dayberg. 3 people, including the masked Kang Seol, stood around a glowing stone pedestal. That thing can be taken down? Get out of the way, I want to see too. Everyone buzzed. Dayberg, the giant rock monster, appeared on the pedestal, posing a fateful question to Kang Seol. Without hesitation, the masked Kang Seol, with resolute eyes, decisively chose answer number 2. Yes, Dayberg, you will die here today. A powerful declaration. Right. At this point, there's only one way to deal with Dayberg completely, isn't there? Someone said. All right then, let's proceed with the judgment. The whole group agreed, ready for the final battle. Roll the dice, Snowman. It's your turn. Voices echoed. Kang Seol stood before a glowing red surface, rippling like water, awaiting his fate to be decided by the dice. In the depths of memory, Jamad was tormented. A primal instinct clawed at the burly troll's mind. A desolate scene appeared, where his kin were consumed by insatiable bloodlust. Flesh-tearing sounds were chilling. Monsters with bloodshot eyes devoured the remnants of life, satisfying their hunger. He wondered, was he any different from them? Was he also a part of this savagery? Red eyes, blood-stained hands. They swallowed corpses, filling their empty stomachs with brutality. And then, he realized, a similar craving flowed in his own veins, an undeniable hunger. Just one bite, and the hunger would vanish. But the price was becoming a mindless monster, just like them. Once ignited, could wild instinct ever be tamed? No! A voice echoed, like a command from the depths of his soul. Don't do that! A mysterious figure appeared, its golden eyes staring directly at him. Not eating? Was there another choice? Those eyes, like a guiding flame, pierced through the darkness of instinct. A warning? Or a promise? He didn't understand what that entity was, but its gaze sent shivers down his spine, a feeling both alien and familiar. Beneath his feet, blood and flesh, a surge of disgust. He would never stoop to eat this. Hunger might torment him, but his will would not yield. He would not become savage like them. No, you are a troll, Jamad, the voice echoed, affirming his true nature, transcending primal instinct. In the chaotic memory, a voice boomed like thunder. From now on, you are brothers. The troll with braided hair asked Jamad about the meaning of brothers in the Stonefang tribe. Comrades and eternal allies, he replied. Then heard promises of dominant power, but Jamad timidly refused. No, how can I become brothers with strangers I just met? A weak protest between instinct and reason. Useless, the tribe had decided. The brotherhood curse would bind him. The burly old troll cast the spell, and Jamad desperately cried out, No! Pain tore through his mind as a surge of purple energy entered his forehead. I don't want to! Jamad screamed in despair. This is insane! Why isn't anyone saying anything? He struggled, begging for help from his kin. But they all just watched, their bloodshot eyes emotionless. Say something. Save me. The demonic eyes of his kin gleamed in the darkness, as if Jamad's fate was sealed, unchangeable. A mysterious voice echoed in his mind. They are not your brothers. That decision is yours. Jamad's eyes widened, awakening. Like a flash of lightning, Jamad awoke from his trance. He clenched his fists, determined to break free from the curse and savage instinct. Darkness swirled around him, as if trying to drag him back into the abyss. Jamad stepped back, his gaze resolute, refusing the binding. He walked, each step heavy, yet decisive. Though the path ahead was still hazy, he would never return to being a monster. Jamad looked down, where the tribe was gathered around a flickering fire. An ancient altar, and whispers of the old god echoed. In the chaotic crowd, his kin pushed and hurried. A sacrifice for the altar, they roared, clearing the way for the brutal ritual. Jamad's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the person on the altar. It was his mother. A choked mother. Escaped him, tearing at his heart. Unable to bear it any longer, Jamad charged into the crowd, pushing his kin aside. Stop, he roared, facing their surprise. Don't yield, Jamad roared in his mind, confronting the echoes of the bloodthirsty tribe. those who only scorned their own savagery. A fiery entity appeared, majestically declaring, "We bestow upon you power. Bow down and tremble before our might." That power was like a burden, crushing Jamad. He writhed in agony, groans escaping his throat. A heart-wrenching scream echoed. Jamad roared in despair, resisting the brutal instinct rising within him. It was an overwhelming, irresistible power. It crushed his will, stifling all resistance. No matter how hard he tried, Jamad's body was forced to its knees, surrendering to the brutal domination. Cold sweat poured out. His breath came in ragged gasps. The burly troll struggled with both physical and mental pain. He couldn't do anything, couldn't say anything. But why, deep down, did he still feel an urge? Suddenly, the scene changed. Jamad was running through a field of wildflowers, searching for something. His gaze stopped. It was a simple grave, nestled among the flowers. "Is this my mother's grave?" A mysterious shadow appeared, gently placing a pure white wreath on the tombstone, like a silent tribute. The shadow stood there, silently enveloping the grave with its somber yet respectful presence. Suddenly, another troll appeared, eyes full of vigilance. "Hey, who are you?" he roared, questioning the stranger. The shadow stirred slightly, like a wisp of smoke gliding past, evading the troll's surprise attack. "Urgh!" The troll with the bun-shaped hair lunged forward, throwing a powerful punch, but the shadow still glided like an illusion. Jamad's eyes widened in astonishment, witnessing something beyond his comprehension. In his memory, a colossal dragon spread its wings across the sky, majestic and free, making the troll only able to gaze up. A close-up of the dragon's fiery eyes, harboring destructive power and the wild beauty of the sky's ruler. Jamad uttered Tancred's name, feeling helpless as all his efforts couldn't reach her, a tyrannical force that couldn't be subdued. He punched the ground hard, small petals scattering, roaring in despair. "Damn it, I'm just a savage troll." Jamad looked up at the sky, longing for wings to soar like her, wondering if those, as lowly as him, would forever be bound to the ground. Suddenly, a shadowy hand gently touched his, like a silent answer in that moment of despair. Jamad flinched back, looking at the shadow standing tall before him, asking in shock, "Huh? Who are you?" The troll looked up at the shadow, his bloodshot eyes welling with tears, emotions swirling between surprise and an indescribable sadness. Against the sunset sky, Tancred's silhouette gradually shrank, flying far towards the horizon, leaving behind a vast emptiness. Jamad stood on the hilltop, gazing at the vast land, winding rivers, and countless living beings existing upon it. That's when he realized that even Tancred could only possess the sky, leaving the vast land behind. The shadow appeared beside Jamad, its voice echoing like a whisper of fate. "Jamad, the land is no smaller than the sky." Jamad's face gradually relaxed, a faint smile blooming on his lips, as if he had just found a truth. The troll nodded, a satisfied smile on his face. "Yes, you're right." Jamad walked heavily, Kang Seol's shadow gliding behind him. The words echoed in the troll's mind. "I am a troll. I am a rock molar." Jamad appeared more clearly, his gaze resolute. He declared, "I will be the one to hold the mysteries of creation and the truths of the stars." Kang Seol's shadow became clear. He smiled meaningfully. "Snowman," a voice spoke. Kang Seol replied, "What a nuisance. I can get up by myself." A close-up of Jamad's sharp teeth, symbolizing primal strength. His words echoed. "Finally, I know who I am." Jamad appeared majestically, his eyes blazing. "I am Jamad," he affirmed, "and one day I will become king of this land." The scene shifted to a mysterious room. A black-haired man in a suit stood before a display showing 105 novel chapters. A mysterious voice echoed, mocking, "Ah, Snowman. He even defeated Daybur. But it seems his luck has run out." The clatter of a sword falling signaled disaster. A young warrior knelt, his arms severed, blood gushing. He screamed in pain. A cold reminder appeared. "You are in trouble. What do you want to do?" The man wearing the snowman-nosed mask sat on a chair, his eyes sharp. He looked down at the injured warrior. "Snowman, because of your wrong choice, that swordsman has now lost an arm." 3 other masked figures sat there, laughing mockingly. "Even if you complain, the lost arm won't reattach." The snowman-nosed masked figure urged, "Come on, hurry up and make your next choice, Snowman." The young warrior raised his head, his eyes full of resentment and pain. "You did this. To me?" The accusation echoed in despair. The man wearing the snowman-nosed mask bowed his head, his voice full of remorse. "Sorry, that wasn't my intention." But his words were cut short by an angry roar. "Shut up!" The snowman-nosed masked figure raised his head, his eyes cold. "You should have made the right choice. You shouldn't have turned me into this." A young witch was fading away, her body burning. "You are fading. All emotions are diminishing. What do you want to do? A reminder appeared. Now, Snowman's witch is in danger. The snowman-nosed masked figure stood up, looking down at the dying witch. 3 other masked figures stood behind, laughing mockingly. Snowman, hurry up and make the choice that will decide her fate, he whispered. Number 2. The snowman-nosed masked figure scoffed. Your witch has lost an eye, and you couldn't even stop her from fading. He looked at the burning witch, then turned to Kang Seol. No, this isn't my fault. The cat-masked figure sneered, pointing at him. Are you making excuses? But you're the one who made the decisions. Let's see if your pawn thinks so. In the illusion, the young witch collapsed, her body burning, blood streaming. She gasped. No, it's all your fault. She raised her head, one eye blazing red, the other empty, screaming in accusation. Does looking down on me make you feel superior? Do you think you can control me? Answer me. Kang Seol, hidden behind the snowman mask, his eyes showing pain and confusion. Why? He mumbled. He sat amidst the shattered pawns, the faint figures of his friends. Why is something that never happened now happening? I don't need anything else. Just this game and my friends are enough. That's all I have. The snowman-nosed masked figure appeared again, a sinister smile on his face. This isn't the time to sit there, Snowman. Look, another pawn of yours. Then a small snowman doll appeared, representing the real Kang Seol. The words echoed, Kang Seol is in danger. What will you do now? Kang Seol was stunned. 3 other masked figures laughed loudly. He'll die if you fail, won't he? Hurry up. Make your choice, Snowman. Choose. Make your choice. Kang Seol clutched his head, writhing in extreme pain, surrounded by surging red energy. A scroll with obscured choices appeared, forcing him to decide. He cried out in despair. Stop! Why is there such a loud thumping sound? The masked figures fell silent. The snowman-nosed masked figure looked at him, his expression puzzled. What are you talking about? We're not making any noise. Kang Seol was aghast. The snowman mask on his face cracked, revealing the young man's real eyes, filled with astonishment and confusion. He stared at the crack in the illusionary wall. From it, a faint purple heartbeat symbol was glowing, like a call from the real world. The crack spread, and those mysterious heartbeats became increasingly clear and stronger, piercing through the illusory mist. The crack in the illusionary wall became more prominent, and Kang Seol, still wearing the snowman mask, remained lost in deep thought. Amidst the endless darkness, a pair of blazing red eyes suddenly lit up, a mysterious voice echoing, Now, you can finally see me. In the ruined landscape, Kang Seol stood there, like a trapped pawn. The voice continued, I've been knocking for a while. Then a grotesque figure with blazing eyes and sharp tusks emerged from the void, growling, Stop that petty game and come out, Snowman! At the same time, the crack in the illusionary wall shattered like a disintegrating mirror, signaling the collapse of a world. Kang Seol still stood there, staring at the newly cracked void. The man in the black mask scoffed. Hey, Snowman, why are you staring into the void like that? He questioned. Didn't something just appear there? But the other masked figures only laughed mockingly, denying, I don't know. I didn't see anything. Is he too shocked by his mistakes? Stop saying strange things and sit down. The man in the black mask continued to press. You have to keep playing the game with your friends, right? In Kang Seol's mind, images of his friends, his pawns, appeared. He told himself, That's right. I want to play with my friends forever. That's what I want. Kang Seol's face showed his inner conflict. He had once wanted to roll the dice and move the pieces on that board. He wanted to do my best for the lives of every piece I move. But now, those pieces were bleeding, fading away. In the illusion, the injured witch screamed in pain and fury. Does looking down on me give you a sense of superiority? Do you think you have the right to control me? Answer me. Kang Seol sat on the large chair, small and out of place. He questioned himself. No, could it be that I am just addicted to the pleasure of controlling something that isn't myself? Is that why I keep playing the game? Tears streamed down Kang Seol's face. He denied in despair. No, I don't play the game just for fun. He pointed at the crack, trying to explain. And I'm not mistaken, just now. Someone appeared from that crack. But the man in the black mask immediately dismissed it. A crack? No way. The black, crow-beaked masked figure and his companions laughed mockingly, questioning Kang Seol's belief. He struggled desperately, only wanting to escape this confinement. Sneering laughter echoed. Snowman wants to leave? Ridiculous. The masked figures scoffed, extinguishing the young man's faint hope. A mysterious hand reached out, placing a multi-sided die into Kang Seol's hand. Roll it, Snowman. Your fate will be decided by it. The cold die carried a curse. One side was freedom, the other was eternal confinement in this hell. Kang Seol stared at the cube of fate. To him, this die was not just a game, but a god holding life and death. He closed his eyes, feeling the weight of destiny in his palm. Fate, life. I've always lived by its moves. The die spun rapidly, then stopped. The number 1 appeared, like a cruel mockery. The sneering laughter of the masked figures echoed, piercing his heart. Number 1. Excellent. The black crow-beaked masked figure cheered. Kang Seol won't be able to escape from here. We can play forever. He could only accept it. Just keep going, he thought bitterly. The dice brought death. The divine beings mocked. All were rules of the game on this cruel chessboard. But then, a mysterious energy enveloped the dice. It spun again, as if an invisible hand was interfering with fate. Kang Seol was stunned. What? Has the move changed? The dice had stopped, but now it continued to roll. The masked figures angrily shrieked. Snowman, what the hell are you doing? You rolled a 1. Aren't you following the rules? He frantically denied, I didn't do it. I've never gone against. But his justification was swallowed by the chaos. The dice continued to roll, emitting a strange blue light. It danced across the board, defying all established rules. Chaos erupted. The masked figures yelled, Stop, Snowman! As other dice also began to appear, swirling in space. The black, crow-beaked masked figures shrieked, questioning Kang Seol how he dared to challenge the dice, while the young man frantically denied. I told you it wasn't me! Amidst the chaotic space, the 20-sided die still hovered, its 20 face glowing brightly like a defiant affirmation, an unexpected outcome. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed, breaking the tension. Hey, Snowman! Kang Seol flinched and turned his head, his mask slightly askew, his eyes wide with surprise. A colossal shadow entity with glowing red eyes tore through the space behind him. The mysterious voice continued, full of power. I am merely a simple creature, only knowing how to explode like this. The shadow entity's glowing red eyes stared directly at Kang Seol, questioning, Are you going to keep playing these games here even after seeing through my nightmare? Kang Seol was stunned. The snowman mask on his face began to crack. A name burst from his lips. Jamad? The black crow-beaked masked figure roared, demanding an answer from Kang Seol. What did you see? He was still immersed in panic. Countless masked faces shrieked, surrounding Kang Seol, forcing him back to the game. Get back to the board! Aren't you going to follow the rules? You said you wanted to play with us? Staying here and enjoying the game forever is your reality. Kang Seol turned his face away, his expression more resolute. The mysterious voice was like a whisper from the depths. You are thinking too many useless things. The shadow entity reappeared, its eyes blazing. The mysterious voice urged, full of power. There are times you should live simply. Like me. Speak it. Kang Seol raised his hand, slowly removing the snowman mask. The mysterious voice echoed, as if empowering him. Say what you must say to those terrifying bastards. The mask was removed, revealing a part of Kang Seol's true face. He spoke, his tone cold and decisive. This isn't fun anymore. The masked figures, from the black crow-beaked one to the orange blindfolded one, the white masked one, the blue masked one, and the red masked one, were all stunned, stammering. What? The other masked figures also showed clear surprise and worry, trying to hold on. You're joking, right, Snowman? You'll stay with us, won't you? Kang Seol stood there, his mask completely gone, his cold, sharp golden eyes and facial tattoo clearly visible. He declared, with the shadow entity growling above, This isn't fun for me anymore. You all can keep playing your silly games. In the tranquil night, a wooden house lay hidden deep within the forest, its dim lights illuminating the path, like an invitation to a mysterious place. Inside, Kang Seol was heavily chained, his eyes vacant. He called out, questioning fate. Hey girl, is this okay? Outside, Morelli calmly exhaled pipe smoke, while Karen was restless. I don't know yet. Nothing has happened so far, Karen said. The master just lies there like a dead man. Gregory, with a calm demeanor, reassured Karen. It's a deadly device. He's practically dead. I know you're worried, but you have to trust the master and wait. She could only remain silent. However, in the realm of dreams, darkness had begun to invade. Cold chains wrapped around him, and a black, inky liquid was devouring him. The darkness surged and spread, covering Kang Seol's face, distorting his features. He sank deeper into the abyss of the nightmare. Outside, Karen panicked as she saw the situation worsen. She screamed. Wait a minute! Things are getting worse, aren't they? What the hell is happening? Morelli explained in a low voice. I guess overcoming memories isn't as easy as we thought. He's being devoured by darkness. Karen gasped in horror. What? So what do we do? Gregory repeated his advice, but Karen wouldn't accept it. I told you to trust and wait, he said. That's irresponsible. she retorted. Gregory turned to Morelli, his eyes full of worry. The silver-haired young man had an urgent question. Is there really no way for us to intervene in the master's nightmare? Gregory questioned, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. Morelli shook her head, explaining thoroughly. I didn't just randomly tell you to send only one person with the master. I don't know what side effects might occur if more of you went in. And we no longer have sedatives to ease the pain. But Karen wouldn't accept it. She insisted. That doesn't matter. Just tell me what I need to do. Do you think you're going alone? Take me with you. Gregory tried to stop her. Karen, this is too dangerous, she exploded. That's why you should take me, you idiot. Are you going to leave me behind again? Morelli remained silent. After a moment of thought, Morelli looked at Karen, her gaze firm. All right, get ready. I'll take you to the master. Cold chains lay scattered on the wooden floor, like a reminder of the struggle and trials that awaited. Morelli issued a warning, her voice cold as ice. This will be bone, chillingly painful, and then you will be lost in an inky black space. She puffed on her pipe, looking at Karen and Gregory, who were now chained. Find your master and run to the exit. Karen chained, her eyes burning with indignation. Enough with the useless explanations. Just take me now, before our master dies. Morelli said nothing more, only lightly tapped a small device on the wall, her violet eyes holding a terrifying coldness. A burst of energy erupted, engulfing Karen and Gregory, both tensed, screaming in extreme pain, their bodies trembling violently. The explosion faded. White smoke dissipated, leaving only Morelli standing there, letting out a soft sigh, alone in the empty room. She stood there, silently gazing into the void, alone in the terrifying silence. So, in the end, only I remained. The path they once yearned to walk was now entrusted to others. She remembered Soden and unfinished dreams. At the same time, another scene appeared, screams echoing deep in the forest, the pungent smell of witches. Morelli admitted her envy, for it was a dream she had also once wished to achieve. She looked through the window, her gaze resolute. So, I intend to see this through to the end. Suddenly, the scene shifted. In a large room, a white-masked, blonde-haired figure questioned. Is he crazy? Snowman has rolled the dice. Does that mean he doesn't respect the rules? The white-masked figure confronted Kang Seol, his voice full of authority. So what? This world is complete because rules exist. He raised his hand, and brilliant golden energy flared, declaring, if rules disappear, the world will descend into pure chaos, and naughty children who break the rules must be punished. A blinding golden energy blast shot forward, striking Kang Seol directly. He collapsed, crying out in pain. Ugh! The pain tore through his body, and Kang Seol let out a desperate scream, his mouth agape, his eyes filled with agony. He writhed, his throat feeling as if it were burning. This pain, it was exactly like the feeling of being expelled from that world, a terrifying memory flooding back. Kang Seol noticed the black mark around his neck, growling angrily.
So that's why there's a black mark around my neck. Is it because of those damn rules again?
Rules like that are nothing but the promises of cowards. A giant, shadowy hand reached out, its fingers glowing with golden energy, gripping Kang Seol tightly. A cold voice declared, First, we need to remove these troublesome chains. Kang Seol struggled in his chains, his body stretched to its limit. He roared in fury, trying to escape the gripping hand, but the chains remained unyielding. Around them, a group of mysterious masked figures stood, their emotionless eyes watching. The blonde-haired figure with the lightning mask extended his hand, as if controlling an invisible power. The white-masked, blonde-haired figure questioned Kang Seol, asking about the name Snowman he used here, and what his true name was. Kang Seol, despite the pain, firmly replied. Kang Seol, a giant troll, Jamad, emerged from the shadows, his muscular body adorned with glowing red tattoos. He bent down to look at Kang Seol, his voice deep and resonant. Now tell me, what is your wish? Kang Seol's eyes flared with hatred. He gritted his teeth, each word etched into the air. Revenge. I want nothing but revenge. Jamad burst into loud laughter, his cackle echoing through the space. He mocked Kang Seol's desire, calling it a petty dream of one abandoned by the god. Kang Seol stood tall, his gaze fixed on the masked figures in the distance. He declared that he would walk the path of ascension, standing equal to them, to exact punishment. He turned back to Jamad, his golden eyes burning with iron resolve. Jamad, he said, I will become a god. Jamad remained silent, only his sharp tusks glinting in the darkness, as if contemplating something. After a moment, Jamad agreed, considering it an honor for Kang Seol to accompany him on the path to becoming the king of all things. But Kang Seol slapped his hand away, disdainfully. Ridiculous! You're just using me for your own ascension. Kang Seol's words were like a slap. The white-masked, blonde-haired figure roared in anger, unable to believe that a mortal dared to insult them after they had lowered themselves to ally. He continued to shout, questioning where Kang Seol intended to go, and ordered him to remain with them forever, calling him Snowman. Shadowy entities reached out, attacking Jamaad. The giant troll roared, trying to fend off the invisible blows tearing at his body. Kang Seol turned, urging Jamaad, "We need to get out of here first." He knew there was no time to argue. The white-masked, blonde-haired figure ordered everyone to prevent their escape. Kang Seol, having nothing left to say, simply charged forward, determined to escape this nightmare. Both charged through the nightmare labyrinth. Jamaad trusted Kang Seol with the direction, and he chose the path without hesitation. But the shadowy monsters relentlessly pursued them, appearing in increasing numbers, threatening to devour them both. Jamaad growled. Realizing the critical situation, the black, crow-beaked, masked figure roared in fury, declaring a cruel punishment for those who dared to resist and try to escape this nightmare. Kang Seol clearly felt the enemy's overwhelming power. A series of grotesque illusions surrounded them, making him realize that if they continued, both would be captured. Jamaad urged, shaking Kang Seol out of his panic. He reminded him that this was not the time to falter, but to focus all his mind on finding an exit. Jamaad roared, questioning Kang Seol about his power within this very nightmare. He asserted that those monsters were mere illusions, products of his own mind. Jamaad's words struck Kang Seol's mind like lightning. He suddenly realized the true nature of this nightmare and resolved not to let the illusions overwhelm him. A voice echoed, urging Kang Seol to turn the tide. He extended his hand, and a small blue light began to form, signaling a chain. He closed his eyes, imagining. And then, a brilliant blue spirit Grimvale appeared, carrying him out of the labyrinth, soaring through the star-filled night. Not only Kang Seol, but Jamaad also gained power. A giant, flaming Hogus appeared, carrying the troll away like a fiery arrow, astonishing Jamaad. Two streams of power, one blue, one fiery orange, erupted violently, tearing through the nightmare space, opening an escape route. The white-masked, blonde-haired figure roared, ordering them to stop. But Kang Seol knew his plan was succeeding. The escape door was opening. A brilliant rainbow bridge appeared, leading up to the castle in the clouds. Kang Seol cheered, his speed and luck enhanced, opening up hope for escape. Both sped across the rainbow bridge, leaving behind the screaming masked figures. The blonde-haired figure was furious, declaring that they had broken the rules and could not be allowed to escape. The masked figures simultaneously raised their hands, channeling brilliant golden energy. They swore to punish Kang Seol and Jamaad for daring to challenge the rules of the nightmare. A colossal golden energy orb, glowing like the sun, plunged down from the sky. The roar of the white-masked, blonde-haired figure echoed. "The game is over." Kang Seol, riding his illusionary mount, tried to evade the enemy's attack, but the colossal golden energy orb relentlessly pursued him. In that life-or-death moment, a flash of insight struck his mind. This place was a nightmare. Everything was an illusion, so he extended his hand, and icy crystals began to form, a power he had never dared to imagine, suddenly rising from the depths of his soul. Blue ice energy erupted, swirling around his fist, signaling an ultimate skill about to be unleashed. Jamaad stood stunned, witnessing a strange surge of power engulfing the entire space. Time seemed to stop. Everything plunged into ice. An ultimate illusionary skill had been activated. Event freeze. Jamaad looked at Kang Seol in astonishment, exclaiming, "Kang Seol, what? Is this power?" Within the icy mist, a majestic illusion appeared. A white-haired man, holding a scepter, representing the icy power Kang Seol had just summoned. A brilliant rainbow path appeared in midair, leading out of the nightmare, but Kang Seol knew it wouldn't last. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, breaking the silence. The white-masked, blonde-haired figure appeared, his voice cold. "Enough, Snowman." Kang Seol whirled around, blue flames blazing around him, his eyes burning with anger and defiance. He growled, "You." The white-masked, blonde-haired figure sneered, knowing well the illusions Kang Seol was creating. How amusing, even if they are just products of your imagination. Hogs, Grimbel, and the glorious path of Priminus. He continued to mock, his eyes full of contempt. Even the power of the Grand Duke of Frost. Codon, Kang Seol gritted his teeth, retorting, "They're not just my imagination. They are things that actually happen." The white-masked, blonde-haired figure and the others surrounded him. He smirked. "Haha, you're right. All those things really did happen, but not to you. Have you forgotten? Those weren't achievements from your own efforts." The blonde-haired masked figure continued to twist the knife, sarcastically remarking that all Kang Seol did was safely roll the dice and make decisions. Painful images appeared. Gregory in chains, Jamaad with a bloodied back, and Karen tending to Daberg. The figure asked, wasn't it unfair that his pawns had to bear all the responsibility? Kang Seol's fists clenched, rage surging. He growled, "Why?" With eyes full of anguish, Kang Seol questioned the blonde-haired masked figure why he was blocking his path. In Kang Seol's mind, The image of the blonde-haired masked figure appeared, once the only one who stood by him among the gods. And then, that very figure pushed him into the abyss, into this eternal world, a bitter betrayal. A sarcastic smile hidden behind the mask. The blonde-haired masked figure calmly declared the reason, "Because you disappointed me." He turned his back, coldly stating that he had once believed Kang Seol could do better. But if this was all he could accomplish, then his expectations were wrong. And then, he raised his hand, a surge of energy erupting, declaring that he wanted Kang Seol to suffer even more. A horde of demons surrounded him, the masked figures attacking in unison, energy exploding as if to tear Kang Seol apart. Jamad suddenly appeared, shielding Kang Seol, but was also astonished by the terrifying power rushing towards them. "Get back, Kang Seol! What is this power?" The blonde-haired masked figure smiled, introducing the 10 pawns trapped by Kang Seol's greed, now returned. With sharp, cold eyes, he provoked, telling Kang Seol he must have a lot to say to these pawns. He challenged Kang Seol to face those he had abandoned, while the red-haired girl and the orange-haired masked man stared menacingly. The red-haired girl wearing a blue mask had resolute eyes, like an affirmation of the impending punishment. Kang Seol was stunned as the accusation echoed. "You must atone, you who toyed with our fates." In the void, the stern accusation echoed, like a death sentence. "You must atone." The blonde-haired masked figure sneered, his eyes harboring cruelty. He continued to taunt, mocking Kang Seol for looking like he was about to cry, enjoying the young man's suffering as he was surrounded by vengeful spirits. Kang Seol bowed his head, his eyes heavy with sorrow. He uttered, "No, I am sad." The words were light, but contained a world of anguish. The blonde-haired masked figure was stunned, not expecting Kang Seol to respond like that. He tilted his head, his eyes a mix of confusion and surprise. Kang Seol raised his head, his eyes resolute. He firmly said, "I apologize. I apologize for not being able to give you a better life." The blonde-haired masked figure sneered again, ridiculing Kang Seol's useless apology. He reminded him that all these pawns were under his control. But then, an illusion appeared. A long white-haired man, with gentle eyes, smiled and said, "It's all right. Everything is all right." Next was the illusion of a blonde-haired man, smiling contentedly, affirming, "I have no regrets about my life." The illusion of the red-haired girl and the old troll also appeared, saying in unison, "It was a fulfilling life. Even if I were to live again, I would hardly be able to live such an extraordinary life." The blonde-haired masked figure growled, utterly enraged upon hearing those words. He could not accept this serenity. He swung his hand, dark energy exploding around him, roaring, "Damn you! You have no pride or backbone whatsoever." The blonde-haired masked figure called out to another masked figure, Kodon, then declared, "I guess I have no other choice but to face you myself." He swung his hand, brilliant golden energy erupting, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, Jamad appeared like a fortress wall, shielding Kang Seol, taking the full force of the attack. Kang Seol exclaimed in shock, "Jamad!" The blonde-haired masked figure laughed maniacally, scoffing that Kang Seol was now alone, having abandoned all his friends. Kang Seol gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with rage. He swore that the only thing left for the one who had rejected the gods was. Kang Seol braced himself. 2 streams of fiery and icy energy piercing through his body, tearing at his soul. His mask cracked, his horrified eyes wide open, recognizing those who were attacking him. They were familiar figures, the red-haired girl and the blue-haired boy, swooping down like arrows carrying the fire of hatred. The red-haired girl roared, her eyes blazing, "Don't you dare deceive my king, you illusion!" Pain tore through his body. Kang Seol's mask shattered into pieces, revealing a face full of anguish. He uttered in despair, "King, your king?" The mask fell, shattering at his feet. A voice echoed, full of pain, "You! He's just using you!" The red-haired girl and the blue-haired boy stood there, the accusation echoing. "An powerless man like him is your king? How absurd." The red-haired girl smiled proudly, her eyes shining.
Yes, because I am his knight. One day, he will become king. So just watch.
Only fragments of the mask remained, a blood-red eye witnessing the fading of a part of memory. Suddenly, Jamad appeared like a fortress wall, blocking the attack. The red-haired girl and the blue-haired boy also stood beside him, asking why they were there. Kang Seol turned his back and walked away, no longer wearing the mask. The blue-haired boy pointed to the exit, but he resolutely moved forward. From the mask fragments, a voice echoed, full of sorrow, "Wait, you, do you really want to forget us?" He didn't look back, simply replying curtly, "Yes, now we are enemies." Kang Seol stood amidst countless masks hanging on the wall, his eyes resolute. Why? Because I have grown up. The masks fell and shattered, like buried memories. He coldly uttered a sentence. How fun. That was the past, but he would never return. The young man resolutely walked away, leaving behind the remnants of memories. With each resolute step, he moved forward, never once looking back at the world that was. A faint smile flickered across his face, as if accepting a new destiny, a thorny beginning. Suddenly, dark chains rose from the void, twisting and tightening around something invisible. The young man was bound by countless black chains, his body writhing in extreme pain. Nevertheless, his face still showed resolve, the tattoo on his cheek seemingly burning with a hidden fire. Kang Seol's golden eyes suddenly blazed brilliantly, a dazzling light tearing through the chains and surrounding darkness. The scene abruptly shifted, from the void back to a desolate forest, where night had fallen silently. Amidst the charred ruins, a warrior lay slumped, coughing weakly in a pool of blood, his breath shallow. A scruffy, bearded man, crossbow in hand, stood tall, his eyes contemptuous. Witch, you're too weak. Where's your confidence? Why are you panting like this? The black-haired girl, her body covered in blood, still tried to stand firm. I just have a slight health issue. Can't you be a little gentler? It hurts like hell. The man sneered, his tone full of menace. Where's that kid? Don't you feel lonely dying alone? Tell me, and I'll let you die easier. The resilient young woman retorted, her eyes blazing, without a hint of fear. Stab me 100 times, and see if I utter a sound. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from afar, making the man startle and turn his head to search. The injured girl also shot up, her eyes wide with surprise as she looked at the arrow stuck nearby. That sound? Could it be? The bearded man again let out a sinister laugh, a glint of interest and cruelty flashing in his eyes. Coo-hoo-hoo. Amidst the dark night, a brilliant pillar of light suddenly tore through the space from a distant wooden house. He was there, right where the light erupted. Meanwhile, the brutal hunter urged the giant wolf, "Durr, tear her apart, Durr." The arrow was deeply embedded in her flesh, but the girl remained resilient. After we deal with this witch, we'll go kill that kid. The ferocious wolf deer pounced, its sharp teeth sinking into her. A painful groan tore through the night. The frail figure of the witch, Morelli, collapsed, blood staining the damp ground. It seemed all hope was lost. The hunter sneered, "You'll never escape me as long as you carry that disgusting scent of darkness." Tears mixed with blood on her face. The cold blade pressed close. He growled, "I will judge all who summon darkness." Despite the extreme pain, Morelli still managed a sinister smile. "Damn it, I need to buy more time." The hunter looked at her, wondering what a summoner of darkness had done to her eyes, making this hatred only disappear when all of them vanished. He suddenly roared, cutting off his thoughts. "You! Shut up! It's none of your business!" The blade swung up. He gritted his teeth. "Die, Morelli, so I can rest from this tiring life." But just then, the wolf deer suddenly flinched, its glowing red eyes showing clear astonishment. From the wooden house, a brilliant purple energy burst forth, tearing through space and the ground. The hunter and the wolf simultaneously turned their heads, their eyes filled with panic. "What the hell is that?" Both stared in astonishment towards the house, where the mysterious power was violently surging. The hunter's face changed color, an extreme sense of unease washing over him. Damn it! Amidst the mystical power, a gigantic shadow with swirling dark purple tentacles appeared, roaring, "You bastards! What have you done?" A cold system notification popped up. "You are in the influence zone of Place Without Light. You cannot summon shadows." The shadow's face contorted, its golden eyes crackling with purple electricity, and dark power violently erupted, tearing apart the surrounding space. The shadow gradually took form, a black-haired, golden-eyed young man enveloped in purple energy. A flurry of system notifications appeared. "You have broken the awakening wall. You have awakened a special skill, Night Crow. You have achieved the great accomplishment, the Lone Walker. You have achieved the accomplishment, Endless Path. You have awakened the title, Master of Shadows." In the distance, Morelli, her body covered in blood, managed a weak but contented smile, her lips trembling. Morelli's eyes sparkled, a smile still on her lips despite the pain. Finally, it succeeded. "Soden, it has happened." The black-haired young man, Kang Seol, now fully present, turned to look at Morelli. The frail girl spoke. "Mireille, ha ha ha! I look like a porcupine, don't I? I really want to congratulate you, but..." Kang Seol looked at Morelli, his eyes sharp, purple energy still swirling around him. Morelli continued, her voice mixed with weariness and a request. "Can you beat that madman first?" The hunter stood stunned, his expression grave. Kang Seol simply replied softly, "All right." The hunter collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with horror as he looked up at Kang Seol, who was hovering, enveloped in darkness. He muttered, "You reek of darkness. Have you been swallowed by them?" A close-up of the hunter's hand gripping a dagger, his face filled with panic. A terrifying existence has been born. The hunter drew his crossbow, the arrow emitting an eerie green light. He growled, determined, "Let me kill you and free you from that terrible fate." Kang Seol, with cold, emotionless eyes, looked directly at the hunter. He softly asked, "Is it really that terrible?" Kang Seol hovered in midair, dark energy swirling around him. He replied confidently, "It's a terrifyingly good life. This feeling of moving my flesh and bones. It's been a long time. I'm satisfied with it too." The arrow from the hunter's crossbow flew towards him, but before it could touch Kang Seol, it was stopped by an invisible force and shattered into pieces. The hunter flinched, his eyes wide with astonishment. He stammered, "What the hell?" The hunter's face clearly showed extreme fear. He thought to himself, "It's like a warrior is standing in front of me. I would have been dead if I were closer. Is he using power similar to that witch's?" In the dark night, Kang Seol appeared like a phantom, dark energy swirling around him. He thought to himself, "His movements. I recognize them from our first encounter, but he's clearly not normal." "I know." Dark purple energy violently erupted from the young man's figure. A voice echoed in his mind. "They're coming from the right. What do you think, Seol?" A giant wolf snarled and charged, but Kang Seol didn't flinch. He replied to the mysterious voice, "How about I just handle this? Then we'll see how skilled you are." Without hesitation, dark energy erupted from Kang Seol, transforming into a brilliant purple surge of power that tore through the air, striking the monster directly. He launched himself into the air, spinning powerfully, and continued to deliver a fatal blow. The giant wolf was knocked back, its heavy body collapsing. The roar died down. Only a deep crater remained on the ground, evidence of the destructive power unleashed in that moment. Kang Seol stood upright, darkness still swirling around him. A sneer appeared on his lips, and he contemptuously uttered, "Just a weak puppy." Suddenly, two glowing green swords shot forth, whistling through the air like bolts of death, aimed directly at him. Without the slightest fear, Kang Seol raised his hand, and a gigantic hand of shadow appeared, easily smashing the two swords. Used shadow hand. He gazed at his shadow hand, his eyes satisfied. "Oh, that's pretty good. I really should use shadow hand more from now on." Back in the silent forest, a figure hidden in the night trembled. He muttered, "That power." The hunter's face clearly showed extreme horror, cold sweat pouring out. He could only utter in silence, "You. What the hell are you?" Kang Seol had now changed, darkness blending with metallic gold details on his shoulders. He retorted, "Me? Or us?" A series of notifications about new powers appeared. In the hunter's mind, the image of the wolf deer appeared as a reminder. He gritted his teeth and swore, "I will kill every single shadow summoner." His eyes blazed with iron determination. "I will free all your shadows. That is what's best for them." Kang Seol, with new power surging, softly replied, "I will respect that too, Malachus. Everyone has their own right to self-determination." Kang Seol, in his shadow form, declared with fiery eyes, "What I want right now is to give you a beating for what you did to Morelli." Malachus, standing next to the giant wolf deer, sneered, "I've seen countless arrogant shadow summoners like you. Do you know their fate?" "I don't care," Kang Seol growled, dark energy surging. "I won't let you hunt me down." Malachus smirked, pressing a control button hard, his eyes full of malice. "I'll make you regret that attitude." In a flash, Kang Seol vanished into a cloud of black smoke, leaving Malachus standing stunned and bewildered. He still felt a faint presence. He must be trying to attack me while hidden. A notification appeared. Kang Seol is in the no-light zone. As a shadow, all stats reduced by 20%. He realized he couldn't summon Karen and Karuna. His stats were also reduced because he was in shadow form. So that's it. No wonder he's so confident. The wolf deer snarled, its claws raking the ground. Deer, the hunting dog, charged with a pounce skill, dealing an additional 50% damage if not perfectly blocked. Kang Seol was caught by surprise, but the shadow young man didn't flinch. He counterattacked fiercely, dark purple energy surging around him. Kang Seol and deer clashed, creating a terrifying explosion, sending rocks and dirt flying. "Even if my stats are reduced by a fifth, they're still too high. It's negligible," he thought to himself. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows flew towards him. The arrows exploded, creating a thick cloud of smoke and dust, obscuring visibility. From within the smoke, a gigantic shadow hand reached out, coldly declaring, "It's useless." Kang Seol stood tall, dark energy surging, golden details glowing brightly on his body. "You've lost, Malachus." Malachus screamed in horror, "No!" as Kang Seol charged, darkness enveloping him, determined to end the battle. Malachus roared, his eyes blazing red like fire, declaring that no one had won or lost yet. He wouldn't accept defeat so easily. A vengeance potion was activated, boosting Malicus's power. He shot forward like an arrow, determined not to give Kang Seol a chance. Faced with his opponent's frenzy, Kang Seol merely smirked. Is that all? A measly potion? Malicus snarled, determined to use everything to judge the wrongdoers. He and the wolf deer were ready for the final attack. Under the brilliant full moon, the battlefield trembled. Shattered rocks flew everywhere, evidence of the fierce battle. Kang Seol charged at Malicus, two surges of power colliding fiercely. Dark energy erupted, tearing through the air. A thunderous punch from Kang Seol made Malicus stagger. The sorcerer groaned, but still refused to yield. Without flinching, Malicus swung his whip. The pitch-black whip sliced through the air, aimed directly at the shadow young man. The whip struck, sending Kang Seol flying and tumbling to the ground. Dust billowed, but he still got up. Kang Seol sprang up, his golden eyes flashing with cruelty. A demonic smile appeared, dark energy surging more powerfully than ever. The wolf deer snarled, activated its survival skill, and charged to attack. It was determined to tear Kang Seol apart, regardless of anything. But Kang Seol was faster. A fatal kick to the wolf's face made it howl in pain. A brilliant golden arrow whizzed past. Kang Seol narrowly dodged, realizing the danger of this attack. He raised his hand, catching the second arrow with his shadow hand. A faint hiss, but the power of the strike was not small. Kang Seol stared at the arrow. This one is completely different from the previous arrows. If I get hit, things won't be easy, he thought to himself. Malicus reloaded, his eyes blazing red with hatred. Do you still have time to complain? If you don't hurry, the next arrow will finish you, he snarled. Kang Seol, his figure engulfed in blazing red fire, faced his enemy. He provoked, "And you still haven't dealt with me, have you?" His eyes sharp, he declared, "It will end soon." The flames erupted violently, engulfing Kang Seol, transforming him into a blazing entity. He had activated Volcano Stance, turning all attacks into explosions, enhancing fire damage and heat resistance. The giant wolf deer, its eyes bloodshot, snarled and charged. Its sharp fangs were ready to tear Kang Seol apart, but the young man stood firm amidst the sea of fire, ready to receive the fierce attack. Deer frantically pounced, its sharp claws tearing through the air. Kang Seol dodged, his body agile like a fire phantom, rendering all of the monster's attacks hopeless. A surge of fiery energy erupted from Kang Seol, striking Deer directly. The giant wolf was thrown back, its body shaken, but it still hadn't completely fallen. Kang Seol, his eyes glowing like embers, shot forward like a red-black lightning bolt. He moved so fast he was just a blur, preparing for the finishing blow. Flames erupted violently where Deer had just been struck, creating a terrifying explosion. Smoke and dust billowed up, obscuring visibility, but the air still pulsed with intense heat. Malicus, the bearded man, his eyes bloodshot, roared in despair. "Durr!" He couldn't believe his wolf was overwhelmed so quickly. Worry was clearly visible on his face. Amidst the raging sea of fire, Kang Seol appeared. He raised his fist, dark energy and fire swirling together, forming a destructive vortex, ready to unleash a fatal blow. Deer lay sprawled on the ground, whimpering weakly, its body covered in wounds. Even after that blow, it's still standing, Kang Seol thought to himself, surprised by the wolf's resilience. Kang Seol stared at the wolf, a large shadow figure beside him. He mused, "That's not a normal dog." Well, of course, that dog is. Deer's bloodshot eyes looked directly at Kang Seol, a weak but threatening growl escaping its throat. He concluded. A shadow, Malicus, with an expression of extreme indignation, snarled. "Shut up, hunter!" he questioned Kang Seol. "Don't you think this is quite hypocritical?" "Shut up!" Malicus roared, his rage erupting. He yelled, "Deer is my only friend. Everyone else is a bastard. You bastard! You took everything!" Kang Seol, his eyes cold, questioned Malicus. "So that's why you resurrected a dead hunting dog? For your own selfishness?" His words were like a knife twisting in Malicus's wound. Malicus charged frantically. His axe raised high, his face contorted with hatred. He screamed, "If you bastards hadn't come, my family would still be alive!" "I wouldn't have lost my eye," Malicus screamed, cursing dark summoning as a terrible mistake, that all summoners should not exist in this world. The giant wolf Deer ferociously charged at the young man. Deer attacked fiercely, and Malicus continuously shot arrows, but Kang Seol dodged nimbly, like a ghost on the battlefield. In his rage, Malicus sank into painful memories, images of his family, and then the appearance of a faded darkness. Kang Seol, eyes blazing, questioned Malicus. "Do you truly think dark summoning is a mistake?" His words cut into Malicus's heart like a knife. The giant wolf Deer growled, its glowing red eyes clearly showing surprise at its opponent's confidence. Malicus furiously charged forward, unleashing a devastating punch. But Kang Seol stood firm, easily blocking the attack. The young man counterattacked swiftly, delivering a powerful blow that sent the giant wolf deer flying, making it roar in pain. A terrifying explosion erupted where deer had been thrown, its fierce destructive power tearing through the air. From within the smoke and dust, the giant wolf deer reappeared, its entire body ablaze, growling ferociously despite being heavily wounded. The curse of dark summoning echoed in Malicus's mind. A magic born for enslavement that should not exist. He recalled the image of a man kneeling before the wolf, as if summoning was a cursed thing, with no place in this world. Kang Seol blazed with brilliant flames, understanding that resurrecting deer was not for enslavement, but merely a simple desire to meet again. Malicus showed a pained expression, admitting that the origin of summoning was a deep longing, not a cursed magic as he once thought. Kang Seol looked directly at Malicus, questioning him. So, if you've realized that, why do you still hunt summoners? The scene shifted to a tranquil forest. The scoundrel was gone. The young man asked Morelli if she was okay. She gave a faint smile, replying that unfortunately, she wasn't. Morelli sat leaning against the rock face, her body riddled with arrows, blood staining her clothes red. She whispered, her voice soft but full of acceptance. I think I'm going to die. Kang Seol stood there, his eyes pained as he looked at her. Morelli continued, a faint smile on her lips. If death had come a little slower, I could have looked at you longer. Even on the verge of death, she had no regrets. Morelli affirmed, I have no pathetic regrets, because in the end, I proved myself right. Her eyes slowly closed, like a wilting flower. The life within her was fading, taking with it untold secrets and unfulfilled ambitions. In his mind, Morelli's voice echoed. Snowman, do you know? There are two paths before us. One is a smooth path, dominating the darkness and draining all power from them. Her body collapsed, arrows still deeply embedded. Her voice continued, like a final testament. And the other path is a rough road, one no one has ever trodden. The path towards coexistence with darkness. Kang Seol listened, his eyes pensive. Her question was like an invisible burden. Which path will you choose? Morelli's eyes were completely lifeless, devoid of any light. Death had arrived, cold and inevitable, claiming a resilient soul. Morelli, now a lifeless corpse, still wore a serene smile. Her voice echoed, full of gratitude and pride. Soden, thank you for enduring everything. We did it. She continued, as if speaking to someone invisible. The fourth experiment of the universe's greatest genius, Morelli. No, this is my final mark. I proved it, Gregory. This is my last footprint in this world. Light surrounded Morelli. She looked at Kang Seol, entrusting her final hope. Hurry up and go, Snowman. Go and show them. No, show the whole world that show them we can coexist. Her words vanished into thin air, leaving only a dazzling light. A cold system notification appeared, confirming her passing. Kang Seol stood there, silent. Karuna, the elf warrior, appeared behind him, bowing and calling, Master. Karuna and Karen stood side by side, their faces sorrowful. Karuna suggested, we should bury Morelli and Soden. Kang Seol softly replied, all right, Karuna. Kang Seol stood alone, holding a pipe, Morelli's faint silhouette appearing behind him. He softly spoke, like a promise. Morelli, you were right.